Chapter 499, Solicitation. The gold coin quietly flipped up, tumbled down, and firmly lay in the palm of Klein's hand. Lowering his head to glance if it was heads or tails, Klein spun his heel and smoothly turned into a quiet, dark alley. The wind by the sea was cold and strong, and it caused a convection in the area, propelling his coat up without him realizing it and causing his half-top hat to almost fall off. Suddenly, Klein stopped, turned around, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." His eyes were sharp as he stared at the shadow around the corner. After 4 or 5 seconds of silence, a figure emerged from the shadows. He chuckled and said, very sharp. It was a man in a black cloak, approximately 30 years of age, and his eyebrows were charred yellow while his dark blue eyes were bright. His face wasn't too chiseled, as though he was from the area south of Intis, Lindbergh, and Seeger. As soon as he saw him, a picture flashed in Klein's mind. As he entered the Flying Fish and Wine, he had professionally looked around for anyone he needed to pay attention to. The answer at the time was no. The man had been drinking like a sailor and watching curiously from the side. He was no different from the other guests, and his appearance wasn't distinctive, but his black cloak had left a certain impression on Klein, allowing him to recognize the person who tailed him in an instant. "What do you want?" Klein, who was maintaining his persona, bent down slightly, like a huge feline ready to pounce. The man in the black cloak laughed once again. "The fighting technique and handling method that you displayed just now was very consistent with my taste. I chased after you to ask if you're interested in joining us." Although that guy named Logan was indeed pretending to be an informant of Ludwell, White Shark Hamilton does have connections with many pirates. He's a character with a shady background, so he'll definitely take your act of beating up one of his men at the bar to heart. There will definitely be problems for you in the future, and I can help you resolve this problem. You're an adventurer, so it's necessary for you to have dreams of treasure. As for us, we're people who banded together in a bid to seek treasure such as the Spectre Empire, Solomon's Inheritance, the Secret of the Fountain of Unaging, the Death's Key, the Sunken Laurel, and Russel's treasure while traveling the 5 seas. Today, although we haven't accomplished any of our main goals, we've found many missing pirate ships. Heh, what I said does sound like what that rat had said, right? He cleared his throat and said, "Frankly speaking, we're a band of pirates formed from a group of adventurers, but we only plunder merchant and passenger ships when we're especially poor, and we don't harm the innocent. Our main focus is on finding treasures, and we often reap harvests. And I kid you not, I once slept on a bed formed of gold coins. If we run into any other pirate ships, just showing them our prowess wins as some compensation. By the way, our captain has decreed that before we recruit new people, we have to explain our creed and remuneration." "Creed, your captain is a little interesting." Klein deliberately softened his tension to see if the enemy would take the opportunity to attack. The black-cloaked man smiled in a relaxed manner. "What I said previously was our creed, and now, let me talk about the remuneration." This fellow is quite confident. Although he wasn't a spectator, Klein could tell that he was very confident and that he was completely unfazed by the scene in front of him. "We don't have any weekly salaries or annuity, but once we find treasure, or obtain riches from plundering, they'll be distributed according to our ranks. Under normal circumstances, when our luck is still pretty good, the lowest-ranking sailor can earn about 200 to 300 pounds a year. I heard that this would make one a member of the middle class on land. Heh, if we find the Sunken Laurel, all of us will become tycoons." The black-cloaked man casually introduced. "According to our ranks, we would get different days off every month, but they can only be accumulated together and done in a staggered fashion." As he spoke, he suddenly cursed softly. "Dogshit, just the year before, we missed a good chance of finding the Spectre Empire because Captain was on holiday. Pirates have annual leave." Klein found it somewhat surprising. He could only feel the pirate crew's comedic intensity from the man's description, reminding him of the humorous Somali pirate recruitment advertisements he had seen in his previous life. Seeing that Klein appeared shocked by his words, the black-cloaked man added with a smile, "As an adventurer, are you still chasing after the powers that transcend nature as told in legends? As long as you join us, you'll have a chance to possess them." Having said that, he coughed and said, "I forgot to introduce myself." His expression turned solemn, no longer looking as jocular as he was before. "Rear Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards S. subordinate, 4th bosun of the Golden Dream, Blazing Danitz." After reporting his title, real name, and identity, Danitz waited patiently for the look of panic and fear to appear on Klein's face. After a second, he heard the adventurer, who acted somewhat crazily despite looking refined and polite, say in a low voice, "Blazing Danitz with a bounty of 3,000 pounds. Danitz was about to reply when he had the illusion that the man standing in the dark alley had turned into an indescribable, hungry monster, salivating over his soul and flesh. He suddenly clenched his fists, his body no longer as relaxed as it had been earlier. He was so tense that he was trembling slightly. His intuition told him that he was facing an abyss filled with madness and bloodlust. In this state, Danitz had no idea how much time had passed until the other party spoke again. "Why are you here?" "I'm on vacation." Blazing Danitz's dignity made him scorn to answer this question, but his instinct made him spit out the reason. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt the man retract his gaze, the hunger to gnaw on his flesh and soul disappearing. He stood where he was and watched as the young adventurer in a black coat and a silk half-top hat turned around and walked to the other end of the alley. He stopped when he was about to turn the corner, and turning his head, he asking, "Where's White Shark?" He lives at 1 Seawall Avenue, but he spends most of his time on the second floor of the Flying Fish and Wine. "It's no different today," Blazing Danitz answered truthfully. Only when the figure disappeared into the distance did Danitz straighten his back and take off his cloak. "What a terrifying fellow," he sighed silently. Following that, he found his thoughts and muttered to himself, "I have to inform Captain that there's another terrifying person at sea. This is a guy who looks like a gentleman on the outside, but he has a heart like a lunatic's. If one doesn't have the determination and confidence to kill him, it's best not to deal with him." Danitz pulled up his black cloak's hood and decided to return to the hotel for some sleep. He planned to wait until the telegraph office opened the next morning before relaying the message to his middleman contact in the Rorstad archipelago. As for what would happen to White Shark, he didn't care at all. In the corner of another quiet street, Klein stood in the shadows, looking down at the black glove on his left hand. He found that, although creeping hunger had been sealed by Mr. Azek, its thirst for flesh and soul still intrinsically existed and was trying to manifest itself. Under normal circumstances, Klein wasn't worried that the sealed item would produce any problems, but when he had the urge to kill someone, the corresponding influence he would receive was enough to let that hunger which could lash back at him emanate. Earlier, when he heard that Danitz was a famous pirate on the bounty list, killing intent instantly rose inwardly out of his yearning desire, causing creeping hunger to become as active as a fish in water. Fortunately, Klein always had good self-control in this aspect. From his words, he was able to judge that he wasn't a pirate who was riddled with sin, so he easily restrained his impulse. With creeping hunger, Gehrman Sparrow's persona will be flawless. Klein paused for a few seconds, took out a gold coin and performed 2 divinations. First, he divined if Blazing Danitz was lying, and second, if White Shark Hamilton was able to cause harm to him. The first revelation showed that there was no need for Blazing Danitz to lie, and the second one showed that White Shark Hamilton was unable to cause harm to him. Klein put away the gold coin, pressed down his hat, and while doing so, he swept his palm down and touched his face. He instantly changed his appearance, blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. Then, Klein unbuttoned his overcoat and pulled up the inner shirt so that it was no longer stuffed into his trousers. After a simple change of his attire, Klein, who didn't carry a cane, began sweating. His lips were dry as he identified the direction and headed back to the Flying Fish and Wine bar. On the way, he met Blazing Danitz again. The man only glanced at him once before withdrawing his gaze and headed for the hotel opposite the bar. After inspecting the bounty wall, Klein calmly reached out with his hand, pushed open the door and walked in. At this moment, it had been less than 10 minutes since he escaped. In the bar, most of the customers had dispersed, but there were still a lot of drunkards gathered here to watch the show. Their eyes swept over the new guest, but they all withdrew it soon after, and Klein made his way unimpeded to the bar counter. He saw the bartender standing with frightened eyes beside a fat man, his forehead heavily bandaged with white bandages, his nostrils stuffed with tissue paper, and his face was bruised. The fatty was tall and big. His skin was fair and he looked like a big white shark that had swam itself ashore. He touched his shiny bald head and said to Ellen, who was wearing a dark red jacket and a straight sword, "Someone told me that you know that guy. There are only 3 passenger ships that docked today, so there won't be many unfamiliar outsiders. Don't try to lie." Ellen patted the hilt of his sword and smiled casually. "Yes, he is my passenger. But the problem today clearly stemmed from your people. So I just want him to come back here, apologize to me, and compensate me for the damage done to the bar," the tall, big-sized white fatty said with a frown. Ellen laughed and said, "White Shark, I have a proverb from my hometown. Don't hate wild dogs that pass by just because of the rats in the storehouse. Just Elend, is this your answer? White Shark Hamilton narrowed his eyes. Elend gripped the wooden handle of the musket, took a step forward, and said with a deep voice, yes, this is my answer. Captain Shore has his way of doing things. Klein was slightly surprised at Elend's response. After staring at each other for a few seconds, White Shark Hamilton took in a deep breath. You've helped me before, so I don't need an apology. However, he must compensate half of my losses, and you will be the one to pass them on. Good suggestion. Elend smiled. White Shark Hamilton's face darkened as he looked around. He suddenly threw out his hand, slapping the bartender in the face. The bartender flew out, all his teeth dropping to the floor. Klein quietly watched from 5 meters away, as if none of this had anything to do with him. Chapter 500, Interrogating White Shark. The bartender fell to the ground, writhing in pain. White Shark Hamilton snorted and didn't say anything. He turned around and walked towards the second floor, stepping on the creaking wooden stairs. After the excitement was over, the drunkards dispersed one by one. Unaffected, Captain Elend and the others returned upstairs to continue playing cards. Klein took the opportunity to follow. He returned to Flying Fish and Wine, not to deal with White Shark, who didn't pose any threat to him, but rather to simply get more information from the owner of the bar, who was connected to many pirate factions. After all, he had named his new identity Gehrman, which secretly implied hunting pirates whose hands were stained with blood. He planned on using their souls, flesh, and Beander characteristics to replace the souls in Creeping Hunger who were awaiting their release. There was no gas in Demir Harbor, and the corridor on the second floor was relatively dark. The brass candle stands that were inlaid into each wall flickered and dimmed. Klein observed the surroundings as he wiped his face, silently transforming into one of the bouncers on the first floor. He used illusion creation to compensate for his mismatched attire. After finishing his preparations, he walked towards the room that his spiritual intuition identified as belonging to White Shark Hamilton. He first passed the card room, but he didn't attract anyone's attention. He stopped in front of the bouncers who were guarding the corridor and said in a low voice, "There's something going on downstairs again." "Holy Lord of Storms, what's happening tonight?" A bouncer sighed. "I hope those beautiful people don't get hurt," another guard said worriedly. He was referring to the whores who got their business in the bar. "They're fine." Klein stepped past the bouncers and knocked on White Shark's door. "Who is it?" Hamilton warily asked. "Boss, it's me. Something happened downstairs again." Klein remembered the information he gleaned while watching the commotion and deliberately hoarsened his voice. "Damn it," Hamilton bellowed. "Come in and explain to me what happened." Klein turned the doorknob and walked in. When he closed the door, he dispelled the illusion, and the muscles on his face rapidly squirmed, returning to his previous identity, a new customer with blonde hair, blue eyes, and ordinary facial features. "You?" Hamilton was stunned for a moment before he immediately opened his mouth wide in an attempt to shout loudly. At the same time, many illusory fish scales surfaced on the back of his hand, his originally large and fat body burgeoning. Suddenly, his heart began to beat faster, and a strong instinctive fear seized him by the throat. At this moment, he felt that the stranger standing by the door was a demon that had been starved for many days, repeatedly examining his flesh and soul with an ice-cold, craving look in his eyes. All of a sudden, White Shark Hamilton was gripped by an extreme panic, and he failed to effectively respond. Klein slowly walked to the sofa and sat down. He politely smiled. "Now, can we talk calmly?" The feeling of being stared at by a horrifying monster suddenly disappeared. Hamilton relaxed all of a sudden while his body shriveled up a lot like a punctured balloon. He didn't rashly cry for help as he asked with beads of sweat lining his forehead, "Who are you? What do you want?" "A hunter," Klein answered casually. "I heard that you're connected to a number of pirate factions. I would like to know their respective situations." "No, I'm not," White Shark Hamilton subconsciously denied. He immediately felt the extreme hunger again, and he felt as if the man's eyes were dyed with a dark red layer. Klein inwardly deliberated over his persona and said with a gentlemanly smile, "You have two choices. One is to answer frankly. The second is to be killed by me and then answer honestly." "Killing to channel my spirit." White Shark Hamilton had heard of similar rumors. He swallowed hard and asked, "Why do you want to know about any of this?" Klein smiled and answered, "I'm a hunter, so I'm chasing after bounties." Hamilton suddenly felt that the man's polite smile was tinged with an indescribable madness, and he couldn't help but blurt out, Are you mad? I've seen many similar adventurers, but all of them have been buried at the bottom of the sea." It's not hard to kill a lone pirate, but can you defend against any further retaliation? The whores in the bar or the seemingly ordinary customers might all be pirate informants. Your friendly accomplice could be bribed at any moment and you'll be shot in the back. The pirates will gather information in advance and surround your ship. Can you protect all the passengers? Can you survive a cannon bombardment? On the sea where there's no room to run, how are you going to survive? After venting the horror in his heart in one breath, he saw the man, who called himself a hunter, reveal a gentle and kind smile. Just have them all killed, and then there won't be such a problem. A true madman, White Shark Hamilton immediately took a deep breath and said, I'm in contact with many pirates, but it's a passive relationship. They need to sell the cash, jewelry, and goods that they plundered in exchange for alcohol, food, fresh water, weapons, and women's comfort. This has to happen through me, but I can only wait here for them. I don't know where their ships pass or where they're going. What else? Klein asked calmly. His reply just now was mainly to scare White Shark. As for having revenge sought on him by the pirates, he wasn't worried at all. As a faceless, he might as well find a place to drown himself at the bottom of the sea if they could find him so easily. And, White Shark Hamilton's throat moved, without immediately giving an affirmative or negative description. He tightly closed his mouth and looked at the gentleman in the half-top hat. The gentleman's eyes were calm and reserved, as though madness was brewing within him. The uneasy silence was like the calm sea surface before a storm, gently resounding, colliding, and fermenting. Finally, Hamilton shifted his gaze away and placed his hand on the desk in frustration. Yes, I'm still gathering information for them. If there's any urgent information, I'll use the radio transceiver they gave me to alert them. White Shark didn't dare to take the risk and was afraid that the man possessed unique Beyonder powers that could determine if he was speaking the truth or if he was saying the whole truth. Radio transceiver. Klein, who had succeeded in laying his bets, sharply caught onto a noun. That's what they call it when speaking to me. It's like a telegram, but it doesn't require a wire. Hamilton turned and walked over to the gray safe and squatted down. A wireless telegraph. The pirates possess such advanced technology. Klein could vaguely guess what the radio transceiver was. He had previously thought of inventing something like this, but when he flipped through relevant magazines, he realized that wireless telegrams had long since appeared. However, it hadn't found its place in the commercial world. The Berserk Sea, which separated the northern and southern continents with its constant thunder and lightning, the chaotic magnetic field, and violent storms, made only a few sea routes accessible. Even if one was equipped with wireless telegraphs, they were almost useless. Similarly, the weather in the Fog Sea and the Sonia Sea had changed drastically, and there were a number of factors that affected electromagnetic transmission. The use of wireless telegrams had been severely restricted. Could it be that there's an enhanced model that can solve some of those problems? Klein watched as White Shark pried open the floor plank in front of the safe and twisted a mechanism to reveal a secret door in the wall. Behind the secret door was a hidden cabinet with 3 levels. On the top level were some documents and bills, a revolver, a new type of half-arm gun, and other weapons, while the bottom layer was filled with complicated black machinery. With just a glance, Klein deduced from his previous life's impression and the information he had gathered previously, that the mechanical construct belonged to a radio transceiver. That's what they call it. It's called a radio transceiver. The news it transmits can be received by similar items as far as the Rorstad archipelago. Any further and it'll depend on the weather and one's luck. Usually, it's very troublesome and limited. Hamilton didn't know much about the machine, and he was vaguely describing the corresponding situation based on his experiences using it and what he had been taught. It's better than the new radio transceivers that are now being commercialized. I wonder who invented it. Klein quietly listened and asked, who are they? He made himself look like a bounty hunter who didn't understand technology. White Shark Hamilton wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said, Silver Coin Viper Oder, who claims to serve the owner of the Dawn, as well as the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Old Quinn. They appeared together, and I can't be certain if they're working together. Of course, Oder has always only made claims. The owner of the Dawn, that queen mystic. Klein looked away, a gold coin appearing in his hand. The gold coin kept weaving between his fingers before finally leaping into the air and landing. It left White Shark puzzled as he trembled in fear and trepidation. Lowering his head to take a glance, Klein slowly stood up. At this moment, he suddenly asked, who gave you the potion? Oh, Old Quinn. Hamilton hesitated but still chose to answer honestly. Klein nodded and no longer asked. He turned and walked towards the door. Thud. The wooden door opened and closed. The figure wearing a black coat disappeared from White Shark's room. Hamilton held his breath, waited for more than 10 seconds, and finally let out a long sigh. He quickly wiped the sweat from his face, placed the radio receiver on the desk, flipped through a codebook, and hurriedly sent a telegram into the distance. I was targeted by an unfamiliar fellow. Beside the completely engrossed Hamilton, Klein had his hands in his pockets as he quietly watched, taking in the entire frequency spectrum and the passcodes. His departure just now was just a large-scale magic show, more than enough to deal with a low-sequence meander like White Shark's sailor pathway. As for the question of whether or not he would be able to remember the details later, a seer didn't need to worry over it. A dream divination was enough to recall everything. Admiral of Blood and his men enjoy killing and love blood. They're passionate about enacting violence against women. Every time they rob a passenger ship, they would always cause a tragedy. This is public information known by everyone, and they themselves were proud of it. They're never stingy with their proclamations, the target of the hunt and the risk involved. I'll give priority to them. Klein thought for a moment and then prepared to leave the room while Hamilton tidied and put away the radio transceiver. He didn't plan on dealing with White Shark for the time being, as he was afraid of disturbing the real prey. Anyways, this kind of fellow who was on land with a fixed territory could be easily dealt with in a letter later since he had dirt on him. Klein's soundless footsteps caused the door to slowly open and then quietly close, bringing in a slight cool breeze. Chapter 501, Bait. After sending out the telegram and cleaning up the desk, White Shark Hamilton relaxed completely. He was finally in the mood and had the ability to think about the details of what had happened to him. The first question that popped into his mind was, what about the bouncers outside? He propped himself up with both hands and walked heavily to the door. When he opened it to take a look, he found that several of his men were standing there unsteadily, telling each other jokes involving women. Hamilton's anger rushed to his head, but he soon calmed down. The muscles on his face twitched slightly as he pounded on the open door. The bouncers were startled and instinctively turned to look at the door. Boss. Seeing who was making the sound, they hurriedly stood there and stammered. White Shark took a deep breath and asked, "Did you see anyone enter my room?" "Yes, Lardero." He said that there was a situation downstairs. The bouncers were confused by the question. "Boss, you were the one who let him in." As soon as they finished talking, they suddenly thought of other explanations and asked, "Boss, was something inside stolen?" Hamilton's expression sank, and he shook his head. "Don't doze off." Thud. He drew back and closed the door, leaving the few bouncers puzzled as they exchanged looks, suspecting that their boss was drunk. In the room, the tall and fat Hamilton frowned and started pacing back and forth. Lardero, Lardero, they saw Lardero, that guy, can he change into someone else's appearance? As a collaborator who helped pirates sell their loot and gather intelligence, White Shark Hamilton was no stranger to all sorts of sea rumors. The first thing he thought of was the former pirate Admiral Kilangos, who was said to be capable of turning into anyone. However, he quickly made more connections. It might not be this mystical ability. If it's really close to the description in the rumors, illusions, cues, and mental manipulation can all do similar things. There's something amiss. That fellow appeared refined and gentle on the outside, but he's inwardly mad and has terrifying strength. With the character he showcased, he should have knocked unconscious or killed anyone who had seen him, before strolling to the door and very politely knocking on the door. If it's to avoid creating a huge commotion so as to not leave behind too much information or exposing secrets related to his sequence, then he could have used a more covert method, like climbing through the window. Very contradictory. There's only one explanation for this contradiction. He was putting on an act. Was he disguising his personality or disguising his strength? Or both? When he thought of this, Hamilton suddenly stopped and put all the details together. That guy is a novice. His madness is a disguise. His strength is demonstrated by relying on some mystical item. Yes, that must be it. This can explain the contradictions. He didn't climb up the walls and enter through the window, because he's a low-sequence meander, and he isn't good in such aspects. The focus of his mystical item isn't in this domain. In order to successfully enter my room, he was willing to lower his head and address me as boss, because he was purely relying on the mystical item. He wasn't too confident about himself and doesn't have enough pride in madness. He acted like a madman so as to match the mystical item's effects of generating horror in others. He created pressure to ask for information. This can also perfectly explain why he left just like that. The reason why he came to find me is because he obtained such a powerful mystical item. With his elevated ambition, he wants to capture and kill some pirates to make a fortune. Once he knew that I'm serving Silver Coin Viper Oder, an Admiral of Blood's intelligence officer, Old Quinn, to the point of being involved with the Queen Mystic, he got scared and fearful, so he chose to leave after acting perfunctorily. He didn't dare to kill anyone. The more Hamilton thought, the closer he felt to the truth. He hurriedly set up the radio transceiver again and flipped through the passcodes and added a telegram to concisely describe his theories. He didn't believe that he was being targeted by a hunter, because everything that had happened was a result of the inflated ambition of a young man who simply had a fortuitous encounter. He also gave the corresponding characteristics of the target. Blonde, blue eyes, not crazy, and even a little timid. Possesses a rather mystical item that might allow one to change their appearance and create illusions. In consideration of the sense of horror, the latter is more likely to be true. He's just a novice who doesn't have much experience. He specializes in mimicking a powerful aura with the help of the item. He knows a thing or two about me, and he doesn't look like an outsider who's here in Demir Harbor for the first time. Tap, tap, tap. Hamilton stopped his finger and leaned back in satisfaction, his chair creaking under his weight. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, as though he had already seen the ending of that bastard from just now. It wouldn't end well for a fellow with a very low sequence despite possessing a powerful mystical item at sea. Many greedy sharks would rush towards him. When the time comes, I'll no longer have to worry about my problems being exposed. Under the night sky, the harbor was rather quiet. After leaving the Flying Fish and Wine, Klein made a detour in the distance. He first walked quickly before moving slowly, his pace gradually turning into a stroll. When he was sure that no one was following him, he turned his face back to Gehrman Sparrow as he passed through the shadows. He stuffed the hem of his shirt into his trousers. He adjusted his sideburns and took out his gold-rimmed glasses, placing them on the bridge of his nose. It gave him a coldness despite his refined appearance. He began to rely on the stars to find his way back to the white agate. As he walked, he let out a soft chuckle. Amidst the cold wind, he leisurely thought, I hope White Shark isn't that foolish and is able to see the flaws I left behind. The persona he had set up tonight was of a new adventurer who lacked experience and made mistakes. And this person, on the other hand, knew a lot about Demir Harbor and White Shark. He had a tempting mystical item on him which had messed with his mind, making him a little crazy deep down. Klein's initial idea was that pirates would wander around the ocean, and even the Navy would have a hard time finding them. If he could get more accurate information from White Shark, he could of course go straight to them. If that didn't work, his identity could be used as a bait to lure some knowledgeable pirates to a predetermined location to complete the initial hunt. When it was discovered that White Shark could contact Old Quinn, the intelligence officer of Admiral of Blood, Klein's plan was completed. His acquisition of the passcodes and the frequency spectrum had allowed him to monitor the corresponding situation and grasp the target's movement. Then, by interfering with the divination of others, he could, at the most appropriate time, use the combination of having a powerful mystical item and being a weak adventurer as bait, to catch a number of big fish. Now, the problem I have is that I don't have the equipment to monitor their communications. It's basically impossible to buy it at sea. I'll have to use the world's identity to get Miss Justice or Miss Magician to buy one in Backland. I'll receive the delivery via a sacrificial ritual. This is the advantage of the Tarot Club. With this in mind, Klein sighed. Seeing the white agate in sight, he quickened his pace a little and found that Donna's family and Cleves were returning from another street. Cleves greeted him by nodding his head. Just like when they officially met, he said in a low voice, I heard there was trouble at Flying Fish and Wine. Very well informed and rather familiar with Demir Harbor, Klein smiled and replied, I only taught 2 cheats a lesson. Cleves's brows twitched slightly, suddenly feeling that his impression of Gehrman Sparrow was a little wrong. After his previous observation and interaction, he felt that, although this young adventurer was a bit sharp, a bit reserved, and a bit cold, he could still be considered someone who smiled, was polite, and knew when to advance or retreat. But now, he was a bit uncertain. He felt that there might be a hidden flame of madness hidden in the recesses of his heart. At this moment, Donna's father interrupted, Mr. Cleves, who is this? A colleague, Gehrman Sparrow, Cleves introduced in a very simple manner. With a polite smile, Klein extended his right palm. It's my honor to meet you. In the future, if you need anyone, and if you can't find Cleves and the others, you can consider me. No problem. I hope you're as strong and professional as them. Donna's father shook hands with Klein with apparent warmth and introduced himself, D. Branch, Klein had just released his grip on the box when his spiritual perception was triggered. He felt that there was something strange inside the gift boxes the branch servants were holding. He quietly activated his spirit vision and discovered that the gift box contained strips of cured meat. However, the surface of the cured meat had very rich colors at the red, white, and black spots. They were things from the spirit world. There's the aura of the spirit world, but they're practically harmless. This cured meat is very special. Klein was surprised. Noticing his gaze, Donna's father laughed and said, "This is a specialty of Demir Harbor. In the center of the island, there's an extinct volcano. There are a few cracks in the surrounding underground caves where a natural hot wind blows. Curing meat there allows the meat to gain a wonderful and unique flavor. It can be used as gifts for friends. Mr. Sparrow, if you wish to buy some, it's not too late." Unique flavor. The taste of the spirit world. Klein had a rough idea of what was going on. According to theories in mysticism, the spirit world completely overlapped with reality without interfering with it. One had to rely on the strength of a Beander to open up a gap, but this wasn't an absolute situation. There were places in the world, which had the spirit world being strong enough to slightly influence reality. In such regions, it was very easy for the dead to turn into water ghosts, zombies, and the like. There was also a non-trivial possibility that residences in such areas would have paranormal activity. A similar situation should have occurred in the interior of Demir Harbor's underground caves, but it's not serious and doesn't cause any abnormalities, only giving the cured meat a unique flavor. There wouldn't be any problems if one doesn't eat too much of this in one sitting. Klein responded with a smile. "I'm not interested in cured meat." Only at this moment did he finally confirm that the cured meat that the bartender had previously served him was ordinary and nothing special. At this moment, the little boy, Denton, pointed at the moon in the sky and said, "It's so very red." "Yeah," Donna nodded in agreement. "Very red." Klein looked up and saw that the red moon was no different than usual. Because a child's spirit is relatively pure, he temporarily possesses certain spirit vision powers after being tainted with the spirit world's aura from eating such cured meat. Would the children on this island be in a similar situation? Heh, this might be the source of Demir Harbor's folklore. Klein observed for a moment and found the answer. The group strolled back to the ship, moving up the gangway and arriving on the deck. Klein bade them farewell and went to the second-class cabin. Suddenly, his mind stirred and he once again activated his spirit vision. He saw the huge skeleton messenger appear in front of him and drop a letter. Chapter 502, The Scene in Azek's Memories. Klein stretched out his hand and caught the slightly heavy letter. The large skeleton messenger didn't stay, and it immediately disintegrated into a fountain of bones. One bone after another fell to the deck and disappeared, as though it didn't want to stay a second longer. With the letter firmly in his hand, Klein didn't lower his head to examine it. Instead, he instinctively turned around and looked at the wooden staircase leading to the first-class cabins. He saw Donna and Denton with their eyes wide and mouths agape, as though they wanted to scream at the sight of the scene, but everything they saw was over before they could make a sound. As a result, they even wondered if they were hallucinating. The children who eat the special cured meat in Demir Harbor gain temporary spirit vision to a certain degree. Klein's brows twitched slightly as he raised his left hand's index finger vertically and placed it against his mouth to silence the two young ones, just like he did while the Murloc hunt was happening. The already rather tall Donna immediately raised her hand and covered her mouth. She nodded in fear and excitement, indicating that she understood. When she looked diagonally down, she saw that her brother was still in a daze. She quickly grabbed his arm and pushed his hand against his mouth. Cleves and Cecile sensed that something was wrong with them. They stopped and looked at Klein, but they discovered nothing. Facing their stares, Klein calmly nodded and continued walking to his room. A gold coin had appeared in his hand without anyone realizing. It was tossed up, and it tumbled around as though it possessed life. The gold coin landed with a number facing up, indicating a negative result. This meant that the tiny episode wouldn't be detrimental to Klein. Seriously, the current messenger isn't polite at all. It's not like the previous one who would tap my shoulder or nudge my body to give an advance warning, or just convert my surroundings into a spiritual world to prevent ordinary people from seeing him. Klein lampooned as he took out his key and opened the door. He sat down on the edge of the low bed, lit a candle with only half its length remaining, and opened Mr. Azek's response letter. As he pulled out the items inside, the first one that caught his eye was the Dark Emperor card. Looking at that face which pissed him off, Klein let out a breath of relief and eased his worries. He wasn't afraid that Mr. Azek wouldn't return it to him. as he had that minimum level of trust. After all, the potion formula and corresponding rituals could be copied, and only the convergence properties of high-level materials couldn't be imitated. And since this was clearly not Isaac's pathway, nor was it one of the switchable paths available to him, so a powerhouse like him had no need for it, Klein was worried that the messenger would be robbed, losing the card of blasphemy which would help him tremendously while in his spirit-body state. This wasn't impossible. The number of strange creatures in the spirit world was hard to count, so it isn't hard to end up having a few who were good at locating messengers and robbing them. The Dark Emperor card was returned along with the copper whistle from the numinous episcopate. After temporarily putting away these two items, Klein unfolded the important letter and read Isaac's reply. That card that depicts the Dark Emperor reminds me of certain scenes. The tall as a mountain blood emperor who wore a red cape with his eyes being abnormally crazy, containing almost zero reasoning. He was on the brink of losing control. There was the true Dark Emperor who had revived. He sat on a gigantic throne, overlooking the land. When I looked up at them, I lost consciousness when the Blood Emperor looked at me. I should have, in some form, participated in the War of the Four Emperors, but the exact details still require me to recall them. Perhaps it was because of an injury from back then that caused me to lose my memories again and again as I repeatedly died and reawakened. The legend of Death's treasure trove in the Berserk Sea doesn't ring any bells. Perhaps I'll be able to sense something and be naturally attracted to it when I traveled to the southern continent by boat and pass through that sea. The experiences of the owner of that copper whistle resemble that of an Undying's ritual, but there are also clear differences. I can sense evil auras in the premonition of danger. I believe the owner of the copper whistle is in a strange and terrifying state. It's best that you don't blow that copper whistle and summon the messenger. This will bring extreme danger. We can make further attempts when I fully recover my memories and figure out what that experience really means. The feather left behind by the copper whistle's owner that you mentioned can be used in the domain of the undead. It's a unique material that's rich in spirituality. When I recall more, I'll organize the knowledge of some rituals and charms you can use with it for you. Speaking of this matter, I recall that you'd asked me about the method for ridding the mental corruption of a Beander characteristic. This will likely need more time. At the very least, I'm still a blank slate in this aspect. Also, I vaguely remember that in the southern continent, there are strange creatures called feathermen. It's best to seal that card, otherwise, it might attract powerful enemies and many disasters. I can give you some techniques. This isn't too difficult. First, an improved wall of spirituality. As expected, the card of blasphemy has a convergence effect upon activation. It's a good thing that I've left it above the gray fog in the past, according to Mr. Isaac's descriptions. He shouldn't be an amnesiac death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked up to the Blood Emperor and the Dark Emperor. It's likely that he's a son of death, participating in the War of the Four Emperors by accompanying that deity. Unfortunately, he suffered from severe injuries. As he thought, Klein produced a flame and burned the letter. Then, he tried the sealing technique and practiced what Isaac had taught him in the letter. After doing all of this, he held a ritual and brought the Dark Emperor card and the numinous episcopate's copper whistle into the mysterious space above the gray fog, eliminating all possibilities of any accidents. There was no doubt that Klein had no wish to suddenly meet the king of the Five Seas, Nast, at sea. Early in the morning, the sun rose above the horizon and dyed it golden. Klein went to the not-so-well-stocked second-class buffet cafeteria and ate 2 slices of toast with bacon and butter and drank a cup of lemon tea. After filling his stomach, he went to the deck to breathe in the fresh air and enjoy the beautiful early morning scenery. Then, he saw a drunk Captain Elland returning, his straight sword swaying. Thinking back to last night's incident, Klein came over and said without a smile, "Good morning. White Shark didn't cause you any trouble, right? He should be able to determine that I'm a passenger of the White Agate." Dressed in a dark red coat, Elland took off his ship-shaped hat and laughed. "This is his own problem. Actually, he wanted you to pay half the repair fees for the bar counter, but that isn't much. It's just a few solely. I happened to win £6 last night and gave him some extra tips, and that was the end of it. Captain, are you afraid that a crazy adventurer like me will blow the whole thing up just for the sake of face, so you ended up choosing to bear the compensation?" Klein was silent for a few seconds. Then, he turned and walked back to the bow, leaving 2 soft words, "Thank you." When Klein returned to his original position, he felt the sea breeze blowing against his face. He slowly let out a breath, feeling that it was too goddamn hard to force a persona. After enjoying the wind for a while, he was about to return to the cabin when two figures suddenly appeared beside him. They were Donna and Denton. Cecile, who was in charge of protecting them, was a few paces away. Donna had obviously not slept well last night. Her eyes were puffy, and her face was gloomy, but she was in high spirits. She was obviously imitating Klein's taking in of the scenery, but her eyes were darting around nimbly. Just as Denton, who was in a similar state as her, wanted to speak, she spoke first. "Uncle, who was that last night?" As she spoke, she looked ahead without turning her head, but her body was trembling slightly, as though she was recalling the scene she had seen. "It was a messenger. You can think of him as a postman." Klein also didn't look at the two little kids, as though he was talking about what he had for breakfast. "Messenger." Denton almost lost control of the volume of his voice. "The world is so huge, so there's bound to be some strange creatures in this world. Trust me, although this creature looks very ferocious and terrifying, it's actually very gentle and professional. It just sent me a letter on behalf of a friend who's far away," Klein explained slightly, trying to describe the 4-meter-tall messenger as pitiful, weak, and helpless. After a night of panic, and because she hadn't been harmed in any way, Donna was much calmer. Her eyes lit up as she said, "Well, that's amazing. It's like listening to a story. Very cool." Denton also expressed his opinion. Then, he puzzledly asked, "But why didn't anyone else see it?" No one had any response. "That's because your hearts are pure." Klein smiled. This was a white lie. After all, he couldn't just say that it was a problem with the special cured meat. That would only make the two curious little fellows fail to resist making attempts. This way, ignoring the fact that ingesting large amounts of it would cause one to fall ill, just randomly having spirit vision activated was a very dangerous matter. Even though Klein could now sustain the consumption of his spirit vision for a long period of time, he ultimately didn't dare keep it open. Sometimes, seeing things he shouldn't have seen could lead to madness or death. "See, can we have a messenger of our own?" Donna asked, curious and excited. "That will depend on luck," Klein answered simply. And calmly. He couldn't help but lampoon inwardly, "I don't even have a messenger of my own." In order to obtain a messenger, he had to design an accurate summoning ritual and prepare the corresponding spirit world creature contract. This was a specialized field of knowledge, and randomly doing so could easily summon something bad, so Klein didn't dare to recklessly try it. Yeah, Donna looked forward to it. Then, she said in a tiny voice, "Uncle, we'll keep this a secret for you." Beside her, Denton nodded solemnly. At this moment, a new passenger that intended to board in Demir Harbor carried his suitcase as he walked onto the deck. After sending the telegram, Blazing Danitz considered that the captain might instruct him on certain matters. So he decided to cut the holiday short and await orders at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. Through his own channels, he had obtained a ticket, put on a wig, blackened his eyebrows, and easily boarded the White Agate, waiting for the liner to blow its whistle. Sigh, as Emperor Russell said, capable people always have to do a little bit more work. As Danitz walked towards the cabin, he looked around leisurely. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young adventurer in a black coat, gentle in appearance and mad in nature. He was standing at the bow of the ship, beaming at him like a gentleman. The muscles in Danitz's face began to stiffen. Chapter 503, Hostage. Discovering a pirate who was worth 3,000 pounds board the ship in disguise, Klein immediately felt wary. He smiled to Denton and Donna who were beside him and said, "I've got a friend." He calmly walked towards the Rear Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun, locking his eyes on the other party. The smile on Blazing Danitz froze when he saw the young adventurer, with crazy blood flowing through his veins, slowly approach. He suddenly had a thought, run. Run as fast as you can. Do your best to escape. Even if I have to use Beander powers and expose my identity, I have to flee immediately. In his eyes, the reserved and stern adventurer was a genuine monster draped in human skin. Just as Danitz was about to make his move, he suddenly calmed down because he remembered what happened last night. The adventurer hadn't attacked him and had allowed him to leave. That is to say, he doesn't necessarily have the hostile intention of hunting me down. He can be reasoned with to resolve this crisis. Directly running away would only lead to conflict, thoughts ran through Blazing Danitz's mind. Relying on his rich experience, he forcefully controlled his legs and appeared to wait in place. Klein walked over, one step at a time, and smiled. "Good morning, we meet again." That gentle and courteous smile of his made Danitz shudder for some inexplicable reason. He pursed his lips and said, "Good morning." Klein maintained his persona, his expression turning cold. "What are you doing on the ship?" "Heading to the Rorstad archipelago," Blazing Danitz, who was also considered a famous pirate, answered honestly. "Why are you heading there?" Klein calmly asked. Danitz forced a smile and said, "Waiting for our captain's orders. Perhaps there will be a mission arranged for me. He's probably going to chase me off the ship. In any case, there's a potential risk to have a pirate board a ship." After he finished speaking, Danitz speculated about the possible developments. For him, this was considered a pretty good result. At most, he would waste a ticket. Klein fell silent, so silent that Danitz's hair stood on end. It was a full 5 or 6 seconds before he spoke again. "Which cabin do you live in?" "First class, room 312. Danitz raised the ticket in his hand to eye level. He didn't dare to look down for fear that the enemy would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. "Is there a servant room?" "Yes," Blazing Danitz subconsciously answered, but his heart was at a loss. He had no idea why the man was posing such a question at him. Then, he heard the man say to him in a flat tone like he was speaking to a subordinate. "You'll sleep there." "Ah, where?" "I'll be sleeping in the servant's room." "Aren't you going to chase me off the ship?" Danitz was somewhat stunned as he blurted out, "Why?" Klein glanced at him and said one word in a faint voice, "Hostage." "Hostage?" "He's worried that I'm a planted agent on the ship, making it easier for the pirate fleet to plunder the White Agate, so he plans to use me as a hostage." "That's reasonable. If it really is as he suspects, then it wouldn't stop the pirate fleet's attack even if I'm chased off the ship. It's better to hold me hostage to aid in the negotiations, dogshit. I hate this kind of arrogant, cold person who doesn't say much. They always only say a word or two, or even just an utterance, leaving me to guess the rest. If I'm really not his match, then I wouldn't even mix with such company. Why did I previously think that his temper matched my tastes? I must have been mad." Danitz gritted his teeth as he thought. "Fine." He exhaled helplessly. "To your cabin." Klein maintained the perfect German Sparrow persona. "Phew." Blazing Danitz carried his suitcase, reluctantly leading the monster draped in human skin to the cabin. They went to the upper deck and arrived at room 312. After opening the door, Klein took a quick look and found the place several times better than second class. The living room was about 30 square meters and was connected to a master bedroom and 3 servant rooms. It had a separate bathroom, a standard wardrobe, and a mahogany desk. Danitz put down his suitcase and glanced at the servant rooms. He suddenly thought of an important question. Is the master bedroom going to be left empty just like that? The moment he finished speaking, he already knew the answer. "It's mine." Klein smiled in a gentleman-like fashion. As expected, to watch over me. Danitz felt depressed. Klein paced on the carpet in the room and said while pointing to the door, "Come with me downstairs." "All right." Danitz was a little lost, unsure what the man was up to. The adventurer and famous pirate duo soon arrived at the second-class cabins and found Klein's original room. After opening the door, Klein didn't enter. He pointed inside and said to Danitz, "Tidy the things on the desk and put them in the suitcase." "What? Tidy things? You want me to help tidy things up?" Danitz was almost stunned. In a blink of an eye, he felt a surge of anger rush to the top of his head. "How can I?" Blazing Danitz, Rear Admiral Iceberg's 4th bosun, a famous pirate with a bounty of 3,000 pounds, be driven like a servant? My dignity and my reputation won't allow me to accept such humiliation. Klein gave him a cold look when he saw that Blazing Danitz was standing motionless like a petrified statue. Danitz's body suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and replied with a smile which looked worse than crying, "All right." Aggrieved, he bent over and entered the cabin that didn't have a very high ceiling, swiftly putting the items that were scattered outside into the suitcase. Without needing Klein to remind him, he placed the things in order, even more carefully than how he dealt with his own luggage. After doing all this, he carried the suitcase and followed Klein upstairs. Along the way, he always had the impulse to sneak attack the man's back, but in the end, he held back. After returning to room 312, Danitz clenched his teeth, swallowed his saliva, and said, "How should I address you?" "German Sparrow," Klein responded succinctly. "German Sparrow," Danitz ruminated over the name inwardly. Swearing that he would definitely not forget what had happened today, he vowed to let the man before him have a taste of something similar in the future. "Captain will definitely help me," he thought with anticipation. For the sake of his persona, Klein didn't choose the reclining chair. Instead, he randomly chose a hard wooden chair to sit down on. He leaned back in his chair, his body slightly hunched as he clasped his hands together, and said to Blazing Danitz, "Tell me about the famous pirates you know of." "There are a lot of them," Danitz replied, feeling somewhat stumped. He stood where he was, afraid to move, like a servant. Klein slowly curled his lips up and said, "Do it in accordance with the bounties." With that, he pointed to the chair opposite him. "Have a seat." With a sigh of relief, Danitz hurriedly sat down. He suddenly felt that the man wasn't too bad. He was at least willing to give him a seat. The white agate sailed out into the open sea and moved at a speed of 13 knots until noon. Blazing Danitz, whose mouth was going dry from all the talk, was finally permitted to stop. He took his ticket and led Klein to the first-class dining restaurant. The restaurant was decorated elegantly, with violinists playing in the corner and barriers separating the tables to ensure the privacy of one's dining environment. After walking a few steps, Klein met Donna's family and Cleves. They occupied a large table and were waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes. Uncle Sparrow. Because of their shared secret, the little boy, Denton, had changed the way he addressed him. Donna blinked, fully expressing her doubts. She clearly remembered that Uncle Sparrow lived in a second-class cabin and wasn't supposed to be in this restaurant. Klein waved his hand with a smile as a greeting, then he pointed at Danitz and said, "He's treating." "Is that so?" Donna sized up Danitz curiously, and they felt that the gentleman looked odd, especially his eyebrows, which looked extremely unnatural. Cleves put down his fork and knife, and, after 2 seconds of silence, he asked, "Your friend?" Klein chuckled and turned his head to Danitz. "What do you think the answer should be?" Danitz gritted his teeth, then he forced a smile. "Gehrman once saved me." "Yes, that's right, otherwise, I might have already been killed by him for the sake of claiming the bounty," Danitz consoled himself. Cleves looked Danitz up and down a few times and said nothing more. Passing the Donna family, Klein found a table by the window. The waiter came with great enthusiasm and handed over the menu. Charcoal steak, red wine foie gras, vegetable salad. Danitz scanned the menu and couldn't help but sigh. Ships that dock for resupplying every 2 to 3 days are better. There's plenty of fresh food. When you encounter a ship that floats on the sea for 1 to 2 weeks, you can only cycle between beer, cured meat, and various canned goods. It's so monotonous that it drives you crazy. However, the sea itself will also provide fresh food. Heh, but this requires one to have sufficient judgment. We had a sailor on our ship who once had a beautiful lobster, only to suffer diarrhea until his ass nearly. As a pirate, he had the habit of using vulgar language for descriptions, but after he looked at Gehrman Sparrow's expression, he changed his vocabulary. Suffer diarrhea until his ass nearly fell off. I have reason to suspect that there were other factors. Although your captain is a woman, there should be very few women in the crew. Furthermore, with the sailors unable to get ashore for a long period of time, they must be thirsty. Klein silently lampooned, took the menu, and drew a line according to the price. All of these, all right. The waiter's expression didn't change at all. At that moment, Klein saw Captain Elland enter the dining room and pass by, so he simply greeted him. When he looked back, he saw that Blazing Danitz was already looking out the window, as if he was watching the scenery. "The captain knows you?" Klein asked in a tone close to a statement. Danitz let out a hollow chuckle. "We fought his crew back when he was the bosun of the Wilhelm V. Besides, I'm also considered quite a famous pirate." At this point, Danitz recalled his current situation and suddenly became depressed. Hence, he changed the topic. "I've always wondered why just Elland would suddenly quit the Navy." By then, he was already an arbiter. Chapter 504. Red Skull Pirate Crew. A Beander was allowed to leave the fleet. Without Danitz's deliberate explanation, Klein easily understood why he found it strange. In a Nighthawks team, even the civilian staff would experience strict restrictions. Even a normal resignation would require them to sign a lifelong confidentiality agreement. They weren't allowed to leave the Nighthawks team's area that they originally belonged to, and once they were approved to move to another city, they had to immediately register at the local Evernight church. From such rules, it could be seen how the officials treated Beander's powers and related matters. A Beander who had drunk a potion wouldn't be able to leave their organization so easily. Klein clearly remembered that Miss Justice initially had the means and channels to become a Beander, but she didn't attempt them. The reason given was that she didn't want to lose her freedom. Similar thoughts ran through his mind, but they didn't become words, because the polite but cold Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't be interested in such rumors. "So what?" Klein looked at the tableware on the table and calmly asked. "Do you know how to make conversation?" Blazing Danitz secretly drew a breath and squeezed out a smile. Haha, I just found it strange. We all suspected that he had joined MI9, and that he was using his identity as a captain to monitor the sea routes. It's possible. Klein picked up a glass of water and took a sip. The dishes he ordered were served one by one according to their type. The restaurant even gave him 2 complimentary cups of sweet, bubbling, and light gold pre-meal wine. Klein stopped talking and concentrated on enjoying the food, feeling that it was indeed much better than the second-class dining room. The melodious tunes of a violin resonated amidst the sounds produced from the slight contact between the cutlery and plates. The blue and open sea outside the window rippled quietly, and everything seemed perfect. As Klein was about to be served dessert, a crewman came stomping in and ran to the table where Ellen was sitting. "Captain, there's a pirate ship." He didn't suppress his voice. Most of the passengers were shocked and stopped eating. Klein looked up, looking across him at Danitz with his eyes dark and cold. Blazing Danitz stiffened for a second, then he smiled bitterly. He lowered his voice and said, "If I were to say that this has nothing to do with me, will you believe me?" Klein's eyelids twitched as he slowly smiled. "Yes. You son of a bitch." Danitz was so furious that he almost cursed. He maintained his smile and said, "Your wisdom is enough to judge everything." At that moment, Ellen quickly asked about the situation. He stood up and said to the panicking first-class passengers, "There's only one pirate ship. We have enough power to deal with it. Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your rooms in an orderly manner and await the arrival of good news. Believe me, the damage caused by chaos far exceeds whatever damage those pirates can do. I don't wish to hear rumors in the future that although we, the White Agate, had succeeded in repelling the pirates, a handful of passengers had fallen and injured themselves." Under his arrangements, and with the support of the crew, Donna and the others left the dining room and returned to their own cabins, which included Klein and Blazing Danitz. "I thought you were going to temporarily take over the White Agate and try to keep it safe from harm," Danitz commented inside room 312 as he closed the door, as though he was watching a play. To be able to immediately throw out an olive branch and talk about creeds and remuneration after finding a suitable candidate showed that he was an extroverted bosun who liked to talk with others. Klein glanced at him, then went to the window, and looked out. He saw a large ship with a red skull flag fluttering as it cruised towards them. There were chimneys and sails. "Know them." Klein held his hands in his pocket and stood behind a thick glass window. Danitz walked to a spot diagonally behind him. After looking into the distance for 2 seconds, he said, "Red Skull. A small medium band of pirates. The captain is Sea Wolf Johnson with a bounty of 900 pounds. The first mate is One-Eyed Anderson with a bounty of 500 pounds. In the pirate world, a bounty was an important reference point that determined one's status and standing. Considering that he didn't have the ability to move underwater adeptly, it would be easy to have innocents die if he allowed the pirates to board the ship." Klein was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Do they know you?" "Of course." Danitz instantly straightened his back. "They're qualified to participate in distinguished gatherings between pirates. I once kicked them in the ass." As expected of a famous pirate worth 3,000 pounds, Klein's asked without a change in expression, "Do they have binoculars?" "That's an essential item. Even if a ship is placed under control, there will be sailors standing on the observation deck, using binoculars to observe the surroundings to prevent any surprise attacks," Danitz replied scornfully. He could finally tell that this dangerous fellow was a new adventurer, and it was very likely that this was his first time at sea. Was he a famous bounty hunter? A member of a secret organization? Danitz subconsciously guessed Gehrman Sparrow's past. During such times, will the captain and the first mate use their binoculars to observe us? Klein originally wanted to address them as 900 pounds and 500 pounds, but he found it a bit impolite. "Definitely, they have to keep track of their target," Danitz replied, slightly puzzled. He didn't understand Gehrman Sparrow's goal for asking such questions. From his point of view, if he had his powerful strength, he definitely would have allowed the Red Skull pirates to approach, find an opportunity to board their ship, and then eliminate everyone. Klein tilted his head and looked at Danitz before revealing a gentlemanly and warm smile. "That's good. What do you want to do?" "Don't smile like that." Danitz suddenly panicked and summoned the courage to fight back. "Take off your wig," Klein calmly ordered. "Ah." Danitz was puzzled as he slowly removed the wig from his head. Klein took out a special bottle of extract from his secret pocket and handed it over. "Wipe your eyebrows and face clean." This was a mystical, makeup removal extract he had prepared before advancing to Faceless. He had used it when attacking the Wraith from the Rose School of Thought. Although Klein no longer needed it anymore, he had been reluctant to throw it away. Danitz was even more confused. However, he was unwilling to throw himself into an irreversible situation unless he was really attacked, physically. He had no choice but to do as he was told, removing the disguise on his face and restoring his original appearance, putting away the small metal bottle. Klein opened the window and let the sea breeze pour in. "Stand here and look outside," he pointed directly behind the window and said to blazing Danitz. Danitz warily walked over in a daze and stood firmly behind the window. Klein observed for a few seconds, then he calmly said, "You have two choices. 1. Crawl out and hang there in an eye-catching manner. 2. You get held by the collar by me and hung there in an eye-catching manner. What do you want to do?" Danitz blurted out. Klein revealed his amiable smile again. "Show you to the pirates. I believe Rear Admiral Iceberg's fourth bosun holds sufficient weight to persuade them to retreat." "No, don't do that." Danitz subconsciously rejected the notion. He could imagine what the people from the Red Skull pirate crew would think when they discovered him. Either Blazing Danitz had been captured, and there was a very terrifying powerhouse on the ship, or the ship was already being targeted by Rear Admiral Iceberg, and that other pirates were to immediately keep their distance. And the way I'm hung up decides which thought they would have, Danitz thought sadly. Klein smiled even more genially. "I'm a very easy person to get along with, really, as long as you do as I tell you." At this moment, Danitz once again felt the indescribable sense of hunger. He felt as if his flesh and soul could be torn from his body at any moment. After weighing the pros and cons for a second, he half raised his hands, gritted his teeth, and smiled. "I'll do it myself." Holding back his anger and grievances, Danitz turned and climbed out of the window. Using his balance and strength from years of experience, he hung himself off the cabin with his forearm. "Don't try to escape, I'm not a patient man." Klein's face turned cold as he gently reminded. "Phew," Danitz resisted the urge to release his forearm and jump straight down. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew responsible for observing the white agate sent a message to Sea Wolf Johnson. "Boss, there's a weird guy hanging out the window over there." Johnson was stunned for a second. He raised his binoculars and placed it in front of his eyes. He quickly discovered the strange fellow who his subordinate was talking about. The man's position was simply too eye-catching. "Isn't that Blazing Danitz?" Johnson's brows twitched as he recognized the man. "How did he get on the white agate? What's the meaning of him hanging outside? This is Rear Admiral Iceberg's prey." After a series of questions, Sea Wolf came to a conclusion. He raised his right hand and said, "Everyone take note, stay far away from this area immediately." In room 305, Cleves stood by the window with the revolver gripped tightly in his hand as a precaution against the potential sea skirmish. Donna's family was a little frightened. They didn't return to their respective bedrooms, but they instead sat in the living room, waiting for the bombardment to begin. Cecile and the other bodyguard, Teague, stood guard beside them, fully alert. At this moment, a look of confusion appeared in Cleves's slightly aged eyes. After a few minutes, he took a step back, lowered his muzzle, and said to the people, "The pirates have left." "What?" This development left D Branch and the others surprised and confused. They had no idea what the pirates were thinking. Room 312. Blazing Danitz crawled back and couldn't help but give a snort. "You're borrowing my captain's reputation. She really hates these kinds of things. Just wait for Rear Admiral Iceberg to teach you a lesson." Danitz thought angrily. Klein quietly listened and asked, "I remember her reward in Lowen was 26,000 pounds. This madman." Danitz couldn't find the words to respond. Chapter 505, A Servant Worth 3,000 pounds. "Captain, the Red Skull pirates have fled." A sailor rushed into the captain's quarters. "They fled." Elland lifted his telescope and looked quizzically at the calm sea, just in time to see the Red Skull disappear into the horizon. He frowned, completely unable to understand how such a development could have occurred. From his point of view, the White Agate's armaments definitely weren't capable of scaring off the Red Skull pirates. It was guaranteed that both parties would have to circle around each other dozens of times during the skirmish and fire multiple shots in order to ensure that the other party found them a tough nut to crack. Without daring to engage in a prolonged, they would then rationally choose to retreat. Could it be that the Red Skull was just passing by and had no intention of plundering us? However, if they weren't here to plunder, why would they enter this sea route? This is the easiest place to be stopped by the naval fleet and the church's ships. Even the 4 kings and 7 admirals would still try their best to keep a low profile when they pass by the surrounding seas. Elland was filled with doubts, and he felt that things weren't that simple. Being careful keeps one away from disaster. I mustn't be carelessness. Ellen put away his yellow-brown telescope and paced back and forth. He half raised his hand and said to the navigator, "We shall dock at Bansi Harbor tonight. Report our encounter with the pirates to the Navy and the Church." According to their usual plan, the next stop for the White Agate would be the Tiana port, and it would probably take 3 days at 13 knots to reach it. From Tiana port, it would finally reach the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, the city of generosity, Byam, and there was a faster way to sail from Pritz Harbor to Byam, which was to stop only once in the middle of the voyage, at Bansi Harbor, about 120 nautical miles from Demir Harbor. The Red Skull really left. Donna's father, Erdi Branch, walked to the window and looked out into the distance. Cleves calmly nodded and said, "Yes." Just as he finished his sentence, a sailor's shout sounded from outside. "The danger has been averted. The danger has been averted." Upon receiving official confirmation, Donna and Denton finally relaxed and had the courage to approach the window and look outside. "Are the Red Skull pirates that powerful?" Donna's eyes widened as she searched for a ship that had already gone far away. "Very powerful." Cleves gave his answer. "How powerful are they?" Denton immediately pressed. On the other side, the bodyguard, Teague, straightened his hair and chuckled. "Even if we don't include the cannons and hundreds of pirates on the ship, just Captain Johnson and the first mate Anderson are extremely powerful on their own. Anderson's nickname is One-Eyed. The bounty reward for him in the kingdom is 500 pounds. All of us in this room added together with the help of a few sailors, might be able to defeat him in battle. As for Johnson, who's nicknamed Sea Wolf, he can easily finish such an opponent. If he were to board the ship, no one would be able to stop him. His bounty is worth 900 pounds, nearly 1,000 pounds. Is that a lot?" Donna was surprised at the potency of Sea Wolf and One-Eyed, as well as their bounty. In her memory, her father earned a total of 1,500 a year. "A lot. This is a reward that their heads could directly be exchanged for. The items they have on them and the things they've plundered will also belong to you. The kingdom will buy it at the market price, and you will still have the chance to obtain the bounties from other countries," Cecile explained. "On the sea, pirates with a bounty of more than 300 pounds are rather powerful. For those who are close to or above 1,000 pounds, they'll be rather famous in the sea they plow. And I mean, vast sea expanses like the Sonia Sea or the Fog Sea. Therefore, the 4 kings and 7 admirals are considered famous throughout the 5 seas." Donna innocently asked. Cleves replied seriously, "Yes. In that case, are the Red Skull pirates very famous in the entire Sonia Sea?" Donna asked with concise logic. "Yes." Teague nodded. "But why did they flee?" Donna blinked. It might not have been them fleeing. Cecile didn't know the reason either. Cleves looked out the window again as he knitted his brows. "Maybe there's another reason. Maybe they had no plans to plunder us at all. They just came across us." "Other reasons?" Donna suddenly had a guess. Could it be Uncle Sparrow's tall as a house, gentle messenger that scared them away? "Yeah, it's really scary." Donna's mind bubbled like boiling water. She turned her head excitedly and looked down to realize her brother's eyes were shining as well. The two of them pursed their lips and immediately realized that their thoughts were the same. "Let's go out and get some air on this level." Donna found a reason to drag her brother out of room 305. Outside, Denton said in a suppressed voice, "Are we going to find Uncle Sparrow?" "Exactly." Donna smiled with a spirited look. "I saw him enter room 312. Inside room 312, Blazing Danitz, who no longer mentioned Rear Admiral Iceberg, looked at the Red Skull which had turned its bow around and tsked with laughter. They must have been frightened by the declaration of the Navy's cannons and the news that a pirate crew had been destroyed recently. They actually took the risk of raiding this sea route in order to earn enough money before leaving the sea. Hey, so what if there are giant ship cannons? The Navy and the Church have a lot of powerful things, and they've always existed. But never have they made it impossible for us to continue being pirates. We can't beat them head on, but we can always escape, right? They can't possibly stay with the merchant ships forever, can they? I know, the ironclad warship is getting bigger and bigger, and the steam engine installed in it will also become stronger. One day, the speed will break through 18 knots, 20 knots, and once they're on your tail, one can only wait to be caught. However, the sea is so vast. Tens of thousands of ships can't even fill a corner even if they were all thrown there. There are also a lot of unexplored areas at sea. One can hide in those places after doing something. Although it's dangerous, there are still opportunities. This fellow is indeed the talkative type. Don't you think that a crazy adventurer wouldn't care about these things? Klein looked away and scanned the room. His gaze finally fell on his leather suitcase. He then raised his chin and said, "Wash the dirty clothes inside." The expression on the garrulous Demonesses' face froze. He yearned to burn the entire ship down. He felt that his anger was like gushing steam that had lifted the gate of reason. Demonesses opened his mouth and took a breath before repeating it again. His flushed face softened as he asked without a smile on his face, "Is that all?" "Only the dirty ones. The coat just needs to be brushed." Klein was almost amused by the man's show of anger, and he felt that this was what Demonesses deserved from robbing the innocent. The clothes in his suitcase were the ones he changed out of last night after a shower. As he felt a little lazy, he had only washed his underwear. "Calm down, don't lose control. Calm down, don't lose control." After admonishing himself several times, Demonesses walked over to German Sparrow's suitcase, opened it, and took out the clothes that needed cleaning. Just as he was getting busy in the bathroom, he heard the doorbell jingle. Klein opened the door to find Donna and Denton. "Uncle Sparrow, I hope I didn't disturb you." Donna's eyes darted left and right. "No." Klein stepped aside. The two little fellows entered the room and were surprised to see Demonesses doing the laundry. "Where are the servants?" Denton asked subconsciously. "Didn't bring them along," Klein answered for Demonesses. Donna asked, in apparent confusion, "But there are laundry maids attached to first-class cabins. They're charged by the barrel." Before she could finish, Demonesses froze. He had been so angry that he had forgotten about it. Demonesses shook the water from his hand, turned, and forced a smile at German Sparrow. "Can I hire the laundry maid for help?" Klein didn't insist on seeing the pirate make a fool of himself, so he smiled and said, "I only care about the results." Phew. Demonesses heaved a sigh of relief. Their back and forth question and answer exchange made Donna realize that something was wrong. The young lady asked in suspicion, "Uncle Sparrow, aren't you two friends? Why does he look different from before?" Klein found a chair and sat down. Without hiding anything, he calmly said, "To be exact, he's my prisoner of war." Prisoner of war? Denton looked around in a daze, not remembering when the two uncles had a conflict. At first, Donna was puzzled, but then her heart skipped a beat. She cheerfully asked, is he a pirate?" "Yeah." Klein nodded gently. "The Red Skull pirates were also scared off by you, Uncle Sparrow." Donna pressed in excitement. Klein shot a glance at Demonesses and replied without an expression, "In a way." Having all her questions answered, Donna felt abnormally pleased. She glanced at Demonesses and unknowingly lowered her voice. "Uncle Sparrow, does he have a name?" "No." "Does he have a bounty on him?" "No." "I mustn't let anyone know of what happened to me." Demonesses opened his mouth in a bid to answer before Klein. "I'm Sieg." At this moment, Klein said with a fleeting voice, "Demonesses." "Demonesses." Donna and Denton looked at each other without asking any more questions. The siblings didn't stay long and soon took their leave. They kept feeling that the pirate's eyes were fierce. When they returned to room 305, they saw that her father and Uncle Cleves were still in the midst of their discussion. Donna deliberately interjected innocently with a question. "A lot of people were talking about pirates just now. Someone mentioned Demonesses. Is he very powerful?" "Demonesses? Blazing Demonesses. He's Rear Admiral Iceberg's subordinate, the fourth bosun of the Golden Dream," Cleves answered simply. Upon saying this, he suddenly turned silent as he retracted his gaze, seemingly in recall. "A pirate admiral's subordinate?" Donna pressed out of curiously, "How much is his bounty?" Cleves returned to normal and said in a deep voice, 3,000 pounds. 3,000 pounds. Donna and Denton opened their mouths, little by little, almost forgetting to close them. The captain of the Red Skull Pirates only has a bounty of 900 pounds, but the man who looks like a servant is worth 3,000 pounds. The siblings looked at each other, unable to utter a single word. At 6 p.m., the White Agate entered a harbor again. Bansi Harbor. Elland is very cautious. Demonesses stood by the window, looking out at the darkened harbor and the tall lighthouse. Without waiting for Klein's response, he laughed and said, "It seems like there are some nasty legends here." Chapter 506. The Weather Museum. Klein already had a basic understanding of Demonesses' character, so he didn't take the initiative to ask about the legends. He continued sitting in his chair and calmly looked at him. Demonesses, who hadn't been interrupted, shook his head. Legend has it that 300 years ago, when the Loan army first occupied this island, more than 500 soldiers mysteriously disappeared after a fog. Not long after that, a lot of bones appeared by the beach. and on the mountain, and similar incidents happened several times. This continued until the Church of Storms built a cathedral here and sent a bishop. Although historians accredited the official start of the colonial era to when Russell sent a fleet to find a safe route to the southern continent, in reality, for a long period of time before that, the countries of the northern continent had explored the surrounding seas and gradually colonized a few islands. The only difference was that these operations weren't systematic or wide-scale enough. Disappearing mysterious in the fog, bones appearing by the beach and on the mountains, Klein thought of the forsaken land of the gods for some baffling reason. According to Little Sun's description, there was no sun there, with only lightning in the night. Furthermore, when humans were surrounded by darkness without a sliver of light, they would encounter strange or terrifying events. Looking at the lighthouse that stood out in the setting sun, Demonesses continued, and according to the tombs and murals excavated on the island, the natives here seem to have a tradition of cannibalism. This island experiences intense weather changes, making it often encounter earthquakes, storms, and heavy fog. Thus, the natives experience disasters time and time again. In order to survive, they began worshipping a god of weather they created for themselves. Every year, they would hold 4 rituals. The rituals involve killing chosen worshippers as they shared in the blood and flesh before burying the worshippers' heads in the sacrificial altar. However, a similar tradition has long since been replaced by the storm's sacrificial ritual, and the original language of the natives has also disappeared. God of Weather, a conquered island that had once retained the tradition of live sacrifices, Klein made his preliminary judgment. Demonesses retracted his gaze and casually said, "Because of these legends, there are 2 unique customs in Bansi Harbor. One is to close the door tightly on nights with heavy fog or huge changes in weather. They don't head out or respond to any knocking. The other is that they love the blood of all kinds of animals and have learned from migrating elves to add salt, solidifying the blood into strange lumps which are tender and fragrant when matched with the acrid condiments native to this land." Isn't that blood cake? Klein was stunned for a second, his eyebrows furrowing in puzzlement. Elves. According to the stereotypes he had formed in his previous life, elves were supposed to be elegant vegetarians. How could they research the correct method for eating blood, as well as the 100 methods involved in making blood cakes? That's right, rumor has it that many elves like solidified blood. Demonesses spread out his hands in response. Unfortunately, it's already very difficult to find such creatures who have good culinary skills. Little Sun previously mentioned that the ancient god of the elves, Elf King, Sinaithrum, wielded the authority of the storm. In that case, the elves should be a race equivalent to Beyonders of the Sailor Pathway. So it's not inconceivable that elves enjoy blood-related food. Perhaps, they even possess the attribute of being irritable as well. That's quite a scene to behold. Klein's thoughts raced, and he gradually turned his attention to blood cakes. It's been a while since I ate that. He suddenly had the urge to alight from the ship and taste the delicacy. At this moment, Demonesses took the initiative to suggest. "There's a green lemon restaurant here that's very famous. Pig blood is especially delicious. Do you want to try it out?" He kept having the feeling that being alone in the same room with German Sparrow was very dangerous. He was worried that this monster in human skin would suddenly go crazy. He should be more restrained in places with more people. "Holy Lord of Storms, I hope this trip comes to an end as soon as possible." Demonesses prayed without confidence. As a pirate, he also believed in the Lord of Storms, but he didn't have enough respect for the church. After hearing Blazing's suggestion, Klein, who already had such intentions, was immediately moved. However, the legends and customs Demonesses had told him have made him feel a little uncomfortable. Thus, he took out a gold coin and performed a divination right in front of Demonesses. The result was that there were no dormant dangers in Bansi Harbor for him. Klein looked at the gold coin in his hand without moving his eyes away for a few seconds. He still felt uneasy. As Demonesses watched this scene, he suddenly understood that this monster in front of him was skilled in divination. Even if I were to secretly flee, it would still be very easy for him to find me. Blazing felt a wave of depression as a faint sadness welled up in his heart. He had just recovered from his disconsolate mood when Klein suddenly stood up and walked over to the washroom. Before closing the door, Klein expressionlessly turned his head around and said, "You can use this opportunity to escape." With that, Klein slammed the washroom's door. Demonesses spread his hands open and clenched them tightly, took 2 steps towards the door before coming to a halt. The unknown was the scariest. He didn't dare take the risk of creating conflict before he had any clear understanding of German Sparrow's Beyonder powers. At least he's kind enough to me and hasn't actually hurt me. he'll likely let me go when we get to buy him. Demonesses' hopes of him getting lucky had taken hold of his mind. In the washroom, Klein pulled out a paper figurine, disguised it, and took 4 steps counterclockwise to head above the gray fog. He sat down at the end of the long bronze table, removed the pendulum from his left wrist, and wrote the corresponding divination statement, "There is danger dormant in Bansi Harbor." He hung his spirit pendulum and adjusted his posture. After muttering a few times, Klein opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant rotating clockwise. Furthermore, it was with a high amplitude and frequency. This meant that for Klein, there was a great danger lurking in Bansi Harbor. How could this be? This place was colonized by the kingdom for more than 300 years, and it has become an important port on the main trading route for over 100 years. There have never been any rumors of danger being spread. Could it be that several powerful pirates are cooperating to sack this port? No, those cannons defending the port aren't for show. Klein frowned, performing another divination on whether he would encounter any pirate-related mishaps, but the answer was no. He fell silent for a few seconds, then he allowed his spirituality to envelop his body before plummeting through the gray fog. Returning to the real world, Klein pressed the mechanical button on the toilet, put away the paper figurine double, and went to the nearby washing basin to wet his hands with water. In this short period of time, he quickly sorted out his thoughts and decided to do his best to hide. His priority was to stay safe. Pulling out a tissue and wiping his hands, Klein opened the door and saw that Demonesses was still standing in the middle of the living room. A pirate who's cautious to the point of being a little cowardly. In a sense, Rear Admiral Iceberg's subordinates are all adventurers who are part-time pirates. Klein looked at him and calmly said, "To the first-class dining room." All right. Demonesses didn't understand why Gehrman Sparrow had suddenly changed his mind, but in the end, he chose to not raise any disputes. Walking down the gangway, Cleves suddenly said to Donna and the others, "Head to the Green Lemon restaurant first. I have some matters to do with Captain Elland. I'll join you soon." All right. Although R.D. Branch was surprised, he wasn't too puzzled. Cleves was halfway aboard the ship when he met Elland with his straight sword at his waist. "I'm going to visit Gehrman Sparrow." Cleves turned around for the first-class cabins after saying that. Elland was momentarily dazed, unable to understand his out-of-the-blue intentions. "There's no need to inform me that you're visiting Gehrman Sparrow." Elland was startled for 2 seconds before he vaguely grasped the true meaning behind Cleves's words. "He's telling me so that if anything happens to him, it would be because of his visit to Gehrman Sparrow, but if nothing happens to him, it means that his suspicions were incorrect and there's no need to further disturb Gehrman Sparrow any further." Elland stopped in his footsteps and said to the first mate beside him, "Wait 15 minutes." Klein and Demonesses, who were on their way out, heard a rhythmic knock on the door. Demonesses, who received a signal, hurried over and opened the door. It was Cleves outside. He looked at Demonesses, who had disguised himself again, before turning to Klein and said, "Blazing Demonesses." At lunchtime, he had found Gehrman Sparrow's friend somewhat odd and familiar, but he hadn't connected the face to the picture on the bounty notice. It was only when Donna mentioned Demonesses that the inspiration struck him, making him realize that the two were very similar. As expected, Klein was about to nod and answer when Demonesses said with a laugh, "My friend, you have the wrong person. Although I look like the famous pirate who's worth 3,000 pounds, I'm really not him. People have always had misunderstandings, bringing me a great deal of trouble." Klein raised his hand and covered his mouth. He almost laughed out loud and destroyed his persona. He restrained his expression and calmly replied, "Yes. Sigh, my reputation." Demonesses stretched his neck and looked at the ceiling. "What are the two of you planning?" Cleves drew in a silent breath and asked directly. Klein jerked his chin towards Demonesses. "Watching over him." Watching over. Cleves couldn't understand Gehrman Sparrow's words. "Sir, you must learn to make associations by yourself. Learn to infer on your own. You can't have me explain in detail. That doesn't match my persona." Confronted with the doubtful look in Cleves's eyes, Klein casually said, "He boarded at Demir Harbor and I recognized him, so I decided to watch over him to prevent any accidents." After looking at Klein for a few seconds, Cleves nodded his head and said, "Will you be fine? Do you need any help?" "No," Klein replied quietly. Cleves glanced at the depressed Demonesses and took a step back. "Then, I'll take my leave." Just as he was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Gehrman Sparrow. He heard the mysterious young adventurer say, with some solemnity, "Return to the ship as soon as possible. There is danger dormant in Bansi Harbor." In the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna had just laid out her napkin when she saw through the window that Uncle Cleves had arrived hurriedly downstairs. At this moment, the weather in the port suddenly changed. Strong gales rose up from all directions, causing the trees to sway back and forth. As expected of Bansi Harbor, the Weather Museum, Donna studied the outside scenery with interest. She saw a man in a black cloak trudging through the wind with a lantern in his hand. Seemingly sensing that he was being watched, that person turned his body sideways and looked up at the second floor of the restaurant. Then, Donna discerned his appearance and saw that the area where the person's head was supposed to be was empty inside the black cloak. There was only a bare neck with bright red blood spewing out of it. The person slunk his body back down, pulled at his cloak before continuing forward. Chapter 507, Bansi Harbor in the Wind. Donna jerked back, her pupils constricting, her mouth half open as her scream reached her lips. If she hadn't seen the messenger before, then she would have long lost control of herself and staggered to her feet in terror, unconcerned whether she would flip over the tables or chairs. Fortunately, she was no longer the young lady who was completely ignorant of the matters of the sea when she first boarded the White Agate. Her voice had only become slightly sharper as she pointed outside the window and stammered, "There's a zombie." A headless zombie. She used the most commonly seen zombie in folklore to describe the terrifying thing she had just seen. Cecile shot to her feet and rushed to Donna's side. She looked curiously out of the window where the raging wind was blowing and observed for a few seconds. "There's nothing," she said truthfully. Donna shrank back, mustered her courage, and cautiously leaned forward only to see the trees outside swaying, with random clutter flying everywhere. There wasn't a single pedestrian. There really was someone there. He was wearing a black cloak, and he had no head. His neck was bleeding, Donna said while gesturing in an attempt to convince the adults in the room. Her father, D. Branch, propped himself up from the table, went to the window, and looked out for a moment. "Donna, you aren't allowed to read that, Fonce's Horror Stories Anthology, anymore tonight." But Donna felt aggrieved and wanted to defend herself. At this moment, Cleves came up to the second floor and approached, asking, "What happened?" Donna said she saw a zombie, a headless zombie. The other bodyguard, Teague, explained with a chuckle. Cleves was silent for 2 seconds, then he nodded at Donna. "It's okay, this shall pass. The wind outside is very strong and dangerous. We'll leave when things calm down." In the eyes of Donna, Uncle Cleves's words indicated that he believed her and had chosen the safest solution. But in the eyes of Teague, and the others, this was merely a clumsy tactic to comfort a child. Seeing that Donna was still a little nervous and that his real employer wasn't too satisfied, Cleves pulled out a chair and sat down as he calmly said, "There's a strange tradition in Bansi Harbor. They don't leave the buildings or respond to any knocks on the door when the weather turns stormy at night. If you open the door, will you be taken away by the zombie?" Denton suddenly asked in enlightenment, having seen the messenger with his sister. "You can think of it that way." Cleves picked up a glass of water and took a sip. "So that's how it is." Donna calmed down, believing that she wouldn't encounter that horrible zombie as long as she didn't leave the restaurant. It was only then that she noticed that the surrounding customers had all cast their gazes over due to the commotion. Being stared at by so many people, Donna felt uncomfortable from head to toe. She instinctively wanted to lower her head to avoid everything. "I didn't do anything wrong. I really saw it." Donna obstinately straightened her neck and looked around. She saw the gentlemen in tailcoats and the ladies in their beautiful dresses retract their gazes. She saw them lower their heads, pick up their spoons, and scoop the dark red blood blocks in their bowls to stuff into their mouths. Their lips were stained with a tinge of red. Their faces appeared pale under the light of the crystal chandelier. The contrast between the two made Donna feel an inexplicable sense of fear. She turned her head back and waited for dinner, secretly praying to the goddess that the gale would cease as soon as possible. Bansi Harbor Telegraph Office. As soon as Ellen and his first mate finished sending their report to the Navy, they realized that the wind outside was howling and that the nearby doors and windows were rattling. "Really, the weather here is always so unstable." Ellen put on his boat-shaped hat and sighed with a laugh. His first mate, Harris, laughed out loud. "Otherwise, how could they call themselves the Weather Museum? It's best if you don't head out. Legends say that you'll lose your head because of that." The telegraph office's staff, a young lady with curly brown hair, reminded them in a slow voice. "I know, but I've tried a few times and nothing happened." Without a care, Harris opened the door to leave. Ellen stopped him and thought for a moment. "Will it be okay to go to the cathedral next door? Your telegraph office will be closing, right?" No problem. The lady with the curly brown hair was still as slow as ever. Ellen nodded, opened the telegraph office's door, and trudged toward the Storm Cathedral, dozens of meters away, against the gusts of wind that seemed to be capable of sweeping away a child. First Mate Harris, who was holding onto his hat, followed the captain as if to express his desire to rush directly back to the white agate. However, the moment he opened his mouth, strong gales gushed into his mouth and his whole voice was miserably stuffed back into his mouth. After croaking for a while, he wisely shut his mouth and stopped making obviously unrealistic proposals. It was still 15 minutes to 7, and even in the evening, the main doors of the Storm Cathedral were still open for its congregation. The gale weakened significantly when it reached the area. At the very least, Ellen and Harris no longer had to worry about their hats abandoning them. Upon entering the cathedral, they walked down the dark and solemn aisle. They stepped into the prayer hall and saw a man in a dark blue priest robe sitting in the front pew. He was quietly gazing at the huge storm sacred emblem, made up of the symbols of the wind, waves, and lightning, on the altar. Ellen smiled as he moved closer, patting the familiar figure on the shoulder. "Jace, where's your bishop?" With that pat, the priest's head wobbled. Then, it fell forward, and with a loud thud, it fell to the ground, continuously rolling about. Blood gushed out of the priest's neck like a fountain, soaking Ellen's face. A cold and damp feeling reached his heart, and Ellen's eyes were blinded with a rich red color. All that was left in his line of sight was a world of blood, as well as a head that had finally stopped rolling and was staring upwards with a glazed look in its eyes. At 7:15 p.m., Klein and Danitz, who came out of the first-class restaurant, noticed that the wind which had been shaking the boat had calmed down considerably. After thinking for 2 seconds, Klein walked all the way to the entrance of the cabin and asked the crew, "Who else isn't back?" The crew member had seen this passenger enjoy the delicious Murloc meat with the captain, so he didn't hide anything as he said, "Other than the Branch family and the Timothy family at the Green Lemon restaurant, all the other passengers have returned before the gale started." "Heh, that place is quite far away, and it also takes quite a long time to dine there." "Oh right, Captain and First Mate went to the telegraph office, but they haven't returned yet." Klein nodded indiscernibly and returned to room 312 in silence. He stood by the window, looking at the waves that were stirred by the wind. Even without using the mysterious space above the gray fog to divine, his own spiritual intuition made him vaguely sense that something bad was brewing and happening. After waiting another 5 minutes, he still didn't see Captain Ellen and Donna's family return. Klein glanced sideways at Danitz, making the famous pirate slouching in the reclining chair sit up straight. Klein looked away, said nothing, and went into the washroom. He closed the door behind him, took out the paper figurine, disguised himself, and went above the gray fog, ready to make another divination. Before, he had considered the potential risks of Bansi Harbor, but now, after the wind had picked up, he intended to confirm the current level of danger. Bansi Harbor is dangerous. Klein held the spirit pendulum and began to recite the statement in a low voice. After repeating this over and over again, he opened his eyes and discovered that, although the topaz pendant was rotating clockwise, it wasn't spinning at a fast frequency or with large amplitudes. "There's danger, but it's within acceptable limits. This is in contradiction to the revelation from before," Klein whispered to himself as he leaned his elbows on the edge of the long bronze table. He quickly thought of one possibility, and that was that the current danger wasn't equal to the dormant danger. Only by triggering something or investigating it thoroughly would the iceberg hidden beneath the sea appear. This dormant danger might have existed for 300 or 400 years, or perhaps even longer, and not because of my arrival. The current danger might even have nothing to do with the dormant danger. It's a pity that I don't have the necessary information to make a divination based on this conjecture. After interpreting, Klein quickly returned to the real world, left the washroom, and found a chair to sit on. He was silent, hesitant, and didn't move for a long time, which made Blazing Danitz feel strangely uneasy. Ever since Gehrman Sparrow mentioned that there was danger lurking in Bansi Harbor, this infamous pirate had been constantly worried. To be able to make this monster change his mind and avoid the danger at Green Lemon restaurant, it must be very terrifying. Why is my vacation so miserable? I'm plagued with bad luck. The atmosphere was so stifling that Danitz had to get up and pace back and forth. It was then that he saw the monster, Gehrman Sparrow, suddenly stand up, button his double-breasted frock coat, and walk over to the coat rack by the door. After taking his silk hat, Klein looked at Blazing and said without any expression, "You're free." Danitz only found it surreal. He suddenly understood what the monster was thinking of doing, and he blurted out in shock, "You want to save the captain and those ordinary people?" Why, you were the one who said it's dangerous outside. Klein put on his half-top hat, picked up his black wooden cane, twisted the door handle, and replied calmly, they cooperated with me. They kept my secret for me. He treated me to murloc meat. He helped me pay compensation for White Shark's loss. Danitz didn't react for a moment. Subconsciously, he asked, how much was the compensation? A few solely. Klein opened the door and walked out. Madman. This fellow is completely mad. Be it his treatment to others or himself, he's a madman. Danitz's mouth was half open as he felt speechless. Luckily, I'm a normal person. I'll stay in a safe place. Danitz retracted his gaze and thought in mockery and amusement. Just as this thought came to him, the wind howled again, rattling the windows and causing the candles in the room to flicker. Looking at this dark and turbulent scene, Danitz suddenly thought of a problem. The ship is anchored in the harbor, which was also part of Bansi Harbor. It's not safe either, and it could also be in danger. If I were to stay here on my own, then I might as well follow that monster. At least, he's very strong. He ran out of room 312 and caught up with Klein just as he was about to leave the cabin. Klein turned his head to glance at him. Although he didn't say anything, his puzzlement was very evident. Danitz hurriedly laughed. If I were to choose to retreat in the face of such trivial risks, I'll be mocked by all the pirates of the Sonia Sea. An excuse, without exposing him, Klein borrowed a lantern from the crew. Carrying the dim yellow lantern and holding his hard wooden cane, he walked alongside the boat and entered the dim port in his black suit. As Danitz lamented, he followed closely beside him. Chapter 508. Don't go out. Unlike mainland cities such as Backland, Tingen, and Pritz Harbor, colonial islands such as Bansi Harbor lacked gas. The lamps lining the two sides of the street were sparse. They had candles caged in glass, waiting to be lit. Unfortunately, the wind had picked up early, so no one went out in the evening. The candles didn't shine at the predetermined time, and the road was pitch black. The faint outline of the crimson moon shone through the clouds. Compared to before, the wind was much calmer. At the very least, Klein didn't need to be distracted keeping his hat on. The thin fog gradually pervaded the air, and the doors and windows of the mainly two-story houses were shut tight. It was pitch black and devoid of any light, as though no one had lived in the area for a long time. With a yellow lantern in one hand and a hard wooden cane in the other, Klein walked quickly down the quiet street in the direction of the Green Lemon restaurant which Blazing Danitz had pointed out. Whoosh! Amidst the fog, the wind began to swirl as Klein felt a baffling chill down his neck. He lifted his right hand, which held the cane, and propped up the collar of his double-breasted frock coat, completely covering his neck. It was at this moment that a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the scene, a black shadow the size of a watermelon appeared from the fog and lunged for his ear. Without thinking, Klein swung his arm and forearm and struck out with his cane. Just as the black shadow came close, it was struck head-on and sent flying a long distance away. With the help of the lantern's light, Klein finally recognized the thing that had attacked him. It was a head. It was a head that had lost its body, a head that had its esophagus hanging down. The head floated in midair, its face resembling dried cheese with mildew all over it. There was a yellowish-green liquid flowing down its skin as it outlined the face's contours. There were only two black holes left where its nose was supposed to be. Its bulging eyes were mostly white without much black. Its lips were mostly rotten, revealing sharpened teeth mixed with blood. Dogshit. Blazing Danitz silently cursed when he saw this scene, his heart trembling. Even though he had embarked on many treasure hunts and had fought many monsters, such a disgusting and horrifying thing was still rare. At some point in time, a classic revolver had appeared in his hand, and he was about to fire it with his elbow held down. At this moment, he saw a pure ray of light descend from the sky, landing on the somewhat stiff head. Ah! A blood-curdling screech rang out, and the shriveled and hideous head was quickly vaporized before dissolving into ashes. It didn't leave a single trace behind. How weak. Danitz subconsciously commented. Is this monster, Gehrman Sparrow, from the Sun Pathway? Doesn't look like it. He likely relied on what should be some sort of mystical item. I didn't even realize it just now, but Gehrman Sparrow had already discovered the enemy and attacked. He really is very strong. Danitz quickly turned his attention to something else. Just as his thoughts were settling down, he saw a similar head fly out from the fog to his side from the corner of his eye. It was trying to bite his neck. Danitz calmly pulled the trigger. The brass bullet accurately hit the head covered in mold, shattering the head's glabella as it fell backwards and stopped in midair. Soon after, A crimson ball quickly expanded above Danitz' empty left palm, and a fiery light began to swirl. He leaned forward and dragged his arm before, throwing the fireball, causing it to crash into the stiff head. Flames soared up as the head burned red. The skin on the head quickly charred, emitting a sizzling sound. However, it lunged forward with its mouth wide open, ready to bite Danitz's neck as though it wasn't affected. This turn of events was somewhat out of Danitz's expectations. He nearly failed to dodge in time, and he hurriedly rolled forward, barely dodging fatal damage. A bright scarlet color appeared on his left palm once again, but the flame didn't expand this time. Instead, it shrunk, layer by layer. Within a second, Danitz threw out the orange fireball, which was only the size of an eye. While dodging, the fireball was controlled by his spirituality. It drew an arc in the air and accurately flew into the mouth of the shriveled head. The fiery light flashed, and the explosion splintered the flying head from the inside out. Countless pieces of it, along with its blood, splashed everywhere. "I finally finished it." Danitz rolled to his feet and breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that this monster which only had a head wasn't easy to deal with. Yet, Gehrman Sparrow had killed one with ease. It's mainly because the Beander powers in the Sun domain restrains such things. Danitz added scornfully in his heart. As he thought of this, he turned his head to the side and realized that Gehrman Sparrow hadn't waited for him. With his cane and lantern, he was jogging into the distance, his black coat fluttering behind him slightly. "Dogshit, wait for me, wait for me." Danitz's pupils contracted as he widened his pace to chase after the man. He didn't dare to stay on his own in the thin fog and dim surroundings. Inside the Green Lemon restaurant, Donna looked at the white porcelain bowl in front of her and the dark red blood cakes in it. She thought of the strange horror she felt when seeing the customers eating just now, as well as the blood oozing out of the headless cloaked man's neck. Her throat moved and she almost vomited. Donna decided to give up the delicacy, even though the fragrance had already seeped into her nose. She ate some salad and mashed potatoes without much thought and waited for the wind outside to die down. She felt the clock on the wall moving ever so slowly. Time passed by the second. The customers at the table paid their bills and left the second floor. The second floor became quieter and quieter as it turned emptier and emptier. Thud. Thud, thud. Donna felt that the sound of feet on the wooden steps as they descended were frustrating. Finally, she noticed that the trees outside were no longer swaying, and the ground was littered with all sorts of junk. "The wind has stopped," Donna said, pointing excitedly to the window. Her father, an import and export merchant, D. Branch, pinched his forehead and growled, "Where's your table manners, Donna?" But, just as Donna was about to argue, Cleves raised his palm and pressed it down. "It's 7:40 p.m. and we're almost done with dinner. Let's head back as soon as possible. There are many nasty legends about the night in Bansi Harbor. Every merchant who depended on the sea for a living was more or less superstitious, especially when it came to the legends of the natives." Therefore, Urdi fell silent and agreed with Cleves' suggestion. He quickly foot the bill and led his family and bodyguards down to the first floor. Cleves was about to open the door to find his way when a creaking sound came from a nearby room. Donna almost screamed out in fright and gripped Denton's hand tightly. A figure walked out, glanced at them, and calmly said, "It's fogged up. It's best not to go out." The figure wore a black tailcoat without a hat. There was a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. His face was fleshy and almost circular. "What are you trying to convey, Mr. Fox?" Cleves recognized him to be the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant. Fox said without much of an expression, "In Bansi, during the nights when the fog and weather drastically changes, it's best not to go out or respond to any knockings. Otherwise, one might encounter bad things." The more Donna listened, the more scared she became. She loudly emphasized, "People have already left ahead of us." Fox pointed to the rooms on the first floor. They chose to stay. Creak, thud. As soon as Fox's voice fell, the doors to the various rooms opened either softly or heavily. The gentlemen and ladies from before came to the doors and quietly watched Donna and her family, who were considering to leave. "Perhaps we should respect the customs here," D. Branch said in deliberation. "Staying a night here won't affect our boarding of the ship." According to the experience Cleves was equipped with, he should have followed Fox's advice and stayed at the Green Lemon restaurant, but he remembered Gehrman Sparrow's reminder. It was a reminder of a powerful adventurer who was watching blazing Danitz. "There is danger dormant in Bansi Harbor. It doesn't refer to it being indoors or outdoors." Cleves quickly made his decision and said to D. "Mr. Branch, please trust in my profession." "Yeah, I've seen a lot of folklore, but none of them are pragmatic, another bodyguard agreed. Before he finished his sentence, knocking sounds came from the restaurant's door and a series of screams could be heard from afar. Look, there are knocking sounds. Don't respond, Fox said slowly. Erde's heart palpitated as he was about to choose to stay the night. Donna looked at the gentlemen and ladies standing at their doorways, and she felt that their gazes looked abnormally weird. No, we have to return. The young lady stressed, almost screaming. Cleves could also feel the indescribable pressure and the coldness that seeped through his bones, and he once again stressed his opinion. If there are any problems, then it'll be more dangerous staying here. There are cannons on the ship, as well as sailors with guns and sabers. This reason convinced Erde, who motioned for Cleves to open the door. Cleves waited for the knocking to subside, then with one hand holding a gun, he pulled open the door with the other. The wind's howling had quietened and the darkness was deep amidst the spreading fog. It was as if there were many monsters hidden within. Donna held her younger brother, Denton, and, hiding behind Cecile, left the restaurant one step at a time. The door to the restaurant suddenly closed, preventing them from returning. At this moment, they were like ships stranded in a storm, as though they were the only ones left in this world. With the lantern in hand, Cleves walked in front when he suddenly saw something fly over and crash into the ground, rolling a few times. Donna and the others subconsciously looked over and immediately let out cries of terror. It was a shriveled, rotting head. Then they saw light. Light fell from the sky, and the disgusting head melted into nothingness. This, Erde and the others swallowed hard, their bodies trembling. At that moment, they saw a faint yellow light approaching from the depths of the fog. It was a figure holding a lantern, wearing a half-top hat and a double-breasted frock coat which shared the same color as the night. The lines of his face were distinct, and there was an obvious sharpness in the coldness. Uncle Sparrow, Donna and Denton cried out. They felt their hearts settle down. Klein tossed the lantern to Danitz beside him, and he walked over with his cane in hand before calmly saying to Cleves and the others as if nothing was out of the ordinary, "Let's go to the telegraph office first." "What about the Timothys?" Chapter 509, Request. "Timothys, they're still in the restaurant," Erde Branch subconsciously replied. He then pointed to the area where the moldy head had been purified and anxiously asked, "What was that just now?" Maintaining Gehrman Sparrow's persona, Klein didn't answer and glanced at Danitz before walking directly past Donna's family to the tightly closed door of the Green Lemon restaurant. Blazing Danitz held his lantern and was relieved having finally completed a goal. He straightened his back, looked at Erde and the others, and scoffed. "You don't have to worry about what that was. Just know that it's a monster that will harm you." If Gehrman Sparrow wasn't only a few meters away, he even wanted to proclaim, "Only I, Lord Blazing Danitz, can protect you." Cleves exchanged glances with Cecile and Teague before taking the initiative to step forward. He comforted his employers and said, "Leave your questions to after we get back to the White Agate." Frankly speaking, the three bodyguards had all been adventurers for varying periods of time. However, their understanding of monsters was still stuck at the level of folklore or stories of their drunken peers. They still found it rather surreal, as though they were in a dream. However, since they had seen creatures like murlocs before, it wasn't that hard to accept other things. At most, they were a little weirder and uglier than murlocs. When they thought of this, their hearts calmed significantly, and the guns in their hands seemed to regain their strength. However, the pure light that descended from the sky still exceeded their scope of understanding. They only felt that their world view, outlook on life, and values that had long been formed had begun wavering. All they could do was temporarily ignore it, suppressing all their emotions to the bottom of their hearts. Klein stopped at the door of the Green Lemon restaurant, raised his right hand, and tapped it with his fingers. After he knocked 3 times in a rhythmic fashion, no one answered and there was silence. If not for the candlelight shining through the windows and the cracks in the door, Klein would have thought it was an empty building that had long been abandoned. He knocked 3 more times. Within the restaurant, the silence continued. Everyone seemed to be abiding by the custom of not responding to any knocking in foggy weather. Klein retracted his right hand and patted the hem of his double-breasted frock coat. Suddenly, he leaned back, lifted his knees, and kicked his right foot forward. With a bang, the restaurant's door suddenly opened wide, and all the nails that had fixed the copper lock popped out. Wearing a tailcoat, the boss, Fox, with his pudgy, nearly round face was still standing in his original position. The ladies and gentlemen who had chosen to stay the night all opened the doors one by one and stood quietly at the door, looking over without a word. "What do you want?" Fox didn't flare up, his tone the same as before. However, he had a revolver in his hand. With his spirit vision activated, Klein turned his head and looked around. He didn't find any traces of evil on any of the humans present. His gaze landed on the boss of the restaurant, and his gaze turned heavy. He looked into the owner's eyes and asked, "Where's the Timothy family?" Fox repressed his emotions, as though a storm was brewing, in his dark brown eyes while he looked at the man for 2 seconds. Finally, he unnaturally turned his head and said, "There's another table. Foreigners. Upstairs. Get them to come down," Klein ordered coldly. Fox was silent for a few seconds, until the man quickly drew his gun and aimed it at his head. He took a deep breath and sent a waiter up to the second floor, leading the Timothy family down the stairs. What happened? Timothy was a man who was more than 30 years of age. He was on vacation with his newly wedded wife. Klein lowered his gun and flatly said, "Something unexpected has happened in Bansi Harbor. Are you coming back with me to the ship or staying here?" Something unexpected. While Timothy ruminated over the words, he saw R.D. Branch outside nodding at him solemnly. He knew that the other party was a very rich import and export merchant who had 3 bodyguards with him. He believed that if there were any unexpected circumstances, then it would be safer to stay with them, so the answer was obvious. As for the unique customs of Bansi Harbor, it was just a custom. He held his wife's hand and walked towards the door, politely smiling as he said, "All our things are on the ship. Of course we'll stick with you." "Thank you." He and his new wife expressed their gratitude in unison, walked past Klein, and joined with the Branch family outside. Klein withdrew his revolver, politely bowed at Fox and said, "Excuse us." With that, he turned around and walked towards Cleves and company, who were illuminated by the light leaking out from the restaurant. With a thud, the door of the Green Lemon restaurant closed once again, swaying slightly in the wind. Klein had actually noticed an unusual, subtle atmosphere just now, but since his spirit vision failed to obtain anything, he didn't wish to investigate it too deeply, lest he ignite the huge danger lurking in Bansi Harbor. He returned to Demonesses' side and did a headcount with the light of the lantern. Donna's family of 4, their 3 bodyguards, the Timothy couple, and several servants are all present. Klein switched the hands in which he held his revolver and cane with, lifted his gun-wielding right hand, slipped it deep into the double-breasted frock coat, and rubbed the sun brooch. With a flash of dark golden light, an invisible force quickly spread outwards, flooding everyone present like a wave. Instantly, Donna and the others felt as if they had arrived in the south, like they were bathing in warm sunlight that dispersed the cold chill within their bodies. They were no longer as nervous and worried, as if they had found their courage again. The remnant black colors obtained from the special cured meat from Demir Harbor quickly disappeared along with the extremely minute amounts of wicked feelings. Sun Halo was able to enhance the courage of one's companions within a 20-meter radius and purify any evil forces within them. With the help of the brooch and while under the control of Klein's spirituality and psyche, he could use the power of the sun to bypass any targets he didn't wish to help. "Let's head to the telegraph office first," Klein repeated himself as he held his cane in his left hand and his revolver in his right. After getting his bearings, he proceeded forward. Danitz followed his directions and walked diagonally to the side. Cleves, Cecile, and Teague very professionally took charge of security for the other 2 flanks. With a party of more than 15 people, it's easy for us to suffer losses once we're attacked. Moreover, only Blazing can truly be considered a helper. What should I do? Thinking back to the monsters he had encountered, Klein suddenly slipped the revolver back into his underarm holster and handed the cane to his right palm. He reached into his pocket with his left hand and removed the wall of spirituality around an iron cigar case. He took out Azek's copper whistle and held it in his hand, occasionally tossing it up. He believed that such an action would divert the attention of the undead monsters which only had one head left from the others, leaving the brass, ancient whistle as the only thing in their eyes. This way, I don't have to worry about not being able to rescue them in time. That's the effect of an MT1. Klein sighed and quickened his pace. At this moment, 3 shriveled heads covered in mold flew out from the thin fog in front of him. They charged towards Klein from different directions like arrows, completely ignoring the existence of the other delicious meat. 3. Danitz's pupils contracted, a little worried that Gehrman Sparrow would end up flustered, but he also looked forward to seeing his true strength. 3. Klein calmly shook his left hand and threw Azek's whistle into the air. The heads with esophaguses hanging down from them immediately drew an arc and headed for their primary target. Klein took a step back and, without any expression, raised his hand and squeezed the sun brooch. All of a sudden, dense golden flames were produced where the copper whistle was as a holy aura was emanated. Fire of light. The three skinny heads let out miserable shrieks at the same time, turning into dust under the golden light. Klein took 2 steps forward and reached out to catch Azek's copper whistle. That can actually work. Another mystical item. Danitz froze for 2 seconds, flabbergasted at how easily the assault had been resolved. At that moment, Timothy and his wife also clearly saw what the things which were attacking them looked like. One of them turned pale from fright while the other asked, flustered, what was that? Donna immediately turned around and nodded seriously. Leave your questions to after we get back to the white agate. With that said, she put her finger to her lips, mimicking Uncle Sparrow's meaning of silence. Remembering the holy aura displayed by the young man in front of him, Timothy swallowed hard and pulled at his wife's hand. He fell silent while remaining alert, and his servants had no choice but to obey upon seeing this. The group continued on through the moonlit streets. The lights of the houses on either side of the streets were extinguished, leaving only darkness behind the oriel windows. Donna felt as if pairs of eyes were following her and the others, but for some reason no one showed up. They must all be afraid of Uncle Sparrow. She held her brother's hand tight and walked amidst the protective circle of her parents. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the side of the street. He wore a black cloak and leaned forward, revealing a neck that was still bleeding. There was nothing above the neck, with the interior of the cloak reflecting the moonlight. The headless figure let out a beast-like growl that sounded like gasping as it rushed towards Klein, stomping on the street to the point that the ground slightly shook. A spot it passed by just happened to be in Danitz's path. This infamous pirate cursed and flung an orange-yellow fireball which had been repeatedly compressed from his hand. The fireball exploded, causing the headless man to retreat several steps. His clothes were tattered, and his skin quickly charred while his cloak was set on fire. However, to the monsters that had already lost their lives, this wasn't a serious injury. And in that instant, with a crisp crack, the scarlet flame on the black cloak suddenly soared into the air, as if it were blooming. Klein, in his coat, jumped out of the flames, borrowing the momentum from his fall and his own strength in order to stab the cane he held in both hands directly into the headless man's neck. Splat! The cane sank into the headless man's body and emerged from his crotch. Bam! Klein's back muscles bulged, forcefully throwing the headless monster to the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stood behind the monster and continued to grip the cane tightly while he poured his spirituality into the sun brooch. He had already used his spirit vision to determine that holy light summoning, cleave of purification, and fire of light were all unable to deal with this blackish-green monster in a short amount of time, so he could only use another method. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. The headless man struggled with all his might, but like a snake, he fell to his knees and was firmly nailed to the ground by the cane. 2 seconds, 1 second. Klein opened his mouth and spat out a word in ancient Hermes. Sun. Specks of radiance appeared and turned into water droplets that sprinkled over the headless man's body. Sizzle. When the blackish-green gas was emitted, Klein let go of his cane and took 2 steps to the side. Within the sparse rain, the headless man continuously twitched before finally calming down, eventually melting into a pool of blood. No Beander characteristics. This means it's not the real enemy. At most, it can be considered as a created servant. Klein withdrew his cane, turned, and walked back to the group. So cool. Denton let out a belated cheer. Donna's eyes sparkled. He was still borrowing the powers of a mystical item, however, his phasing away during the flames has indicated his true strength. He really isn't easy to deal with. Blazing Danitz retracted his gaze, feeling that his decision not to mindlessly run off had been extremely wise. 7 or 8 minutes later, the group that cleared out 2 more waves of monsters arrived at the Bansi Port's telegraph office. Cleves took the initiative and knocked on the door. Who is it? A gentle female voice came from inside. We're looking for the captain of the White Agate, Mr. Elland. Cleves answered through the door. In the quiet night, the woman's voice spoke at a moderate pace. He and his first mate went next door to the cathedral. The person speaking sounds odd, or is she like that only on similar nights? Klein flicked a gold coin and confirmed that she wasn't lying. As they were preparing to leave, the female voice in the telegraph office hesitated and said, Can you guys help me take note of someone? He's my colleague. He went out before the wind started tonight, and never came back. His name is Pavo Court. Chapter 510. The Returning Bishop. Pavo Court. Cleves didn't directly answer the woman behind the telegraph office's door. He turned to glance at Gehrman Sparrow, waiting for his decision. In the eyes of this former adventurer, it was a difficult task for 15 people to get back to the White Agate safely. They couldn't and shouldn't be distracted by helping her search for someone. However, he was well aware that the current pillar of support was Gehrman Sparrow and Blazing Danitz. They were the only ones who had the right to decide on the matter. Klein remained silent for 2 seconds, then he spoke in a measured voice. What does he look like? He believed that having more information would help him escape this strange, foggy city, so he casually asked in passing. As for whether he would help take note of the person's whereabouts, it all depended on what happened next. While inquiring, Klein also warned himself not to pursue the matter too deeply or else it might risk triggering the danger dormant in Bansi Harbor. Between understanding the situation and avoiding the risks, he had to engage in a balancing act, no more, no less, without leaning too far left or right. This might be an easy or difficult feat, because no one knew what would happen once he took the step. He could only judge based on his experience and intuition, and he could fall into a pit at any time. This left Klein highly stressed as his mind whirled at an unprecedented speed. In the dense darkness and thin fog, the telegraph office's door remained tightly shut. The woman inside paused and said, "He's a very handsome man. He has 2 eyes, 2 ears, a nose, and a mouth." Why does this answer sound so scary? Is there something wrong with this woman? According to the customs of Bansi Harbor, she shouldn't have even responded. Blazing Danitz had the urge to kick open the door, rush into the telegraph office, and check the situation inside. It was at this moment that he saw Gehrman Sparrow put his hand on his hat and turn to the side. Storm Cathedral. Klein briefly stated their destination. He didn't bother with whether there was anything wrong with the woman at the telegraph office. It was just like how he didn't delve into the secrets of the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant or the customers who had chosen to stay the night. The wind was getting lighter, and the fog was thinning. The candlelight from the cathedral was shining through the narrow windows high above, like a beacon in a storm. After Klein used Sun Halo again, Donna and the others regained some of their courage, like people who had fallen into the water and desperately grabbed onto the last straw. They hurriedly walked on the empty streets in silence. Soon they arrived outside the Storm Cathedral, but the doors were shut tight. Glancing at the storm's sacred emblem on the door, Klein raised his hand and knocked 3 times. A vigilant male voice immediately came from behind the door. "Gehrman Sparrow." Klein replied straight away. He could already tell that it was Captain Elland. "Why are you here?" Elland asked again without opening the door. Klein raised his cane and calmly said, "You helped me pay White Shark's compensation." After a moment of surprise and amusement, Elland made an initial confirmation that it was the real Gehrman Sparrow outside. At the very least, even a monster adept at disguising wouldn't have known something that was privy only to the 2 of them. He still felt hesitant until Cleves, Erdie Branch, Donna, and company sounded out in succession. Only then did he relax and allow his first mate, Harris, to unlock and open the door. A heavy clunking sound rang out, and Klein saw Elland in his boat-shaped hat, sword in one hand, and musket in the other. Something happened here too, he keenly asked, based on his conclusion from the situations from before. Elland stepped aside to let Donna and the others in. Then he pointed at the prayer hall and said, "The priest I knew, Jace, died in there. He was decapitated, and Bishop Millet is nowhere to be found. Same for the other priests. Also, the servants in the church are all gone. A dead priest with a missing bishop. The whole cathedral is devoid of the living. This is a little problematic." Klein gripped the cold Azek's copper whistle, his heart sinking. Of course, he was very clear that the priest and the bishop weren't the main force of the Church of Storm that managed Beander matters in Bansi Harbor. Underneath this cathedral, there was definitely a mandated Punisher team formed out of 6 to 8 Beyonders, as well as an indefinite number of sealed artifacts. Even high-sequence Beyonders wouldn't be able to wipe out this force in a short span of time without causing a stir. As long as they're alive and able to use sealed artifacts, the problem shouldn't be too terrible. So, at this point in time, what is the mandated Punisher team doing? Based on his previous experience as a Nighthawk, Klein made a guess of the standard operating procedures. In the process, he followed Ellen to the prayer hall and examined the body of the deceased priest. Jace died a tragic death, as if his head had been decapitated while he was still alive. Unlike the monsters outside, his esophagus and head were separated. With Klein's spirit vision, this priest no longer had any remnant spirit. It would be very difficult to have a successful spirit channeling ritual. Is it due to a unique killing technique, or has it been dealt with accordingly? It's different from the monsters outside. Was it because the operation happened in a rush? Combining all that he knew, Klein concluded his previous speculation. He felt that there were two possibilities. 1. There was something of local origins, perhaps a living sealed artifact or a mid-sequence Beander, who had lost control underground. It escaped the cathedral and killed Jace while fleeing, causing the abnormal changes in Bansi Harbor. The bishop, priests, and mandated punishers were in desperate pursuit, attempting to form a seal again or get rid of the perpetrator. The servants had been led underground and were under the protection of the remaining mandated punishers. But this didn't explain the strange behavior of the residents of Bansi Harbor. The second possibility was that the primitive sacrifice ritual to the god of weather had been resurrected in a number of people in Bansi Harbor, and that the flying heads and headless monsters were in adherence with the descriptions of flesh and blood consumption in the sacrificial rituals and the burying of heads in the altar. And due to some unknown reason, this group of people had raided the cathedral and killed Reverend Jess. The rest of the population had more or less understood the situation, but they had opted for silence. They might have already assaulted the area underground and are currently engaged in an intense battle with the mandated punishers, priests, and the bishop, who are aided by sealed artifacts. They might have transformed all the servants into monsters or thrown them out. It can also be that they're under pursuit from the Beyonders of the Church of Storms, and the servants have been sent underground to receive protection to prevent any accidents. From the fact that Jace's corpse hasn't been used, there's a possibility that it's the latter development. If I were to head underground to confirm the situation, I'll definitely be attacked since we're unfamiliar Beyonders. Besides, the remnant strength might not be sufficient. Klein looked at the priest on the ground and realized that his Beander characteristic had condensed into a blue sapphire by his neck. He retracted his gaze and didn't pick up the item. He didn't want to attract the violent retaliation from the short-tempered Church of Storms, so he turned to Elend and Harris. Let's return to the ship first. He casually tossed the gold coin and confirmed that there was no battle currently going on underground. In any case, regardless of whether there were any mandated punishers present, the cathedral grounds were no longer suitable for prolonged stays. After all, Klein wasn't sure if his guess was right, and he could only make the safest choice. All right, Elend had no desire to stay here either, being in a situation where he waited nervously for any changes to befall him. As long as he returned to the White Agate, he would have many cannons and many sailors that could withstand accidents to a certain extent. After a short rest, the group left the cathedral. With the addition of Elend and Harris, the team's defense clearly became much tighter. Klein no longer needed to toss the copper whistle to attract the monsters, so he stuffed it back into his pocket. Shall we send a telegram to the Church of Storms' headquarters to report on Bansi Harbor? After a few steps, Elend made a cautious suggestion. This way, even if there were major unforeseen events, as long as they held on, they would eventually be saved. Klein didn't object. Walking through the thin fog ahead of him, he calmly said, "We'll pass by the telegraph office." Phew. Blazing Danitz breathed a sigh of relief, then his heart skipped a beat. He was afraid that the Church of Storms would perform investigations and discover that an infamous pirate had played an important role in this matter, and by then, he would probably still be trapped on the White Agate. Although I saved people, the mandated punishers aren't friendly to those who don't belong to them, especially when I'm a pirate. Stumped for a moment, Danitz decided to get over the immediate danger before considering other matters. After walking for a while, they saw the telegraph office in sight. A faint yellow light suddenly emerged from the side street and approached them from the depths of the fog. It was a middle-aged man carrying a lantern. It was a middle-aged man carrying a hurricane lamp. He wore a dark blue bishop robe embroidered with the symbol of the storm. His head was bowed and his face was pale. He was wheezing as he staggered while walking. Elend focused and blurted out, "Bishop Millet." The middle-aged man looked up, raised his hurricane lamp and said, "Elend, is it?" At this moment, Klein took a step back, letting Elend stand out. He didn't wish for the bishop of the Church of Storms to pay notice to him. Danitz even shrunk his neck back, using Erdi's plump body to block himself. "Yes, Your Excellency. Jace is dead." What happened? Elend wasn't a novice, so he didn't directly step forward. Bishop Millet coughed and said, "An old custom has been revived, and a group of heathens with dirty blood running through their veins are beginning to offer live sacrifices and are consuming their flesh and blood." Jace noticed that they were problematic and ended up being killed by them. The matter can no longer be covered up. They used the sacrificial ritual to change the weather and tried to attack the cathedral. They were defeated by the mandated punisher and fled to the mountain. They escaped to the cave where the altar is. I was injured in combat. Without being able to hold out much longer, all I could do was slowly make my way back. Just as he finished speaking, a bright ball of light burst out of the distant fog, as if countless bolts of lightning were striking down. With the help of this light, Klein and the others could see the fog-covered mountain range by the shore, as well as the peak which was connected to thunderstorms. To a certain extent, this confirmed Bishop Millet's claim. Elend was about to step forward to support the storm bishop when he saw Gehrman Sparrow take out a gold coin and mutter in a low voice, "He has ill intentions." The gold coin flew up and then tumbled in the air before landing in Klein's palm, heads facing up. Bishop Millet stared straight at this scene, his light brown eyes suddenly flashing with a dark red light. Chapter 511, Snitch Halo. A strong gale blew out from Bishop Millet's body, lifting up his dark blue bishop robes. Crack. Crack, 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 crack. The branches of the nearby trees snapped as they flew into the air. Donna's body involuntarily rose a few meters into the air before being thrown out several meters. Her body ached all over when she fell to the ground. It wasn't just her, Cecile, Denton, Timothy, Harris, and the others were all blown up by the wind and landed in different spots. Only Cleves, Teague, and Erdee, either because of their training or abnormally heavy weight, staggered to the ground and tumbled a few times. Elend, who was facing Bishop Millet directly, did a series of retreating and backward somersaulting actions, dodging the incoming blow. From the wind, Klein and Danitz didn't attempt to resist it head-on, instead, they flew backward like kites. Although they looked like they were about to collapse to the ground, they ultimately managed to keep their balance. As soon as the hurricane stopped, 6 figures emerged from the dispersing fog. They were all wearing black cloaks and were headless. Left with only bleeding necks, their hoods were supported up by the eddies of the hurricane. Gasp. Gasp. Their throats emitted the low grunts of a beast like the moment before they were ready to attack. A series of thin and sharp wind blades shot out, leaving a clear and deep rift where Klein was somersaulting. From both sides of the lantern-wielding Bishop Millet, whose dark blue bishop robe had flared up slightly, 6 headless men rushed at Klein, Elend, and the others, stomping on the ground until it trembled. One headless monster is already hard enough to deal with, but now there are 6 of them, and there's even a bishop who's obviously corrupted. When Blazing Danitz saw this scene, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle. At this moment, a bronze beam streaked past his eyes and shot into the distance. Dang. 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 Azek's copper whistle dropped to the ground and bounced a few times. With a whoosh, the 6 headless men changed direction at the same time, rushing towards the location where Azek's copper whistle came to a stop, leaving Bishop Millet standing alone in his original spot. Klein seized the opportunity, lifted his left hand, tearing off the sun brooch inside his coat, and threw it to Captain Elend, who was closest to him. He shouted succinctly, "Inject your spirituality." 5 seconds. Holy water. After saying this, he ignored his silk top hat that had been blown away, and instead, he bent his body, dashing towards Bishop Millet in a zigzag manner. One after another, wind blades were shot out in close succession, all of them aimed at Klein. In a flash, the ground showed signs of being cut and slashed. Klein either somersaulted, lunging forward, or jumping up by supporting his body with his hands to avoid the first round of concentrated fire. The dark red light in Bishop Millet's eyes grew brighter as he raised his hands. Sue. Sue, 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 Sue. At this moment, the wind blades inundated him like a machine gun. Klein only had enough time to dodge half of it before his body was torn apart, turning into thin and light shreds of paper that flew into the air. Klein appeared in another direction and continued to charge at Bishop Millet, trying to close the distance between them to an effective distance. After catching the sun brooch, Elend immediately felt the heat. He wished that he could take off his clothes and jump into freezing water. He thought for a moment about the words Gehrman Sparrow had left him before taking out a tin-colored alcohol flask from the inside of his clothes, unscrewed the lid, and poured out all of the Landy proof inside. The strong aroma of the wine rapidly spread in all directions. Blazing Danitz looked around, feeling certain of the situation. With a grimace, he genuflected and suddenly pressed both his palms onto the ground. 2 scarlet fire serpents appeared out of thin air, clinging to the ground as they spread towards Azek's copper whistle and created 4 burning walls of fire. His original plan had been to throw a fireball at Bishop Millet and let Gehrman Sparrow use the flames to easily jump towards the bishop and launch an attack. However, after seeing that the area around the bishop was filled with freezing gales, he rationally gave up on the idea. He was prepared to first clean up the headless monsters to prevent them from disturbing Gehrman Sparrow's ability to use his true strength. Cleves, Cecile, Teague, and Harris had already stood up again. And had drawn their guns. They surrounded Erdi, Donna, and Timothy in the middle, guarding them against any other monsters that might appear. Their experience taught them that, without any prior teamwork training, it was best not to interfere in a battle that was beyond that of ordinary humans. The 6 headless men, oblivious to the burning flames, burst through the scarlet walls of fire and began to pounce onto Azek's copper whistle like ravenous dogs. This gave Ellen time to inject his spirituality into the sun brooch with composure. After the holy water condensed, he dripped them into the alcohol flask. Seeing the headless people in a frenzied bunch, Danitz's heart skipped a beat. He bent down halfway and, with a flushed face, condensed a scorching white flaming spear in his right palm. Taking a step forward, he twisted his waist and swung his arm, throwing out the flaming spear. It whistled as it hit a headless man and nailed it to the ground. A blazing white light soared, and the headless man's body was reduced to ashes. The remaining half of his body was also burning, continuously releasing blackish-green gases. Seeing that his attack had succeeded, Danitz was about to continue this attack method when he suddenly sensed a particular kind of crazy, terrifying hunger. At this moment, he felt as though he had arrived in front of a deep abyss, just one step short from falling in. He knew that Gehrman Sparrow was no longer suppressing the crazy soul inside him. After using paper figurine substitutes 3 times, Klein finally entered a predetermined distance. The glove on his left palm suddenly exploded with a hunger that had been suppressed for a long time, and dark golden scales began sprouting from it as it squirmed. Klein's pupils faded away, as if they had turned vertical. Immediately after, his pupils reflected Bishop Millet's fluttering dark blue robes. Without a sound, the middle-aged man who was about to produce a large number of wind blades suddenly tilted his head backwards, and his body froze for a second. His eyes, which were glowing with a dark red light, lost their rationality as they were filled with a sense of madness. His skin became smooth and colorful, like the skin of some aquatic creatures. He let out a panting sound, as though it had come from the depths of the ocean, as slippery, disgusting tentacles suddenly drilled out from under his dark blue robe. Psychiatrist's frenzy. Klein originally only wanted to use this to interrupt the enemy's attack in order to create an opportunity for him later, but after going berserk, Bishop Millet immediately lost control. The moment the fallen or corrupted man lost his final shackles of reasoning, he immediately stepped into the abyss of losing control. Klein's pupils shrank as he saw the situation. He no longer hesitated, and he switched the soul he was driving. In the midst of his frenzy, the glove on his left palm became stained with a gold color. His expression became dignified as his gaze once again locked onto Bishop Millet. In an instant, his eyes lit up like 2 bolts of lightning. All of a sudden, Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling screech. His palms and tentacles retracted as he covered his head. His psyche had been penetrated, causing him indescribable pain. Interrogator. Klein pushed himself up with his right hand, and his left hand lit up with a resplendent brilliance. Right on the heels of that, he leaned back and opened his arms as if to embrace the sun. A thick, pure, and blazing brilliance descended from the sky, landing on Bishop Millet and enveloping him within it. The surroundings changed as though it was daytime. The strong gales came to an abrupt halt. Sequence 5 Priest of Light. Bishop Millet's body began to evaporate, first his skin, then his tentacles, and finally his flesh. By the time the brilliant pillar of light disappeared, he no longer looked human. Instead, he had turned into a monster made of bones and flesh. Whatever was left of his aura was rather weak. However, he wasn't dead. The vitality of a rampager was stronger than ever before. Klein's expression didn't change. He took a few steps forward and rushed to the battered body of Bishop Millet. He genuflected, leaned forward, and pressed his left palm against the flesh. He stopped using the power of the Priest of Light because he wanted to leave some food for creeping hunger. A small crack silently appeared in the palm region of the glove as 2 rows of illusory, white, and eerie teeth grew out from it as it madly devoured any flesh, bones, and spirituality. However, Bishop Millet continued struggling. He steadied his flesh and grew new tentacles, trying to entangle Klein and pull him into his embrace. Klein threw his cane, pulled out his revolver, and fired 5 shots in quick succession at the monster. Bullets ranging from pale gold, brass, and silver colors struck Bishop Millet, igniting patches of different colored flames. Bishop Millet let out a blood-curdling screech once more, one that came from his soul. He finally wasn't able to resist creeping hunger. Even his flesh and soul were transformed into a torrent that poured into the insatiable mouth. In just 2 or 3 seconds, all that was left on the ground were clothes, money, and specks of dark blue and green light blobs. This was the difference between devouring and grazing. Klein wanted the latter more, but there was no other food around. Meanwhile, Captain Elend had already created 2 rounds of holy water inside his alcohol flask. Danitz hurriedly shouted at him, "Throw it over." Without hesitation, Elend threw the alcohol flask towards the headless men who were still vying for the copper whistle. Ahem. Danitz cleared his throat and stood up straight. He leisurely inserted his left palm into his pocket and pushed forward with his right hand, quickly forming many scarlet fire ravens around him. These half-illusionary fire ravens flapped their wings and flew out, following different trajectories of attack. At the same time, they collided with the alcohol flask, which happened to be right on top of the group of headless people. The alcohol flask shattered as sun-holy water splattered everywhere. Sizzle. The remaining headless people were all drenched as they screamed and twitched in pain before falling to the ground. They melted away quickly into blood as Azek's copper whistle lay still in the middle of the purified area. It's resolved, Gehrman Sparrow is really strong. Even if he encounters Captain, he'll have the ability to resist her. It's a pity that I didn't get to see what Beander powers he had used. Danitz turned his head to look at Klein, who was standing in front of the remains of Bishop Millet, and silently sighed. Then he saw Gehrman Sparrow glance at him coldly. Subconsciously, Danitz dejectedly ran out and picked up Azek's copper whistle. Donna rubbed her bruised arm and saw Uncle Sparrow in his long black coat walking back a few steps before stooping to pick up his half-top hat, silently dust it off, and put it back on. Chapter 512, The End of Things. After Klein retrieved his hat, Bishop Millet's Beander characteristic had already been fully condensed. It was only the size of a thumb and was translucent and light blue in color. However, from time to time, green streaks would appear like a tidal wave that approached a black hue. Opening the revolver cylinder, Klein shook it, dropping the empty shells that were either gold, silver, or brass in color to the ground, creating crisp tinkling sounds. Then, he calmly took out a speedloader he had prepared earlier and loaded other Beander rounds bullet into the gun. After doing all this, he put away the revolver, bent over to pick up Bishop Millet's Beander characteristic, and stuffed it into his pocket without paying too much attention to it. Klein picked up his cane and turned back to the group after taking a few steps. He pulled out a paper figurine and flicked it like he was lashing a whip. The paper figurine was quickly ignited. It flew out of his hand and turned into specks of scarlet light that fell to the ground, extinguishing into dust. How cool! Denton forgot the pain from his fall and stared intently. It's like Uncle Sparrow is setting off fireworks. Donna nodded in agreement with her brother's words. After using paper figurine substitutes to interfere with the information and traces in the area, Klein looked in the direction of the way back and said calmly and concisely, "Leave this area." With that, he turned around and walked away at a leisurely pace. He took the sun brooch and Azek's copper whistle from Elend and Danitz respectively. Erdi and the others didn't make useless comments, nor did they cry out in pain. They followed quietly behind. In the battle just now, they had fully witnessed the uniqueness of Beyonders, especially Danitz's flaming powers. It was the most eye-catching and obvious. It left them a deep impression, making them fully realize that this wasn't something ordinary people could intervene in. All they could do was abide by the instructions and follow closely behind. Only by doing so could they guarantee their survival. Compared to Danitz, the battle between Klein and Bishop Millet mainly involved invisible wind blades and the truly intangible psyche domain. Other than the holy light that seemed to descend from the gods and the frightening sight of Bishop Millet's loss of control, the entire battle seemed completely calm, so it didn't deliver a shock to the onlookers. As they passed by the area they had just been in, Cleves, Cecile, and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw the ground covered with dense cracks everywhere. They instantly understood one thing, and that was that Gehrman Sparrow's battle with the fallen bishop was many times more harrowing than the other performance. A sense of horror and security arose at the same time as all of them quickened their pace. 20 or 30 seconds later, Klein stopped on the street outside the telegraph office. He said to Captain Elend in a deadpan manner, "Do you want to send a telegram?" After saying that, he couldn't help but remind him, "Do not force your way in." All right. On this strange night, Elend was just as cautious. He took a few brisk steps to the telegraph office and knocked on the door 3 times. Amidst a slightly muffled sound, someone from inside asked, "Who is it?" Klein, who was already on guard, suddenly frowned, because the one who spoke was a man. Elend was also puzzled. "I want to send a telegram." "Who are you?" "I remember the person on duty was a lady before." The man inside replied calmly, "I'm Pavo Court, Melanie's colleague." "She's right, next to me. She's fine." Just as Pavo Court finished speaking, The female voice from before immediately followed up, "Yes, I'm doing very well. You don't need to take note anymore. Pavo Court is back. Pal, doesn't your folklore say not to answer or open the door? How did Pavo Court get in?" Klein resisted the urge to question her. Ellen took a step back and cleared his throat. "I'd like to send a telegram to the headquarters of the Church of Storms." "I'm sorry, but we can't open the door," Pavo Court replied without emotion. Ellen also felt the strangeness of the matter and didn't dare to force it. Instead, he proposed an alternative plan. "Can you send it for me and pass the draft to me?" Through the crack in the door. The content is about the abnormal changes in Bansi Harbor, and the death of Bishop Millet and Priest Jace. It shall be signed off with Ellen. "All right." Melanie's voice trailed off, as if she'd returned to the telegraph machine. After waiting for a while, he heard tapping sounds, and before long, a copy of the telegram draft was extended out from the gap under the door. Ellen bent down to pick it up, resisting the urge to peek through the cracks. He looked at the telegram draft, and his nose suddenly twitched. He smelled a faint scent of blood on the paper. He tilted his head and looked at Gehrman Sparrow, using his eyes to inform him that there was a problem with the telegraph office. However, he was met with a deep and unperturbed gaze, as well as words that were said in a calm and indifferent tone. "Return to the ship." After throwing this sentence out, Klein turned around immediately and walked towards the end of the street, his figure gradually blending into the thin fog. Carrying a broken lantern, Demonesses immediately followed after him. Without any hesitation, Donna and the others did the same. After pondering in silence for 2 seconds, Ellen took the telegram draft and ran after the group. No other sounds came out from the telegraph office anymore. It was unusually quiet. Perhaps due to the extermination of the fallen Bishop Millet, Klein and the others didn't meet any more headless people in black cloaks on their way back. Moldy heads were only seen twice, and they were easily dealt with. After walking for an unknown length of time, they finally saw the dock and the white agate which had candlelight seeping out. This sight made Erdi and the others regain their strength. They transitioned from a brisk walk to a jog, all the way until they reached the bottom of the gangway. Klein stood guard below them with his blood-stained cane until everyone was on board, then with a tug, he jumped and arrived on the deck with just a few steps. At that moment, Ellen had already begun to gather his first mate, second mate, bosun, gunner commander, and other subordinates. He got them to gather the sailors, adjust the cannons, and prepare to depart at any moment. Although leaving the port at night had non-trivial security risks, it would be the best way to avoid danger if the situation worsened. Uncle Sparrow. Donna held her brother by the hand and trotted to Klein's side, plagued by a bellyful of questions. Klein nodded, pointed to the cabin, and said, "Go back to your room first. We'll talk about it tomorrow. The danger hasn't been averted." Donna nodded obediently. Together with Denton, she put her index finger to her lips. "Shish." After the Branch family and the Timothy family entered the cabin, Klein walked over to Ellen, took out Bishop Millet's Beander characteristic, and threw it to him. "If there are still mandated punishers alive, return this to them." The Beander characteristic left behind by a bishop who might have been a Sequence 6 would definitely be pursued by the Church of Storms, and everyone on the White Agate would be a target of suspicion. Klein didn't want to be wanted by the number 1 power at sea as soon as he set sail. If none of the mandated punishers in Bansi Harbor survived, and if reinforcements from headquarters would take a while to arrive, leaving Klein plenty of time to deal with the matter and leave, then he would surely be reluctant to return it and would find a reason to get it back. Ellen caught the thumb-sized object, glancing at it doubtfully. He didn't ask what it could be used for, and he chuckled. "Don't worry about the Church of Storms' investigation. I'll hint to them that you're with me. So, I'll be considered a member of MI9 by the Church of Storms." Klein nodded without saying anything else. Ellen looked at Demonesses and probingly asked, "Blazing?" "Ha ha." Demonesses chuckled dryly and took a leaf out of someone's book. "Guess. I don't think so then," Ellen replied with tacit understanding. With the simple matters dealt with, Klein returned to the side of the ship and looked at the fog-shrouded Bansi Harbor, prepared against any hidden dangers. Time ticked by, and the peak of the mountain next to the shore lit up once again with the lights of a thunderstorm. Streaks of silver and violent bolts of lightning swept the area without restraint before they gradually calmed down. The fog in Bansi Harbor began to dissipate, and the light of the crimson moon became clearer. "It's over." Even after seeing this, Klein still didn't dare to completely relax. Half an hour later, 3 men who claimed to be mandated punishers came to the dock to see Captain Ellen. After Gehrman Sparrow confirmed it with a divination and a round of questioning, Ellen allowed the sailors to lower the gangway. The three mandated punishers motioned for the surrounding crew to leave, then they lowered their voices and informed the captain of the situation. Klein didn't move closer to listen, but instead he waited patiently for the matter to end. A few minutes later, Ellen returned Bishop Millet's remaining characteristic to the mandated punishers and watched them leave the white agate to deal with the rest of the mess. Phew, Ellen exhaled and came to Klein's and Danitz's side. He casually said with a tinge of lingering fear, "The matter has been resolved. There aren't any problems." Has it really been solved? Klein suddenly thought of Pavo Court and Melanie behind the telegraph office door. He recalled Fox, the owner of the Green Lemon restaurant, and the many lodgers who had watched them silently. Ellen continued, "To be specific, Jace discovered the revival of ancient customs, cannibalism and live sacrifice, confirming that a small number of people in Bansi Harbor had become heretics. He hurried back to the church and reported this to Bishop Millet, but unbeknownst to him, the person before him was the leader of the heretics, a true fallen one. He had his neck cut off by Millet's wind blade and died in the Cathedral of the Lord. Millet was about to dispose of the body, but he was discovered by the servants, hence, things spiraled out of control. Some of the servants were turned into monsters, while some were led by the priests to hide underground. Without any means to hide himself, Millet quickly left the cathedral, gathered the heretics, and headed for the altar at the mountaintop. The weather changed as a result. After the mandated punishers retrieved 3 sealed artifacts, they rushed over and engaged in an intense battle. In the process, Millet was injured and escaped, while the rest of the heretics remained to defend the altar, which was eventually overrun. The church's headquarters has already replied, and they'll be sending people to investigate the cause of Bishop Millet's fall. Hey, I told them that we were only able to kill Bishop Millet by joining forces because he was heavily injured. By the way, the mandated punishers have gotten me to get the Branch and Timothy families to sign a confidential agreement." After giving a general account of the situation, Ellen let out a long sigh of relief and busied himself with the remaining matters. Klein didn't dare to completely relax. He stayed on deck until the clouds appeared to burn. When the sun slowly rose, illuminating the entire port, he saw the residents leave their houses one by one, basking in the golden sunlight, chatting and laughing as they headed for their respective jobs. Bansi Harbor finally had the breath of human life again. "It's really over." Klein turned around, slightly puzzled. He had planned to catch up on his sleep, but only after the ship had departed. As for Danitz, although he had long been yawning, he remained motionless when he saw Gehrman Sparrow being motionless. On the way into the cabin, Klein met Ellen, who had also not slept the entire night. "Good morning. We're about to leave the port. There's nothing to worry about," Ellen greeted with a smile. As he spoke, the white agate's whistle sounded. Upon hearing the sound, Klein secretly exhaled, deciding to put all his doubts behind him. He didn't want to think about Bansi Harbor anymore, so he nodded in response. Ellen stretched his neck and commented with a sigh, "Last night, I had a mystical feeling that the old Bansi and the modern Bansi Harbor overlapped." Klein had intended to walk past him when he suddenly grasped a word and asked with a grave expression, "Bansi?" "Heh, that's the ancient name of Bansi Harbor. 300 or 400 years ago, it was called Bansi Town. Later, due to its pronunciation and other factors, it gradually evolved into Bansi," Ellen introduced in passing. Klein's pupils shrank when he heard the answer. He remembered very clearly that the evil spirit in Backlund's underground relic had once mentioned that if one wanted to find one of the founders of Rose Redemption, the former king of angels, Medici, and his descendants, one could go to Bansi Town to try their luck. Bansi. Klein's heart seemed to freeze over, inch by inch. A chill radiated from the depths of his bone marrow. He jerked his gaze back to the harbor, to the scenes of the telegraph office with its tightly closed doors and the lodgers in Green Lemon restaurant who were silently staring at him. Chapter 513. Intimidation. If I had probed deeper, then there might be a high probability that I would have attracted the Rose Redemption or even a hidden Red Angel. There were several times where I danced at the edge of a cliff. Luckily, I managed to restrain my impulse and curiosity about the weird situation at Green Lemon restaurant and the telegraph office. Klein retracted his gaze, finding the sun brooch inadequate in keeping his back from oozing with a layer of cold sweat. Compared to the arrival of the true creator, this unknown and undetonated situation was much more horrifying. At least, Klein couldn't help but imagine what would have happened if he kicked the telegraph office's door open, or if he went around to the back, flipped the window, and entered the room. He constantly imagined all sorts of strange and terrifying scenes, which frightened himself quite a bit. At the same time, he decided to produce sun-holy water for the passengers who had eaten at Bansi Harbor last night, in order to avoid any remaining dormant dangers. What's wrong? Ellen sensed Gehrman Sparrow's abnormality. I just remembered something. Klein used his clown's powers to keep his facial expression normal, but inside he was glad that he didn't take the risk last night and had now successfully left Bansi Harbor. As for the secrets of Rose Redemption and the King of Angels, he only had one thought in mind: quickly report it. If he didn't report it, was he allowing them to usher in 1351's new year? If he chose to hide the truth and wait until he had a sufficiently high sequence or enough strength to explore and reap the corresponding benefits, then Klein felt that he would feel very guilty and end up carrying a heavy burden if something happened during that time, causing the danger to be triggered prematurely, or if the remnant heretics would cause the death of one innocent passenger after another. That would only push him closer to losing control. Of course, reporting the matter needed to be done in a correct and astute manner. Klein wasn't foolish enough to tell Ellen directly or write an anonymous letter to the Church of Storms, which would then lead to a lot of trouble. First, the authorities would definitely investigate Gehrman Sparrow's background, and things could be easily exposed if thorough investigations were made. Secondly, this identity might be exposed to the Rose Redemption, which might attract a King of Angels' pursuit. What Klein intended to do was to use the world to mention the anomaly in Bansi Harbor when the tarot gathering was held in 2 days. He would then have the fool to lightly allude to Rose Redemption and a King of Angels. As a member of the Church of Storms, the hanged man would naturally know what to do next. This would be a chance for him to perform a deed of merit. As for the blood of the direct descendants of the Medici family, Klein didn't even consider it, because neither he nor Miss Sharon had the intention of rescuing the evil spirit in the underground relic. Noticing that Gehrman Sparrow obviously didn't want to mention his past, Ellen chuckled, took out a small black wooden box, and tossed it over. Klein reached out and caught it, using his eyes to express his puzzlement. The bladder of the murloc. It can be used to make items. It's very useful at sea. The Beander ingredient of a murloc, worth more than 150 pounds, the captain sure is generous. Klein had almost forgotten how Gehrman Sparrow should react. Fortunately, he had a lot of experience in acting. He immediately sank his face and said, "I didn't save you for a reward." Ellen laughed and said, "I'm not giving you this in return for saving me. Aren't we friends now? Isn't it normal to help a friend make up for his shortcomings when he doesn't have such items?" What he said makes sense. There's no way to refute him at all. Klein held onto the small black box and remained silent for a few seconds. Finally, he nodded. Ellen covered his mouth as he yawned before taking off his boat-shaped hat. "I need to return to my room to catch up on my sleep. See you at noon." Klein waved politely and led Danitz towards room 312. He saw that Donna and Denton were up early and waiting at the door. "Uncle Sparrow, what's that in your hand?" Donna asked curiously. Klein didn't say anything and directly opened the lid of the small black box. The interior was lined with a layer of black velvet, and sitting in the middle was a round, gem-like, transparent object. It had a blue, aqueous luster that swirled outwards. That day, the murlocs. Denton thought for a moment. Bladder. At this moment, at Klein's signal, Danitz opened the door. Donna walked in briskly while stretching out her hand from behind her. She held a thick wad of cash that were a mix of 10-pound and 5-pound notes. "My father, my mother, Uncle Cleves, and Uncle Timothy's family asked me to pass this to you. A total of 150 pounds. Donna smiled sweetly. "They said that this isn't enough to express their gratitude, it's just to replenish the supplies you used. Those things are expensive, right?" "Still all right." Klein thought for a moment, then he accepted the 150-pound gratuity so that RD and other ordinary people wouldn't feel uneasy. Seeing Uncle Gehrman Sparrow put the cash in the small black wooden box into his pocket, Donna was relieved that she had finally completed the task her parents had handed her. She quickly got into character and found her true intention for visiting. She asked curiously and fearfully, "Uncle Sparrow, what kind of monsters were those last night? Are ghost stories true? Were you born with the ability to jump out of the flames and let light descend? Is this magic, or witchcraft?" Stop, you have too many questions." Klein, who couldn't stand the heat any longer, took off the sun brooch and threw it on the desk in the living room. He casually replied at the same time, "They're called Beander powers, those that are obtained through certain rituals and potions. A lot of ghost stories have archetypes, and last night's monsters were created by an evil ritual. Ask him about the rest." Klein glanced sideways at Danitz. "How magical, Denton and Donna sighed. Then Donna said, her eyes shining, Uncle Sparrow, you're just like the Superman described by Emperor Russell. Can we also become people like you through rituals and potions? Denton nodded heavily, echoing his sister's words, and both of them felt a surge of strong anticipation. At that moment, Donna noticed Gehrman Sparrow's eyes turn melancholic. Soon after, she saw the mouth of this magical uncle open up, revealing a somewhat strange smile. Klein said in a low voice, "This isn't something to be envied or anticipated. As long as you choose this path, you'll constantly be accompanied by threats and madness. You can beat them 100 times, 1,000 times, but as long as you lose once, you'll end up like that fallen bishop." As he spoke, he leaned on his cane, took off his suit, and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. One of his arms was shriveled and wrinkled, as though he were a centenarian. The other was translucent and colorless, with a direct view of the blood vessels, muscles, and aponeurosis beneath the skin. At the same time, his face grew dense pale flesh granules that made Donna and Denton fall backward in terror and slam into the door. With thin flesh granules growing on his face, Klein maintained his smile. "See this? This is madness." No, Donna and Denton almost lost their minds, stumbled through the door, and ran out. After a few steps, they fell to the ground, unable to keep their balance. "How terrifying," Denton kept crying in a low voice. At that moment, they heard the door to room 312 clang shut. Donna gradually calmed down, not daring to think of Gehrman Sparrow's appearance again. The way Uncle Sparrow looked, the flesh granules had occupied every inch of his face. The way his arms were shriveled and translucent wasn't much better than the monsters of the night before. For some reason, she recalled his eyes and the words, "This is madness." Her vision suddenly blurred, and she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down her cheeks. Donna, what's the matter with you?" Denton was so frightened by her reaction that he forgot his fear. Donna sobbed and said, "I don't know. I just feel very, very sad all of a sudden." Seeing that Klein had returned to normal, Danitz couldn't help but click his tongue. "Actually, there's no need to scare the children like this. They'll have nightmares. Just tell them that taking potions is dangerous." Just as he finished his sentence, he saw a hard wooden cane covered in blood and dirt flying over, accompanied by a sentence that wasn't in the least bit emotional. "Wash it clean." Danitz reached out to grab the cane as the smile on his face froze. Audrey stood behind the white and gold railings on the second floor, watching the servants on the first floor come and go, bustling with activity. According to the customs of the Lowen Kingdom, the nobles with fiefs would leave Backland 1 week after the New Year ball, and they would return to their own fiefs, where they would enjoy a pleasant life in the countryside or in a castle. In June, they would return to the capital, where they would socialize day after day. Of course, a banker with actual power and wealth like Earl Hall definitely needed to make trips between the two places to handle many matters. However, moving wasn't an easy task. Many things had to be tidied up beforehand, and some of the servants would bring them back to the manor or castle. Only after everything was ready would the masters begin their journey. "After this tarot gathering ends, I should be sitting in a steam train back to East Chester County. I hope that vampire gentleman really can get the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of the Mirror Dragon so that I can become a psychiatrist before I leave Backland." Audrey allowed her thoughts to wander. Just then, Lady Caitlin came over and asked with a smile, "Penny, for your thoughts." "Well, you're already an adult. When you get back to Backland in June, you'll be able to find something to do. Do you have any plans?" Audrey didn't think further and directly replied, "Mother, I want to join the church's charity organizations. I want to get to know this world," she added silently in her heart. "Good idea," the Countess agreed. After giving her some advice, she walked down to the second floor and began to inspect the affairs of the family. Audrey withdrew her emotions and turned her head to the side. With a faint smile, she said to the large golden retriever that was sitting to her side, "Susie, are you looking forward to it? You can run as much as you want in the green pastures and in the lush woods." She was making fun of Susie because she had only become a gift because she wasn't a qualified foxhound. Susie instinctively wanted to stick her tongue out, but she stopped herself like a cultured lady. She answered without hiding her emotions, "Of course, I like to run, but I hate those barbaric fellows." "Are you referring to the foxhounds that father and the others rear?" Audrey pursed her lips to stop herself from smiling. She looked up at the wall clock and saw that it was almost time for the tarot gathering. Chapter 514, Legends of Ancient Gods. Above the endless gray fog, the majestic palace stood still. just as Emlyn White, who had arrived here once again, regained his vision. He saw Miss Justice opposite him looking at the end of the mottled long table before greeting cheerfully, "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Audrey greeted everyone, one person at a time, starting with the Fool and ending with the World. This order wasn't according to the seating arrangement, but by the order of the tarot cards. The Fool was the beginning that contained all possibilities, and the World was the end that represented perfect sublimation. This was a little obsessive-compulsive disorder on Miss Audrey's part, a mysticism enthusiast. It started to appear with the increasing number of tarot club members. She really is a carefree girl of stately birth. Emlyn deliberately passed a deep judgment and politely responded to the greeting. During this process, he caught sight of the sun through the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but think of the recent days when he had been studying the detailed history of the sanguine at the home of Baron Waymondy. There are a lot of details that I don't know about. There are indeed differences between professional researchers and amateur enthusiasts, but from this week onwards, I, Emlyn White, would be a professional researcher. Baron Waymondy has never mentioned anything related to the City of Silver, so I can't ask him directly. As the secret messiah of the sanguine who is burdened with secrets, I have to be careful in such matters. Attending class for half a day and going to the cathedral for half a day before accompanying the dolls at night seems to be a pretty good life. Emlyn's thoughts gradually dispersed. Suddenly, he frowned and realized a very important question. Why do I still go to the Harvest Church every day? Yes, as a noble sanguine, I must put an end to the things I start. There have been a lot of patients recently. Sigh, having your reputation spread isn't a good thing. Emlyn's brow gradually relaxed into a softer frown. He saw that Miss Justice had completed her greetings. He raised his hand to knock on the table and looked at her. "The things you need." Audrey pressed her right hand down and made a gesture to stop him before saying with a faint smile, "We'll talk about this during the transaction period. This is Mr. Fool's reading time." Based on Mr. Vampire's tone, there must be at least one of the fruits of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon. "Audrey, you're going to be a psychiatrist soon. You're about to become a mid-sequence Beander." Audrey's mood became increasingly cheerful, the corners of her eyes filled with smiles. She looked towards the figure amidst the thick fog and said with an uplifted tone towards the end, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've gotten another 3 Russell diary pages. Just short of 4 pages." She pursed her lips while in thought. With Miss Justice setting an example, Furs also said, "Mr. Fool, I also have 3 new pages of Russell's diary." She was also full of anticipation for this tarot gathering because her second apprentice potion had been digested much faster than expected. The dormant dangers had already been completely eliminated the day before yesterday. Derek followed immediately, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I've copied some legends of ancient gods." Then, he said to the hanged man, "I've also tabulated the list of monsters around the area." He really is a good child who doesn't need anyone to remind him. Klein, who had a rich harvest, sighed with emotion. "Seriously, he hasn't improved at all. Even though this will lower the difficulty of me obtaining benefits, it also conceals the risk of me losing the resources from the City of Silver. Exposure is a problem that requires constant vigilance." Alger shook his head indiscernibly. Russell's diary and the legend of the ancient gods soon appeared in the palm of Klein's hand. He skimmed through it quickly and found that 2 of the 6 pages in the diary were repetitions of the past. For example, one of Miss Justice's contributed pages matched a page which the hanged man had handed over last year. "That's inevitable unless I can really teach them simplified Chinese." Klein sighed and willed the 2 diary pages to the back. The remaining 4 pages didn't contain very valuable information. Most of them belonged to the period when Russell had lost his ideals and was obsessed with money, and the text was filled with sentences such as, "What did I invent today? What will I invent tomorrow? How many gold coins can it be sold for?" Or, "How much investment I received." It nearly made Klein lose control of his expression, wishing to smack these diary pages in Russell's face. At this moment, Audrey keenly discovered that the Dark Emperor card had returned to the side of Mr. Fool's hand and was placed face down. So it really was bestowed to his adorer. Was it to help him complete a mission? Or is there another possibility, that this is a new card of blasphemy, and not the original one? Audrey guessed with interest. After flipping through the diary pages, Klein resisted the urge to take a deep breath to calm his heart, and he looked at the legends of the ancient god provided by Little Sun. It was quite a rough description. It divided the 8 ancient gods of the second epoch into 3 camps. The giant king, Ormir, the elf king, Sanayathram, and the vampire ancestor, Lilith. were allies who fought against the dragon of imagination, Anquel, the phoenix ancestor, Regrace, and the mutated king, Kvastir. As for the devil monarch, Farbati and the annihilation demonic wolf, Phlegre, they were the ones who wanted to subvert all order and corrupt all living beings. In the records of the City of Silver, the 8 ancient gods were described as violent, evil, cruel, and terrifying. Even the ancestor vampire, Lilith, who superficially looked the most normal and was described as the embodiment of beauty, had a disgusting and ferocious side. For instance, she would manifest into a mountain range of flesh. On top of it grew all kinds of reproductive organs as they spewed out thick black fog while constantly producing all sorts of strange creatures. All powerhouses who approached her would be overwhelmed by the desire to mate and reproduce, becoming a walking organ. And all living beings who saw this scene, other than the other ancient gods, would lose their minds without exception or mutate on the spot, while others became crazy. The records of the City of Silver originated from the ancient texts of the Giant King's court. Of course, that was what they claimed. I cannot eliminate the possibility that this is to discredit an ally. This aspect is rather similar to the loss of control of the primordial moon who the sanguine prey to, as this one of the traits when one follows the moon pathway to the end. At this thought, Klein almost raised his head to sweep his glance at Emlyn White. In the legends of the City of Silver, the vampire ancestor, Lilith, really did control the crimson moon. As long as she wanted, she could make the blood moon appear every day for 365 days a year, allowing the negative energy to rampage through the lands and the spirit world to interact with reality for an extended period of time, releasing countless unspeakable monsters and evil spirits. This is the power of a deity. I wonder what the difference is between the ancient gods and the current true gods. Why do all of them look like evil gods? In the legends of the Sanguine, Lilith isn't like that. One of them is lying between the two of them. Or could it be that there was a change midway, from the one recorded in the City of Silver to the one depicted in the legends of the Sanguine? Klein looked away and took note of the details. He made the paper in his hands vanish and leaned back slightly. You may begin. With her bright eyes, Audrey looked at Emlyn White and immediately said, Mr. Moon, do you have news of the fruit of the Tree of Elders and the blood of a mirror dragon? Emlyn nodded his chin and said, a total of 750 pounds. Just pay this amount and they'll be yours. And of course, there's my payment. 100 pounds. Audrey didn't bother with the total price at all and happily responded, deal. I hope that the deal will be completed today or tomorrow. No problem. Emlyn, who was about to make 100 pounds, couldn't refuse Miss Justice's request. Awesome. Audrey lowered her right hand, clenched it into a fist, and lightly pumped it twice. At that moment, Alger turned his head to look at Mr. Vampire. Do you still want the inheritance of that sanguine baron? 4,500 pounds, that's the best price I managed to get for you. In fact, the pirate was willing to give it up for 3,200 pounds. Emlyn's expression twisted. If it's only 1,000 pounds, then I'll definitely take it, but, he replied inwardly. Although their family members were pretty good apothecaries and doctors, with a modest annual income and long lives that allowed them to save a fortune, Emlyn had been unable to save any money since he became infatuated with dolls. From time to time, he would order some custom dolls. Even if the 100 pounds which he hadn't received yet was counted, his personal savings didn't even reach 500 pounds, of which, 150 pounds had been contributed by Detective Sherlock Moriarty. I'll think about it again, Emlyn said with difficulty, suddenly feeling that he had to find some way to quickly save up money. This fellow, Emlyn, just made the sound of poverty. Upon seeing this scene, Klein happily quipped inwardly, being friends with Mr. Vampire. In reality, Klein had heard him mention that over the years, he had spent more than 7,000 pounds on dolls, which made Klein marvel at the price of puppets and how extravagant Emlyn was. No problem. The hanged man didn't press further. He turned to Audrey. My fair lady, the artisan has completed the work and has obtained a rather mystical item. It allows you to truly change your appearance while also providing you with 3 Beyonder powers, flame controlling, damage transfer, and danger intuition. It improves your balance and agility. It's a silver mask, but it can also be a hat or an earring. It can change its appearance, and you can name it. Of course, it also has its own minor flaws. When you wear it, your emotions will be amplified, and you must learn how to control yourself. It costs 5,500 pounds. At this point, the hanged man chuckled and said to the world, the Beyonder characteristic you provided earns you 4,500 pounds, and the artisan's workmanship is worth £1,000. £4,500, much better than I had expected, even though there's a 15% commission, that is to say, £675 for Mr. Hanged Man. Klein immediately controlled the world and nodded in agreement. That wouldn't be an issue. Emotions would be amplified. According to Miss Escalante, I'll have the ability to influence the moods and mental states of other people when I advance to psychiatrist. I should be able to do the same for myself. Yes, that flaw isn't a problem. Audrey nodded lightly. I will pay within 2 days of receiving the mystical item. In order to not reveal the secret of the Tarot Club, she had to wait until she had received the item before she could claim reimbursement from her father. Sure, the Hanged Man wasn't the least bit worried about Miss Justice's credibility. So rich, both Emlyn and Furs felt agitated at the same time. Phew, Klein breathed a quiet sigh of relief. This meant that more than £3,000 of his would be available soon. Thank you, Miss Justice. He silently drew a crimson moon inwardly. Chapter 515. Harvests for Everyone. Frankly speaking, although Alger had predicted that Miss Justice wouldn't bargain, and the fact that the mystical item was indeed worth about £5,500, he still felt a strong sense of discomfort over such actions. It felt like after all the hard work he had put in to make a killing, the money he earned wasn't even more than her pocket money. £675 split from the world, and the artisan's fee is only £600. I'll earn a net profit of £400. I've made a total of £1,075 in this transaction, but the world isn't a simple figure. He has a great deal of Beander characteristics and potion formulas, and he's involved in a great number of events. He's in the know of relatively important information. It's not worth it to get into a conflict with him over a few £100. Otherwise, I could have pushed the price of his Beander characteristic to below £4,000, the Hanged Man thought wistfully. As the fool rejoiced at the prospect of receiving £3,825, Derek looked at the lady across him and earnestly said, Miss Magician, your Spirit Eater's stomach pouch is ready. Excellent. Furs heaved a sigh of relief. I'll pay £300 in cash to Mr. Hanged Man. Upon hearing this, Alger's spirit was also lifted. He hurriedly requested the fool sitting at the end of the long bronze table for permission to conjure the potion formula. A few seconds later, he wrote the Solar High Priest formula onto the yellowish-brown goatskin parchment in front of him. Sequence 7. Solar High Priest. Main ingredients. 1 comb of a dawn rooster, 1 fruit of a radiant spirit pack tree. Supplementary ingredients. 100 milliliters of a dawn rooster, 10 drops of sun essential oil, 8 grams of fingered citron powder, and 5 grams of solidified lava. Although Klein didn't deliberately pry into this potion formula, the content which was conjured thanks to him was still reflected in his mind. As long as he was willing to use dream divination to recall, he would immediately get the corresponding knowledge. He couldn't help but exclaim, indeed, being a platform is most profitable. Derek received the piece of parchment expectantly, glancing at it with relief and excitement. Then, he conjured the list of monsters which were found in the area surrounding the City of Silver, letting the Hanged Man pick out the Beander ingredients that would be used to level the difference in prices. Alger calmly and carefully checked the list, gaining a precise understanding of the situation around the City of Silver. After that, he selected 3 ingredients that he knew had buyers and prices. After that, I'll be able to sell them within 2 days, earning me about £1,000. Counting the £300 from Miss Magician and the previous £1,075, I'll finally have enough money for the dragon-eyed sea condor's eyeballs. Feeling exhausted, Alger turned his head to the side and said to Furs, Miss Magician, you can prepare the transaction for the dragon-eyed sea condor eyeballs. The Hanged Man had less than £20 on him at present, and even the artisan fees he had paid in advance was borrowed thanks to his wide network of contacts. However, by the end of the transaction, his cash assets would reach £2,375, sufficient enough to cover the £2,000 required for the main ingredient. Furs thought of the loss she had suffered last week at the hands of Mr. Hanged Man and responded, feeling slight grievance, all right. For her, how much this deal would eventually earn her would depend on her teacher, Dorian Gray. She wouldn't earn anything extra beyond what he was willing to share with her. At the end of the transaction segment, Klein manipulated the world to seek to purchase the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths and a pair of eyes from a 6-winged gargoyle. As for the sale or process of making the Murloc bladder into a mystical item, he temporarily didn't intend to do it through the Tarot Club. He wished to use it as a catalyst to expand his social connections and resource channels at sea. After today's tarot gathering, Miss Justice will finish gathering her psychiatrist potion's ingredients, and the same is true for Miss Magician's Trickmaster potion. Now that little son has the formula, he can finally work towards sequence 7. He's one step closer to providing me with a way to remove the mental corruption inside a Beander characteristic. Mr. Hanged Man is about to receive one of the main ingredients of Wind Blessed, so there's only one last obstacle in his way before reaching sequence 6. Only Emlyn hasn't yet made up his mind or found a solution. There's no hope of him advancing in the near future. Klein looked around and said with a chuckle, "Continue your free exchange." Audrey was about to say something out of habit, but when she thought about it carefully, she felt that there was no news to share this week. Apart from the numerous balls I've attended and the 2 psychology classes, there are only matters regarding my return to East Chester County that can be talked about, but there's no need to. She pursed her lips and remained silent. Furs, who was still in her languid state from the New Year's holidays, continued having a blank mind. She commented, feeling rather guiltily, Backland is still under the same kind of high pressure as before. Don't take any risks unless you're an official Beander. Is that so? Emlyn, who had been behaving well during this time, frowned doubtfully. A vampire like him who led a routine lifestyle couldn't experience the pain of having all the Beander gatherings stopped. The Hanged Man nodded and thought for a while. Then, he said to the son, "Don't be careless. Before holding a sacrificial ritual, it's best if you confirm that the chief who led the exploratory team isn't in the City of Silver, or if he's busy with other matters." "Mr. Hanged Man, do you mean that the chief could have noticed the repeated cycle of fate?" Derek asked in astonishment. The Hanged Man replied solemnly, "That possibility can't be ruled out. However, I can't be sure since I don't know enough about your City of Silver." Having said that, he hid his smile and presented a serious expression. Derek said with chagrin, "There are many things I'm not sure of either." Alger sighed inwardly, eliminating his disappointed emotions. "In short, caution and carefulness will allow you to live longer." "Thank you for your reminder," the son said sincerely. The Hanged Man withdrew his gaze and said with a smile, "Recently, the sea has been relatively calm." "No, that's just what you think," Klein silently retorted, manipulating the world to speak with a hoarse voice. "I just happened to hear about something at sea." Without waiting for the Hanged Man to ask, he looked at Justice and the magician. "Ladies, can you buy me a radio transceiver? I can give it a try." Furs agreed without paying too much attention. As she was about to leave Backland, Audrey could only say, "Sorry." After negotiating this deal, the world cleared his throat and said, "That matter has something to do with the Church of Storms." "Something to do with the church? Why didn't I receive any notice? Is it not required for them to pass it down to people at my level?" The Hanged Man frowned and waited patiently for the world to speak in detail. The world originally wanted to sweep the Hanged Man with a teasing look, but due to the difficulty of those sequence of actions, he could only regretfully give up. With a heavy and hoarse laugh, he said, "An old custom in Bansi Harbor was revived. Some of the inhabitants became heretics, and even a bishop of the Church of Storms was corrupted. I heard that the matter has been resolved, but quite a few people died." Bansi Harbor. Alger recalled the situation of the area and explained to Miss Justice and the others who remained confused, "There's a custom of living sacrifices there, and the target is an evil spirit called the God of Weather. Overseas, in the southern continent, there are quite a number of such evil spirits. On the surface, it seems like they've been cleared away, but in reality, they continue living in a strange state. Many people have suddenly died in those places. Heh. It isn't necessarily because of an illness. If you guys have similar travel or adventure plans, don't be careless." Alger tried to describe what had happened in Bansi Harbor as an accident, one that was within the realm of understanding. Suddenly, he heard rather deep laughter. This laughter came from the end of the mottled long table. "Mr. Fool," the Hanged Man suddenly turned his head. "Mr. Fool, Bansi Harbor isn't as simple as it seems." Audrey immediately looked at Mr. Fool, who was sitting upright on his high-back chair. Noticing looks of puzzlement, curiosity, or excitement, Klein laughed leisurely with a hint of reminiscence in his voice. "This reminds me of a king of angels." "A king of angels? The matter of Bansi Harbor involves a king of angels." Audrey's eyes widened in anticipation of what Mr. Fool was to say next. "A king of angels?" Furs took a deep breath, her expression somewhat bitter. "Why is it that all we talk about at the Tarot Club is the descent of the true creator, the awakening of the primordial demoness, and the reappearance of a king of angels? I'm only a sequence 9. She wanted to look up at the sky and sigh. Emlyn, on the other hand, felt a Baffling sense of excitement, having found another reason for why his ancestor had gotten him to pray to the fool. As expected, this is a gathering of messiahs in preparation for the apocalypse. We are the chosen ones who will gradually face evil existences such as the King of Angels, the primordial Demoness, the true creator, and so on. Emlyn had an impulse to immediately agree to the deal proposed by the hanged man, but the fact that he had no money had ruthlessly crushed the fantasy in his mind. Which King of Angels will it be? In a rare occasion, Derek joined in with the conversation with Miss Justice and the rest. A King of Angels, what secret is Banshee Harbor hiding? Alger was waiting for the answer with rapt attention. Seeing that Mr. Fool didn't plan on continuing, Audrey couldn't help but ask, Honorable Mr. Fool, which King of Angels is it? Klein leaned back in his chair, chuckled and said, Medici, who established the Rose Redemption. His descendants live in Banshee. Rose Redemption, the King of Angels related to the true creator. Audrey didn't expect that the matter would be multi-layered, with each layer more serious than the last. She subconsciously asked, Banshee. That's the old name of Banshee, Alger replied in a low voice as he clenched his hands. He could no longer imagine the truth behind this matter. He only knew that the unforeseen event in Banshee Harbor might not be over yet. The danger that could devour people remained lurking in the shadows. He didn't know much about the phrase Rose Redemption, only knowing that it had something to do with the temple of the true creator and the angel of fate, Ouroboros, but was unable to confirm exactly what it represented. In short, the level of this matter is beyond my imagination. Alger looked at the end of the long, mottled table, and suddenly the thought flashed through his mind that Mr. Fool really did know the 8 kings of angels and that he knew many secrets. At that moment, he thought of something. Just last week at the gathering, Miss Justice had inquired about the other kings of angels, and Mr. Fool's answer was that we will come into contact with them in the future. And just a week later, we really have come into contact with a new king of angels. Mr. Fool had foreseen this. Alger's pupils shrank as he lowered his gaze in fear. Chapter 516, The Hanged Man's Guess. Amidst his shock, another doubt surfaced in Alger's mind. If Mr. Fool had foreseen this, why did he mention that Banshee Harbor's matter is related to Rose Redemption and the King of Angels, Medici? Did he tell us on purpose? He hopes to spread this matter through us. The target is the King of Angels, Medici. No, it's more likely to be the true creator. Mr. Fool has repeatedly thwarted the plans of the true creator before, so it should be no exception this time. The term Rose Redemption appeared in the abandoned temple of the true creator, and it's established by the King of Angels, Medici, and Ouroboros. Clearly, they share a deep connection with the true creator. Banshee Harbor only has our Church of Storms, so the person Mr. Fool is really informing is actually me. Alger vaguely understood something. Then, he became acutely aware of another problem. The last time the world mentioned that something major was about to happen in Backland, it was immediately confirmed by Mr. Fool, and it later involved the awakening of the primordial Demoness and the descent of the true creator. This time, the abnormality at Banshee Harbor also received a response from Mr. Fool. He revealed the secret hidden in ancient Banshee and has brought the Rose Redemption and the King of Angels to the forefront of all the members of the Tarot Club. Isn't this too coincidental? Yes, news provided by the world previously had to do with Backland, and this is the first time it involves the sea. Furthermore, Mr. Fool had mentioned last week that his adorer has been forced to leave Backland because of the Great Smog. They match perfectly. So, the world is actually Mr. Fool's adorer. No, he should be a representative among all his adorers in the Tarot Club. He's to do things that Mr. Fool finds inconvenient. Of course, through this gathering, the adorer will also trade goods and knowledge in order to advance himself. This is also considered a form of Mr. Fool's nurturing of him. On careful thought, this theory is probably correct. At least, the world has never collected Russell's diary in exchange for knowledge or intelligence from Mr. Fool. As his adorer, it's his duty, so he has probably submitted them in private. From this conclusion, some deliberate questions or contradictions on the world's part are meant to conceal his identity as an adorer. This is consistent with his experienced, skilled, and cunning character. In addition to the hidden attempt to awaken as he slowly lifts the seal, Mr. Fool holds the tarot gathering to also use as to interfere in certain events. This is evident from the composition of the members: a high noble, a beander at the bishop level of the church, a survivor of the forsaken land of the gods, a student of the Abraham family, an adult vampire. Each of us represents a faction or a particular circle or resource channel. Many thoughts flashed through Alger's mind. Not only was he not repressed by his own guesses, but he was also excited. To him, Mr. Fool's unknown purpose was the most frightening thing. Having an initial understanding of what he wanted to do allowed him to effectively avoid any risks and improve himself by doing so. As long as the Fool wants to use us to do things, he'll definitely give us some benefits. This is exactly what I was hoping for, otherwise, I don't know when I'll be able to see the hope of becoming a demigod. Hey, the world, you definitely didn't expect that I would see through your disguise. Alger's fear subsided, and he began to think about how to use the information about Bansi Harbor. He couldn't report the matter just like that, as it would arouse suspicion, and he had to patiently wait for an opportunity to let the higher-ups appreciate him and reward him, without ending up being monitored. Audrey could tell that Mr. Hanged Man was undergoing a mental exercise, but she didn't expect him to come up with so many guesses in such a short period of time, and from the words of Mr. Fool, she was delighted to learn that Rose Redemption was a secret organization established by a number of kings of angels, which was also related to the true creator. At the same time, she vaguely sensed the strangeness of the world. She realized that this member of the organization, who was the most difficult to read, was always involved in important matters and could always obtain important information. Furthermore, he constantly produced formulas, ingredients, and Beander characteristics, as if he could successfully hunt down a Beander within 1 to 2 weeks. He left Backland and went to sea. Or was it a rumor he heard in Backland? Should I tell this information to the church? Well, Mr. Hanged Man has a close relationship with the Church of Storms, so it's better for him to do it, and there wouldn't be any problems. Audrey suppressed the thought of probing and only curiously asked, Honorable Mr. Fool, what's the title of the King of Angels, Medici? Or should I say, what is his pathway? Klein leaned back into his chair and said with a deep chuckle, Red Priest. Red Priest, which pathway is that? It sounds very similar to the Dark Emperor. Could it be that it's another Sequence Zero title? Audrey thought with excitement and joy. Red Priest. Derek silently muttered the words, realizing that there was no corresponding record in the City of Silver's history. Perhaps I haven't read enough, having only received a general education, he thought regretfully. Furs and Emlyn listened as if they were listening to a story and were equally interested in similar information. The only problem is that I can't brag about it or write it into my novels. Furs felt a pang of regret. Mr. Hanged Man will likely report it to his superiors. Let's hope he doesn't delay it for too long. With his shrewdness, he may have already figured out some of the problems regarding the world and has grasped the relationship between him and the Fool. Fortunately, I've deliberately set up the world to be Sherlock Moriarty since a long time ago, giving him the identity of an adorer. Mr. Hanged Man can at best detect it up to this point, unable to imagine that the world is actually a dummy. Klein raised his hand to his chin, smiled, and said, Continue. Seeing that Mr. Fool was no longer talking about the subject, Emlyn, who had freed himself from his emotions as a messiah, began to face the difficult problems of reality. That was his lack of money. Regardless, he had never considered selling off his dolls. He only told himself that he needed to be frugal in the future. Only after half a year or even a year could he get himself a new doll, or he could buy a new set of clothes for the dolls he already had. In addition, the only way he could think of making money was to sell some potions that had a miraculous effect, but that could easily bring hidden danger to his clansmen in Backland. This is an arrangement by the ancestor. Logically speaking, Lord Nibs should provide me help, but Mr. Fool wishes for me to keep it a secret, to be the messiah in the shadows who's burdened with responsibility. I'm not to reveal it on my own accord. After thinking for a few seconds, Emlyn pumped himself up, cleared his throat, and said, Everyone, I have a question. Here's the matter. Suppose there's a powerhouse who has arranged for you to investigate something. Although you have successfully obtained the information, you are unable to report it to the person due to certain reasons. Then, how can you continue to get support from this powerhouse? Having said this, Emlyn suddenly felt that this act was somewhat shameful. This makes me appear like a traitor and a spy. No, I'm doing this for the sake of the Sanguine's continuation. For this, I have to give up my reputation and bear the burden of being misunderstood. When this is over, and when the truth is revealed, they'll be moved by me. Emlyn quickly eased his prior feelings. At this moment, Audrey, Furs, and Derek cast their eyes towards Alger. In their eyes, Mr. Hanged Man was the most experienced and the best teacher in this field. Klein also thought so too. Alger glanced at the moon and chuckled. It's simple, but you have to take some risks. Emlyn subconsciously denied, it's not me. The Hanged Man replied with a chuckle, let's assume that it's you. He continued his description. You will slowly display a certain level of abnormalities in your daily life, allowing that powerhouse to see that you have a problem. He will have two choices. One is to interrogate you directly, but it will be very easy to end up losing a lead for clues. The second is to inadvertently provide you with help so that you can investigate more thoroughly and then send people to monitor you. I think the second possibility is the most likely. The risk you have to take is how to not reveal the information you want to hide while under surveillance. That works. In fact, I won't be exposed either. Every tarot gathering, I'll be resting in the Harvest Church, looking normal on the outside. As for the sacrifice of items and the receiving of bestowments, they're things that can be shown to Lord Nibs and the others. It will allow them to guess that I have formed some sort of connection with Mr. Fool, but they can't imagine that I've already joined a secret gathering. Very well, while I'm studying history, I'll take the initiative to ask Baron Waymondy about the City of Silver. Emlyn's eyes lit up as he had an idea. He then thought of something and turned to the Hanged Man. Last week, didn't you ask about a way to make everyone on board a ship sleep at the same time? It's very simple. I can provide you with a magical anesthetic gas that can effectively spread without any irritating smells. Even on the deck, one will fall unconscious once they catch a whiff of it. Of course, it's best if you choose a windless night, and that the targets are unable to sense danger, and their physiques cannot be too strong. Those Beyonders that are well known for their physiques in Sequence 9 are the limit. It can cause deep slumber that lasts for more than 3 hours. The effects will constantly decline after that. £100 a can, and an extra £30 for me. The Hanged Man thought about the situation of the sailors on the ghost ship and didn't haggle. He wanted to erect a certain image in front of the moon, to prepare for the big transaction that would follow. He had thought of using a slumber charm, but that would require him to chant the incantation. It would make the sailors notice that something was wrong and suspect something afterward. At the end of the exchange, Klein tapped the surface of the long, mottled table with his finger, and he said with a leisurely smile, I can foresee that everyone will present a new appearance of themselves next week. Thank you for your blessings. Audrey was the first to stand up. She took her leave, expressing her gratitude. With Mr. Fool saying those words, she felt more confident in consuming the psychiatrist potion. As the magician and the others repeated the same words, one figure after another disappeared from the palace. The area above the gray fog returned to its eternal silence. Chapter 517, City of Generosity. As the crimson glow faded from her eyes, Furs saw the familiar desk and open notebook which she used to jot down her inspirations. To her, this experience was no longer anything new, but it still evoked reverence from the bottom of her heart. This was a power that didn't belong to humans, something that even demigods were incapable of. I'll receive the stomach pouch of a spirit eater in 2 days. My apprentice potion has already been digested. Finally, I'll become a trickmaster. I wonder what Beyonder powers I'll receive. By advancing by my own abilities, teacher will definitely place greater importance on me. Apart from potion formulas in the future, perhaps I might be provided with some Beyonder ingredients. How I look forward to that very much. I don't even know the corresponding names of Sequence 6 and 5. I only know that Sequence 7 is astrologer. After I become a trickmaster, I'll immediately write to teacher. Furs felt like she was one step closer to ridding herself from the curse of the full moon. At this moment, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Finally, it turned into the slam of the door. Zio is out again. She's so busy. Furs sighed silently. If not for the £400 debt that she owes Viscount Glaint, we would probably be vacationing at Daisy Bay now. After a long period of hard work, and thanks to the enhancement of her strength, certain tasks that were previously impossible for her to complete have become simple. Moreover, from time to time, Zio would receive small tasks that pay well from the Golden Masked Man. Zio has already raised her savings from £110 to £320, leaving her with only £80 left to pay off her debt. In fact, I could spot her £80, but unfortunately, although she isn't tall, she still has a lot of pride in her. Furs withdrew her thoughts and thought about the matter Mr. World had entrusted her. As a doctor and a writer, she didn't know much about radios or anything about the entire field of machinery. She didn't usually pay attention to such information when reading the newspapers, so she didn't know where she could buy the kind of transceiver the world wanted. A department store. It probably doesn't sell one. Alright, Avil writes science fiction, so he should know a lot about such matters. Furs quickly found the right person to consult. However, she immediately had a new problem. Was she to visit him directly, or was she to write him a letter of inquiry? Glancing at the chair covered in a thick, soft blanket, and smelling the fragrance of coffee and tobacco emanating the room, she felt a warmth slowly creeping through her body. Bit by bit, her motivation to leave the house crumbled. I'm not familiar with him, so I shouldn't rashly pay him a visit. She sat down with a grunt and unfolded a piece of paper. Derek opened his eyes and woke up from feigning sleep. According to his original plan, he would have immediately held a sacrificial ritual to send out the stomach pouch of the spirit eater. However, the words of the hanged man reminded him to be more cautious and make more observations. I'll gather the ingredients, Mr. Hanged man require first, and then I'll do the sacrificial ritual all at once. Derek remained silent for a few seconds, then he attached his axe of hurricane to his body and headed for the steeple. He first checked the items available for exchanging using merit points, but he wasn't in a hurry to complete the transaction. He planned to go to the underground market to take a look once the lightning in the sky subsided. Derek went up to the third floor and headed straight for the library section that dealt with mythology and ancient classics, hungering for valuable information he hadn't learned yet. Suddenly, he saw a hard and yellowed book with a cover, Giant King's Court, Book of Blackrock, hand-copied edition. It's a record passed down from the Giant King's Court. I wonder if there's anything related to the Kings of Angels. Derek reached for the book, pulled it out, and saw that it was bound in a brown monster hide. At that moment, on the upper level of the library, Colin Iliad was wearing a flaxen-colored linen shirt and a brown coat and standing there quietly, looking down. His unkempt grizzled hair flailed in the breeze from the window, and his pale blue eyes were deep and reserved. Wednesday the 12th of January. 5:40 p.m. The sky was dark and cloudy, with deep blue waves undulating across the sea. The white agate bobbed up and down in this storm, like a toy in the palm of a giant. This is the sea. No matter how powerful one is, one will appear insignificant in front of it. Danet stood by the window and enjoyed the scenery outside. Fortunately, we're almost at the city of generosity. From the moment they left Bansi Harbor, the White Agate's journey had been smooth sailing. With the help of the wind, it reached a stable speed of 15 knots. Hence, even though they arrived at Tiana port a little later than scheduled, they completed the entire journey half a day earlier. That is to say, the White Agate, which was scheduled to arrive at the city of generosity on the morning of the 13th, arrived on the evening of the 12th. Hearing Danet's reflections, Klein just glanced up at him, then looked away and continued his contemplation. The more he played the part of Gehrman Sparrow, and the more he had to force himself to behave in accordance with his persona, the more deeply he realized what kind of person he was. When faced with different situations, he realized that the choices he really wanted to make were different from Gehrman Sparrow's. For example, he would have responded to Danetz by idly chatting with him about the weather at sea and the disasters caused by those terrible storms, but Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't. He had to be cold and reserved. The more there are such differences, the more I recognize myself. Klein sighed inwardly. This was something he hadn't experienced when he moved about with his identity as the private detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Back then, he didn't have to disguise his personality and had just been himself. I feel like I've digested my potion a little, however, Gehrman Sparrow has traits that are similar to myself. At the very least, when choosing to disembark and entering Bansi Harbor to save the others, I overlapped with this identity of mine, and there was no difference. Of course, it could also be said that I was adding a certain kind of persona into the mix. Beneath Gehrman Sparrow's gentleness and madness, he has a kind, brave, and compassionate heart that values relationships. Heh, I can't boast about myself. If I had known earlier that Bansi was Bansi, I would have most likely been terrified, not necessarily. At the very least, the danger which was divined was within an acceptable range, Klein thought, summing things up as he engaged in self-deprecation. This made him more aware of a problem. Although playing the role of a purely fictional person could help him digest the potion, he needed to replace an existing identity to speed up and improve his progress. He needed to gain the affirmation of people from the other person's interpersonal relationships, feel the corresponding emotions of joy, anger, sadness, and immersing himself in them, but not getting obsessed. Become anyone, but ultimately become yourself in the end. And get feedback from the people involved. Klein looked at the pale yellow carpet, his mind racing. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow without a response, Danitz spread his hands helplessly, feeling bored out of his mind. This crazy guy is good in every way other than making me do what servants do. There's only one thing, he doesn't like to talk. There's a communication barrier with him. If this goes on, I'll definitely go crazy. Fortunately, I'm finally at Byam. I can finally be free. Danitz felt that he would sooner or later develop a habit of talking to himself when faced with a similar silence. After a while he saw Gehrman Sparrow look up, smile, and say, "You can tell me about the pirate point of contacts in Byam." "Dogshit, it's better if you don't say anything." Danitz's expression twisted. At 6:15 p.m., just before the storm arrived, the White Agate docked smoothly and arrived at the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, Byam, the city of generosity. It was also known as the Spice Archipelago, and it was home to a variety of exotic spices, with the plantations of these produce being mainstays of the economy. The Blue Mountain Island, where Byam was located, occupied more than half of the archipelago, which was mostly covered in forest. It had gold, silver, copper, coal, iron, and other minerals, as well as a plentiful variety of fruits due to the particularly fertile land. For these reasons, the first batch of colonists named the seaside city they built the City of Generosity. They believed it was a land of treasure promised by the gods, where it flowed with milk and honey. Klein picked up his suitcase which Danitz packed, and he left room 312, entering the corridor that led to the deck. Without any surprises, he met Donna's family, Cleves, and others. The two siblings were still a little afraid of Klein after the fright he gave them. They hid behind their parents and bodyguards and didn't dare to speak, appearing like deflated balloons. Klein nodded slightly as a form of greeting. At this moment, Erde Branch hesitated for a second and then took a half-step forward. "Mr. Sparrow, will you be staying in Byam? If I wish to hire, request for your help, how can I contact you?" He's indeed a businessman with a spirit of adventure. Even if he's afraid, he still wishes to befriend someone with beyonder powers, Klein thought for a moment. "What newspapers are in circulation over here?" "The Sonia Morning Post and the News Report are popular in the archipelago," Erde said without any thought. "Put an advertisement in the Sonia Morning Post for 3 days in a row asking to buy Demir's special cured meat, and leave an address. I'll go look for you, and if I don't show up 3 days later, it means I'm at sea again." Klein was careful to give a one-way method of contact. "All right," Erde exhaled and smiled. Cleves and the others expressed their gratitude once again and left the cabin in an orderly manner. Noticing the gangway in sight, Donna suddenly slowed her pace and stepped back next to Klein, raised her face, and bit her lip. "Uncle Sparrow, since that kind of power definitely brings about threats and madness, why did you choose to have it?" She had thought about this question for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask. Klein was startled, and he instinctively formed a smile. "For my dream." Then he lowered his voice and said 2 words, and, protect. "Protect?" Donna mumbled the word in a slightly lost voice, picked up her pace, and caught up with her parents. After watching the Branch family leave the White Agate, Klein retracted his gaze and said to Danitz, "You're free." For a moment, Danitz wasn't used to it. Chapter 518. On the Brink of Death. Without another word or care for Danitz, Klein pressed his top hat and carried his suitcase down the gangway. "Are you really going to let me go?" Blazing Danitz stood on the deck, his face filled with suspicion. Although he had expected such an outcome, with Gehrman Sparrow directly letting him go while in Demir Harbor, making him capable of imagining today's scene, he still couldn't believe it. He felt that everything that befell him came too simply and easily. "Regardless, I'm worth 3,000 pounds. "No, this is the bounty offered only by Lowen. Isn't this madman, Gehrman Sparrow, an adventurer? How can he let go of a huge amount of wealth in front of him? It's incomprehensible." "Hey, it's true that normal people can't understand the mindset of lunatics." Danitz gradually snapped back to his senses. With his luggage in hand, he carefully descended the gangway and stepped onto the concrete ground of the dock. He straightened his back, lifted his head, and gave Gehrman Sparrow's back a glance. He realized that he really wasn't turning back and was following the path straight for Coastal Street. Danitz didn't dare delay a second longer. He immediately turned around and left through another path, occasionally changing directions and using obstacles to look back, in order to ensure that he wasn't followed. Soon, he arrived at a row of houses near the warehouse at the dock. "Gehrman Sparrow really didn't use me as bait." After triple checking, Danitz finally relaxed completely. At this moment, he finally felt like he was liberated. A dignified bosun of a pirate admiral like him no longer had to be bullied and be ordered around like a servant. I can already foresee that tomorrow will be incomparably beautiful. There will be a group of people vying to flatter me, wanting to become my servants. Danitz knocked happily on the door, 3 long and 3 short, rhythmically. Hee, Gairman Sparrow asked me to give him the pirate point of contacts in Byam. I obviously only told him the ones that don't have a good relationship with us. There's no way he could guess that our golden dream point of contact is right at the dock. Danitz picked at his nose and breathed in the fresh sea breeze before a looming rain. Byam was a pivotal location of the Loan Kingdom's Sonius Sea colonies. It was one of the largest cities in the region. There were many powerful official beyonders, and no matter how rampant the pirates were, they didn't dare to openly show their faces here. Most of the time, they had to rely on the local gangs or people with backgrounds to handle the loot and purchase any necessities. Of course, this didn't mean that they wouldn't come to Byam. The Red Theater here was the most famous brothel in the surrounding seas, and countless pirates came to patronize this famous place. Even if 1 or 2 of their peers were caught every once in a while, it didn't stop them from rushing over. In addition to the spice trade, the brothel industry was another major pillar of the Rorstad archipelago. Apart from the Red Theater, there were many big or small brothels, out in the open or hidden all over the place. They fully satisfied the desires of the seamen with ample energy. As for the female pirates, they didn't have to worry about this problem. As long as they were willing, they could always be satisfied. After all, there was more demand than supply. At sea, where faith in the Lord of Storms was mainstream, there had always been few females. Similarly, the underground trade related to Beander ingredients and mysticism was quite frequent here, and there were many circles. Those smaller ports are still better. We don't have to be afraid of being discovered at all, and we can just openly sit in a bar, engage in disputes with adventurers, and even fight them. As long as we don't cause any trouble or cause any deaths, the local official Beyonders will turn a blind eye. Hey, with their strength, they typically have to take on tremendous risks if they wish to interfere, Danitz thought mockingly. At that moment, he heard footsteps and saw the door creak open. A familiar face entered his sight. Old man, did you not drink today? Danitz smiled and greeted. Standing at the door was one of the Golden Dream's contacts in the Rorstad archipelago, Old Rin. Old Rin coughed twice and made way. Danitz stepped into the dim room, his nose twitching suddenly. He caught a whiff of Landy proof. No, Old Rin likes to drink locally produced Byam Black Rand. As this thought flashed through his mind, Danitz was terrified. Immediately following that, he saw a man with his back to him rise to his feet. He was tall, dark, and muscular, and his hair was curled like marbles. Steel, Mavati. Danitz's pupils contracted sharply. This was the second mate of the Admiral of Blood, a great pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds. Waves of the sea breeze blew, swaying the thin, sharp leaves of the tree in a precarious manner. Klein was walking along Coastal Street at an adequate speed. In contrast, the people around him were hurrying and walking quickly. His spiritual intuition told him that it would take some time before the storm would arrive, and that he had plenty of time to find a hotel. The sound of the wind grew louder and louder. Tree branches fell to the ground, and there weren't many people left on the street. Klein was about to turn into another alley when he heard the sound of hasty but disorderly running. Danitz was running with all his might, but the scene in front of him began to rock. He felt an abnormal pain from his wound as he felt his vitality rapidly sapping away. His spirit body had partially left his body, approaching the legendary underworld. As for the surrounding sounds, he could only vaguely hear them, and everything in his line of sight looked like it wasn't real. If it wasn't for having Shadow Cloak, the ambush would have killed him. But even so, he was still severely injured and could die on the streets at any moment. He was forced to run towards Coastal Street because of his will to warn the captain that their point of contact had been compromised by the Admiral of Blood, as well as the glimmer of hope brought by that crazy but powerful figure. If it's him, then he would definitely be able to escape from the hands of Steel, Mavati's henchman. Danitz began to stagger, and his body gradually grew cold. Just as he was about to collapse, he saw Gairman Sparrow standing by a street corner. His refined face that hid madness appeared so genial at that moment. Danitz fell on his back, his hands hanging limply over his chest, revealing a hideous, exaggerated wound that was inflicted to his organs. Tell Captain that Old Rin has been discovered. Steel Mavati did it for that treasure. Danitz saw Gairman Sparrow kneel to his side as he hurriedly spoke. Klein recalled the bounty offered for Steel Mavati and asked in return, Admiral of Blood. Yes, tell Captain. Tell Captain. Danitz gasped as he said. After saying all that, he revealed a mournful smile. Don't worry about me, I'm about to die soon. Tell the captain that all the money I've saved up has been turned into real estate. Units 12 to 16 on Biom's Amaris Avenue. The title deeds are hidden in the wall of Unit 13's basement. Help me sell them. Take the money to South Intis's Elima town. Give the money to my parents. Say that I've really made a fortune. Danitz paused, then he said with great difficulty, say that I've become an outstanding adventurer. Also, help me say I'm sorry. His eyes suddenly became moist, as if he was recalling that rebellious youth from back then. I'm sorry, old man, mother. I'm unable to return home. Danitz's vision darkened, and he felt that his life was coming to an end. It was at this moment that he saw German Sparrow reach out and press his hand to his wound and then swipe it. Danitz's sorrow came to a sudden halt as he felt the already numb pain in his chest and abdomen suddenly disappear as his left hand seemed to suffer a fracture. He looked at Klein blankly, and Klein looked back at him quietly. None of them spoke for 2 seconds. Finally, he looked down in astonishment and discovered that his lethal wound had strangely healed. His left arm was badly mutilated, and even his bones protruded out. I'm fine now. Danitz blinked, still immersed in the sadness and frustration of his brush with death. Why didn't you treat me first? He asked blankly. Klein looked back at the empty area on the other side of Coastal Street and said in a calm tone, waiting for you to finish. That's basic courtesy. Courtesy, you son of a bitch. I was really saying my last words. With a sudden jerk of his back, Danitz rolled to his feet. He warily looked towards the dock, where a thick cloud of smoke was rising. It was none other than the result of the battle he had just been engaged in. Because the house was set on fire by me, Steel Mavati was afraid that it would catch the attention of the official Beyonders. As he was confused by that shadow, he didn't chase after me. Danitz instantly understood the sequence of events. Let's find a place to stay first. Klein spread his hands and caught a drop of rain. Not knowing whether or not he had completely escaped danger, Danitz immediately nodded. I can tell that this madman, German Sparrow, isn't afraid of Steel Mavati at all. He's not even afraid of Admiral of Blood. At such times, I especially admire his craziness. Damn, I exposed my wealth to him. Danitz had just exhaled when his body froze. Klein walked silently ahead with his suitcase and cane with only one thought echoing in his head. God MMIT, a pirate is richer than I am. Empress Burrow. Audrey, who was about to leave Backland, hid in her chemistry laboratory and concocted the psychiatrist potion with the ingredients she received from Mr. Vampire, the fruit of the Tree of Elders, the blood of a mirror dragon, and the other ingredients she had collected previously. This time, she didn't get Susie to guard the door. Instead, she was to sit inside and observe the whole process from the sidelines. Earl Hall had already instructed everyone to not approach the young lady during her experiments, but they had to pay attention to any unusual changes. Phew, Audrey let out a small sigh of relief, pouring the completed potion into a prepared glass bottle. The slightly golden liquid rippled like a deformed, gigantic pupil. Its gaze seemed to shine right into the eyes of anyone's heart. Susie, did you remember the process? You are a mature Beyonder. In the future, you'll have to learn how to concoct your own potion. No, it's not that I'm not helping you, it's just that I'm pointing out a possibility. Sometimes, I might not be by your side, and you just happen to need a potion bottle, Audrey said happily to the huge golden retriever. Susie was so confused by what she was taught, and she could only open her mouth to reply with a single word, woof. Converging her emotions, Audrey raised her head and downed the psychiatrist potion bottle. Chapter 519, Naming. The golden liquid was cool and refreshing, making Audrey feel as if she was enjoying a delicious ice cream. She then took a sip of champagne. Tiny bubbles of air continuously rose, silently bursting as they brought a tingling sensation with them. Suddenly, her sense of hearing reached out, and she could hear the conversation of the two maids at the end of the corridor as they lamented at how they had no chance of going to the Hall family's castle and manor in Eastchester County. At this moment, Audrey felt as if she had dissolved into an illusory gas and was rapidly expanding. It filled the entire room, overlapping with a sea formed from everyone's sea of consciousness. Her vision also changed. Everything she saw was abnormally smooth, turning into a mirror that reflected her current appearance. Possessing a beauty described by pure, exquisite, grand, and witty, golden scales that were slowly growing out of her exposed skin. Her emerald green irises contracted and were dyed in a faint golden color, as if they had turned vertical. Audrey suddenly felt fear from the bottom of her heart when she saw herself like this. She didn't want or wish to become an inhuman monster. With a hum, her mind began to turn into a blur, as if something was slowly and painfully drilling out from the surface of her body. Just then, she heard the gentle voice of her huge golden retriever, Susie. "Don't be afraid, calm down. Don't be afraid, calm down." Audrey recovered her thoughts and tried to get herself into a spectator state. Her undulating emotions quickly calmed down, and her spirit seemed to leave her body. She then looked down at herself like a spectator. Audrey saw the golden scales on the surface of her body visibly recede and her emerald-like eyes return to normal. It didn't take her long to regain control of her body and understand what Beyonder powers were available to a psychiatrist and how they were used. It was so dangerous just now. Audrey raised her hand in fear. Her skin was fair and delicate, completely unlike the abnormal condition she had been in a moment ago. After this incident, she truly understood how terrifying the danger of losing control which Mr. Fool would occasionally bring up was. She gained a deep understanding of how difficult it was to go down the Beyonder path. Even with the acting method, it was impossible to completely remove the latent risks. At one gathering, Mr. World said that Beyonders are a bunch of miserable wretches that are constantly fighting against threats and madness. Previously, I could only understand it literally. Now, I can finally feel the weight behind this sentence. Audrey, don't be discouraged, don't be afraid. Father, mother, and brother are still waiting for your protection. With this experience, you won't be frightened by yourself in the future or so easily lose control. You can do it. Audrey clenched her fists and encouraged herself. She calmed down for 2 seconds, walked up to Susie, squatted down, and hugged the golden retriever. As she combed its fur, she put her head against the side of the dog's face and muttered in its warmth, "Thank you, thank you." Susie rubbed against her twice and asked seriously, "Audrey, is this how a psychiatrist feels like?" "I like it very much." Audrey was suddenly at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. She immediately pursed her lips and promised, "Susie, we'll treat each other in the future." "Yes, psychological problems. Okay, woof," Susie answered happily. It was only now with Audrey truly recovering that she was in the mood to examine her own advancement. "My body seems to have become healthier. Although I don't have any obvious muscles, my strength and speed have become much stronger than before. My eyesight has also improved. I can even clearly see items hidden in the dark. My sense of smell is able to distinguish even more subtle smells, and thus being able to grasp a target's truest emotions and thoughts. I finally have Beyonder powers in the truest sense of the word. Yes, there's also awe. I can target a single person or apply it to a group of people within a certain range. They'll instantly panic and turn chaotic as though they're facing a dragon." Another is frenzy. It will trigger the emotions and mental state of a target, throwing the target into a frenzy. They'll suffer intense psychological damage and might even cause direct loss of control at times. Another is psychological cue. Through specific methods, words, and a medium, I can cue a target, letting them abide by my arrangements without them realizing it. Or they might strongly abide by a particular promise from the bottom of their hearts. Another is placate, also known as psychoanalysis. I can help Beyonders on the brink of losing control to regain their reason and escape danger. There's a certain chance of failure. The higher my sequence, the more easily it will succeed. It can calm down various psychological instabilities and allow for communication. Another is telepathy. Through mediums like candlelight and extracts, it will put the target in a partially hypnotic state. I'll then be able to directly communicate with their body of heart and mind, just like what Hilbert Alucard did to me. If not for the protection provided by Mr. Fool's angel, then I wouldn't have the means to lie under such situations. Yes, I have to be on guard against such techniques. I can't be fooled by a target, and there should be quite a number of means to achieve this effect. With placate and telepathy, together with certain psychology knowledge, I'll be able to act as a true psychiatrist, the kind that can open a clinic. Audrey's mood rapidly improved. She finally had the feeling that she had matured and become a qualified Beyonder. I'm a mid-sequence Beyonder. There really is a qualitative change. She stood up, lifted her skirt, and walked briskly around in a circle. She quickly discovered that she was still lacking in direct offensive abilities as a psychiatrist. Fortunately, I have this. Audrey stopped in front of the experiment table and opened a plain brown box. Inside the box was a silver mask that could only cover half a face. It was the mystical item that the hanged man had sold her. Audrey picked it up, placed it in her palm, and observed it for a few seconds. Then, she extended her spirituality and projected her thoughts just like how she did above the gray fog. She saw the silver mask begin to warp inwards, turning into a hollow, finely patterned slightly large earring. It might be better to turn it into a necklace, Audrey whispered. Afterward, she tried out the various abilities of this magical item. She was most satisfied with her ability to fine-tune her appearance. It's a pity that other than flame controlling, it doesn't have any other more direct offensive powers. Perhaps I'll need to prepare a revolver, one that has Beyonder effects, Audrey thought with some regret. She quickly collected her emotions and said to the mystical item in her hand with an uplifted tone towards the end, "From today, your name is Lai. The most beautiful Lai, city of generosity, Biome. 48 Acid Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Inn." It was raining heavily outside and the wind was raging, but inside the luxurious suite, the fireplace was warm and the environment peaceful. Klein sat in his chair and watched silently as blazing Danitz dealt with the severe fracture on his left arm. He waited until Danitz was finished binding up his arm with shredded, old clothes before asking bluntly, "What treasure?" According to Danitz, it was because of some treasure that Admiral of Blood Senor wanted to deal with Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards. The sound of wind and rain came through the window. Danitz took a sip of the Lanty proof on the table and then gave a bitter, angry laugh. "Those assholes who had their brains eaten by zombies. On our last expedition, we found a sunken ship. Although we didn't find anything of great value, we discovered a gigantic black iron key that doesn't look like the kind used by humans. Can you imagine, after being submerged under the sea for so many years, it hasn't rusted at all?" "Yes," Klein replied in a concise manner. In a world where extraordinariness and mystery intertwined, what wasn't possible? There were people who could be resurrected from the dead, not to mention others. Danitz choked and paused for 7 or 8 seconds before he knew what to say next. "Perhaps there's a traitor among us, and the news has spread. Countless pirates believe that this is Death's key, a key that can open the treasure trove Death left behind. I thought that this problem would be cleared up very quickly and happily applied for a vacation. In the end, the matter became more complicated. Even Admiral of Blood has joined the ranks of these mad pirates. I'm even beginning to suspect that it's Death's key, a key that can turn one into a true god." "Foolish," Klein calmly gave his evaluation. Whether it was in the divination domain or dealing with deities, he could be considered experienced. Thus, he had his own understanding and confidence in the interpretation of Death's key. He believed that the key was a form of revelation, a symbol. The thing that opened Death's treasure trove was probably not in the shape of a key, but some kind of characteristic, bloodline, or even certain, specified people and their descendants. Danitz was startled for 2 seconds, and then he exclaimed, "Your words are exactly the same as Captain's previous comments, and even your expressions are very similar. She suspects that the key belongs to an older era, an era not of humans. Before the cataclysm, this world was still full of giants, dragons, elves, and demonic wolves. The shape of the key indirectly points to one of them. Demonic wolves." Klein suddenly recalled the ravings he often heard during his past advancements. In it, the phlegre he heard referred to the ancient god, Annihilation demonic wolf, a treasure that involves the second epoch. He held back his curiosity and switched to calmly saying, "Write down everything that Admiral of Blood has done, including Steel Mavati and his men." He remembered that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew were the most notorious groups on the ocean. Their hands were stained with blood as they committed heinous sins. "How can I remember? They aren't beauties like Captain." Danitz threw up his hands. "I can only list the most important things and some of the details that have left an impression on me." "Wait, what do you want to do?" Bit by bit, Klein revealed a smile, one that gave Danitz a fright. He said in a deep voice, "If it's appropriate, I want to hunt them." Chapter 520, Admiral of Blood. "Hunt them?" Danitz asked subconsciously. When he truly understood the meaning behind Gehrman Sparrow's words, he instantly became excited. He changed his seating posture and suppressed his voice. "Is there anything I can help you with?" As a qualified, part-time pirate, he had nothing to do with beautiful words such as tolerance, compassion, and love. Since he had nearly died at the hands of Steel Mavati and now had the chance to take revenge, he definitely wouldn't miss it. He believed that he could survive in the pirate industry by relying on an accurate grasp of the situation, knowing when to resist, when to fight for his life, when to feign ignorance when seeing his enemies, and when to settle old scores. And now, this was an opportunity. Danitz still couldn't make an accurate judgment on how powerful Gehrman Sparrow was, but judging from how he had taken care of the fallen Bishop Millet within 10 seconds, it was unlikely that it would be too difficult for him to deal with Steel Mavati. Even if he encountered the Admiral of Blood, Senor, it wasn't impossible for him to win. Of course, this is in a one-on-one situation, and pirates never talk about chivalry, Danitz thought to himself. Klein leaned forward a little, placed his elbows on his knees, and clasped his hands. I've told you. Ah, what? Danitz felt that he was often unable to keep up with Gehrman Sparrow's train of thought. With regards to this, he could only console himself that a normal person and a madman were different. Seeing that the other party had stopped talking, he thought for a while and finally remembered what he had to do. Write down everything that Admiral of Blood and his pirate crew had done. Gehrman Sparrow definitely wants to know how many things they've plundered. Danitz quickly gathered his thoughts, rummaged around the room for a pen and paper, and scribbled a chunk of text. During this process, he was exceptionally glad that it was his left arm that was injured. When he was done writing, Klein reached out for it, read it carefully, and confirmed from the undetailed parts of Danitz's description that Admiral of Blood was the most typical and vile of pirates. Not only did they plunder, but they also abducted people, slaughtered crew members, and abused women. A pirate like Danitz actually knows how to write ancient Fasak. He's also been educated. After muttering to himself, Klein took out a copper penny and used divination to confirm the authenticity of the material. Then he said in a tone as though he was giving instructions on what was to be eaten tomorrow morning, "Tell me about the Admiral of Blood and his men. He needs more detailed information. Is he preparing to hunt them?" Danitz was delighted, hating himself for not knowing enough. Admiral of Blood Senor is suspected to be an evil spirit. Anyone who has encountered him has died a bizarre death. Either they strangle themselves to death, blow their mouths up, hug bombs, or slaughter their companions. Captain said that it's the possession of an evil spirit. It's very similar to Miss Sharon's Beander powers, Wraith. Klein didn't speak as he listened to Danitz go on, in silence. Senor can make a terrible shriek. The last time I fought them, I was nearly knocked unconscious and fell off the deck and into the sea. Heh, I returned the favor and set one of their boats on fire. Senor knows a lot of undead magic. Cruel, bloodthirsty, and full of desire. His targets can be either male or female, and even humanoid creatures. Consistent with the unrestrained nature of the Rose school of thought. Yes, accurately speaking, it's a trait of the prisoner pathway. The highest probability is that he's a wraith. Klein nodded thoughtfully. In response, Danitz became more active and spoke a little faster. Our captain thinks that Senor has a very powerful mystical item on him, one that makes him very lucky. He always seems to gain the favor of the gods. For example, at a critical moment, his opponent would suddenly slip or have their powers fail. Another example is winning 21 bets in a row, a mystical item that can make someone lucky. This is very rare. It's from the monster pathway. Or is it connected to some other evil spirit? Klein guessed based on his own knowledge of mysticism. I've never directly fought Senor, so that's all I know. Danitz wanted to throw his hands up, but he was stopped by the pain in his left arm. He has about 7 or 8 ships. His flagship is the Tree of Flesh and Blood. Heh, that's different from us. We mainly seek out treasure and wouldn't take in anyone. Therefore, we only have the Golden Dream. It's no wonder the Admiral of Blood's bounty is much higher than Vice Admiral Iceberg, reaching 42,000 pounds. In terms of strength, he should be a bit stronger. Klein immediately gained an understanding. He maintained the same posture as before, seemingly unaffected by the intelligence regarding the Admiral of Blood. What about his subordinates? Danitz was long prepared as he immediately said, Senor has 10 of his strongest men under his command, the first, second, third mates of the flagship, and the captain of each ship. Steel Mavati is the second mate of the flagship. We think that he's a sequence 6. His body is like steel and is able to withstand bullets and cannonballs. He isn't afraid of fire, drowning, and various magic. He's strong and fast. He can rip his opponent apart, and he grasps a certain level of undead-related spells. He can summon zombies and rear puppets. Zombie. Klein immediately thought of Marich, who played cards with zombies. Based on the wraith traits of Admiral of Blood Senor, can it be assumed that these pirates are actually part of the outer circle of the Rose School of Thought, or perhaps they're from an organization used to make money? It's a pity that I don't have a messenger, nor did I ask Miss Sharon if she had one. Otherwise, I could contact her and confirm the Admiral of Blood's identity. Klein guessed with some regret. He didn't give up just because this matter might involve the Rose School of Thought. In any case, he could change his face and identity afterwards. In addition, he had involved himself with the Aurora Order, the Demoness Sect, Rose Redemption, and Twilight Hermit Order, so he wasn't afraid of offending another entity. Actually, it's not like I've never fought against the Rose School of Thought. I've already killed a wraith, a zombie, and a wraith, and I've robbed the Scarlet Lunar Corona and biological poison bottle. Klein suddenly realized how much trouble he had been involved in. It's unlikely that Mavati has any particularly powerful mystical items, otherwise, I might not have been able to escape before, Danitz said, feeling somewhat relieved at his luck. He has a bunch of puppets and zombies by his side, as well as several subordinates at sequence 7 or 8. As the second mate of the flagship, he should be the leader of the crew in the vicinity since he's here. We can consider hunting him first. Below the high sequences, once the number of Beyonders reaches a certain amount, a qualitative change will occur. With the combination of different abilities, it's possible for a group to defeat a Beyonder stronger than themselves. It's just like how a Nighthawk's team can definitely take down a sequence 6, or even a sequence 5. Klein didn't underestimate Steel Mavati and his men just because he was stronger with creeping hunger. He was still as cautious as before. I have to plan and prepare well. Well, the frequency bands and passcodes I received from White Shark will come in handy, and once Miss Magician's radio transceiver is delivered, I'll get Danitz to frequently monitor the frequency and see if we can glean any information, allowing me to go in quickly to reap the harvest, and I can take advantage of this period to explore the possibility of true acting. Soon, Klein formulated a plan as he continued to listen to Danitz tell him about the rest of Admiral of Blood's subordinates. After a while, when Danitz was finally done, he summarized enthusiastically, if Steel Mavati can be killed, leaving my name behind, this matter will definitely go on the papers. Once it's spread, I no longer need to worry about informing Captain. He was afraid that a traitor was among their ranks and that all the points of contact in the Rorstad archipelago were under the enemy's control. Therefore, he didn't dare to rashly make contact. He was still vexed over the problem of alerting his captain. He actually has a brain. Klein nodded and said, you're in charge of gathering information on all aspects of steel. All right, Danitz replied with a grim smile, thinking of the punch that had nearly pierced his heart in the evening. Klein slowly stood up and walked towards the window. It was dark outside with howling winds and pouring rain. It looked as if the end of the world had arrived. Thinking of what he was going to do next, he couldn't help but feel like he was acting in a certain sense. Smiling, he muttered to himself in a low voice, tonight, Gehrman joins the hunt. City of Generosity, Biome, in the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had received the Sanguine's anesthetic gas, was about to sail out to sea for another of the Wind Blessed's main ingredients, when he was summoned by the local diocese bishop. There have been rumors recently that Vice Admiral Iceberg received Death's Key. All the pirates in the Sonia Sea are roused by this, the bishop said in a heavy voice. Investigate this matter. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, but he was still as energetic as ever. His speech was even faster than a young man's, as though he could charge out at any moment and personally resolve all problems. His body was strong, his muscles bulging with his bishop's robe. The wind howled around him as he breathed, and the air was moist. There are similar rumors every year, but they all end up being fake. Such rumors are commonly spread across the sea. Even if it's true, I don't have the right to be involved. There's no need to take the risk. I'll just go through the motions and skirt the edge of this matter, Alger muttered inwardly. He solemnly clenched his fist and struck his left breast. Yes, Your Excellency, may the storm be with you. Diocese Bishop Chogo was very pleased with Alger's attitude and returned the same salute. The encouraged Alger Wilson quickly left the cathedral and returned to the square outside. The storm last night had subsided, and only the scattered leaves and water puddles on the ground remained as evidence of its coming. After taking a breath of after-rain fresh air, Alger decided to visit the few places where pirates roamed. He planned to put on a show of working hard by trying to seek out information. If he were to meet a fellow with a bounty of a few £100s, he wouldn't mind apprehending the poor bastard. In his opinion, they were liquid cash flow that could be added to his savings. Chapter 521, Bold Assumption. On the ocean, pirates had three iconic common interests: liquor, women, and gambling. Alger Wilson merely took out his silver pocket watch, flipped it open, and knew where he should go first. At 11:15, the brothels and bars hadn't opened. Only the gambling dens would have easily gathered a bunch of people who wanted to make a fortune. Alger was more familiar with this port city than his tiny hometown. He proceeded without stopping at all while he navigated his way, smoothly turning at every corner until he arrived outside a casino that was located in a secluded alley. According to what he knew, the owner of this casino was a gang leader with a deep background. He had an inexplicable but indistinct connection with the important figure at the Governor General's office. It was the first choice for many pirates to purchase and sell their stolen goods. Because of this, pirates often appeared here. They might exchange their loot for gold pounds in the morning, but they would lose everything at night and get thrown out. Alger pulled on his thick brown coat, pressed down his cap, a piece of fashion wear that came from the mainland, and pushed open the half-closed door. Under the watchful gaze of the bouncers, he entered the casino. Casinos were prohibited within the Loan Kingdom. They could only be attached to bars as rooms, but in the kingdom's vast overseas colonies, not only were they legal, but they were also a mainstay industry. Among them, Byam of the Rorstad Archipelago and Alethi of East Balam were the most famous in the area. Many tycoons would specially visit them from Backland or Midseashire's coast for a big day of gambling. Surveying the area, Alger saw a variety of card games, as well as dice-derived turntable games. As it was still early, there weren't many gamblers, and Alger quickly scanned them all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he instantly recognized the identity of a disguised person. He took off his hat, walked up to a Texas poker table, and patted his target's shoulder. He bent down and whispered into the man's ear, blazing. Demonesses happened to be flipping the corner of his card with his right hand, so he almost jumped out of his skin from the slap and nearly sent a fireball towards the guy behind him. After he had been attacked by Steel Mavati, he knew that he shouldn't seek out information with his true appearance, as he could be targeted by greedy pirates. Although most pirates weren't strong and didn't register as a threat to Demonesses, he still didn't want to reveal himself, lest it set back the plan of hunting Steel Mavati. However, to his surprise, the disguise he took great effort to don was exposed just an hour after he left home. He turned his head quickly to the side and glanced through the corner of his eye at the person who had greeted him. When he saw the signature seaweed-like dark blue hair, Demonesses relaxed a little and turned to observe if the other players had heard the greeting. The gamblers were all carefully studying their hidden card, either folding or continuing, with none of them paying attention to what was happening over at his side. "Why are you here?" Demonesses asked casually. He and Alger had met at the previous private meet, and he knew that the other party had a ghost ship and a dozen sailors. He was quite a powerful but unknown fellow. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg's judgment, if such a small and weak pirate crew was able to retain an ancient ghost ship, it meant that they were backed by a powerful faction. Perhaps they were members of the Church of Storms, or perhaps they were related to a particular pirate king or secret organization. They usually disguised themselves as ordinary pirates and gathered information for who they were really loyal to. It was easy to wipe any traces of themselves clean at scheduled times, and at times, do things inconvenient for the power backing them. For example, silencing others or plundering certain special items. There were quite a few pirate crews like this, and no one would particularly be bothered about such matters. Alger pulled over a nearby chair and sat down. He tilted his head and asked in a low voice, "I heard that your captain obtained Death's Key." Demonesses snorted with a laugh. "I thought you had a brain, but you've disappointed me. How can such a thing be so easily obtainable? We'll definitely sell it if you want it and offer a decent price." "How about it? Do you want to consider this deal?" Alger casually said, "Perhaps it has other secrets. Maybe someone wants to deal with your captain. Who knows? Dogshit." Annoyed by his new hand, Demonesses cursed out loud. Then, he suppressed his voice and said, "That thing doesn't seem like a creation made by humans. It might belong to the giants or devils." "Creation? Your captain still insists on teaching language to all of you?" Alger asked with amusement. The rumor was that Vice Admiral Iceberg was a woman who was very strict when it came to knowledge. She couldn't stand the sight of a bunch of illiterates under her command, so every day on the Golden Dream, there was a class of general knowledge and reading, and every day she forced the crew to take turns participating. Wishing he could forget it, Demonesses said, "It's much more difficult than fighting. Because of this, we're usually unable to recruit enough crew members. Every time we dock at the port to resupply, there will be people who resign." He didn't continue with the topic. Looking at the dealer, he said to himself, "Help me keep an eye out for Steele's whereabouts." Steel Mavati, Admiral of Blood's second mate. Alger looked down at Blazing's left arm, which was slightly propped up with a splint, and asked, "Were you attacked?" "For the key. His brain has already been eaten by his zombies." Danitz stressed. You want to seek revenge on him? Alger guessed from the other's tone and request. Hee. Danitz smiled without a reply, looking as though he was concentrating on his new hidden card. Alger thought for a moment before saying, the last time your captain appeared was 7 days ago, near Sonia Island. This was confirmed by a telegram. The Golden Dream wouldn't arrive in Byam that quickly. Do you have a new helper? If it's just you alone, then you aren't a match for Steele even if he were alone. And as you know, he's always attended to by a crowd. Towards Alger's question, Danitz's response was to throw out a chip. Call. Who is it? Alger first assumed that Danitz's attitude was a tacit agreement. He pinned his hopes by asking since it was a riskless endeavor. Danitz stared at the exposed cards and answered simply, you wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Someone who has the strength to deal with Steele Mavati should be someone with a little fame at sea regardless of if they're a pirate or an adventurer, unless they belong to a specific secret organization, or it's their first time traveling the seas. Of course, it's also possible that Danitz doesn't wish to answer, for fear of exposing a secret. That's most probable, someone belonging to a particular organization, first time traveling the seas, with the strength to deal with Steele Mavati. Alger looked up slightly as he suddenly had a bold guess. He tapped on the edge of the table and asked, as if he were chatting about the weather, was Bansi Harbor fun? He emphasized the word, fun. Danitz turned his head in surprise and blurted out, how did you know? He believed that with the Church of Storms' style, it was impossible for it to air dirty linen. Furthermore, the passengers of the White Agate had just arrived last night. The people who had witnessed the developments had all signed confidentiality agreements, so how could the news spread so quickly? Alger smiled without answering. At this moment, he understood the value of Emperor Rassel's words, boldly hypothesize and carefully verify. Danitz put away his winnings and muttered, it's no big deal. There was a revival of some ancient customs that led to the fall of a storm bishop. As expected, Alger chuckled and said, I'll help you keep an eye out for Steele. But how can I contact you? 15 Amaris Avenue is an unoccupied house. Write the information on a piece of paper and throw it in, Danitz answered hesitantly. Alger nodded and stood up while patting blazing Danitz on the shoulder. Don't forget my payment. He turned around and walked towards the door. Watching the captain of the ghost ship depart, Danitz couldn't help but grumble. This fellow isn't bad, however, I have to leave this place too. He couldn't quite trust Alger. Perhaps in a few minutes, he might lead Steele Mavati and his pirates to rush over. After leaving the casino, Alger, who was wearing a pair of local baggy pantaloons, strolled down the street. He entered a department store and found a counter. He smiled and took out a handful of bronze pennies. Give me a deck of tarot cards. While he was waiting, he leisurely thought of a question. What is the adorer of Mr. the Fool doing at this time? In Old John's restaurant. Klein watched as the waiter placed a plate of grilled fish in front of him. It was wrapped with something that looked like straw and covered with all sorts of spices, some of which he didn't recognize. The strong aroma seeped into Klein's nose and greatly enhanced his salivation. As expected of the spice archipelago, Klein was about to pick up his knife and fork when he saw the waiter place two things resembling tree branches on his plate. Chopsticks. Klein was shocked. Then he quickly locked on to the suspect, Rassel Gustav. This is the kind of cutlery you have to use when eating grilled stickleback. It's said that Emperor Rassel gained inspiration from the customs of the elves, the waiter introduced. The customs of the elves. They are indeed a race that likes cooking and eating delicacies, or rather, it's purely an excuse Rassel came up with, Klein guessed, largely as a result of his understanding of that particular person's character. In the morning, he had gone to a few church hospitals in Byam to provide hospice care for some dying people, to help them fulfill their wishes, and to engage in a deeper level of acting, but he had failed to find a suitable target. This wasn't to say that no one died in the hospital, but rather it was that they all had relatives who either accompanied them or had witnessed their deaths. There was no possibility of disguising himself as the deceased apart from giving people a fright. I'll head to the bar where adventurers gather. There should be many foreigners who might die in a dark corner like stray dogs in order to pursue wealth at sea, while their families might never hear of them again. Klein suppressed his thoughts and focused on his delicious food. Chapter 522, Colony. The quality of Sickleback's meat was certainly not as good as that of Murloc meat, but the spices synergized to form clear layered flavors, which Klein was rather delighted to have tasted. He just couldn't stop himself from eating after the first bite. Actually, there are some local beyonders who wish to leave this dangerous circle and lead a normal life. It's completely possible for them to head to Backland and open a roasted cuisine restaurant, selling grilled fish as their specialty. With the city's acceptance for many things, their business definitely wouldn't be bad. The only problem is that many spices aren't as cheap as they are here. The cost will be very high, and a location has to be chosen to cater to the target group. Klein put down his rather crude chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a napkin, letting his mind wander. In his view, commoners were unable to find the means to get rich, mostly because they didn't have enough vision. However, one's vision was also limited by the education they received and their daily experiences. Bound by social class, it was really hard to escape from it and break through this limitation. The most effective way was to strive for a higher level of education, and the second was to take risks and head out on an adventure. Of course, the risk was huge, and many people vanished silently while taking this path. Klein spent 2 soldi and 5 pence for this meal, which wasn't cheap, but he had always been willing to spend money on good food. Besides, his main expenses had been paid for by Danitz recently. Pulling at his collar, putting on his hat, and holding his black cane, he walked out of Old John's restaurant, just in time to see a police officer driving a tramp out of the street. The natives of the Rorsted archipelago had darker skin than the people of the southern continent. It was close to the kind of bronze which was often a result of exposure to the sun. Their hair was mostly dark and naturally curled ever so slightly. They were quite different from the colonists from the Loan Kingdom. It has been less than 50 years since the place had been completely colonized. At first, Loan had worked with the local kings and chieftains, under the name of the Midsonia Company to extract economic benefits, but later, the management of the company quickly fell into corruption as they fought for power, even provoking the enemy for personal gain by starting a war. Even what was even more absurd was that they would report each other, claiming that their competitors had received bribes. With regards to this, they would find a member of parliament backing them. During parliamentary hearings, they would attack each other, something that nearly resulted in suits won. The natives would never have imagined that the powerful figures, who could make their kings and chieftains bend over, kiss the soles of their shoes, and deliver carts and carts of gifts, were actually unimportant people who weren't even members of parliament in Backland. Although most of them came from noble families, they were at the end of the line of any inheritance rights. After that dispute, the king and the prime minister agreed to redeem the stock, shut down the Midsonia Company, and to send their fleet and troops to take over the Rorsted archipelago in full force, bringing them under true colonial rule. At present, the archipelago was governed by the Governor-General's office, parliament, and the courts. The upper echelons were all Lonis, and some of the middle-ranking personnel were members of parliament and court magistrates who were descendants of the original kings and chieftains. As for the low-ranking positions, they were open to the educated natives of the region. This included police officers below that of superintendents. It was a native policeman who was driving off the tramp with a baton, and his target similarly was of distinct Rorsted descent. As soon as the policeman saw Klein in his double-breasted frock coat, half-top hat, and black, civilized cane, he immediately put away his baton, straightened up, held his feet together, and saluted. "Good afternoon, sir. How may I help you?" Klein felt mixed emotions as he gently nodded. "Are there no carriages here?" According to the regulations of the Governor-General's office, carriages aren't allowed to enter this street. "You'll have to walk to the street ahead," the policeman explained with both fear and enthusiasm. "Thank you." Klein casually praised him. "You speak good Lonis." The policeman was so pleasantly surprised that he became excited. I think that this is an essential quality that a good policeman should possess." He originally wanted to say that he felt that he too was Lonis, but he was afraid the gentleman across him would end up angry. Klein secretly sighed and slowly walked to the corner of the street. Along the way, he saw that the local style of clothing was very different from that of mainland cities such as Backland and Tingen. It was even different from ports such as Demir and Bansi, which had been colonized for more than 200 years. A decent man from Loan, dressed in a formal suit, wearing a top hat and a tie, and holding onto a civilized cane. This made the people around him subservient, afraid to look him in the eye or touch him. The rest of the natives or mixed bloods liked matching a thick jacket with baggy pants, along with a cap from the mainland. They didn't like black, and they preferred the colors, brown, tawny, and light gray. To Klein, this was indeed a little strange, but it also gave him a feeling of coming to a foreign country. Of course, the natives of higher standing and those of mixed blood also mimicked the dressing style of Loan, believing that this was a sign of civilization. 2 p.m., Swordfish Bar, an accepted gathering spot for adventurers. There weren't many customers, so Klein easily made his way through the tables to the bar. He discovered that what was different from the other places was that there were 3 blackboards on the side of the bar that were supported by wooden shelves. Sitting on them were yellowing notices in white, with a variety of content, strange and varied. Some were hiring bodyguards, some were seeking help in finding people, some were investigating the situation on a particular island, and some were offering a high reward for the head of a particular pirate, while others claimed that they had obtained a treasure map and wanted to form a team. In short, the affairs that had been divided up between the private detectives and security companies in the Loan Kingdom still belonged to the adventurers here. A glass of Zarhar. Klein tapped the surface of the bar counter. It was a local malt beer, cheap and tasty, with a unique taste. It was loved by adventurers, something Klein had learned from Blazing Dannets. 3 pence. The bartender casually glanced at the customer, not showing any change in his attitude because of the stranger's unfamiliar face. With a beer in hand, Klein sat in a high chair in front of the bar, sipping bit by bit as he quietly listened to the drinkers around him. Through their conversations, he searched for a worthy target. After nearly an hour, when the number of people in the bar increased, Klein finally heard something that might be useful. His spirit was jolted and he became increasingly focused. There were 4 people sitting at the table less than 3 meters away from him. They were feeling sorry for a man named Went. I always thought Went was out at sea. I didn't expect him to be at home. He's very sick. Sigh, if I had knocked on his door 2 days earlier, he wouldn't have died. You don't know how terrifying the room was. Mushrooms were growing on his body in huge swaths of white. Dog shit. Stop it, can't you see I'm eating sausages? Yes, yes, yes. Went's room was filled with bugs, moths, flies, butterflies, bees, and cockroaches. Holy Lord of Storms, I couldn't believe this was a place where a human can live. Even the police who came later were stunned. As the conversation passed into his ears, Klein slightly frowned, feeling that Went's death wasn't normal. Within a few days of his death, his corpse was already filled with mushrooms, and insects were crawling all over the room, something Beander-related. With such an anomaly, the police would definitely report the matter to the mandated Punisher team. It sounds like it happened 3 or 4 days ago. The things that needed to be taken care of should have been dealt with already. Klein seriously considered whether he should pay a visit to take a look. At the very least, the man called Went was a lone adventurer in Byam. None of his peers wished to help him transmit the news of his death. After listening for a long time, he gained a rough idea of where the place Went rented was. It was at the nearby 47 Blackhorn Street. Having finished drinking the last drop of the Zarhar beer, Klein put on his hat, left the bar, and headed for the apartment. After entering the door, he half closed his eyes and murmured to himself, the room that recently had someone die in. He repeated the statement 7 times in a row, used his cane to quickly and easily arrive outside the room where Went used to live. It hadn't been rented out yet, and the anomaly inside had already been dealt with. There seemed to be nothing wrong with it. Klein put away the note he had used to open the door, locked the door behind him, and walked around carefully. After confirming the situation, he took out extract, essential oils, herbs, powders, and special candles, and he quickly set up a spirit channeling ritual in front of the bed. Although it had been several days, making it only possible for him to obtain the most superficial, disjointed, and remnant bits of information, Klein thought that it was better to have some than nothing. Without a doubt, he prayed to himself and entered the space above the gray fog. He responded and gave himself the power to channel the spirit. The flame of the candle suddenly soared, tinged with a ghostly blue as it swayed. Klein only felt everything fall silent, as if he had entered a realm that didn't belong to reality. His pupils were completely black, and even the whites of his eyes had been expelled. He no longer needed to use the technique of dream divination. Having advanced to faceless, with the help of the gray fog that made an initial entry into the real world, he was able to directly see the lingering spirituality of Went, a will that refused to dissipate. There were 3 scenes. One was of a tall, thin, dark, curly-haired, sharp-featured Went coming to the body of a discarded corpse, astonished to see a glimmer from it before it condensed into a green gem filled with an aura of vitality. The second scene was of Went lying on his bed with his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. His skin was covered with mushrooms of all kinds, the surrounding cockroaches and moths piled on top of each other, and on his chest, a silver necklace embedded with the same green gem from before. The third scene was of a pretty girl with flaxen-colored hair sitting at the edge of the sea with her eyes slightly moist. Lingering around her was Went's reluctant voice. "Rain, I'm about to die. I'm really regretful that I never told you that I love you. I want you to marry me. The picture shattered, and the spirit channeling came to an end. Klein looked around and saw that the house was still dark and gloomy. This fellow is truly unlucky. Klein shook his head and sighed. He already had a rough idea of the cause of Went's death, his random act of picking up something. The vast majority of Beyonders didn't know about the law of Beyonder characteristics conservation and indestructibility, and they had never thought that the deceased of their kind would be able to release a characteristic that could become an ingredient. As this process was relatively slow, it was easy for them to be missed. Therefore, after killing a Beyonder, they would usually search the corpse and throw it away, making passers-by like Went to luck out or some other creatures at the bottom of the sea or in the wilderness. Went didn't know that it was a Beyonder characteristic, and he had thought it to be a magical gem. Thus, he made a necklace and kept it close to his body. Slowly, he was corrupted by the influence and died in agony. Chapter 523, Cooperation. By the time he left 47 Blackhorn Street, Klein had figured out Went's general situation. He had disguised himself as a police officer and learned from Went's neighbors. Samim Island, the island at the farthest end of the Rorstad archipelago. From Byam, it'll take 4 to 5 hours to get there by liner, and there are only 2 trips a day, at 9 a.m. and 10 a.m., respectively. Went's parents are long dead and he has no relatives. The only person involved is a girl he just can't forget, Rain. She's the perfect target for my first performance of acting as someone else. But just thinking about how I need to confess on Went's behalf, it feels so awkward. If the girl agrees, damn, how am I supposed to wrap things up? Klein thought with a troubled expression. He tried to recall the novels he had read and the movies and TV dramas he had watched, hoping for the most perfect solution. Soon, he had a general idea of what to do, stabilizing his mood in the process. His thoughts began to drift towards the matter regarding Steel Mavati. I hope Miss Magician will get a radio transceiver as soon as possible. Klein sighed silently and got onto a rental carriage. Furs opened a letter Zio had brought back. It came from the science fiction novelist, Avil, who was pleased to share with Mam Wall the future development and applications of radio technology. Furs directly skipped over the beginning and middle content, her eyes sweeping over to the end. He introduced 3 types, with detailed addresses and approximate prices. The most expensive is just £12. Furs nodded slightly, feeling that this wasn't a very important business transaction. She suddenly felt her self-esteem was a little inflated. Perhaps because she had seen so many hundreds and thousands of pounds transactions in the Tarot Club, she no longer paid much notice to anything in the range of £10. Mr. World has the resources and finances. In the future, I might need to buy items from him or sell things I don't need. Yes, I'll just add postage, my transportation costs, and the price of the materials expended for the ritual to the original price. Furs made up her mind quickly, and she subconsciously looked out of the window. Backland was still gloomy and dark, with a light drizzle pattering down. However, the fog wasn't as thick as it was before. I wonder when I'll receive the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch from the sun. Furs couldn't wait to advance, having already prepared the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch and the materials Mr. Hanged Man wished to acquire. Derek was in no hurry to sacrifice them to Mr. Fool. He planned to wait a little longer, until the chief was leading an expedition team or was presiding over a particular sacrificial ritual, before making an attempt. This is the safest and most reliable way. Yes, be careful, be cautious. Derek reminded himself before flipping open the Giant King's Court, Book of Blackrock, hand-copied edition. Recently, he had been reading this ancient tome. From it, he was able to understand some of the faces of the Giant King's Court from ancient times. According to the ancient tome, it was a court of God. Time seemed to have frozen there, as though it was suspended in eternal dusk. All the buildings were extremely grand and magnificent, even reaching into the clouds. Humans who walked inside were exceptionally small, and they revered the owner of this scene from the bottom of their hearts. Backland, Hillston Borough, Waymandy's house. After listening to an explanation, Emlyn White combed his hair with his hand and intentionally asked, Lord Baron, I forgot where I heard it from, but there was a very famous city named the City of Silver during the Second Epic or in the early half of the Third Epic. Waymandy was a vampire baron whose age exceeded 200 years. He didn't look old, and he instead looked like a mature gentleman in his early 30s. His black hair was neatly combed back, and he was wearing a dark red cotton shirt with a brown pipe in his hand. As he enjoyed the warmth of the fireplace, he said thoughtfully, No, at least in my memory, there's no City of Silver before the Cataclysm. Before Emlyn could even revel in his joy, Waymondy went on to say to himself, but there was a kingdom of silver which was originally ruled by the giant king's court and later came under its jurisdiction. Kingdom of silver, Emlyn White thought for a while and said, Lord Baron, is there anything more specific? Waymondy looked up at him, smiled, and said reminiscently, the kingdom of silver had a rather special position in the giant king's court. They didn't directly believe in the giant king, Ormir, and instead, they believed in the giant king's court's queen, Umbella. City of Generosity, Biome, Dock Area. Acid Lemon Street, Wind of Azure Inn. Klein stood at the corner of the street, undid the topaz pendant on his left wrist, and divined to ensure that there was no danger ahead. With that in mind, he strolled back to the inn, went up to the third floor, and opened the door of the luxurious suite. He was slightly surprised to find Blazing Danitz already back, slumped in his reclining chair, drinking. After a moment of consideration, Klein calmly asked, "What time is it?" "Isn't there a clock?" Danitz muttered. He looked at the wall opposite him and read out the time, 3:40 p.m. Before he finished his sentence, Danitz suddenly came to his senses, sat up straight, and laughed dryly. "I've already gone to the places I can get information from and asked the people I can ask. There's no need to stay outside any longer. It will increase the risk of exposure and affect your hunting plan." Klein found a chair and sat down, and he expressionlessly said, "Tell me what happened. What problems could there be? Although I'm mainly an adventurer who hunts treasure, I'm also a qualified part-time pirate." Danitz felt that his abilities had been insulted. After being swept by Gehrman Sparrow with a cold glance, he smiled and gave a brief overview of the places he went, the people he met, and the news he had heard from the morning and afternoon. Hearing Danitz sigh that a captain of a ghost ship named Alger knew about Banksea Harbor, Klein suddenly wanted to frown. With Mr. Hanged Man's relationship with the Church of Storms, even before I controlled the world and actively mentioned it, he didn't know about the anomaly at Banksea Harbor, so how could this Alger have known? Is he some powerhouse of higher standing in the Church of Storms who's disguised as a pirate, or someone who has some sort of relationship with the heretics in Banksea Harbor? Mr. Hanged Man has been active in the surrounding seas, so there's a possibility that it's him. Klein's heart stirred as he recalled the characteristics of the Hanged Man. Above the gray fog, although he couldn't clearly see the other members' appearances, it was still obvious as to whether they were men or women and what their hair color was. Klein raised his hand to stop Danitz from speaking. He said in a low voice, "Very messy hair, dark blue in color." "You know him. That guy isn't simple." Danitz sighed. "As expected. Heh, I really didn't expect to meet him so easily." Klein didn't respond. Instead, he leaned forward and said, "Continue." Without thinking too much into it, Danitz gave a general description of what happened afterward and explained himself. "As you know, no one can be sure when they'll get anything when trying to get information. After finding everyone who could be found, the only thing one can do is wait patiently. This will definitely take a while. There's another solution that doesn't require waiting," Klein deliberately said in a flat tone. "What solution?" Danitz asked in surprise. Klein nudged his gold-rimmed glasses, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile. "Use bait." Bait. Danitz looked at him, momentarily puzzled. In just a second, he had come to his senses. Only he could be the bait. As for fishing for the enemy, no one cared if the bait was actually swallowed or not. One only cared if the prey could be pulled out. Simply put, bait was a highly risky species. Haha, that's not a great solution. Yes, that's what my intuition tells me. I should be able to gain something from the Red Theater. I'll go over there to take a look." Danitz took his coat as he eagerly rushed out the door. Klein originally wanted to tail far behind Blazing and see if he could find any clues, but suddenly he heard layers of illusory prayers. It came from a man. Klein paused thoughtfully and turned into the washroom. 10 seconds later, he appeared above the gray fog. He saw the crimson star that represented the Hanged Man constantly burgeoning and shrinking. As expected, Klein sat down, leaned back in his chair, and emanated his spirituality. The voice of the Hanged Man became clearer. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I'm currently instigating a key related to Vice Admiral Iceberg. I met Blazing Danitz at a casino and learned that he was a witness at the anomaly in Banksea Harbor. I also learned that he plans to join forces with a powerful figure to deal with Steel Mavati. I suspect that Blazing Danitz is working with your adorer, so I've prayed to you. If this is indeed the case, and if he wishes to receive a certain degree of assistance, I can be of some help." Mr. Hanged Man has indeed guessed Gehrman Sparrow's identity. He likely only had his suspicions, but he successfully obtained verification by inquiring about Bansi Harbor from Danitz. This is also good. With the help of an experienced local, the plan to hunt Steel Mavati would be much smoother. Unless it directly affects the fool, there's no meaning for the Hanged Man to entrap an adorer. Judging from his expression and attitude, he doesn't have any suspicions towards the fool yet. I didn't leave any loopholes. Klein's thoughts raced, and he quickly made his decision. After making a divination, he conjured the world and covered the dummy with fog. He placed him in a praying stance and answered solemnly, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I am in need of some assistance." After finishing this scene, Klein threw the voice along with the scene into the crimson star symbolizing the Hanged Man. Chapter 524, Meeting. 5 p.m., Olive Tree Avenue, Pam's Divination Lodge. Alger Wilson pushed open a brown wooden door with panes of glass situated above it, and he entered the cafe that had a mysticism theme. He ordered a cup of Ferma coffee from the Paz Valley on the Star Highlands of the southern continent. He took out the tarot cards he had bought earlier and placed it beside him. The top card was the Hanged Man, depicting an angel hanging upside down with his hands tied behind his back. Unlike this morning, he had changed into a dark, classical robe and wore a clergyman's beretta, like a warlock or magician from folklore. After taking in a silent breath, Alger slowly sipped his coffee. He didn't show any anxiety from waiting. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the thick brown wooden door opened again, and a young man in a black tweed coat and a half-top hat came in. The gentleman's appearance wasn't even 30 years of age. His face was thin and angular. He had both a mature and gloomy temperament. It was none other than Klein who had slightly modified his appearance and changed his persona. He wasn't wearing gold-rimmed glasses, but his eyesight was unaffected. With a casual sweep with his eyes, his gaze landed on Alger's dark blue sideburns. Klein looked down and saw the Hanged Man card placed face up on the deck. Without a word, he walked over, took off his hat, and sat down opposite Alger. He said with a grim smile, "I'd like to have a divination." As he spoke, he had already taken in the appearance of the most senior member of the Tarot Club. Deep facial features, rough outline, with a clear weathered look. It's obvious he was a person adept at fighting and is often outdoors. His skin is bronze in color, but it differs from that of the natives. He's like the result of a pure lowness being battered by the elements for years, but the dark blue hair is more peculiar, something that doesn't belong to Lowen. It's closer to the colonists of Daisy Bay who live in Berserk Sea region. Mixed blood, Klein made his judgment. Alger looked at the gentleman across him, slowly superimposing his image with that of the world. Then, he pushed out the tarot card and said in a low voice, "This requires you to shuffle and cut your own cards." Klein reached out and picked them up, spreading them fully to take them in. Following that, he gathered them together and did a reshuffle. He cut the cards continuously, took out 3 cards, and placed them in an arrangement of past, present, and future. Klein slowly leaned back, but he turned over the middle tarot card with his right hand. It showed a naked woman wearing only a purple silk scarf, surrounded by a green wreath like a door. This was the world, numbered 21. Number 22 returned to 0, symbolizing the fool. How should I interpret this? Klein asked deliberately. Although the Hanged Man hadn't explicitly mentioned that the world was the adorer of the fool, Klein didn't think it was necessary to hope otherwise. He felt that being honest about it aided in establishing his image. If Alger hadn't guessed it, then it was an act of being open and confident. If Alger already knew about the matter, it would make the world appear at ease, as if everything was within his grasp. He knows I know. He already believes that I've guessed it before raising the topic above the gray fog. Impressive. Alger's heart skipped a beat as he replied at a moderate pace, "It's inverted. It means that things will fail due to a lack of preparation." What kind of preparations are needed? Klein thoughtfully nodded and asked. Alger took back all the tarot cards apart from the world and skillfully reshuffled and cut the cards. Then, he flipped open the top card. It was the Hierophant. Alger's voice remained deep and low. "You need advice. You need the help of faith and religion to avoid going down the wrong path." Without waiting for Klein to speak, he followed the sequence and turned over the second card. On it was the moon which overlooked the land. "You will be confused, you will be exhausted, and you will be wandering in your dreams, but this is only temporary." Next, Alger handed over a third tarot card. It was the sun. "Everything shall pass, and the light will shine upon the land." He spoke like a charlatan. Klein remained silent for a few seconds, then seemingly asked for confirmation. "Church, dream, sun." A hint of a smile spread across Alger's face. He nodded slightly and said, "That's right." He had hidden hints for the follow-up plan during the tarot divination. In fact, in a situation where he had no skin in the matter and wasn't even noticed, there was no need to be so tactful. He could have described things in detail directly, but Alger felt that he still needed to test out an adorer like the world. He wanted to know if he was smart enough, rather than relying on his strength. If their intelligence were on the same level, Alger felt that they could cooperate more in the future. There was no need to talk too much between smart people. On the contrary, he would try to not involve the world in his own affairs. He would only ask for help when he needed a helper, unless Mr. Fool had other orders. Now, the world's response in previous performances had confirmed that he was sly, vicious, and experienced. "Hey, I'm a tarot card expert on such matters, Mr. Hanged Man, you're just a rookie." Klein secretly laughed, belittling him inwardly. The message hidden in the Hanged Man's interpretation was very simple. The Hierophant meant that he wanted to inform the Church of Storms about blazing Danets and steel Mavati, and then use the power of the mandated punishers to divide the enemy and reap the benefits. This was something Klein often used, so there was no difficulty in understanding. The Moon and the Sun cards which followed were a reminder and warning from the Hanged Man. Since the mandated punishers were involved, a certain amount of caution had to be taken. According to Alger's experience, his colleagues in Biome would definitely use a sealed artifact that could force many people within its range to fall into a dream, when dealing with similar issues. Mavati's characteristic meant that there had to be a specific item in the Sun domain which targeted him. "I'm immune to dreams, so I'm not afraid of the Sun." Klein reached out his hand and half-turned the inverted the world card, turning it into its proper position, meaning that this plan was feasible and that he would make preparations. Alger raised his head and took a deep breath. The master here specializes in aromatherapy. She can use the fragrances of different essential oils, extract, incense, and flower essence to treat corresponding emotional problems and pacify the restless mind. "Do you want to try it?" Using the contact point at Amaris Avenue. Klein smiled in response. The two of them looked at each other as they remained motionless. They stopped talking about the aromatherapy anymore as both of them already had everything laid out. Klein didn't stay any longer than necessary. He took out his pocket watch, looked at it, and slowly stood up. Alger wiped away his smile, pressed his hand to his chest, and slightly bowed. "Let us praise God. All divination outcomes come from His revelation." "Oh, you even know how to express your loyalty." Klein tried to hold back his laughter as he replied seriously, imitating Alger, "Let us praise God." He took 2 steps away, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Alger, chuckling as he put on his hat. "Frankly, you aren't suitable for that type of attire." Alger couldn't keep up with Mr. World's train of thought. When Klein had left the themed coffee shop, Alger retracted his gaze and looked at the mirror in the corner and took a good look at himself. Initially, he didn't think there was anything wrong wearing that. However, after the World's remark, he found it more inconsistent the more he looked at himself. Finally, he understood why he had said that. A fellow, who looked boorish and hardened, one appearing capable of summoning 100 sailors at any time to beat up his opponent or bringing out an axe and chopping them into pieces, really shouldn't be wearing such a mysterious classical warlock robe. It made his bearing somewhat abnormal. Cathedral of Waves. Alger, who had changed back into his original clothes, kept a low profile and followed the worshippers into the hall. He took advantage of the act of making a confession in order to meet the bishop, Chogo, through the priest in charge. After saluting, he went straight to the point. "I met Blazing Danets, who claims that the key that Vice Admiral Iceberg possesses has nothing to do with Death's treasure and that they are even willing to sell it. He entrusted me with a mission to take note of Steel Mavati's whereabouts. Apparently, he was injured by this second mate of the Admiral of Blood, and is in a rush to escape from his pursuit. Your Excellency, I wish to leak this news, making Steel Mavati and his subordinates successful in cornering Blazing Danets. And I wish to use this opportunity to capture them all or execute them on the spot. This will be able to effectively keep the arrogance of the pirates in check." Chogo revealed a look of approbation. "Very good. The way you do things is better than I expected." Alger replied with a look of humility, "This all stems from the Lord's guidance, and also from your teachings. In the evening, I'll find a suitable target to leak this news to. If I come to pray again, it will indicate that Steel Mavati temporarily isn't taking action. If I do not appear, it means that I might be restrained by him or his subordinates to prevent any news from leaking. This means that they have fallen for the trap." After giving details of the location and other matters, Alger returned to the confessional and left as usual. 7:15 p.m., Amaris Leaf Bar. Alger, wearing a pair of baggy pants and a head towel wrapped around his dark blue hair, stood by a boxing ring and held a glass of Landy Proof in his hand. With a mocking expression on his face, he looked at the two contestants with bruises all over. Soon, he noticed his target had entered the room and was heading straight for the bar counter. After a while, he sat down next to the thin man and said with a chuckle, "I heard that Steele has arrived in Byam." The man tilted his head in alarm and replied with a fake smile, "Why don't I know about it? Is that so? It looks like Blazing fooled me." Alger smacked the bar counter and drank a mouthful of alcohol. "Blazing? Dannits." The man's eyes lit up as he asked hesitantly. "Yes, that's him." Alger gritted his teeth. "I met him this morning at the Gold Coin Casino. This damned fellow claimed that Steele was in Byam. Phooey, how dare he lie to me?" The swarthy, thin man's eyes darted around without interrupting. He finished listening quietly, stood up, and chuckled. "I forgot that I have something to do. We should have a game of cards another time." He patted Alger on the shoulder and in a seemingly unhurried manner, left the bar in a hurry. Alger held a glass of alcohol, half turning to look at his back. His eyes appeared deep and gloomy, and there were no signs of a smile at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 525. The Calm Squall. Looking up at the wall clock and seeing that it was past 8 o'clock, Alger put down his glass mug of alcohol and pushed his way through the drunkards into the street. As the Rorstad archipelago was rich in coal, Byam was like the mainland cities of Backland and Pritz Harbor. Its streets were lined with tall black lamp posts, and the light of the burning gas effused through the metal grill, illuminating the relatively clean streets. Alger pulled off his headscarf and slowly turned into a side alley. At a dead end in the alley, he could smell the scent of urine mixed with alcohol. Although the Amaris Leaf Bar had a bathroom, it clearly wasn't enough for the customers during peak periods. Some of the drunks who couldn't hold it in could only find a secluded place to relieve themselves. The red moonlight penetrated the clouds and shone into the alley. While Alger was still considering whether he should put on a more convincing act, a firm and pervading voice came from behind him. "Did you purposely leak the information about Blazing to us?" "He's not stupid," Alger muttered to himself as he slowly turned around, as though preparing for a surprise attack. 7 or 8 steps away, he saw a figure leaning against the wall. The figure was about 1.78 meters in height, and it wore a boat-shaped hat. Its face was thin and sharp, and it wore a look of aggression. He had a lock of black hair hanging down, half obscuring the dark green eyes on his left side, which softened his own coldness. Even though there was often quite a difference between a wanted poster and the person in question, many famous pirates didn't even don disguises as they wandered the city. As an insider of the church, Alger had seen many almost photographic portraits drawn with rituals and had participated in pirate conventions. He was still able to successfully link the person in front of him to a name on the bounty notices. He didn't express this point and deliberately hesitated before asking, "Calm Squall." He was the chief helper of Steele Mavati, a Beander who was good at controlling his emotions and thinking calmly, but he was also inhumane and had a 1,500 pounds reward offered for him. The man pulled at his black windbreaker and revealed an empty smile. "Can I deny that?" "Well, probably not, just like how you can't deny that you deliberately mentioned Blazing to Amaru. He's not someone who enjoys using his brain, the complete opposite of me. I've never thought of lying. I only wish to obtain some payment for the news you received from me. Between Blazing, who's alone, and Steele, who has so many helpers, anyone with a brain would know which to choose. Of course, I wish that you keep it a secret. I don't want to be pursued by Vice Admiral Iceberg," Alger replied frankly. Squall nodded his head leisurely and said, "Tell me the specifics." "Just like I mentioned before, I bumped into and recognized Blazing at the Gold Coin Casino. He entrusted me to take note of Steele's whereabouts." "Heh, it seems like he wishes to launch a counterattack," Alger said with a scoff. "We agreed upon a point of contact. I believe this is intelligence worth at least 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. Look up at the crimson moon. Are you dreaming?" Squall scoffed. "This might be a trap. Don't you understand that? Blazing might very well have found helpers, which is why he dares to seek us out. It's not for me to judge whether it's a trap or not. 500 pounds. Less than that, and I'd rather pretend that nothing has happened." Alger attempted to argue on the basis of reason for the reward. 300 pounds. "You have to follow me somewhere and stay there for some time. It's to prevent you from selling this piece of news to others and spoiling our plans. We'll pay you when we capture Blazing with the intelligence you provided or have his spirit channeled. Don't worry, food, alcohol, and a bed will all be free. Regardless, you lucked out. If there are any accidents that had resulted from you, hee. I believe you'll know the outcome, Squall suggested with a tone which didn't allow for refusal. Sure enough, just as I expected, with my background being unknown, and with me not being too dangerous, the possibility of them choosing temporary detention is much higher than silencing me. However, I've also made preparations for a worst-case scenario. As long as I'm not too careless, escaping isn't a problem. Alger deliberately acted like he was in a dilemma as he said, no more than 2 days, or my crew will leave with my ship. I'll inform them if it exceeds 2 days. At some point in time, a sharp scalpel had appeared in Squall's palm, and he was making it jump and spin like an acrobat. After Alger described in detail the point of contact at 15 Amaris Avenue and the corresponding communication methods, Squall didn't speak further. He turned around and led Alger as they turned at every corner, and they arrived at an unknown street before entering a nondescript house. Long time no see, blue-haired captain of a ghost ship. The door was opened by an old man with hair that had more white than black. He was dressed as a local and wore a pair of baggy pantaloons. Old Quinn, you really are the intelligence officer of the Admiral of Blood, Alger deliberately said in astonishment. Old Quinn chuckled and said, there's always some truth to rumors. What you imagine to be fake might very well be real. He didn't switch on the gas wall light, but he carried a silver candle lamp in his hand as he guided Alger and Squall through the dark hall into a spacious, windowless basement. You'll stay here for a while. My friends and I will be in charge of watching you and also provide you with alcohol and food, Old Quinn said with a laugh. To show our sincerity, we're not going to disarm you. All right, Alger took the initiative to walk to the low bed in the basement. Old Quinn closed the heavy stone door and locked it behind him. Squall didn't linger on, but hurried away, checking repeatedly to see if he was being followed. After changing to a rental carriage, he came to a Loan enclave in Byam. It was also the residential area of the upper class. As he entered a garden bungalow, Squall saw Mavati sitting on a sofa in the living room, waiting for him. The others were either lying, standing, or sitting in a semicircle, with puppets and zombies acting as guards around them. Steele's lips were thick, his skin swarthy. His hair was curled up like steel balls often seen in factories. Is the intel reliable? The muscles on his arms trembled, exuding vibes of tremendous strength. However, his entire being emanated a cold and sinister feeling, as if he wasn't a living creature. Squall nodded. He's a pirate captain who serves money. I've already detained him at Old Quinn's place. If there really is a problem, he definitely won't be able to leave that place alive. I think he knows this very well. At this point, Squall revealed a cold smile. However, we still have to be wary of any accidents. This might be a trap set up by Blazing. Do you have any ideas? Mavati asked directly. The first thing he saw was a pirate lying on a couch. He was wearing a brown local tunic and twirling a yellowish-brown straw hat with his fingers. This was Mavati's deputy of this round of operations. He was the captain of the 6th ship which was lost in the battle with Vice Admiral Dusk, Blood Brambles, Hendry. He had a bounty of 3,800 pounds. It's clear that Squall has a plan. Hendry used his straw hat to cover his pale face. Squall chuckled and said, didn't that adventurer, John Smith, send Mordor to join us undercover? Let's deliberately leak the news to him, making him think that we're still waiting for help and that we can only take action the day after tomorrow or 3 days later. Those bunch of greedy adventurers definitely wouldn't let Blazing off. They'll definitely fall over themselves for him. When the time comes, we can find a spot to watch the show. If there are any accidents, they'll be the ones bearing the brunt of things. If everything is successful, we can also cull them. All right. Steel Mavati's eyeballs slightly moved, radiating intense bloodthirst. In the early hours of the morning, everything was ready. Blood Brambles Hendry brought a leather suitcase over, took out a peacock blue carpet, and slowly spread it out in front of him. There were many mysterious patterns on it that had a non-human flavor to it. Mavati, Squall, and 2 other Beyonders, as well as 8 zombies and puppets, took their places on it. Hendry was the last to step in. Closing his eyes halfway, he recited a single word in Elvish, flight. The peacock blue carpet tightened suddenly and floated upwards, lifting everyone up from the ground and into the air as they flew towards Amaris Avenue. During this process, Hendry pulled out a black handkerchief and shook his wrist, turning it into the night sky which magically covered all their traces under the moonlight. In about 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived in the area around 20 Amaris Avenue. Diagonally across them was the targeted house. They didn't move forward. Instead, they let the flying carpet hover silently in front of the crown of a thick tree as they lay prone to observe the situation. Time passed, second by second, as Henry steadied the mystical item. There were no signs of a lack of spirituality. The night slowly passed, and the horizon was suffused with a faint red glow. The sun was about to rise, and the gang of pirates led by Steel Mavati began their preparations to find another suitable spot for daytime surveillance. At this moment, a figure nimbly moved across the rooftops with his back bent, arriving above 15 Amaris Avenue. He wore a black cloak, his eyebrows yellow, and eyes dark blue. His facial features and contours were relatively soft. It was none other than Blazing Danitz. Danitz looked around cautiously for a moment, then climbed up the raised chimney, pushed his hand through it, and slid down. He's really here. Steel Mavati, Blood Brambles Hendry, Squall, and company felt their spirits lift at the same time. At this moment, several figures sprang up from the chimneys and periphery of Units 13, 14, and 17. They rushed over with fast and potent stances, either breaking the windows, kicking open the doors, or using the chimney to rush into Unit 15 from different positions. Chapter 526, Dream of Eternity. The Rorstad Archipelago was the Loan Kingdom's governing branch in the central areas of the Sonia Sea. Similarly, it was a key diocese of the Church of Storms. It had a high-ranking deacon, who was part of the Council of Cardinals, permanently stationed here. Of course, even a pirate at the level of admiral might not be able to stir such a powerful figure into action, much less when it dealt with a second mate and bosun. As a result, it was left to Deacon Cordoba Roy, who happily accepted the order and led 2 mandated Punisher teams to activate sealed artifacts 2 to 37 and 2 to 166. They lay in ambush at a distance from 15 Amaris Avenue in order to be absolutely safe. From Cordoba Roy's perspective, a team of mandated Punishers with 2 sealed artifacts was enough to deal with the group of pirates consisting of Steel and Blazing Danitz, but the latter's intention of keeping an eye of his pursuers' whereabouts caused him to worry. Instinctively, he felt that there was a problem, so he called for an additional team of mandated Punishers. Actually, just having 2 to 37 is sufficient. While they waited, Cordoba Roy suddenly sighed. In his opinion, this sealed artifact would be the nightmare of Steel, Blazing, and company. He closed his eyes and the corresponding information appeared in his mind. Number 37. Name: Dream of Eternity. Danger grade 2. Dangerous. It has to be used with care and moderation. It can only be applied for operations that require 3 or more people, a deacon, or diocese bishop. Security classification: Bishop, Team Captain, and above. Sealing method: Place in boiling water. Description: It has the appearance of a heart. It's black in color, feels ice cold to the touch, and is filled with holes, often making a sound like a flute. This item originates from a primitive tribe in West Balam of the southern continent. They have spirit warlocks as their leaders and are nocturnal. A Loan army company conquered the tribe, received the object they revered on the altar, and in the week that followed, there were cases of soldiers acting abnormally, going mad, committing suicide, and so on. Research shows that as long as one comes into contact with this item, they will enter a long dream. If not woken up by someone else, one will forever remain in that illusory world. On the surface, they would appear frustrated, fearful, and confused. One's mental and biological states will gradually change. The researchers who were awakened were still unable to tell the difference between reality and dreams for a long time, which led to a series of tragic events, including, but not limited to, expressing love to their superiors, kissing the mouth of a venomous snake, suffering from depression, undressing and running naked, and attempting to bathe in boiling water. If they weren't transferred to another city, the only possible outcomes would be madness and suicide. This item can be used, causing all creatures within the target's surroundings to fall into the same dream. The user can choose the target to a certain extent and excluded companions. The effective radius is a maximum of 50 meters. Beyond that would burden the user tremendously, dealing severe mental damage. The user will enter a state of being unable to distinguish reality from dreams after the matter, and will have to leave the city where 2 to 37 is located for any chance of recovery. Many examples, see appendix, show that even without contact, this item can affect the surrounding population greatly unless it's placed in boiling water. Appendix 1. It is similar to the effects of a nightmare from the Evernight pathway, but it's more prominent and uncontrollable. 2. Example 1. A keeper once forgot to add charcoal, causing the fire to go out and the temperature of the boiling water to drop. He soon had an abnormal reaction, and he was suspected to be dreaming of a beloved girl of his. He began to make a passionate confession to his glove, and tried to engage in relation beyond that of friendship with it. Example 2. As his thoughts churned, Cordoba Roy suddenly saw blazing Demonesses, the Golden Dream's fourth bosun, come to this point of contact to collect information. He gestured with his hand, signaling the mandated punishers to open the golden box engraved with numerous symbols and magic labels before taking out sealed artifact 2-37, which was soaked in boiling water. The golden box contained another sealed artifact, 2-166. It could maintain the original temperatures of the objects inside, and to a certain extent, it could change the weather, producing sun-holy water rain. Of course, it also had very negative effects. Otherwise, the mandated punishers would have long used it to seal 2-37 instead of using it as a temporary trick. The most unacceptable negative effect was that no matter what object remained in prolonged contact with it, it would become infected with the characteristics of life, and it would also piously believe in the eternal blazing sun. Within the mandated punishers, a table had already appeared that sang praises of the eternal blazing sun every day, and there was a candle that wished to light itself every second to purify everything. In response, the irascible mandated punishers had turned the table into a pile of firewood, and they had lit it using the aforementioned candle. Seeing figures appear one by one and dashing towards 15 Amaris Avenue, Cordoba Roy didn't hesitate to press his right hand down, ordering the team member beside him to activate sealed artifact 2-37. An illusory fish scale immediately appeared on the surface of that member's palm, and he directly grabbed the sealed artifact that resembled a pitch-black heart, out of the boiling water. The melodious sound of a flute rang out, and dense darkness enveloped the house at 15 Amaris Avenue. The scene before adventurer John Smith remained the same. It was still the bare, unfurnished living room and the black-cloaked blazing Demonesses. He didn't appear like he was in a dream. They ran over with all their might, fired, and used their own abilities to successfully injure Blazing and capture the famous pirate who had a bounty of £3,000 and was involved with the key to death. However, in the real world, they were sitting with their legs up, or swimming with their arms outstretched, or using their fingers as guns, with their mouths making shooting sounds. Move out. Cordoba Roy left his hiding place and rushed to the house at 15 Amaris Avenue. The other mandated Punisher team members were divided into two groups and began encircling the house from different positions. Before Cordoba arrived, the living room was already brightly lit, as if the sun was rising. Holy pure water dripped down like rain. It none other than sealed artifact 2-166 being put to use. At a distance away, the flying carpet floated silently in the darkness. As soon as Steel Mavati and the others saw the mandated Punishers appear, they immediately understood that this was indeed a trap set by Blazing Demonesses. This son of a bitch, he actually defected to the Church of Storms. Mavati growled as mania flashed in his eyes. Blood Brambles Hendry looked at calm Squall and sincerely praised him. Fortunately, we weren't careless. In fact, I didn't expect a foolish donkey like Blazing Demonesses to cooperate with the Church of Storms, Squall said calmly. Perhaps, the injured him was already captured by the mandated Punishers, and he had no choice but to cooperate with them. Just as they were about to leave, they saw something protruding from the shadows outside the house at 15 Amaris Avenue. Something was sticking to the ground and quickly moving away. Blazing. Steel Mavati recalled the scenes of his failed ambush. Demonesses. Hendry also recognized the man who had tried to escape with his magical powers. Squall was taken aback for a moment before coming to a realization. Either Blazing Demonesses wishes to use this opportunity to escape the mandated Punisher's control, or he has other traps to use against us. However, for some reason, the mandated Punishers were attracted, so he had no choice but to give up and flee. Regardless, this is an opportunity. Blood Brambles Hendry glanced at the mandated Punishers who had stormed the house. As long as we seize this minute, we'll be able to kill and take away Blazing under the noses of the mandated Punishers. Steel Mavati's hopes were momentarily raised as his eyes revealed an abnormal look of mania. After Squall nodded, he said to the other two Beyonders, "Take my zombies and puppets and guard this position. Once the mandated Punishers are here, use them to create chaos and take the opportunity to escape." "Yes, boss." The two Beyonder pirates jumped off the flying carpet at the same time with the zombies and puppets. The peacock blue carpet made a turn and shot ahead of Blazing. "Provide us support, mainly be on guard against the surroundings. I'm worried that Demonesses has other helpers, Squall." seized the moment and said to the blood brambles, "Hendry." A smile appeared on Hendry's pale face. Without saying anything else, Squall nodded at Steel Mavati. Relying on his advantage from being high in the sky, Mavati was able to distinguish the mostly normal shadows, determining the direction of the target. He suddenly jumped off the flying carpet and landed heavily on the ground like a giant boulder. White frost condensed under his feet as a layer of cold and transparent ice quickly spread to the side. The black shadow was immediately frozen in the corner. With a crack, blazing Danitz struggled to break free, growing out of the shadows. On the flying carpet, Hendry showed their good teamwork by dropping what he had long held in his hand. They were green leaves, flowers, and brambles. The leaves, petals, and brambles wildly grew in size or joined together, ensnaring blazing Danitz, making him immobile. Squall took the opportunity to jump off the flying carpet and thrust a sharp scalpel in his right palm towards Danitz's neck. He held onto the handle of the scalpel with his right hand and circled around to the back of the target. Danitz's head fell off and his body quickly shrank, turning into a thin, tattered paper figurine. At the same time, Steel Mavati felt an indescribable sense of hunger bearing down on him. It was like a terrifying monster hidden in the darkness, quietly watching him. No, it's not blazing. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, an extremely compressed, incandescent fireball flew over from one of the rooftops, smashing towards his body. Steel Mavati only made one movement, and that was to raise his arm in front of his body. The flames exploded and a shockwave radiated in all directions, blocking Squall's and Hendry's line of sight. However, they weren't flustered at all, as they had the utmost confidence in Steel. Sure enough, Mavati only suffered from having his clothes torn and his skin covered in white marks. Apart from that, he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. But at that moment, he suddenly saw a figure walking out of the roiling flames in the sky. It was clearly a black cloak belonging to blazing Danitz, but it had neatly combed black hair, dark, emotionless eyes, and a thin, cold face. The Danitz from before had always been faceless Klein, Gehrman Sparrow, who had always been prepared for the hunt. Chapter 527. A quick battle. Just as he leapt out of the flames, the 2 points of light in the eyes of Klein, who wore golden gloves on his left hand, enlarged in size and changed from dark to bright, as if they were lightning that suddenly cut across the sky. After distracting Steel Mavati and company's attention with paper figurine substitutes, he had activated Creeping Hunger and switched to the interrogator's soul. He planned on using the psychic piercing Beander power. Steel Mavati suddenly cried out miserably. It was as if someone had stabbed a knife into his head, stirring his grayish-white brain. A feeling of pain came from the depths of his soul, instantly occupying his mind. At the same time, his Beander powers erupted from the irritation and turned into a hurricane that spread out in all directions. Suddenly, beautiful snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Layers of translucent ice began spreading outwards, and the trees on both sides of the road were covered with white edges. They withered quickly, revealing traces of decay. The lingering resentment of the remnant spirits was successively awakened. They sobbed, wailed, and shrieked, causing the nearby area to be dyed with a gray and repressed color. Klein naturally descended from the sky, his left glove shining like the sun. He opened his arms and leaned back as if embracing something. Just as his heels touched the cold ground, a pure, blazing, thick pillar of light descended from above. This holy radiance enveloped Steel Mavati, illuminating his dark skin, firm muscles, and steel ball-like curly hair. Priest of light, light of holiness. Without a sound, Mavati's expression became even more twisted, and his skin began to show signs of melting. At this moment, he was like a candle that had been thrown into a burning fireplace. Compared to the corrupted Bishop Millet, as a zombie, he was weaker towards such attacks. The damage he took was even more serious. The snowflakes stopped falling, and the ice on the ground quickly melted. The trees that had white edges revealed their brown colors. There was no doubt that the powerful beam of light had caught the attention of Blood Brambles Hendry and Squall. The former's expression changed as he reached into his secret pocket and pulled out materials casting magic. He planned to use his terrain advantage to save Steel Mavati. At this moment, a raven made purely out of flames suddenly appeared before his eyes. 1, 2, 3, countless fire ravens filled Hendry's field of vision like crimson stars. They flew over from all directions, flapping their wings in a dense, scorching hot formation. Hendry's heart skipped a beat as his gaze seemed to freeze. He immediately moved his hand elsewhere to grab another type of material. He scattered light blue powder on his body while he chanted in ancient Hermes, sea waves. The powder suddenly expanded and turned into dark blue waves that spread out in all directions. When they met the fire ravens, they made sizzling sounds and created a large amount of white fog. The fire wave from the previous explosion had subsided a little. Through the remnants of the crimson light, Squall saw that Steel Mavity's skin was melting like wax and his flesh melted inch by inch. He saw the unfamiliar man in a black cloak standing next to him. He didn't panic. Like a cold-blooded viper who had lost its emotions, he calmly raised his arms and abruptly pressed both his palms down. In a split second, he saw the thin, grim-faced young man's body sink. His movements had turned slow, as though the wings he used for flying had been snapped. As for Steel Mavity, he began to struggle and roll in order to avoid a second round of Light of Holiness. Immediately following that, Squall noticed that the man had lost his weight and thickness. Once again, he turned into a thin paper figurine, pressed to the ground by an invisible force before soaking into the mud that came as a result of the melting ice. Klein phased into existence from another position. He rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together and snapped his fingers 3 times as he rushed forward. The sunbird-shaped dark golden brooch in front of him flashed continuously as it added a purifying element to his air bullets. Bang! 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 The 3 bullets connected at an extremely fast speed and hit the slow-moving Steel Mavity in his right chest, penetrating his half-melted skin and flesh, creating an exaggerated, gruesome wound. Golden flames spread in all directions. Sue! 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 Squall tossed out scalpels after scalpels, but they were all dodged by Klein's deft, acrobatic maneuvers. At that moment, Steel Mavity had gotten a breather. With a push of his palm, he stood up once again and charged straight at the enemy, fully displaying his advantage in close combat, as well as his abnormally strong body that could withstand powerful blows. Ice formed under his feet again, and his fists effused a rotting aura. Then, once again, he saw 2 bolts of lightning shoot out from Klein's dark brown eyes, shooting into his own. Steel Mavity subconsciously raised his head and clenched his teeth. His nose, mouth, and ears were all leaking blood, adding to his previously melted skin. While shooting the air bullets, Klein had changed the soul he used for grazing. It was still interrogator, and it was still psychic piercing. Against a Beander like a zombie which had a body as tough as steel, dealing damage to the spirit body was far more effective. While the repeated strikes made Steel Mavity's body stiffen for short periods of time, he lost the shackles of his reasoning. Black, firm hair grew from his face, 1 strand at a time, while his teeth and nails also constantly grew longer. His skin squirmed in a bid to coalesce, turning from black to white. He was like a real, crazy zombie who was thirsting for blood. Klein took this opportunity to close in. He bent his body and brushed past Steel Mavity's shoulder. He then stuffed the item in his hand into the hideous wound that he had created into the man's body. It was a bottle with a few ordinary brass bullets, and inside it was a large amount of sun-holy water that Klein had prepared in advance. Klein, who didn't stop, caused Squall's attempt to control him to fail again. With a twist of his heel, he moved behind Steel Mavity, his back to him. Pow! He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers before Steel Mavity could pull out the glass bottle. A light explosion rang out, and fiery crimson light soared, shattering the already fragile glass bottle. Large amounts of sun-holy water inundated Steel Mavity's body. The infamous pirate with a bounty of 6,000 pounds froze where he stood, his throat letting out an anguished groan. He plopped to his knees, a dark green gas in his body was pouring out and disappearing into the air. At the sight of this, Squall's eyes darkened. He immediately took out an iron black charm and muttered a word in ancient Hermes, shriek. The charm suddenly cracked and vanished, completing the sacrifice. An invisible sound wave swept outwards like a tsunami, almost successively drilling into the ears of everyone around. Klein's mind buzzed, the tip of his nose cold. Blood oozed out, and Blood Brambles Hendry on the flying carpet was in an even more miserable state. His face was twisted, and his body convulsed as he fell down, unable to even let out a tragic scream. On the contrary, Blazing Danitz, who was far away on a rooftop, wasn't subject to any effects. He happily threw out another blob of a highly compressed incandescent fireball. The fireball landed on Hendry's body without any resistance and exploded with a loud boom. Flesh and blood splattered outwards. Flames wrapped around his fingers, calves, and head before he fell to the ground. The flying carpet then lost control and slowly settled down. Squall took the opportunity to turn around and run, not hesitating in the slightest. However, he was stunned to discover that the terrifying man, who had almost finished off Steel Mavati within 10 seconds, didn't seem to show the slightest signs of being impeded. He had turned around and given chase. How is that possible? This a shriek charm created by Admiral. Squall had no time to think over the reasons. He ran as fast as he could down the other street. At that moment, his head was suddenly hit hard by someone. A tearing pain made his whole body spasm. The lightning in Klein's eyes faded as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers once more. An air bullet crossed the distance of about 10 meters and accurately drilled into the back of Squall's head. Squall didn't have the non-human endurance that Steel had. His vision immediately blackened, and he slowly fell to the ground. Klein caught up with him in a few steps, reached out his left hand, and let the jubilant creeping hunger enjoy the meal. I have heard the voice of the true creator before, and I've experienced Mr. Door's call for help. I have great resistance in this aspect, and I can even quickly recover from the shrieking of a wraith, let alone a mere charm. Klein muttered silently to himself as he watched Squall's body be reduced to flesh and blood and plunge into the open mouth of creeping hunger. After a few seconds, creeping hunger came to a satisfied halt, and Klein quickly returned to Steel Mavati's side. This zombie had been miserably purged. Although his head remained intact, he was already dead. Klein took a few steps forward, picked up the peacock blue flying carpet that had fallen to the ground, wrapped it around Steel's body, and lifted it. Glancing back at 15 Amaris Avenue, he listened to the commotion of rampaging zombies and puppets, and he sensed that the mandated punishers were approaching. Klein pulled his hood over his head, bowed slightly in that direction as a salute. Klein rubbed his fingers, and all of the paper fragments around him were set ablaze, producing crimson-red columns of fire. Under the light of the fire, his body turned illusory, and he vanished from where he stood, with the items turning into a shadow. As for the Beander characteristics of Squall and Hendry, which were slowly coming into existence, he didn't take a look, nor did he pay any attention to them. Greed would cause him to fall into unnecessary danger. Besides, the harvest he had reaped now was already sufficient. After leaving some of the mandated punishers to deal with the rampaging zombies and puppets, the pirates who had been damaged by his companions, and the Beander adventurers who were caught, Cordoba Roy led the rest of the team and rushed over. However, all they saw were scattered corpses, scalpels, and withered trees on the streets. They could distinguish the receding aura of the sun, as well as the evil sensation that came from the depths of flesh and blood. Chapter 528, Grazing. It was early in the morning, and the sky had just brightened up slightly. Most of the alleys were dark and quiet. With the aid of Danitz's cloak, Klein blended into the shadows and quickly moved about. He felt as if his surroundings were grayish-black and transparent, with reality being blurred. All sounds seemed to come from the depths of the starry sky, empty and distant. After staying as far away from Amaris Avenue as possible, he acquired his bearings and grew out from the shadows. He appeared in an empty alley filled with broken stones. Klein's hands shook, throwing Steel Mavati's peacock blue flying carpet out in front of him. He wanted to finish the grazing before Mavati's spirit body began dissipating. Throwing away the flying carpet, he took a step forward, stretched out his left hand, and extended his 5 fingers, aiming from above at the corpse that was still warm. Creeping hunger revealed its original appearance, a thin material that looked like it was made up of human skin. 2 eyes had split open in the middle of its palm. Its pupils were bright red, as though they were dyed in blood. A bone-chilling breeze suddenly blew through the alley. It swirled around Steel Mavati's corpse, twisting into an almost transparent human figure. One could vaguely see thick lips and curled hair that resembled steel beads. Mavati's spirit body wore an abnormally pained expression as he tried his best to resist the suction of the creeping hunger. As for the grayish-white and blackish-green dots of light, they were like a surging galaxy, quickly flying out from his body and merging into the transparent figure. Mavati let out a soundless scream, already being too late to beg for mercy. All he could do was desperately slip into the human-skinned glove, becoming attached to an empty finger, and revealing his Beander characteristic that connected with the environment to a certain extent. This connection determined what powers would be usable when grazing Steel Mavati's soul. Perhaps it would be 1, 2, but no more than 3 powers. Klein had no choice over the number and details before they became fixed, as it was purely random. Creeping hunger quickly blanketed its paleness and finally returned to its former disguised state, a plain black glove. Klein closed his eyes and sensed the changes for a few seconds before letting out a profound sigh. This time, his luck wasn't bad, but it wasn't too good either. He had succeeded in acquiring 3 Beander powers belonging to Steel Mavati, but he didn't receive the body as hard as steel, the tenacious vitality of being impervious to gunfire, flames, or a certain degree of explosives. The first is the power of a zombie, which allows me to unleash a critical attack, making up for my previous flaws of only having a nimble combat style. The second is mastery over ice. Although it's impossible to condense an ice spear or create a blizzard like that of the Demoness pathway to inflict a direct attack, I can freeze the surrounding ground, lower the temperature of the air, and effectively affect the movement of my enemy. If there's any physical contact, then I can even freeze the enemy's body or stiffen his flesh and blood. It's a perfect match for my combat ability. The third is the manipulation of zombies. Heh, I no longer need to be afraid of not being able to have partners for a round of cards. Klein thought for a moment, then he bent down to inspect the items on Steel Mavity's person. He quickly found 26 pounds, 11 solely, and 8 pence in cash, as well as a collection of strange things that seemed normal, such as candles, clips, a thorny whip, and so on. Considering the fact that Steel Mavity was a member of the Rose School of Thought and belonged to the type of people who indulged in their desires, Klein vaguely understood what was going on. Spitting on the ground, he only took the cash. Werewolf has supernatural healing powers. Zombie has a body like steel. There's really no need for him to carry any healing-related medicine or items. It's as Danitz concluded, Mavity doesn't have any mystical items. That's right, mystical items are few in number to begin with. Many have clear flaws and negative effects. Not everyone can have one even if they want one. Previously, in the group consisting of a wraith, zombie, and werewolf, there were only 2 mystical items, Scarlet Lunar Corona and Biological Poison Bottle. Klein nodded and took out a folded piece of paper. He unfolded the yellowed piece of paper and placed it on the body of Steel Mavity, covering his face. It was a bounty notice with a portrait of Mavity and the corresponding bounty reward, 6,000 pounds. Klein straightened up, took a step back, stepped on the peacock blue carpet, and pulled out a paper figurine. With a swing of his arm, his wrist shook, and the paper figurine was thrown out. It burst into flames before scattering into ashes. Soon after, he phased into a shadow and disappeared into the alley along with the items. 2 or 3 minutes later, Cordoba Roy rushed over with a portion of the mandated Punisher team, just in time to see a cool breeze blow up the bounty notice, revealing Steel Mavity's dissolving flesh and blood dissolving, his eyes wide open. Whoosh! The bounty notice fell to the side and remained facing up. Having lost track of their target, Cordoba and the others silently brought Steel's corpse back to the area where the battle had taken place. Glancing at the team members who were inspecting the site, the deacon, Cordoba, restrained his emotions and asked in a deep voice, a believer of the sun. This was the most important question for him in his diocese. The mandated Punisher team member responsible for finding clues via supernatural means to recreate the truth wasn't a Beander of the Storm pathway, but a Sequence 7 knowledge keeper corresponding to Reader, also known as Detective. He didn't rush to answer, but instead came over and squatted down to examine Mavity's corpse. After a while, he looked up and said, "It's not a believer of the sun, probably a result of using the powers of a mystical item." "Reason?" Cordoba asked with a frown. The mandated Punisher said, "There's an evil feeling within that stems from flesh and blood. One of the corpses was devoured in such a manner, leaving only a body's traits and items. If it's a sun believer, they wouldn't do something like that even if they relied on items. To them, things in the domain of the true creator are sacrilegious and require immediate purification or sealing. They likely wouldn't borrow its powers." After thinking for a few seconds, Cordoba agreed with this conclusion and asked, "Someone from the Aurora Order?" "No, a real Rose Bishop or Shepherd wouldn't act so crudely. They'll definitely wrap the corpse within their body and deal with the scene after departing. There's no reason to dismember the body on the spot. It's a waste of time that also leaves a bunch of items that can be considered valuable. To devour him in such a rush, it resembles that of the negative effects of a mystical item," the knowledge keeper said calmly. "A mystical item that possesses powers in both the sun and secret suppliant domains. Perhaps it's something with powers like that of a shepherd. Berg, what's your take?" As a deacon, Cordoba had the clearance to know of a shepherd and their special abilities. As for the knowledge keeper knowing, it was a result of his position in the team. The other mandated Punishers had no idea what they were talking about. Knowledge keeper Berg stood up. "It's all possible. Any suspects?" Cordoba asked in a low voice. Berg shook his head. "There are no suspects for the time being. But one thing can be confirmed. Blood Brambles was killed by Blazing Danitz. The other person is his helper, a rather terrifying powerhouse that's not weaker than a pirate admiral. A terrifying powerhouse. Cordoba's expression turned grave as he muttered under his breath. Following that, his eyes lit up. Could it be Edwina? She can simulate some Beyonder powers which she has seen before. Knowledge Keeper Berg pondered for a moment and then said, "We can't rule out that possibility, but our intelligence shows that she was in the vicinity of Sonia Island a few days ago. Unless she can simulate a corresponding ability and use the spirit world to travel here." Cordoba paced back and forth, looked around, and said, "Deal with the scene, and don't bring this to the attention of the nearby residents. I'll submit the mission report, and let's hope that we'll receive more effective information." This involved a powerhouse whose combat prowess was equivalent to at least a sequence 5. He could only restrain his irascible mood and make the most rational decision. Inside Old Quinn's house, in the basement with the heavy stone door sealed shut, Alger was sitting on the low bed, quietly looking at the candles on the table when his vision blurred. He saw the gray fog emanate, along with the fool sitting on a high chair, overlooking everything. A blurry silhouette appeared below, hands clasped before his face as he said in a pious tone, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the matter has come to a successful conclusion. The matter has come to a successful conclusion. This involves Steel Mavati and several other Beyonders. The world sure is efficient at handling matters. His strength is stronger than I expected. As expected of an adorer of Mr. Fool, heh. He might be able to sell another Beyonder characteristic at the Tarot Club, maybe even more than one. How did he get around the effects of Sealed Artifact 2-37, the uniqueness of a god's adorer?" A thought flashed through Alger's mind, and he instinctively thanked Mr. Fool. Then, he took out a small metal bottle and smeared mint extract on the tip of his nose. A strong, irritating odor seeped into his head, instantly making Alger become abnormally clear-headed. At some point in time, a white gauze mask appeared in his hands, and he had poured the full moon essence oil onto it. After methodically putting on his mask, Alger stood up and walked slowly to the heavy stone door. With a staid series of movements, he retrieved a sealed metal jar from the inside of his clothes, twisted the mechanical switch, and pulled out a tube. Then, he stuffed the tube into the crevice of the stone door and extended it out. Without a sound, the gas inside the metal container started to emanate. This was the sanguine anesthetic gas provided by the moon, Emlyn. It can knock out strong commoners, sequence 9 Beyonders with strong bodies, and even higher sequences who were lacking in their constitution. Even if Old Quinn can resist the gas, he would still be significantly affected. As for his helpers and friends, Alger leaned against the stone door and waited patiently. When nearly a third of the gas was dispersed from the jar, he pulled the tube back and closed the switch. He turned around and listened attentively before receiving a satisfactory answer. Alger revealed a faint smile. He rapidly converged his aura and compressed it inside him. Suddenly, the muscles on his body bulged, and he threw a punch forward. Raging blow. The iron lock of the heavy stone door directly shattered, and the door itself opened up. Alger withdrew his fist and walked out, leaving only the sleeping figures outside. Author's note: Creeping Hunger has 2 modes, grazing and devouring. The former targets the soul and Beyonder characteristic, while the latter targets the flesh and blood. Chapter 529. Tacitus. 48 Acid Lemon Street, outside the Wind of Azure Inn. Dressed in a thick jacket and pantaloons, Blazing Danitz returned by taking a detour. He clung to the corner of a wall, remaining motionless for a long time. He was hesitating on whether to take the opportunity to run away and not face the terrifying madman, Gehrman Sparrow, again. Unlike the battle at Bansi Harbor, he was hiding on a rooftop far away this time. It allowed him to take in the entire battle zone. Therefore, while supporting Gehrman Sparrow in battling Blood Brambles Hendry, he finally saw the combat process of the crazy adventurer, finally grasping his Beyonder powers and traits. Paper figurine substitutes, phasing out from flames, psychic blasts, a holy beam from the sun domain, shooting out air bullets with his finger, the ability to disguise himself into another person, as well as a glove that changes its appearance several times in Devoured Squall. His powers far exceed my imagination, and there are a few that can't be compatible with each other. This isn't something that can be explained simply with the addition of 1 or 2 miraculous items to a sequence. Also, the sense of hunger that came from the depths of his soul explains something. That glove from the Vice Admiral Hurricane, Creeping Hunger. Captain had specifically reminded us that the glove can use the souls of many Beyonders for grazing and thus use their powers. Danitz went through the thoughts he previously had and came to a final judgment. Gehrman Sparrow is the current owner of Creeping Hunger. He didn't feel any sense of belittlement simply because Gehrman had relied on a powerful mystical item to display such terrifying strength. Instead, he felt even more reverence for him. The reason for this was just one: a large part of using a mystical item to its fullest had to do with one's abilities. Without sufficient strength and extraordinary combat experience, even with creeping hunger, Gehrman Sparrow wouldn't have been able to finish off Steel Mavati and Calm Squall within 10 seconds. 2. His captain, Vice Admiral Edwina Edwards, learned from secret sources that Vice Admiral Hurricane didn't die at the hands of the Church of Storms, but instead, he was quickly killed by a particular powerhouse while fleeing. Danitz had no lack of understanding regarding the power of Vice Admiral Hurricane, Kilengos, back when he was at his peak. He knew that the standing of a powerhouse which could easily finish him off was equal to that of the top pirate powers. Furthermore, it would be two of the most powerful and terrifying ones, the King of the Five Seas and Queen Mystic. Although there's the factor of surprise, it would just lower the evaluation by a little. The person wouldn't be much weaker than the King of Immortality, and they'll be stronger than Admiral Hell and Admiral of Blood. Creeping Hunger now belongs to Gehrman Sparrow. This means that he's either the one who killed Kilengos, or there's a power figure at the level of the four kings backing him up. No matter which possibility it is, it's all the more terrifying than I had originally expected. Danitz's body tensed up. He really didn't want to face the adventurer who had crazy blood flowing in him. Phew, he heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that he had been hesitating here for too long and that he had to make a decision as soon as possible. Gehrman Sparrow knows how to divine, and he's rather confident in his abilities in this domain. With my shadow cloak in his hands, escaping won't only fail, but it would also end up infuriating him. Shadow cloak is a rare mystical item. Clenching his teeth, Danitz turned the corner and went through the door of the hotel, all the way to the luxurious suite. After a few seconds of careful waiting and observation, Danitz took out his key and opened the door. He saw that the room was dark, that the gas wall lights hadn't been lit, and that the not very bright light of the early morning was shining through the window and onto Gehrman Sparrow, who was facing the door. The adventurer had changed back into his usual tweed black overcoat with dark trousers. He held a half-top hat in his hand, and his right foot was raised over his left thigh. He leaned back a little, his face obscured since his back was to the window. Only his dark brown eyes, which were exceptionally clear, watched the door with indifference and calmness. Danitz unconsciously lowered his head, laughed dryly, and said, "In accordance with your instructions, I circled to a few news agencies and wrote the information that Blazing had killed Steel Mavati, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall on pieces of paper and threw them in. Of course, I mentioned having a powerful helper in this piece of news. He's a mysterious, unknown, a top adventurer, and a veteran bounty hunter." Klein nodded, revealing a polite smile. With a sigh of relief, Danitz looked around and saw the peacock blue carpet. He was stunned for a few seconds before asking in puzzlement, "What about the heads of Steel and Hendry?" Klein replied calmly, "Wasn't taken." "You didn't take them?" Danitz exclaimed in astonishment. "Then what about our bounty?" As long as they had the heads of Steel and Blood Brambles, he would be able to get the appropriate bounty through people with connections. Although this would cost them 15 to 30% of the money received, he couldn't claim the bounty himself as a pirate. This was the only way, as the military's and the church's use of bounty rewards to encourage pirates to kill each other didn't mean that they would turn a blind eye to a gift that came walking through the door. To Danitz's surprise, Gehrman Sparrow, whose eyes were crazed with the desire for money, had actually not taken the heads of Steel and Blood Brambles, which meant that he had automatically given up on the bounty. Klein didn't answer him and pointed to the flying carpet on the ground. "You had helped in this. You have two choices. One is 3,000 pounds in cash, and the other is this flying carpet. You have 5 seconds to consider. Exceeding that time will be considered as forfeiting. 3,000 pounds in cash or the flying carpet. This flying carpet seems to only have the ability of suspension and flight. Furthermore, its speed isn't too fast, and it's not too useful. No, at sea, to a beander not from the sailor pathway, such items are very precious. At the very least, there's no need to worry about the aftermath of a ship being sunk." Danitz was momentarily thrown into a dilemma. Then he heard Gehrman Sparrow's voice counting. 3, 2. Danitz's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Flying carpet." Klein nodded and said, "Okay." With the knowledge that Gehrman had great credibility, Danitz finally relaxed before asking with a grumbling mumble, "Why didn't you count 5 and 4? Wasn't it supposed to be 5 seconds? Klein replied without changing his expression, "Counted inwardly." Counted inwardly? Danitz took a deep breath and grimaced. Klein slowly stood up, flicked his wrist, threw the hat from his hand, and left it hanging firmly on the rack before walking to his bedroom. Alger, who entered in the name of coming for morning prayers, met the diocese bishop, Chogo, and explained everything that had happened last night. The only thing that had been modified was that the sanguine anesthesia gas had been turned into a slumber charm of the Church of Evernight. Chogo nodded in approval. To be able to go deep into the enemy's lair and bear the risk of death for the sake of your faith, such an act is worthy of praise. You are a true storm attendant. Last night, we captured 5 Beyonders and killed 2 of them on the spot. As a result of this, Mavati, Hendry, and Squall have also died. The heads of these 3 pirates will no longer appear, or they will be in our hands, so the government's bounty will be ours. The total receivable reward will exceed more than £10,000 in total, and you will receive the bulk of it, which is £6,000. Do not refuse. The Lord has told us that those who fight for their faith must not be reserved. Holy Lord of Storms. An excited Alger pounded his left chest with his fist. Although he and the world didn't agree on how to split the spoils of war, he believed that the 2 of them had come to a tacit understanding. For example, they were not to interfere with each other when hunting pirates. As the bounty needed to be laundered through the church, the 2 of them would split it equally. As for the bounty offered by countries and organizations such as Intis and Fasak, Alger didn't hold any expectations for them. This was because every time one exchanged for the bounty reward, one needed to hand over the corpse or head of the target. Therefore, only one entity could be chosen. Only those with a deep background and good relations with the various organizations and countries could receive all of them. £3,000 will belong to the world. If I were to lose £3,000 at once, it will raise suspicion. Yes, I'll have to find an opportunity to buy a mystical item. Such things are rare, so they're often overpriced, even more so when in times of great need. No one will doubt that I spent £5,000 on a purchase that's worth £3,000. If I sell the items obtained from Old Quinn, the ones he had received, the accounts would be squared. Alger quickly came up with a follow-up solution, knowing that he had £3,000 waiting. For him, Klein sat happily in the high back chair of the fool and considered a serious question. That is, after grazing Steel Mavati, he had to release a soul from creeping hunger as he promised. Their Beander powers are quite useful. It's quite a pity to release them before finding a replacement. Yes, besides, I've already released that Faceless. There doesn't seem to be a need to do it this time. Feelings of hesitation and reluctance to part had stirred in Klein's heart as he was thrown into a dilemma. He was unable to make a decision. After a long time, he leaned back and exhaled. I can't deceive myself. He shook his head and laughed, turning relaxed from making up his mind. He decided to keep his promise and release a soul. The Faceless from before had been released early because he wanted to receive some corresponding information. It was already an equal exchange. Which one should I release? Miss Justice bought the materials for a psychiatrist potion and a mystical item worth 5,500. Even if she's rich, her financial situation should be tight, so it wouldn't be appropriate to sell the psychiatrist characteristic at this time. Yes, she still owes my adorer £2,000 and will repay the money in February or March. Klein rejected the idea and decided to release the nightmare. As a former Nighthawk, he always had an inclination and felt gratitude based on his impression and feelings towards Beyonders in this domain. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to make a choice in these situations without having any other factors to consider. Calming himself down, Klein picked up the human-skinned glove that he had previously brought above the gray fog. He closed his eyes and began to sense the distorted souls. Without any hesitation, he released the nightmare. Chapter 530, Chronicles. The nightmare appeared by the side of the long bronze table. He was a man in his 30s with black hair and blue eyes, a long, thin face, and obvious nasolabial folds. He had a beard that wasn't too thick by his mouth and chin. As the pain and the distortion eased, he pressed his hand to his chest and gave a solemn bow. Compared to the Faceless from before, the nightmare was obviously not as muddle-headed and weak after being released. It was unknown if the Evernight pathway's enhancement to one's soul was stronger than that of the Seer pathway, or if it was because the grazing process had only happened recently. Klein sighed silently and began asking via spirit channeling, "Why did you die at the hands of Kilangos?" The corner of the nightmare's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a bitter smile. "I'm a red glove from the Nighthawks. I was tracking down a bunch of ancient chronicles that originated from a Balam imperial tomb. We suspected that they were related to the reason for Death's passing. I found out that a part of it might have fallen into the hands of a particular tycoon, so I led 2 companions of mine and boarded the ship he was on. Unfortunately, we were attacked by xianxia's fleet just as we were about to launch an investigation. What happened to your companions? Klein subconsciously asked. The nightmare said in a slightly pained tone, we originally had the opportunity to leave and even kill xianxia through our skillful teamwork, but our ship sank, and we had to board a lifeboat instead. Everyone died. No, they were killed in the line of duty. May the goddess bless you. Klein drew a crimson moon inwardly. This made him more aware of the great difference between fighting at sea and fighting on land. Environmental factors were of critical importance. Beyonders not from the sailor pathway would be at a great disadvantage. If it wasn't because of the fact that the flying carpet had been huge, cumbersome, and slow, making him an easy target, Klein would have opted to keep it and give Dan its cash. Fortunately, I have the bladder of a murloc. I can find an artisan to create a mystical item that allows me to swim underwater. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to find an artisan. Most of them are from the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and there aren't many unaffiliated ones, otherwise, mystical items wouldn't be this rare. If push comes to shove, I'll get Mr. Hanged Man to help. Klein looked at the nightmare who had been killed in the line of duty and said softly as he leaned back, "What's your name? What unfulfilled wishes do you have?" The figure of the nightmare was already slowly dissipating. When he heard Klein's question, he said with a smile, "My name is Davy Raymond. I lost my parents, wife, and siblings in a black magic incident, leaving me with only one daughter, Nilu. She was born in 1330 and is a very lovely girl. And I'm sorry to say that in order to investigate the truth over the black magic incident, I joined the Nighthawks and later became a Red Glove. I didn't manage to spend time with her, making her lose her father alongside her mother. Heh, I believe that the church will definitely give her my pension and secretly provide her a certain amount of help. I'm not worried about her life, but I only hope to see her enter the hall of marriage under the witness of the goddess, to have her own family and not be lonely anymore. It's already the year 1350. She may already have a marriage partner." Klein sighed wistfully and said. "Time flies," Davy Raymond muttered in response. "Tell her that all the culprits have been punished and that I died because of an accident. There's no need to hate anyone anymore. Tell her that Daddy loves her, and Daddy is very sorry." His figure became more and more transparent, and he was about to disappear. Klein closed his eyes and asked, "Where does she live? What's the name of the tycoon who collected Death's Chronicles?" "We live in Dacey County's Conant City. It's a beautiful seaside city, with rich rubber plantations growing nearby. If she hasn't moved, then she'll be living at 67 Red Indus Street. The tycoon's name is Jimmy Necker. He should have fallen into the hands of xianxia as well." Before Davy Raymond finished speaking, his figure had already completely disappeared, leaving only a deep black gem-like object on the surface of his glove. Klein quietly watched this scene, and after a few seconds, he raised his right hand and tapped 4 times clockwise on his chest. He then said in a deep voice, "If there's a chance, I will visit your daughter and see how she's doing." In the palace, which looked like a giant's residence, the fog was endless, without any undulations, and was eternally unchanging. Klein put away Davy Raymond's Beander characteristic, rubbed his forehead, and turned his attention back to Death's Chronicles. The Death pathway and the Evernight pathway can be switched at high sequences. There's nothing odd about the church sending personnel to investigate the corresponding chronicles. I wonder if Jimmy Necker is dead or not. I'll need to find out. If he has already perished in a tragic case, and the thing has fallen in xianxia's hands, that will require me to investigate from the pirates' side. Xianxia's crew now belongs to Vice Admiral Ailment, Tracy. As it involves death, it might be able to help Mr. Azek. Klein decided to check it out in passing himself, and if he encountered any difficulties, he could write directly to the powerhouse. After clearing his mind, he quickly returned to the real world and used the ritual to summon creeping hunger back. After everything was done and seeing that it was already getting late, he gave up on the idea of trying to catch up on his sleep. He decided to summarize the experiences and lessons from last night's operation. The biggest lesson for Klein was that he had overestimated the patience of the mandated punishers. He had originally hoped that, even if there had been an accident in the beginning, the mandated punishers would have been able to restrain him and wait for the real target, the real protagonist, Steel Mavati, to appear. When that happened, they would have definitely used the sealed artifact which can pull many people into a dream, restraining all the unaffiliated Beyonders who had involved themselves in the Blitz. As for me, Due to my uniqueness, I would be able to detect that I'm asleep and be able to forcibly escape. Then, I could have dealt with Steel Mavati and his helpers in a composed manner, completing an achievement of an instant kill, and also bring 2 corpses along with me, yet, just as the incident happened, that bunch of irascible bros stormed in. They didn't even leave any backup teams to watch out for any contingencies. At the very most, they would let the wielder of the sealed artifact stay beyond the periphery, with 1 or 2 guards. The more Klein thought, the more he was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. If it wasn't because Steel mandated Punisher's group of pirates who were more cautious and had at least 2 Beyonders assigned, as well as all their puppets and zombies to stop the mandated Punishers that might have pursued them, Klein would likely have found himself in a situation of going 2 against 5. If that had happened, he would have chosen to give up and directly engage in a strategic shift. What made Klein most satisfied was that he had done a pretty good job of making specific preparations. This was the professional habit of a magician. Because he had long known from Miss Sharon and Marich about the traits of the first 5 sequences of the mutant pathway, Klein was well aware that Steel Mavati, who had gone through the lunatic phase, could use irrational factors to resist any Beyonder disruption and influence on his mind. He had very strong resistance in this aspect, therefore, he gave up the thought of using Psychiatrist's Dragon Might and Frenzy, as well as Nightmare, which was clearly weaker than the mandated Punisher's sealed artifact, and he instead focused on the Interrogator's Psychic Piercing and the Priest of Light's purification powers. Psychic Piercing wasn't a Beyonder power that disrupted one's thoughts and affected one's soul, but a means to directly attack the spirit body. In essence, the other effect acted on one's body of heart and mind, and targeted the soul body. There was a clear difference between the two. If any part of that combo failed to chain in any way, Steel Mavati would have been able to recover, making it impossible for me to kill him quickly. And in that environment, that would spell failure. Yes, I've also used the pathway's trait of losing themselves to their desires, making it easy to grasp their emotions. I believed that once they suffered a psychic attack, there would be a high chance of them counter-attacking in madness, without any consideration of anything else. In fact, the safest way of dealing with a zombie is to set up matchsticks or Havdanits. I'll use Flaming Jump and Light of Holiness, kiting Mavati. It'll make him want to battle but be completely unable to reach his opponent. He wouldn't escape even if he wanted to. Just send a fireball, and I'll catch up to him. Unfortunately, it's a waste of time, and the situation didn't allow for it. Klein sighed, took out his pocket watch, snapped it open, and checked the time. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock in the morning, he turned the handle of the door and walked out of the bedroom. At this moment, Danitz was lying in a reclining chair, producing snores that sounded like a steam engine was operating in the room. He was quite alert, opening his eyes and sitting up as soon as Klein came out. "Are you going out?" Danitz asked when he saw German Sparrow take off his hat from the coat rack. "Yes." Klein maintained his persona and didn't explain that he was attempting to act by helping someone confess. "What about me? Steel Mavati and his men are almost all dead, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Even if the newspaper doesn't publish the news, I can spread it myself. There were idle pirates and adventurers who will use it as a material for bragging, spreading the matter to the sea and would end up informing Captain. That bunch of dogshit can't do a thing aside from drink and brag, but even so, they still have their uses." Danitz thought for a moment, then he asked while secretly feeling a sense of fear, "Mr. Sparrow, can I leave now?" Klein revealed a faint smile. "You have always been free." "That's right, I wasn't caught by him this time, I was just looking for help. I have always been free." Danitz was stunned for a moment, then he was delighted. But right at that moment, he heard German Sparrow's voice lightly fleeting towards him. "But that ends now." "Ah, what?" Danitz looked confused. It took him no less than 3 seconds to understand what German Sparrow meant. He had been captured again. "Why?" Danitz asked angrily and aggrieved. Klein put on his hat and said in a low voice, "I want to meet your captain." Danitz widened his eyes, stood up abruptly, and shouted out, "What do you want?" "This fellow is a little too agitated," Klein replied calmly, "I have some things to ask her." Chapter 531. Great acting. "He has some things to ask, Captain." Danitz frowned as he watched German Sparrow leave the room, unsure what his real motive was. What is this fellow really after? Money, riches, but he had the time to take away the heads of Steel Mavati and Blood Brambles Hendry to exchange for nearly £10,000 in bounty rewards. Yes, even after paying any commissions, it would still be £7,000 to £8,000. Yet, he didn't do so. Moreover, he generously shared the spoils of war with me. This is very contradictory. When he first heard that I was blazing, his first reaction was to call me a 3,000-pound bounty. In Captain's words, this isn't scientific. Why would he deliberately give up the bounty? Unless he has a better way to claim it safely, or he had specially left it for someone. Yes, he had been prepared for the appearance of the mandated punishers. He has his own connections and information channels. This way, everything can be explained. There's also the possible existence of the demigod that killed Kilangos. There's a powerful and secretive organization behind Gehrman Sparrow. Shocked by his own conjecture, Danitz instinctively tried to use his body language to express his feelings, but he forgot that his left arm was still fractured. He immediately grimaced in pain. This made him feel even more terrified. He didn't want his captain to meet such a dangerous and crazy fellow. He even suspected that Gehrman Sparrow's real motive was his captain's 26,000-pound bounty. In a duel, that lunatic might not necessarily win against Captain, and there's still the first mate, second mate, third mate, and a few bosuns. But he has a terrifying organization backing him. You want to hurt Captain? Over my dead body. Danitz puffed out his chest, raised his neck, and was filled with a stirring sense of self-sacrifice. He ran a hand through his hair, gave a long grunt, and said to himself, I'll make further observations. Perhaps Gehrman Sparrow really only has questions that he wants answered. Subconsciously, he looked around and found both the flying carpet and the shadow cloak. They weren't missing. In other words, Gehrman Sparrow left the things that belong to me behind. Isn't he afraid that I'll take the opportunity to escape? Or did he steal my hair that makes it easy for divination? No, he's a crazy guy. Even if he wishes to use my hair, he would just walk over and extend his hand to pull one out. It's impossible for him to do it secretly, right? There's a powerful and secretive organization behind him. Perhaps, at this moment, there are people from that organization secretly monitoring me. They're waiting for me to leave, waiting for me to seek out Captain. How insidious. Gehrman Sparrow must have gone out on purpose. Danitz felt that he had grasped the truth of the matter thanks to his experience and wisdom. He paced back and forth before sitting back in the reclining chair. He then thought with a silent, mocking smile, I'm not leaving. I want to see what you can do. I will not bring danger to Captain. 3:15 in the afternoon, Samim Island. This island was also a part of the Rorstad archipelago, but it was the furthest from the city of Generosity, Byam. It took nearly 5 hours on a liner to reach it. On the way, Klein bought a suit with local characteristics and a small suitcase to replace the clothes he changed out of, for a total of 14 soli. They weren't even worth £1. It's really cheap. It's just change compared to a complete suit. Wearing pantaloons, a thick brown jacket, and a light brown cap, Klein disembarked from the liner with a native face that didn't stand out, and he entered some of the old ports on Samim Island. He had spent time buying clothes and changing his appearance, causing him to miss the 9 o'clock ferry and be put in a situation where he could only take the ferry at 10. Thinking of the expenses he had to pay for this acting, he couldn't help but calculate his current financial situation. The faceless characteristic was sold for £3,825. The pirate bounties net me £3,000. Although I haven't received the £6,825, I can basically include it into my budget as long as Mr. Hanged Man doesn't get exposed. The leftover cash from Donna and Company's gratuity add up to £255 in bits and pieces. I found £26, 11 soli, and 8 pence from Steel Maviti's body. Yes, there's still the 5 gold coins as reserves. I haven't spent much money recently, only spending slightly more than £1 in total. This is something to be happy about. With that, I'll have £7,110. Moreover, I still have the Nightmare Beander characteristic and the Murloc's bladder. They're still worth something. On second thought, I earned a £3,000 bounty with a Zombie Beander characteristic. The latter is worth about £3,000 to £5,000. That is to say I earned about £7,000. This is only from Steel Maviti, Blood Brambles Hendry, and Squall. Besides, there was quite a lot of waste. Indeed, hunting pirates is quite a good job. It can administer justice, punish the evil, protect the weak and innocent, and also make me rich overnight. Klein subconsciously turned his head to the side, only to see that the color of the seawater was much clearer than that of Byam's. It was as if the seawater was a huge, green, sparkling gem, reflecting golden rays under the sunlight. Sure enough, it's not without reason that generations after generations of adventurers have gone out to sea to search for wealth. Even if I deduct the remnant spirituality of ancient wraiths, eyes from a six-winged gargoyle, spring water from Sonia Island's golden spring, and other supplementary ingredients of a nimble-right master, the money I have left will be enough to allow me to buy a decent manor here, in Daisy Bay, in the southern continent's colonies, and in the non-metropolitan areas, Loans. Countryside is said to be very beautiful, and if it turns out that I'm really unable to return, I can consider settling down in a similar place. Yes, I still have a 10% stake in the Backland Bike Company, and my future returns won't be low. With confidence, Klein straightened his back and thought about the future. After letting his thoughts wander, Klein began to think about the more realistic question, which was whether he should sell the Nightmare Beander characteristic, find an opportunity to return it to the Church of Evernight, or create a mystical item with it through an artisan. It depends on the situation. The ideal solution would be to sell it to the church. The martyr, Klein, who had taken 2 potions from the Nighthawks, thought with uncertainty. At the same time, he hoped that Little Sun would soon reach Sequence 7 and be qualified to gain clearance to the methods used to remove the mental corruption from a Beander characteristic. As for the matter of releasing the Priest of Light from the glove, he wasn't in a hurry. Little Sun had just received the potion formula for Sequence 7, so he had no need for it at the moment. He would have to wait for a long time, and the powers of a Priest of Light was very effective in dealing with a pirate-like Admiral of Blood in a way that was far more potent than the Sun Brooch. As his thoughts slowly settled down, Klein entered the small port town. The place was basically filled with natives. Their skin was nearly bronze, and their black hair had slight, natural curls. Their bodies emitted a scent that was derived from prolonged contact with spices. After changing his appearance and asking about Rain's situation and if there was any news of Went's death, Klein found a secluded corner. He wiped his face with his hand, turning his face into a tall, thin Went with rather distinct facial features. He carried his suitcase and circled around the town to its border. It was then that he saw the winery run by Rain's family. The girl with flaxen-colored hair could no longer be called a young girl. She had obviously matured a lot compared to what Went remembered. She was sweeping the entrance, and there was no one around. Phew, Klein took a deep breath and slowly let it out, feeling as though he was placed in a very difficult position. As a powerful keyboard warrior, he knew about theories like method acting and experimental acting, but he lacked further understanding. He could only try to guess at Went's mood and performance in this kind of scenario. Finally, he closed his eyes and walked over. Rain looked up when she heard footsteps, finally identifying the visitor. She opened her mouth slightly and let out a half-surprised exclamation before saying with a straight face, "Why are you suddenly back?" "Remember, you're just acting," Klein revealed a smile. "I came to bid you farewell." He spoke in a local dialect, with a somewhat nondescript Biam accent. The language of the Rorstad archipelago was also derived from ancient Fasak and belonged to another variant. As a half-historian, Klein was able to master it easily, and it only took him a short time to master it. "Farewell?" Rain asked, slightly surprised. Klein turned his head, looked to the side, and smiled. "I'm going to chase after a treasure trove, and I don't know when I'll be able to come back. When the time comes, I'll appear with a great deal of money. I'll buy a manor in the suburbs, plant some rubber trees, set up a vineyard, have my own mill, wine cellar, blacksmith shop, and let the air be filled with the scent of all kinds of spices. Then, I'll buy a few slaves and hire some servants, just like those masters. Heh, but I'll still be short of one thing." He overcame his goosebumps that were about to form on his skin, and he turned to look Rain in the eye. "I still lack a wife and a mistress for the manor. Rain, I like you. I wish to marry you. The reason I said it out loud today isn't to get an answer, but because I'm afraid that I would never have the chance to tell you again." After listening quietly, Rain suddenly scolded angrily, "Went, you're a coward." "Ah, this reaction isn't right." Klein deliberately revealed a surprised expression. Rain suppressed her voice and said, 3 years ago, 3 freaking years ago, I was already prepared to head to Biam with you. Yet, you didn't say anything in the end. You coward, you chicken, what's the use of telling me now? You're going to see soon, and you may never come back." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. "You've said it out loud and become happy. You have no regrets, but what about me? I'll have to constantly think about you returning and live on in pain. You selfish bastard." She waved the broom in her hand and swung it towards Went. Klein knew that the real Went would have hit the broom away, hug the girl, and tell her that he wasn't going out to sea again, but he couldn't do the same. He had to pretend to be chased away pathetically, running all the way to a nearby alley. There, he hit his head against the wall while silently cursing himself. It was too fucking awkward. This is too fucking awkward. Rain went back to the door, picked up a broom, and crouched down. Her face was ashen, it was unknown what she was thinking about. Vaguely, she heard a sound, and she fell asleep. After using the charm, Klein turned around and nudged Rain, who was sitting on the ground while leaning against the wall. Then he quickly left the area, hiding in the distance to peep at the results. Rain quickly woke up and realized that she had fallen asleep without knowing it. Everything that had happened just now appeared like a dream. She remained sitting there, motionless for quite a while. Suddenly, she lowered her head and let out a sharp curse that seemed to come from the depths of her throat. "Went, you selfish bastard." Sigh. Klein, who felt a tiny sensation of digesting his potion, sighed, changed his appearance, and left the place. He would have to spend the night on Samim Island, as there were no liners headed for Byam until the morning. Chapter 532, Lord, Caucasian. After changing his face and turning into one of the two main streets, Klein went straight to the green mailbox and took out a letter he had prepared long ago from his pocket. This was a death notice he had forged as an imitation of an official police document. It was sent to the sergeant of the town of Samim Harbor. It was about the sudden death of the local resident, Went, in Byam. When deciding to do the acting, Klein had worked out a plan to keep things on track and not cause irreparable damage to the girl, Rain. His plan was to use the slumber charm to camouflage the real acting as a dream. This way, if Rain had no love for Went, he expected her to directly reject his confession. After hearing about the other party's death, she wouldn't feel any guilt, and at most some fear. In response to this, she could effectively be placated by going to church to pray and confess. If Rain also liked Went and responded to the confession, then the dream would give Klein a chance to extricate himself from the situation. The notification of Went's death would kill Rain's expectations, and it wouldn't have too negative an impact on her future life, but even so, it's still a bit cruel. No matter what kind of woman she is, facing the situation of a guy confessing to her in her dreams after his death is definitely going to be heartbreaking. She wouldn't be able to recover for a long time. Well, if I didn't do anything, and when the news of Went's death reaches her, Rain would definitely feel very sad even if it might not be that serious. However, that knot in her heart would never be able to be mended, and she would be stuck wondering for the rest of her life whether Went had gone out on an adventure to pursue his in her future, or if he simply didn't like her. It's not a bad way to end things like this. Once she has overcome her pain, she will carry that gentleness of having been truly loved once while leading her future life. Sigh, regardless, to forcibly interfere in the lives of others for acting, having an impact on an innocent person's life to a certain degree even though I'm using the excuse of fulfilling a wish, it's not a truly kind thing to do. Just like Russell said, the further one proceeds in the Beander pathway, the more twisted and evil it feels. The acting method might not be a catalyst, all I can do is try my best to minimize such effects. After sending the letter, Klein exhaled, and with a native face that didn't stand out, he walked to the only inn in town. Along the way, he summed up his previous experience, which was that disguising yourself as someone else and obtaining feedback was likely a main clause of the faceless principles, second only to, you can disguise yourself into anyone, but you are ultimately yourself. If it were any other faceless, they would have blocked out information about Went's death for the sake of this role. They would have agreed to Rain's confession and spent 1 to 2 years in a relationship with her, marry her, and have children with her, and then, to not be bound by the various relationships in this identity, remember who they were and leave coldly. If there was no exposure during this process, the potion would mostly be digested, but I really can't do it. It's just completely against my conscience. I can only try to push the envelope. Klein sighed, inexplicably afraid. He shook his head and thought in a silent self-deprecating manner, Beyonders not only have to constantly fight against threats and madness, but also fight against all kinds of evil thoughts, as well as the corruption that pulls one down and can cause one to fall if they aren't careful. Even so, at the end of the day, one might still be corrupted by the abyss, becoming a monster that one swears to get rid of. Sigh. Suppressing his thoughts, Klein stepped into the inn and said to the boss behind the counter, "An ordinary room." The thin boss looked up and gave a glance, saying, "A valid ID certificate. How can a face I just came up with have one?" Klein smiled in embarrassment. "I forgot to bring it." "Then you cannot stay here. This is the rule of our town." The boss once again lowered his head and calculated his income and expenditure for the day. Klein took out a solely note and pushed it over as if nothing had happened. The boss's eyes suddenly widened. No, no, put it away. I don't want to be locked up by the sergeant. Get out, you dirty bastard with no proof of identity. Klein was thrown out of the inn in shock, unable to believe that the omnipotent entity known as money had just lost its power. After a few seconds of silence, he turned into an empty alleyway, turning back into Gehrman Sparrow with stark facial features. Klein returned to the inn, tapped on the counter, and said lowness in a Backland accent, "A room." The boss looked up and immediately put down the things in his hand. He then stood up and nodded with a smile. Okay. Do you need a room with a view of the sea, or something quieter?" He switched to a clumsy lowness that had a thick accent that resembled that of the land of spices, with no further mention of identification. "This really is a pragmatic world," Klein silently lampooned and politely responded, "Quiet." Yes, immediately, the boss responded hurriedly. Then he called an attendant, took the keys, and led Klein personally to the second floor. "Sir, how many days will you be staying?" "It's one solely 5 pence a night." Just tonight. Klein couldn't stand the enthusiasm, so he answered succinctly. At the Wind of Azure Inn, his luxurious suite with Danitz was 5 solely a night. Without a doubt, the room the boss had chosen was clean and tidy, and there was no trace of the usual humidity in a harbor inn. Klein looked around and nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. It's my honor," the boss flattered with obvious fear. Klein put down his luggage, rested for a while, then he got up and went back down to the ground floor to settle his dinner. Beside the counter, tables were arranged messily on the first floor. There was a greasy layer on their surface, and a fireplace was burning in the corner, giving off light and heat. The Rørsted archipelago was slightly to the south, and the lowest temperatures in winter was only about 10 degrees Celsius. However, for the locals, this was still cold enough that they needed a fire to warm them up. Klein randomly found a seat and sat down, ordering a local specialty of grilled meat and spiced mushroom soup, with the main dish being potato bread. While he was waiting, he swept his gaze over the customers inside the restaurant. His gaze then instinctively landed on a lady. This lady had a head of simple tied-up black hair and a pair of distinctive greenish-gray eyes. Her appearance was the type that one would never get sick of easily, and the more he looked at her, the more intrigued he became. She was obviously not a native, but she was wearing a man's shirt and a thick tan jacket. By her hand was a round-brimmed hat with a depression in the middle. This was one of the more common adventurer outfits out in the sea. At her table, the 3 other men were the same, and they clearly appeared to have been exposed to the elements. Klein had never hid his appreciation of beautiful ladies, but his attention wasn't drawn to her by her appearance. The sea had a strong sense of discrimination against females. Women who could achieve a certain status among adventurers and pirates were either very scheming, very powerful, or both. They were people that one needed to be cautious and wary about. Their boots have some fresh mud on them. Did they just come back from the forest? Heh, they really are adventurers. Klein made a preliminary judgment based on some clues. If these 4 adventurers came by ferry from Byam, even if they had previously stepped on sewage or mud, the traces would have already dried up. Furthermore, as the town hadn't rained in the past 2 days, overall, the roads were quite clean with only some dust. Eliminating the 2 possibilities, it could only be explained that they had returned from a trip to the woods on the outskirts of the town. Klein had heard that many adventurers went deep into the primitive forests of the colonial islands in search of abandoned, forgotten pagan temples or altars, which often contained gold and jewels of ancient worship, but were later buried for various reasons in a place that no one knew of. In the bars of the islands, there was no shortage of legends that someone had managed to make a fortune overnight on an adventure into the woods. There might be evil spirits lingering in those places. It would be better to hunt pirates, or for one to at least acquire the relevant information in advance. Klein retracted his eyes and concentrated on waiting for the food. The 7 churches classified the various gods believed by the colony's primitive faiths as evil spirits, but Klein believed that some of them were natural spirits. After a while, the specialty grilled meat was served. It had been sliced into many smaller pieces and strung onto a wooden stick. The surface was smeared with a reddish-brown sauce. The fragrance was rich and the color was alluring. It looks a little like the kebabs from my previous life. In Lowen, they're usually roasted as huge chunks of meat. Only after the meat is roasted would the chef slice up the meat. The method used here makes the flavors infuse the meat better. Klein picked up the wooden stick and bit down on a piece of meat. He felt the meat's juice slightly overflow, and there was a hint of sweetness in the salty fragrance. It's my type. He nodded in satisfaction. Klein enjoyed the meal and even tasted the local, Gurney sap, a special beverage, like lemonade with sugar and milk. He went back to his room. Because he had been hunting the night before, he hadn't slept at all. He washed up early, put out the fireplace, and got into bed. Sleeping too early meant one problem: he would wake up in the middle of the night to pee. Klein's dream was interrupted. He opened his eyes and slowly accumulated the courage to lift his quilt. In the middle of the night, Samim was about 8 to 9 degrees Celsius, and it was enough to make it feel sufficiently cold. After lying still for a while, Klein stretched out his arm and silently withdrew it. He contemplated for a few seconds before reaching out his hand again and picking up the sun brooch from his bedside table. Although it only provided the feeling of a hot summer on a spiritual level, and it didn't produce any actual heat, it could at least deceive himself into thinking that it wasn't cold. Klein got out of bed and headed for the washroom. He narrowed his eyes to ease the pressure on his lower abdomen. When he was done, he pulled up his pants and was about to wash his hands when his spiritual perception was triggered. Klein frowned slightly and looked up at the vent in the bathroom. Suddenly, something black and slippery dropped and hung there. It was a venomous snake extending its forked tongue. Klein was startled. He opened his mouth and shouted, "Bang!" The snake was miserably hit, and it split in half. What happened? Klein stared at it for a few seconds. Seeing no further movement, he walked out of the bathroom and pulled a gold coin from his pocket. Chapter 533, Mr. 4,200 pounds. There is danger in the inn. Klein softly chanted the divination statement, entered cogitation, and then flipped a gold coin. A faint but crisp sound echoed in the quiet room. The gold coin tumbled and fell, landing in Klein's palm. It was tails, indicating a negative response. No danger. With a frown, Klein looked around and pulled out a bottle of insect-repelling essential oil from his coat on the coat rack. He sprinkled a circle around him, then he quickly took 4 steps counterclockwise, entering the gray fog to make a divination for confirmation. In about 10 seconds, he received a revelation: there was still no danger. Returning to the real world, Klein shook his head, put the gold coin and bottle back, wore his coat, trousers, and boots before sitting at the edge of his bed, leaning back against the pillow as he placed great caution on this turn of events. He still remembered his seer principles, especially the one about, divination is not all-powerful, so even if the answers he received indicated it was safe, he didn't dare to relax and return to his slumber. This isn't to say that he didn't believe in the gray fog's ability to shield him from interference, but rather that there were too many possibilities. His divination statement might not be accurate enough to cover them all, resulting in his misinterpretation. He already had a guess about what had just happened. It was that the 4 adventurers in the restaurant had indeed found the abandoned and forgotten ancient temple in the primitive forest on Samim Island. They had obtained wealth or cultural relics, but they had also stirred the barely surviving evil spirits, causing them to be plagued by evil thoughts and curses. Time ticked by, and Klein suddenly felt a subtle spirituality fluctuation spread out from the room and quickly blend into the surrounding darkness. The hidden flow that he had barely sensed vanished, and the tranquility of the night returned. As expected, it's a result of Beander powers. It was solved just like that. I'll just wait a little longer. It would be done in an hour or two anyway. Even if there really is a problem, this place has a cathedral and a mandated punishers team. Klein half closed his eyes and began to engage in cogitation. Byam, a Maris leaf bar. Danitz, determined to hoodwink any monitoring, carried a cup of Landy proof and drunkenly watched as the girls on the boxing ring danced a hot, sexy dance. Dogshit, it's been so long since they've lost a single piece of clothing. He shouted with the other drunks. Then, ignoring whether they received any response, they laughed out loud, clinked glasses, and drank. Have you read the newspapers? A man who was fooling around in the bar late at night burped and said to his companions. Did your brain get eaten by a donkey? Do you think that I can read those twisting and turning letters of the alphabet? Holy Lord of Storms, I'm only interested in this kind of twisting and turning. Ha ha ha. His companion raised his glass and pointed at the dancers, laughing at what he thought was a humorous answer. The man who had spoken earlier smacked the back of his head. Steele is dead. He was killed by blazing. The nearby Danitz was stunned for a moment, then he sat up, turning his head slightly. He cleared his throat and took a sip of the liquor, acting as if nothing had happened, but he secretly inched closer to hear what the others had to say about the matter. The adventurer and part-time pirate who had brought him into the trade had once said that life at sea would have been meaningless without liquor, women, and boasting. Steel? What steel? Let me tell you, when I was young, I once defeated a steel pipe. Another drunkard interrupted. What did you do to the steel pipe? Should I say something like, whoa, yours sure is thin? The first man to speak revealed a knowing smile. He didn't wait for a reply as he continued, Steel Mavati is dead. The second mate of Admiral of Blood is dead. The last half of his words came out in a low growl. It frightened one of the fellows who was already wavering to slip to the bottom of the table as he raved in horror, it wasn't me, I didn't do it. Dogshit. A bar is always so chaotic. Hurry up and get to the point. I'm waiting for you to praise Lord Blazing. The disguised Danitz couldn't wait to smash the cup of alcohol in his hand at the group. The papers mention that it was jointly done by the Navy and the Church. Steel is dead, Blood Brambles is dead, even Calm Squall is dead. John Smith and that bunch of assholes have been caught as well. A drunk who was still a little lucid came over and joined in on the conversation. No, that's not the truth. The man who raised the topic first shook his head with a smile. I have a friend working at the news agency. He told me that he has verifiable intel that cannot be published. The Navy and the Church were only used. The true murderer is Blazing Danitz and a mysterious, experienced, and powerful adventurer, a bounty hunter. Impossible. There's absolutely no way Blazing Danitz can defeat Steel. Even if it's a sneak attack, there's no way he can finish Steel. A few drinkers shared similar viewpoints. The crux is that powerful adventurer. I suspect he's an adventurer nearing the rank of a pirate admiral. The man who had started the conversation emphasized, I've no idea how Danitz got to know that guy. Hey, he contributed in the matter. Apparently, Blood Brambles was finished off by him. Didn't you notice? Blazing's bounty has increased to 4,200 pounds. That's right, really. Blazing sure isn't simple. What a fierce pirate. No, a great pirate. Great pirates. I really couldn't tell the last time I drank with him. Phooey, you son of a bitch, when did I ever drink with you? I don't even know you. Amidst the exclamations, Danitz thought in delight. 200 pounds. If those fellows were to know, they would definitely get up at night to wipe the deck in envy. Ha ha ha, I can now be said to be the strongest bosun on the Golden Dream. At this moment, Danitz wished he could fly back to the ship and drink and brag with fellows like Iron Skin and Barrel, telling them all about the thrilling events in Bansi Harbor, how he had defeated the fallen bishop, how he had cleverly escaped from the ambush of Steel and the others, how he had set up a trap to finish off all his enemies, and how he would never be able to play the card game of life ever again. Unfortunately, for the sake of Captain, I still have to continue to be the servant of Gehrman Sparrow, that madman. Sigh, I'm already a great 4,200-pound pirate. Danitz sighed, allowing himself to continue to be paralyzed by the alcohol. As the Storm Cathedral's bells rang, the orange sun rose in the sky. The surroundings were still so quiet that only the sound of water could be heard. Without encountering anything abnormal, Klein exhaled in relief and took off his clothes, returned to bed, and made up for his lack of sleep by sleeping for another 2 more hours. His considerable spirituality allowed him to wake up at the scheduled time of 8:30 a.m. He washed up slowly, changed his clothes, and went to the first floor to buy a loaf of bread with cooked chestnuts and a glass of Gurney sap. He ate as he walked to the dock. Since he had already bought his return tickets for the 9 o'clock liner, Klein kept watch of the time and prepared to board the ship. At that moment, he saw the lady with the greenish-gray eyes, as well as the 3 male adventurers from her team. They were buying tickets at the ticket office. The liner is about to leave. They definitely wouldn't be able to make it in time for the 9 o'clock trip. I wonder what they obtained from the abandoned temple, but last night they attracted an existence similar to an evil spirit. Please don't let anything unexpected happen when they ride on the liner. Klein used his body to block the adventurers' line of sight, took out a gold coin, and made a divination. His revelation was that the later liner wouldn't be in danger. Klein hesitated for 2 seconds, looked at the passengers waiting for the 10 o'clock liner near the ticket office, rubbed his fingers together in silence, and lit the ticket in his palm. He went back to the ticket office as if nothing had happened and bought the 10 o'clock liner ticket for 4 soli. Then, he went to the washroom at the docks, went above the gray fog, and quickly divined his worries. He knew very well that if the results showed that there were great dangers, he wouldn't take the risk of boarding the ship. Instead, he would find a way to prevent the ship from sailing and destroy it, if necessary, to prevent any innocents from dying. If the revelation was the same as the divination from before, he would ride it normally while keeping a lookout for any accidents. In the end, he still received a negative answer. Klein was relieved and returned to the real world. He adjusted the position of the Murloc's bladder for quick access. If an accident really happened, this Beander ingredient would become quite important in the vast ocean. This Beander ingredient could also be used in a rudimentary, simple manner, just like the all-black eye which had been contaminated by the true creator. 10 o'clock sharp. Klein, in his Gehrman Sparrow appearance, picked up his suitcase, followed the adventurers, and boarded the liner. Along the way, he appeared to doze off or read old newspapers and magazines on the ship, but in actual fact, he was keeping an eye on the greenish-gray-eyed lady and her companions. This wariness continued all the way to the port of Byam, but no accidents occurred in the middle. Did they resolve all the problems? What did they actually get? Klein stopped by the side of the road, bought the latest newspaper from a newsboy, and watched the 4 adventurers from the corner of his eye until they disappeared. Phew, Klein decided to not think about it anymore. As long as it didn't endanger the overall situation, he wasn't concerned about what those people had done. He was just a little curious. He picked up his suitcase, leafing through the papers as he walked down Acid Lemon Street like an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, with a chuckle, he said to himself, the bounty for Danitz has risen to £4,200. If things continued like this, he suspected whether he could resist the urge of sending the fellow to the Governor-General's office. Walking back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein heard undulated snores that were slowly reaching a crescendo before he even took out his keys. He didn't escape. Klein was slightly surprised, but he wasn't too surprised either. He had previously tampered with Shadow Cloak, so as long as Danitz left, he could use divination methods to track him down and find the Vice Admiral Iceberg. Although he's timid, he's still cautious. Klein opened the door and entered, looking at Danitz, who awoke with a start. He grinned a little. Congratulations, Mr. £4,200. Danitz was instantly wide awake, wanting to laugh dryly in response, but he couldn't. At this moment, he felt that his life might be in danger. Chapter 534, A Dream Lesson. Danitz's worries didn't come true. Klein gave him a look and went into the bedroom to rest. During the 5 hours he spent on the liner, he had always been in a highly tense state. He had also been alarmed last night and didn't sleep well as a result. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel exhausted. With a thud, Klein closed the bedroom door. Phew, he scared me to death. Danitz relaxed and slumped into the reclining chair. The scene of him turning into gold pounds had surfaced in his mind a moment ago. He found it difficult to stop having these scenes appear one after another in his mind. After a moment of silence, Danitz, who had been hanging around the bar until dawn, fell asleep again without realizing it. He dreamed that the captain had arrived to save him, but she had failed. Instead, she got caught by Gehrman Sparrow and ended up becoming a maidservant for this crazy adventurer. Just as Danitz was outraged and unable to resist, he suddenly saw the blurry scene around him turn clear just as he was about to wake up. The scene froze on the luxurious suite of the Wind of Azure Inn. Danitz heard a slow, soothing knock on the door. Wasn't I dreaming? With this question in mind, Danitz walked over to the door and turned the handle. As the crack in the door widened, he saw a familiar figure. She was a beautiful lady, with a face shaped like a goose egg, a high nose bridge, thin lips, and a pair of pale blue eyes that resembled clear spring water. Her long brown hair parted in the middle, tied in a simple but delicate knot at the back of her head as they flowed down. She didn't wear a hat, only wearing a beige coat which was tight at the waist. Her collar was covered with palm-sized flowers woven from white lace. Matching her coat was a dark-colored skirt which reached her knees. The pleats of her skirt were connected, looking slightly fluffy. On her feet were a pair of leather boots that shared the same color as her hair. "Captain!" Danitz cried out in alarm. He hurriedly snapped out of his reverie, turned around and faced Gehrman Sparrow's bedroom while taking a defensive stance. "Be careful, run, a lunatic is looking for you. He has a terrifying organization backing him." As the feeling of self-sacrifice welled up in him, Danitz heard his captain calmly say, "This is a dream." "Dream? Yeah, I'm dreaming, what's there to be afraid of?" Danitz glanced left and right, folded his arms, turned around, and said, "Captain, you simulated the powers of a nightmare. That can't be right, you were near Sonia Island just last week. The largest island in this region of the Sonia Sea, which was also the origin of its name. It was almost like a small continent. Originally, it was the only remaining gathering place for the elves after the cataclysm, but as time passed, this ancient Beander race was plagued by all sorts of factors and gradually died out. The occasional sighting of them proved that they hadn't completely gone extinct. At the end of the fourth epoch, the Loan Kingdom occupied this island, but in the 20-year war, they suffered a terrible defeat, handing over Sonia Island to the Fasak Empire. That was already more than 7 centuries ago. Sonia Island was situated north-northwest of the Rorstad archipelago, and it took nearly half a month by ship to arrive there. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards was still in the vicinity of Sonia Island last week, so it was impossible to reach Byam within a week. Unless she could fly or use the spirit world to travel. The beautiful lady whom Danitz addressed as Captain nodded. We have just entered the Rorstad seas, still 1,000 nautical miles away from Byam. In other words, she'll take another 3 to 4 days before arriving. That's what I call normal, Danitz curiously asked. This should have already surpassed the range of a nightmare. Moreover, it far exceeds, he added inwardly. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina entered the room and walked towards the table and chair. It's not a nightmare power, but a secret ritualistic magic. It uses an item left behind on the ship to enter the dream of someone very far away. Listening to the captain's meticulous explanation, Danitz instantly felt as if he had returned to the golden dream and was beginning his lesson. I've never heard of such ritualistic magic before. Yes, Captain has mastered many strange and rare magic and witchcraft. No one can tell how much knowledge she possesses. She seems to have mentioned that her sequence name is Mysticism Magister. Sigh, if I had known that she had this secret technique, then I wouldn't have been so frustrated over how to inform her about the unexpected events in Byam. Danitz interrupted Edwina's description with a flurry of thoughts. Captain, you sense that there's a problem with our point of contact over here. Yes, this is another secret technique. Edwina seemed inclined to describe the specific method in detail. Seeing this, Danitz hurriedly sighed. Poor old Rin and the others. Edwina stopped walking and turned her back to the window, asking succinctly, what happened? I'll have to start from Demir Harbor. Danitz felt energized, as if his long-lasting depression had finally paid off at that moment. He described his attempts to recruit Gehrman Sparrow, but he ended up discovering that he was a madman, and he also exaggerated his plight on the White Agate. According to the rough draft he had prepared last night, he thoroughly described the weird and horrifying situation at Bansi Harbor, including the ambush and assassination attempt involving Steel Mavati. He explained everything about how he joined forces with Gehrman Sparrow for a counterattack and hunt, as well as his own theories about Gehrman Sparrow's background and powers. This included creeping hunger and the secretive, powerful organization. During this process, he tried his best to restore the truth, only exaggerating the role he played, raising his status from servant or attendant to an assistant or collaborator. Vice Admiral Edwina listened quietly the entire time without interrupting him. When he was done, she nodded lightly and said, he has no ill intentions. Gehrman Sparrow means no harm. Danitz quickly said, Captain, regardless, he's a dangerous fellow. Are you sure he means no harm? I can't be sure, Edwina replied very calmly. Then why were you? Danitz took a silent breath, sensing the similarity between his captain and Gehrman Sparrow. They were people who he couldn't engage in a conversation with. Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina said with a straight face, that's just my speculation and judgment. Danitz rubbed his temples with his right hand. Anyway, he's dangerous. There's a secret organization backing him, and I've no idea about the situation of the organization. Captain, I don't think you should take the risk of communicating with him, even if he claims to have something to ask of you. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, there's no need to take risks. I can communicate with him through you. Danitz first heaved a sigh of relief before asking both curiously and expectantly, Captain, how will that work? Or should I say, what do I need to do? Edwina raised her right hand, revealing a stand and a blackboard in her dream. I need you to hold a ritual, she said. It's called a soulfall ritual. It allows my soul to pass through the spirit world and attach itself to your body. I'll be able to converse directly with Gehrman Sparrow. It works on anyone below that of a demigod, with an effective distance of no more than 500 nautical miles. It involves reason and communication, and it belongs to the realm of the god of knowledge and wisdom. You must draw the corresponding symbols and magic labels. In mysticism, the blue star corresponds to the god of knowledge and wisdom. Mercury, brass, lavender, pepper, and mint are needed. Blue star corresponds to Saturday. The time of the blue star is from midnight to 1 on Friday, and 11 to 12 noon on Saturday. Edwina explained as she wrote the key points to remember on the blackboard, and Danitz instinctively sat down and assumed a listening posture. As he listened, he suddenly felt at a loss. Why do I need to attend classes even in my dreams? In the bedroom, Klein, who was sleeping, suddenly jolted awake, having vaguely sensed something. He got out of bed and listened for a moment. In the living room, although Danitz was snoring, his breathing was calmer than before. It wasn't too strange, but it was sufficiently unusual for an experienced senior expert in mysticism like Klein, who had been through a lot. He softly walked to the door that separated the bedroom from the living room, reached for the handle, and slowly turned it. Without a sound, Klein walked out of the bedroom and saw Danitz lying in a reclining chair, fast asleep. Everything around him appeared normal. Klein quietly activated his spirit vision and checked blazing, but he didn't find anything amiss. Whether it was the color of his aura or the changes in his mood, there was nothing abnormal about him, all within a reasonable range. After watching for a while, Klein frowned and took out a silver charm. Dream charm. In the dream, Danitz was learning the soulfall ritual with a bitter expression. He had no doubt that the captain in front of him was genuine. No one can fake such a style and hobby. At that moment, he heard the sound of the lock turning. Subconsciously, Danitz looked towards the bedroom, where the crack in the door was widening, and German Sparrow, who was wearing only a white shirt, walked out expressionlessly. How did you appear here? Danitz shot to his feet, blurting out in shock. He quickly snapped to his senses and stammered, this is my dream. How is German Sparrow appearing so easily? With one hand in the pocket of his dark trousers, Klein walked toward the woman who had her back to the window and said in a low voice, a charm. Then, looking directly at the woman, he asked almost with certainty, Edwina Edwards. Her attire is a little strange, she doesn't look like an adventurer, much less a pirate. She looks like a woman with a decent job, someone who can support herself on her own. The style of her attire looks like it comes from Intis, Klein thought, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. Edwina nodded slightly and similarly replied with a question, German Sparrow. Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Klein smiled slightly, pressed his hand to his chest, and bowed. Edwina nodded and replied, good afternoon. Klein, who was maintaining his persona, stopped talking, waiting for the other side to take the initiative to ask him about his purpose. He looked at Edwina. Edwina looked at him. There was a sudden silence in the dream for several minutes. From time to time, Danitz looked to the right and to the left, having a baffling feeling that perhaps all of this might really be a dream. Chapter 535, Fond of Teaching. Unable to tolerate the situation, Danitz decided to do something about the situation. He coughed twice and faced Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards and said, Captain, Mr. German Sparrow has some questions for you. Phew, Klein let out a sigh of relief. If this stare down continued, he felt as though his persona would collapse. Edwina gently nodded her head, looked at Klein, and said, Mr. Sparrow, have you received education? What kind of question is this? Klein's expression didn't change as he indifferently replied, university graduate. Ah, Danitz looked at German Sparrow in surprise, unable to believe the fact that this crazy adventurer and bounty hunter had actually gone to university and even graduated. He had no way of putting a university, a hallmark of wisdom, with that of German Sparrow together. Unless it's some Hunter University, or Killer Academy, or a university that exists only in the fantasies of madmen and psychopaths, Danitz couldn't help but lampoon silently. Edwina didn't seem surprised. She continued to ask, what languages have you mastered? Klein resisted the urge to frown and said, Jotun, Elvish, Dragonese, Ancient Hermes, Ancient Fasak, Lonus. Edwina responded tersely, do you understand the other domains in mysticism? Feeling adrift for a moment, Klein felt like he had returned to his previous life's elementary school days. Due to his age handicap, he had been asked a series of questions by a teacher, such as how many Chinese characters he had mastered, if he had mastered the 4 arithmetic operations, whether he knew the English alphabet, and how many Tang Dynasty poems he could recite. Calm down, you're German Sparrow now, Klein once again said without emotion, adept. Edwina thought for 2 seconds and then explained in an unhurried manner, I have to combine your standard of knowledge with how I would answer the questions so that you can understand the answers more easily. Klein was surprised to find that the beautiful lady in front of him was nothing like an adventurer acting as a part-time pirate. She was basically a teacher with a cold expression but a kind and patient attitude. He calmed down after thinking about the vampire that headed for the Church of Mother Earth daily. This is the first pirate admiral I'm officially meeting. She's indeed unique. Klein secretly sighed and said, first question, where do Beander creatures appear at sea? The commonly seen ones. He didn't directly ask about mermaids, as he didn't want her to see through his real purpose, which would lead to unnecessary accidents. Edwina thought for a moment and then wiped the soulfall ritual off the blackboard. She then wrote and drew. Set off from Sonia Island, sail 1,200 nautical miles in this direction and you'll enter the depths of the sea which humans have never explored. There is a Naga tribe active there. They've been working hard to find the underwater city which is rumored to have a powerful demon sealed within. That's the entity of their faith. Edwina spoke in detail, partly from her own efforts to find the treasure itself, and partly from the knowledge and rumors she had exchanged. It took her a while to finish the general story, but to Klein's dismay, there were no mermaids anywhere except in the eastern waters of the Gargaz archipelago. He quickly calmed his mood and said, "Second question, do you know how to remove the mental corruption from a Beander characteristic?" He didn't hide the fact that he knew about Beander characteristics. Edwina's eyes flickered for the first time, as though she had a new understanding of Gehrman Sparrow. She shook her head. "I don't know. However, I once imagined that it's possible by borrowing the power of an external force and completely crushing the corrupted Beander characteristic to reduce it to the smallest specks of light. This way, whether it's corrupted or cursed, they will scatter having lost their vessel. They would rapidly or slowly vanish. As for the shattered Beander characteristic, it will gather bit by bit due to their particular traits, eventually taking form again. Unfortunately, only gods can do this. If you get the favor of any god, you can try to please them by offering enough sacrifices and pray for a response." The law of convergence of Beander characteristics, in his mind, Klein filled in what Edwina had purposely left out. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh. This Vice Admiral Iceberg, captain of the Golden Dream, was extremely knowledgeable in mysticism. She wasn't worse than him, someone who had read many of Russell's diary entries and had experienced many things. It was said that Vice Admiral Iceberg can replicate or simulate the Beander powers of her opponents when they use them in front of her. This is rather similar to Mr. Isengard Stanton's 2081 ring. As soon as Klein's thoughts began to wander, he forcefully reined them back, and he nodded as if he was thinking about something. "I agree with this hypothesis. Regretfully, I haven't done it in practice. It's only a conjecture." Edwina rarely used a word that described emotion. Danitz, who had been listening by the side, had a dazed look on his face. He was unable to keep up with the conversation at all. What are they talking about? What are they discussing? Why do I know every word, but know nothing when they're strung together? What's a Beander characteristic? What does shattering it do? What does it gathering together represent? Danitz looked left and right, his eyes blank. At this point, Klein threw out the third question he had thought about. "Where can you find ancient wraiths?" He only mentioned this kind of monster because the corresponding ingredients could also be used in the domain of death. It didn't expose the secrets of his own sequence. Edwina glanced at Danitz and said, "I'll keep an eye out for you. If you want to attend Byam's Beander gatherings, he knows a few. He can take you there." "Not bad, it's easier to talk to smart people," Klein added. "Do you know where there are people who can make mystical items out of Beander ingredients or characteristics?" "I met one at a gathering, but he never showed up again," Edwina answered frankly. "I have grasped the corresponding knowledge. I can simulate it, but I cannot guarantee the success rate." "Heh, I'll wait then." Klein didn't harp on the topic and switched to asking, "How much do you know about Death's Key?" "Little." An iron-black key suddenly appeared in Edwina's hand. It was about the size of a lyre. Its shape was ancient, and it had a dark luster. The pirate admiral said while half-carrying the item from the shipwreck, "If you mean this key, then I can tell you that it belongs to the giants. Your bosun told me that it can also belong to a dragon or a demonic wolf. That was the earliest guess. I've recently found some historical documents. And with the help of the other items on the ship, I have a rudimentary idea." Edwina didn't show any agitation. She was filled with patience, but her expression remained cold. After finally regaining his senses, the owner of the dream, Danitz curiously asked, "Captain, is it really the giants?" "Yes." Edwina gave an affirmative answer. That batch of documents showed that there were still many giants active in the fourth epoch. Some of them had switched faiths to the god of combat, while the others were left scattered, becoming the hunting targets of the humans. One of the tribes built a ship and tried to find the lost giant king's court at sea, never to return. The sunken ship we discovered, along with some of the items inside, are very similar to the relics they left behind in their original settlement, so we have sufficient reason to believe that the key belongs to the giants, and it is very likely to be pointed towards the lost Giant King's court of their race before the cataclysm. Giant King's court, Little Sun said. It's not far from the City of Silver. Klein didn't say a word, but he quietly listened to Vice Admiral Iceberg's description. I have to say, the City of Silver and the Forsaken Land of the Gods are things I know that completely surpasses other Beyonders. Even the 7 gods can't find that place, or they find it hard to figure out the exact situation. In this aspect, I'm stronger than them. Klein thought about it with a smug and self-deprecating manner before saying in a deep voice, if I offer a sufficient price, are you willing to sell the key? Of course, unless I acquire additional clues to the Giant King's court. Edwina continued to speak at a moderate pace. Very good, if the Tarot Club organizes an expedition to the Giant King's court one day, I will buy this key. Klein was about to ask the last question when he suddenly remembered the 4 adventurers. Relying on the power of the dream charm, he conjured the lady with greenish-gray eyes, who wore a man's shirt, and her 3 companions. Do you know them? Edwina took a glance and said almost without thinking, Leticia Delara, an archaeologist and adventurer. Rumor has it that she's a member from the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Moses Ascetic Order, the ancient organization that believes in the hidden sage. It really isn't for money, and their goal is definitely something from the abandoned temple. Klein asked casually, what do you know about Element Dawn? This mysterious organization was similar to the psychology alchemists, having been born in the recent 1 to 200 years. It combined the elements of various schools of mysticism. It had its own set of theories, and its members were all proficient in spell casting and had mastery in many ancient witchcraft techniques. Edwina pursed her lips and said, they've always been fighting against the Moses Ascetic Order. Rumor has it that the eldest daughter of Emperor Russell, Bernadette Gustave, established it. The Element Dawn is headed by Bernadette. Zaratul's prophecy is quite accurate after all. She can really be considered an important figure in the Beyonder world. Klein sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat enlightened. He resisted the urge to sigh and looked at Edwina. He calmly said, one last question. When the beautiful lady in blazing Demonesses' attention was fully focused on him, he slowly opened his mouth. Are you interested in cooperating? What kind of cooperation? Edwina returned with a question. The smile on Klein's face became more and more exuberant. With a hint of madness in it he said, Hunt Admiral of Blood. Chapter 536, Local Faith. What? Hunt Admiral of Blood? Danitz almost raised his right hand to his ear. His first reaction was that he had misheard. However, German Sparrow's smile with hidden madness and the slight movement of his captain's eyebrows, an abnormality of hers, reminded him that what was said had really happened. This madman German Sparrow really is daring. This is one of the 7 pirate admirals. They aren't people that a character like Steel Mavati can be compared with. Danitz's pupils shrank, his heart on the brink of roaring. Putting aside the fact that Admiral of Blood Senor's own might, just the pirates underneath him are intimidating enough. His first mate, third mate, and the captains of each ship are all capable of independently leading a large pirate crew. There are still many of the crew which Steel Mavati had brought to Byam with him in the Blood Pirate crew. When Vice Admiral Hurricane Keelangos died silently like a wild dog in Backland, it was mainly because he wasn't with his pirate crew. However, Admiral of Blood Senor is different. He seldom leaves his flagship and rarely leaves the company of his men. Even if the focus is placed back on Senor's strength, it would still be extremely terrifying. He's mysterious, bizarre, and is one of the few powerhouses at the sea who is second only to the 4 kings. Even Captain might not dare to claim to be his superior. A madman's guts really does exceed my imagination. No, he doesn't know the meaning of fear at all. The death and replacement of a pirate admiral will definitely be a great shock to the 5 seas. One thought after another flashed through Danitz's mind, but in the end, he strangely calmed down. It was because he recalled that German Sparrow was a powerhouse at the level of the 7 admirals, and there might be a hidden, terrifying organization backing him. Edwina said after a few seconds of silence, do you know of the Rose School of Thought? Not only do I know them, I've also killed their people and taken their mystical items. Wait a minute, why do I have to describe myself as a bad guy? Klein converged his smile and said in an unperturbed manner, I've hunted their members. Edwina fell silent again. Next to her, Danitz once again had various thoughts. What are they talking about? What's the Rose School of Thought? Where am I? Whose dream is this? After a short moment of silence, Edwina said, after the huge battle with Vice Admiral Dusk's pirate crew, Senor's crew vanished. At present, no one knows where they are. One will have to wait patiently. Is this an agreement? Klein once again revealed a smile. I do not lack patience. How can I contact you? Edwina turned her head to look at Danitz. He knows how. Me. Soulfall ritual. Wait a minute, Captain, you mean I have to follow this madman, Gehrman Sparrow, during this period of time? No, who knows when this fellow will go crazy. With a start, Danitz quickly opened his mouth and said, Captain, I've already left the Golden Dream for too long. I've missed too many lessons. I can't wait to return. He tried his hardest to show his sincerity in his eyes, filling them with the desire for knowledge. I believe we can switch to someone else, like Iron Skin and Barrel. Before he finished his sentence, Edwina suddenly raised her right hand and pressed it against her ear. She looked slightly to the side and said without expression, What did you say? I couldn't hear it. Rissel's dream spell is reaching its limits. The pirate admiral's skirt fluttered slightly as she took a step back before her figure quickly turned faint, reducing into points of fragmented light. The rest of Danitz's words were left stuck in his throat. He stretched out his right hand in an attempt to grasp something, but he ended up weakly drooping down. Rissel's dream spell. The Emperor's presence in the field of mysticism is also quite formidable. The full name of the Vice Admiral Iceberg is Edwina Edwards. Edwards. Isn't this the surname of one of the Emperor's 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? A descendant, however, from the tone of Vice Admiral Iceberg, she isn't familiar with the eldest daughter of the Emperor, Bernadette. They might not even know each other. Klein looked at Danitz, whose expression had completely collapsed, and let out a soft laugh. Perhaps one day I will call you Mr. 10,000 pounds. Danitz straightened his back in fright, then he saw Gehrman Sparrow's figure disappear from his dream. If I were only sequence 7 and had a bounty of 7 or 8,000 pounds, then I would be targeted everywhere I go. Danitz stood rooted in his dream, his head hurting the more he thought about it. In the evening, Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who was dressed as a native. Today, we'll be visiting the location faction. We might be able to find some good things there. Heh, they have a great need for Beander ingredients, food, and weapons. At this point, Danitz looked Gehrman Sparrow up and down. It was rare for him to find something that he was better than him at. He said with a smile, their area is filled with local people. There aren't even many people with mixed blood. If there's even the slightest signs of an abnormality in their clothing, you will be discovered. Your pantaloons and brown jacket are fine, but you can't wear a shirt inside. A real native wears Taraba shirts. They're similar to Sea Soul shirts, but they're either all blue or white. They don't wear caps, headscarves, or anything. Also, people like you who look obviously lonus will encounter very serious discrimination and hostility there, just like a wolf that sneaks into a flock of sheep. You can't hide your existence at all. Before he could finish, he saw Gehrman Sparrow tilt his head and look at him. His deep facial features quickly turned soft. His fair skin was instantly stained with the color of bronze. In just a snap, he had become an undeniable native that didn't stand out in any way. After a few seconds of silence, Danitz laughed dryly as if nothing had happened. Me too, I have to disguise myself. Your disguise? Hey. Klein took off his cap and sat down. What local faction? It actually trades Beander ingredients, food, and weapons. Ahem, to put it simply, ahem, the Resistance. Danitz suddenly wasn't sure if Gehrman Sparrow had any connections with the Lowen officials. Klein was startled for a second. Resistance. Danitz smiled awkwardly and said, people who clamor for independence and for natives to administer their local affairs. Their encampment is deep in the woods or at sea. They cooperate with many pirates and adventurers. Of course, the ones backing them are mainly people from Fasak and Intis. Often, there will be priests from the god of combat and the eternal blazing sun secretly coming over. Byam isn't that calm after all. After leaving the kingdom and coming to the sea, Klein finally understood what it meant by an international situation. This wasn't something that could be compared to reading about wars in East Balam from the papers. He nodded slightly and didn't object to visiting the local faction. After leaving the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein followed Danitz, whose face was painted black. They went through the streets, heading all the way southeast. Leaving the confines of the City of Generosity, they entered a zone filled with different architectural styles. The buildings here had raised floors, propped up by wooden pilings. There were 3 or 4-story buildings that had evolved from the Lowen-styled terrace houses. The roads that split from each other were narrow and dirty, with many stalls on either side. They sold all kinds of headgear, earrings, and accessories made of stone. They were mostly bright red or multicolored. What a bunch of strange fellows. They especially like bright colors, just like those venomous snakes in the forest, Danitz whispered. As someone from Intis, you aren't much better either. You advocate the color of gold, and advocate a sense of luxury and exquisiteness, just like a nouveau riche, Klein lampooned. They passed by a group of dark-skinned, skinny, and shriveled natives, entering the alleys which had clothes drying over their heads. The scene before their eyes suddenly opened up, revealing a small municipal square. On the square, a group of locals was gathered around the central pond. Some were kneeling, some were prostrating, some were mumbling, and some were singing softly. They had devout expressions, but they looked numbed. As soon as they realized that someone was approaching, they quickly got up and ran into the surrounding alleys in a flurry. All the windows on the second, third, and fourth floors of the surrounding houses clanged shut, and the square grew quiet, but Klein's spiritual perception told him that there were many people behind the windows, around the alleys, in the dark corners, watching these strangers who had suddenly arrived in their world. Danitz lowered his head and said in a suppressed voice, "Don't worry, this is their way of protecting themselves." Oh, Klein expressed his doubts. Danitz let out a chuckle. Before this place was completely colonized, the natives on the Rorstad archipelago always believed in sea god Calvetua. They believed that this deity who appears in the form of a gigantic sea serpent would protect all the islands here, preventing them from being devoured by earthquakes or tsunamis. Now that this belief has been outlawed, the Church of the Lord of Storms has been constantly fighting against the heretics. Even the Church of Evernight and the Church of Steam and Machinery are unable to expand their influence here, and there are only a few cathedrals. But in fact, how can the faith that has been in place for centuries, if not a millennium, be so easily eradicated? There are still plenty of believers of the sea god in Biome, Blue Mountain Island, and the Rorstad Sea. Even if a bunch of people are captured every 1 to 2 months, a situation in which they suffer all kinds of extreme punishment, it's impossible to reverse this situation anytime soon. The Resistance's main pillar of support are the believers of the sea god. In my opinion, it will take at least another 100 years before the faith of the sea god will be completely eradicated. Of course, that's under the premise that there aren't any other disruptive elements. Sea god Calvetua, its image is of a gigantic sea serpent. As Klein listened thoughtfully, he followed Danitz into a 4-story house on the right. He went to the top floor via a narrow staircase. Knock. Knock, knock. Danitz knocked on the door to his left. "Who is it?" someone asked in a low voice. Danitz replied with a chuckle, "A friend who brings wine and barbecue." "Where from?" the person inside asked a strange question. Danitz stepped back. "At sea." Creak. The door slowly opened and Klein saw a naked arm. The arm was tattooed with a blue, hideous sea serpent. Chapter 537. Excessive Spiritual Perception. Behind the door was a bare-chested man with a hideous blue sea serpent tattooed on his arm and short streaks of red paint painted on the sides of his cheeks, chest, and abdomen. Each group formed out of 3 streaks. Really exotic, however. Aren't you afraid of being too conspicuous? Aren't you afraid of being caught by the police while you're outside? You're part of the resistance that engages in secret operations. Klein was about to retract his gaze when he was almost forced to frown by the man's thick, messy eyebrows and cold-blooded eyes. He has killed many people. Klein made a rough judgment based on his spiritual intuition. Honestly speaking, due to his previous life's identity and knowledge, he initially held a lot of sympathy for the rebels under colonial rule. However, after hearing that the man and the followers of the sea god Calvetua basically engaged in the same acts, he became even more wary and repulsed. This wasn't to say that he discriminated against the local faith, but rather, he understood that the traditional faith of all the colonial islands was still in a primitive stage that believed in sacrifice. They worshipped with food and blood, using living sacrifices, and were still in a state of complete ignorance. In addition, with the experiences of the Emperor and myself, the meander nature of this world is filled with madness and twistedness. A deity, still in the primitive stage of sacrifice, is basically unable to resist this trend. It's quite obvious what kind of style they follow. Without a word, Klein followed Danitz into the room. "Edmonton, who's here?" a mild voice sounded from the area near the windows. The tattooed man closed the door and said, "They've disguised themselves." At that moment, Klein had taken a good look at the situation in the room and gained a basic understanding of it. The living room wasn't very large. A cupboard, a table, and a few chairs were enough to make it look cramped. To the right were 2 doors leading to what appeared to be a bedroom. To the left was a kitchen, separated by a cabinet. As for the washroom, there was no doubt that there wasn't one. When Klein went upstairs, he discovered that there was a common washroom at the corner of each flight of stairs. The stench of them not being washed for extended periods of time urged any passers-by to walk up faster. Directly in front of him was a window. 2 bamboo poles hung out and were used to hang a lot of clothes to dry. There were 4 or 5 men sitting or standing in the bedroom's doorway in the living room. All of them were dark-skinned natives with slightly curly hair. They wore dark blue taraba shirts and more or less had red paint on their bare skin, and as for the sea serpent tattoo, Klein couldn't tell if it was there or not because of the clothing. Some of them had revolvers at their waists, some carrying brownish-red hunting rifles. Some even carried gray steel backpacks and long, thick high-pressure steam rifles. They formed a semicircle around Danitz and Klein, who had just entered the room. The person who spoke was a wheelchair-bound man in his 40s. He wore a jacket and had a blanket over his knees. He had a shaved head, a slightly green beard on both sides of his face, and his dark brown eyes were calm and collected. He glanced at his visitor and slowly smiled. Blazing. Danitz was stunned for a moment before forcing out a laugh. Khaled, you have a good eye. Dogshit, am I so bad at disguising myself? He roared, inwardly, unwilling to accept the fact. Khaled ignored Blazing's insincere praise and instead, chuckled. I heard that you killed Steel and Blood Brambles. How else would they be dead? Danitz retorted without hesitation. Khaled narrowed his eyes, slowly shifting his gaze to Klein, who had a featureless face. He knew very well that Blazing Danitz alone would have a hard time killing Blood Brambles Hendry, much less Steel Mavati. His success was rumored to be due to the help of a powerful adventurer, a seasoned bounty hunter. Is it the person beside him? When he looked into Klein's eyes, he didn't see any nervousness, worry, or vigilance. Those eyes were like a deep ocean. It could very well be, at the very least, he's stronger than Blazing. He signaled to Edmonton and the others with his eyes, secretly informing them to be on their guard. What are you doing here? Khaled didn't pursue the subject. Danitz subconsciously looked at Klein, and after seeing his nod of affirmation, he replied, here to see what good things you have to offer. Khaled pointed to a table and said, it's all placed there. There were many strange and different items laid out, including a whistle made of bone, a simple and crude bagpipe, an iron black leaf, and a rock stained with blood. Without waiting for Klein and Danitz to examine the items, Khaled clapped his hands and said, I have a mission. If you can complete it, you can freely choose an item from these at no additional cost. He laughed and added, by the definition of you foreigners, they aren't mystical objects, but they all have some supernatural power, but it will slowly, yes, slowly weaken until it disappears. What mission? Klein asked calmly, having no intention of hiding the fact that Danitz was only a follower. He reached into the blanket that extended to his knees and took out a stack of white paper. Find out where they are. If you can catch them directly, you will get even more. He raised his arms and began to display lifelike portraits, including a lady with greenish-gray eyes dressed in a man's shirt. Leticia Delara. Klein recognized who the resistance was looking for at a glance. It was the female archaeologist and adventurer he had met last night and had boarded the same ship with this morning. She was suspected to be a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn. Danitz looked at it closely for 2 seconds and found the picture vaguely familiar. Suddenly, he remembered where he had seen her before. Gehrman Sparrow had shown it in his dreams. He had just asked the captain about it in the afternoon, and were already bumping into something relevant in the evening. Isn't he too resourceful at gathering information? Danitz resisted his urge to glance at the crazy adventurer beside him, afraid that Khaled and Edmonton would notice something amiss. He was very experienced in this area. The resistance, who believe in the sea god, are looking for Leticia. The faith of the sea god spreads throughout the Rorstad archipelago, including Samim. There was a snake last night. The image of the sea god is that of a gigantic sea serpent. Klein superimposed the two matters together and quickly came to a preliminary conclusion. Archaeologist Leticia and company had obtained an important item involving the sea god in the forgotten temple in the ancient forest of Samim Island. Hence, it resulted in last night's probing and the Resistance's search. Klein thought for a moment, then he gave a perfunctory reply, I'll keep an eye out. I won't randomly get myself involved in matters related to evil spirits. Of course, if it's necessary, then I will report it to the officials. He silently added a few words inwardly. Khaled nodded and said, take a look first and see if there's anything you want. Klein walked over, and was just about to inquire as he made his selection when he suddenly sensed something and subconsciously looked towards the right side of the item pile. There was a short sword made of thin bones. It was slightly longer than a forearm and had a milky white body. There were a few dark red deep stripes on it. It can trigger my spiritual perception. Klein stretched out his right hand in an attempt to pick up the sharp bone sword, that was placed right at the front, to carefully examine it. The moment his fingers touched the bone sword, cries of despair and pain suddenly echoed in his mind. A thick stench of blood faintly appeared at the tip of his nose, and he seemed to see many distorted and rotten illusory figures that were covered in mucus. Klein's forehead ached, as though he had been pierced by a needle, and he subconsciously retracted his finger. A little sinister, it's not a simple item. Klein, who had experienced things far more intense before, only showed a slight change in expression. He resisted the urge to activate his spirit vision, afraid that he would see something he shouldn't. Noticing this, Khaled exchanged glances with Edmonton and said with a smile, "This bone sword is capable of draining an enemy's blood. It's not bad. Do you want it?" A little proactive, Klein frowned, relaxed his brows immediately, and then he said in a deep voice, "No, there's nothing I want here." If Khaled hadn't asked, he was even planning on buying the bone sword and researching it above the gray fog. However, the fact that the man promoted it had left him vigilant. Thus, he rationally abandoned his original plans. Khaled crossed his hands and said, "It's not expensive at all. Or would you like to look at something else?" "There's no need." Klein's pupils shrank suddenly as he turned and walked straight towards the door. Danitz hesitated momentarily before hurrying after him. Edmonton, who had a sea serpent tattoo on his arm, watched silently. He seemed as if he would reach out and stop them at any moment, but in the end, he didn't do anything. They were the powerful adventurers who had killed Steel Mavati and Blood Brambles Hendry. Once out of the room, Klein stomped down the stairs without saying a word. Danitz ran after him, alarmed. Based on his take of the situation, he didn't inquire about the situation and only followed. The two quickly returned to the square, and the crowd which had gathered once again to either kneel or prostrate scattered once more. But unlike before, there was a man who had still remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Klein didn't even glance at him as he walked past without stopping. However, Danitz had taken a subconscious look, only to discover that the man's face was as dry as a weathered rock. A piece of flesh from the man's cheek fell to the ground. It was a piece of grayish skin with facial hair attached to it. He seemed to have lost all the moisture in his body. Danitz was startled and didn't dare to look again, feeling that things had become strange and dangerous at some point. The two of them passed through the alleys, left the city, and boarded a rental carriage. The carriage driver was obviously a native, around 40 years old, and his laughter was very pleasing. But along the way, he didn't say a word. It was so quiet that it made Danitz feel like his heart was beating like a drum. Klein pursed his lips and remained silent. The rental carriage quickly arrived at the dock area. In order to change his attire, Danitz got it to stop a distance from Acid Lemon Street. After getting off the carriage, Klein didn't pay the fare or stop. He immediately took large strides and left, leaving Danitz stunned. He tossed two solely to the carriage driver and hurriedly chased after German Sparrow. After a few steps, he looked back and saw the driver kneeling down with a face full of zeal and devoutness. He leaned over the ground and kissed the ground where Klein had stepped. Chapter 538, Dispel, What's Happening? Danitz couldn't believe what he was seeing. This didn't shock him, but it left him inexplicably terrified. It was like jumping into a bucket filled with ice when drunk, feeling a bone-piercing chill permeate his body from the soles of his feet to his head. What exactly happened? Why did things become so strange? Danitz took a breath, forcing himself to turn his head, and he chased after German Sparrow. He found the crazy adventurer walking faster and faster, to the point where he had to run with small paces to keep up. Crossing the street and through the alley, Danitz suddenly saw a greenish shadow fall from a tree. Ha! Its body was covered in scales as it twisted its slippery body and had a triangular head. It extended its scarlet forked tongue and was none other than a rather long venomous snake. Dogshit, why would there be snakes in this season? Danitz wasn't afraid of such creatures. He had even roasted snake meat before, but it was the abnormality of everything that left him agitated. Circling around the coiling snake, Danitz subconsciously looked left and right and found that on both sides of the gutter, in the corners of ruined houses, and on the insides of rusty water pipes, there were pairs of cold, vertical, and different colored eyes looking out. Danitz felt a chill run down his spine, as if his scalp had been pierced by a dense array of fine needles. He didn't dare to stay any longer, nor did he dare to leave. He increased his speed again and followed closely behind German Sparrow. Entering the Wind of Azure Inn, he couldn't help but look up as he walked up the wooden stairs, wanting to ask something. Suddenly, his chest tightened and his breathing stagnated. At that moment, it was as if he had dived into the bottom of the sea, being pressed down by the heavy torrents of water from every direction. Faintly, Danitz heard the rush of the tide and saw a faint, illusory light surround Gehrman Sparrow, as if it were forming an endless, bottomless blue ocean. Within that ocean, there was an enormous azure blue figure holding everything up. It resembled a tower. Danitz's right foot stopped in midair, unable to lower his foot. He wasn't unfamiliar with such feelings. Back at the last pirate convention, the king of the five seas, Nast, was even more imposing and terrifying than this. Almost all the pirates couldn't lift their heads, and even powerhouses at the admiral rank could only barely resist. Danitz knew very well that it wasn't a result of Gehrman Sparrow's own powers. If he was at the level of a demigod, there was no need to include the mandated punishers during his hunt of steel Mavati. Ocean, tide, these two terms flashed through Danitz's mind, and he immediately thought of the matter of the Resistance's faith in sea god Calvetua. Could it be that Gehrman Sparrow suffered the sea god's curse via an unknown process when he touched the bone sword? The devotee's corpse that lost all its moisture is one of the conditions for the curse's activation. When the carriage driver prostrated and kissed the ground, was it because he sensed the sea god's aura? Man, Gehrman Sparrow would probably die here today. Should I stay far away to avoid being implicated? At the very most, I'll come back to collect his corpse. It might still be possible to save him. I can use the soulfall ritual to seek Captain's help. She knows so many different kinds of odd secret techniques. She should be able to resolve this problem. No, Lord. The soulfall ritual has a requirement of being within 500 nautical miles. They're still en route, and it will take at least half a day to enter that range. As he desperately tried to think of something, Danitz stopped panicking and treaded steadily into the luxurious suite with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein still remained silent, but his dark brown eyes seemed to have a rich azure blue color that was nearing the color of black. He went straight to the bedroom and locked the door behind him. Danitz stood outside, in a dilemma on whether to flee or save the man. Inside the bedroom, Klein closed his eyes, waiting for the right opportunity. Suddenly, he took 4 steps in a counterclockwise manner, chanting a statement with each step. A wave of manic or high-pitched ravings rapidly rang in his ears as his spirit body shot up into the gray fog. Without a sound, he heard an indescribable, shrill, and painful howl. Klein appeared within the ancient palace, at the very end of the long, mottled table. In the motionless gray fog below, an illusory, gigantic azure blue sea serpent appeared. It was located in an ancient dark ruin, coiled around a half-collapsed pillar. Its hideous head was raised, and its bloody mouth was wide open, revealing many curved fangs that were even longer than a human's forearm. On its milky white fangs, there were layers upon layers of flowing blood and mucus. The sea serpent madly swung its tail, setting off terrifying waves and ridiculous ripples, causing the entire ruins to sway, as if it was about to collapse. The scene rapidly shattered and dimmed. Regardless of how the unimaginably large sea serpent struggled, it was unable to turn the situation around. All it could do was let out a long, painful scream in agony as it was reduced to points of light before disappearing into the gray fog. Klein sat in the high-backed chair belonging to the fool as he quietly watched everything. He didn't make any superfluous actions for a long time. The gray fog silently spread out, and the scene seemed to return to its eternally unchanging state. After nearly a minute, Klein leaned back in his chair, sighed, and said the serpent's name, sea god Calvetua. After coming into contact with the bone sword, he had already felt the abnormality. And during his conversation with Baldy Callet, he had keenly discovered that a tiny, weak but extremely cold and sinister energy had invaded his body at some point in time and was slowly corrupting his soul. Klein made a prompt decision and turned around to leave. He then sensed that there was a connection between the sinister power and his surroundings. It gradually strengthened and slowly connected to an unknown place. So, as he diverted attention to resist the corruption, he also controlled himself so as to not interact with his surroundings. Klein believed that as long as he responded to the abnormality on his journey back, it would only serve to intensify the corruption, to the point of making irreversible. At first, he wanted to find a nearby washroom and use the gray fog's shielding and isolation to remove the cold and sinister power, but after repeated considerations, he decided to leave the area. This was because there were many followers of the sea god around, and it was extremely likely for an accident to happen. During this process, Klein grasped another point, which was that if he dispelled it ahead of time, the power projected by sea god Calvetua would leave remnants in his flesh and blood. The consequences and effects would be unknown. He had no choice but to patiently wait for the opportunity to purify himself by waiting for the cold and sinister energy to thoroughly permeate his spirit. Reflecting on everything that had happened, Klein lightly rapped the edge of the table and muttered to himself, "It's not that strong." The sea god's level was much lower than he had imagined. His original plan was to use the method that had finished off Amon's avatar to deal with the sea god Calvetua's projection, which was trying to take over his body. However, even before he had even fused with the Dark Emperor card or through his paper angel, Calvetua ended up being dispelled by the gray fog directly, without leaving a single trace. On this basis, Klein concluded that sea god Calvetua's level was inferior to blasphemer Aemon, even though it was possible that the latter was more adept at intrusion, but it had only been an avatar. Was it thrown off its pedestal by the Lord of Storms, or is it not even at the level of an angel? It's just a slightly stronger demigod that can respond to the prayers of its believers within a certain range. Klein recalled and found that sea god Calvetua was in an abnormal state. The foundational existence of this evil spirit is rather weak, as though it can collapse at any moment. Moreover, it felt like it had fused with the spirit world in the ruins it was in. And it's precisely as a result of this that it was able to escape the encirclement of the Church of Storms. Klein leaned back in his chair and made a guess. What happened today is definitely not a coincidence. It stems from archaeologist Letitia's act of taking away some important artifact in the Forgotten Temple. It caused sea god Calvetua's condition to instantly deteriorate when it was already barely surviving. It made it impossible for it to hold on to its existence. As it got its believers to track the item, it also prepared to possess another body for its survival. That bone sword should have originated from its demigod body, and it hides a bit of the power it projects. As long as the target is suitable, it will infiltrate the body of the person who touches it, corrupting the soul, and establishing the coordinates. It will then allow its spirit to be transferred over before it dissipates. But clearly, it's not adept in such matters. Yes, it's not the Snake of Mercury. It's unable to create a closed loop on itself for reincarnation. It's also not like blasphemer Aemon, who can be a parasite inside a person's soul. To really possess my body, it will directly cause its body to crumble and create a terrifying monster. According to this logical development, the dying Calvetua will likely engage in many crazy actions in the near future. Klein frowned. He didn't hesitate as he plummeted into the fog and returned to the real world. He unlocked the door, opened it, and entered the living room, startling the pacing Demonesses. Demonesses looked him up and down a few times and asked cautiously and warily, "Are you all right?" Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's persona and calmly replied, "It's settled." Settled. Demonesses looked around before glancing at the bedroom, wondering if he had been hallucinating, that there wasn't any sea god curse. What did he do in the bedroom? He was lifted from the curse of the sea god in just a minute or two. Man, this guy has a huge secret. Demonesses took 2 steps back and made way. Beside a table covered with a significant number of miscellaneous items, the wheelchair-bound Baldy, Callet, wore a look of regret as he said to the tattooed man, "What a pity. Just a little more." He didn't pick it up, just touched it. Edmonton sighed as well. Callet looked at the slightly bent bone sword and fervently said to himself, "When an outsider picks up that holy sword, God will walk the land again." Edmonton fell to his knees as well, as though confessing to a deity. As time passed, both Callet and Edmonton suddenly heard 2 miserable shrieks. They looked up and saw that 2 of their companions had collapsed. Their skin was like a weathered rock, having lost all the moisture in their bodies. Callet and Edmonton glanced at each other and felt a peculiar atmosphere. Both of them stood up at the same time and looked. At the table, that milky white holy sword cracked loudly, splintering into countless small pieces. Chapter 539, Late Night Operations. When an outsider picks up that holy sword, God will walk the land again. But what happens if the holy sword shatters? These 2 sentences echoed in the minds of Callet and Edmonton. The matter was completely in the gaps of their knowledge. For a few seconds, they stared at the shattered holy sword, their expressions dull while they remained speechless. They couldn't believe that the holy sword, which had only been touched by an outsider in the evening, had suddenly shattered. What does this mean? What does it represent? The 2 of them didn't dare to think too deeply about it. They felt as if they had returned to the very beginning. Back then, one of the secret bases of the resistance had been discovered by the Loan military. They were raided without any warning, and this resulted in their fathers being killed in that massacre. Their female relatives were abducted and sold to different places. Before receiving the grievous news, the feelings Callet and Edmonton felt that day mirrored what they felt today. They felt heavy, confused, expectant, and unease, all of them mixing to form an intense pressure. Return to the forest, find the high priest, and figure out the reason. Perhaps, this is the latest revelation from God. Khaled turned his wheelchair and said in a deep voice. Edmonton immediately stood up, saying to his remaining subordinates, continue searching for those blasphemers, but do not stay here. Also, instruct the believers outside not to hold any rituals or even pray. The unexpected change in events made him extra vigilant. By him, in the corner of the street where the Cathedral of Waves was located, holding a stack of white folded paper, Danitz turned his head to the side, feeling a mix of nervousness, worry, and puzzlement. You mean that I'm to post them in different parts of the street and finally post it on the main door of the Cathedral of Waves? He was very afraid that the door of the cathedral would suddenly open and a group of fist-brandishing priests and bishops would rush out, immediately attacking them without even asking why he had posted the poster. Klein maintained his coldness and said, yes. His original plan was to hand the matter of sea god Calvetua over to Mr. Hanged Man, so that he could warn the Church of Storms. However, considering that he still held the secret of Bansi Harbor, and he might even have reported the matter, it would be easy for him to arouse suspicion with another piece of important information in such a short period of time. As for the solution, it was very simple. He could post a few posters on the mandated Punishers' front door so that they could see it as soon as they came out. There was a small problem with Klein's plan. He couldn't tell which of the shops around the Cathedral of Waves was the cover identity of the mandated Punishers. All he could do was make Danitz work a little harder and stick the posters everywhere in prominent spots, including, but not limited to, the front door of the Cathedral of Waves. I should have run away earlier. Why would I think that this fellow had saved my life? Perhaps I would have been converted into gold pounds if he were any other powerful adventurer. No, who would have imagined that this lunatic would so easily resolve the sea god's curse? Fleeing might put me in an even worse state. While lamenting inwardly, Danitz unrolled the pile of white paper and casually glanced at the content. After Leticia Delara and company entered and left the sea god's ruin in Samim Island, they were pursued by the resistance. Meanwhile, Khaled and the resistance were trying to sell a strange bone sword that looked a little bent. Sea god, Calvetua's body is on the brink of collapse with an extremely deranged mental state. Danitz froze for 2 seconds, then he subconsciously glanced at Gehrman Sparrow. I can understand the first few statements, but why is there a mention of sea god Calvetua being on the brink of collapse and in an extremely deranged mental state? How does Gehrman Sparrow know? Did he discover a problem when he was dealing with the sea god's curse? And how did he deal with the sea god's curse? The organization behind him is more powerful than I thought. Could it be that it's similar to the Aurora Order, in which they serve a real deity? The more he thought about it, the more Danitz trembled in fear. The first time he heard of the Aurora Order had originated from a robbery at sea. Back then, it was the first time he saw his captain's serious expression. After that, he was taught some so-called general knowledge of the mysterious world. Klein responded to Danitz with an emotionless gaze. In the poster, he had eliminated any subjective assumptions, and he had only described the matters that could be confirmed with certainty, so as to not interfere with the judgment of the higher-ups in the Church of Storms. Among them, the content regarding an important item that Leticia and company had taken away was excluded. The Lost Temple was changed to a broader and more inclusive sea god ruin. The base was obviously abandoned by Khaled and the others after realizing that something had happened to the sea god, so it was also left unmentioned. Danitz suddenly retracted his gaze, afraid to look any further. Captain said that the more secrets someone has, the more dangerous they are. He thought for a while and worriedly said, if we stick it on the front door of the cathedral, it will definitely garner immense attention from the Church of Storms. Will they discover that I was the one who did it? Klein gave a terse answer. Danitz forced a smile and said, then wouldn't I be in grave danger? Klein used his clown ability to control his expression and calmly replied, you were already a pirate who has a bounty for your head. Do you think you can swagger down the main streets of Byam now? Klein lampooned inwardly. That's true. No matter what, they will still capture me and claim my bounty. No, there's something wrong with that. Danitz blurted out, but my bounty will increase. Klein looked at him, but he didn't say anything. All he did was grin a little. For a moment, Danitz thought he heard a rhetorical question. Isn't this a good thing? A good thing for a donkey to kick. With a dry chuckle, Danitz took the pile of posters and, taking advantage of the heavy winds and late night, posted them in prominent spot on the street near the Cathedral of Waves. It really looks like posting a small advertisement, Klein, who had one hand in his pocket, observed from afar and commented inwardly. He sighed and thought, it's good to have an assistant. At least, I don't have to do something that tarnishes my reputation. If I were in Tingen or Backland, if something like that had happened, the scene was too beautiful to imagine. Danitz finally reached outside the Cathedral of Waves, plastered the poster on the front door, clenched his fist, and pounded on the door. After finishing all of this, he turned around and ran, as if there were 10 mandated punishers running after him from behind. Klein didn't dare to be negligent. He pulled out a paper figurine, shook it off, and burned it to ashes before briskly walking to another street. After his recent encounters with the mandated punishers, he had a deep understanding of their style, and he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. It was only when they were far away from the Cathedral of Waves that they slowed down and regained their normal walking speed. Danitz had a good constitution, his face wasn't flushed nor was he panting. He was slightly puzzled and asked, why didn't you just write to the police or throw it in the Governor General's office? Before Klein could reply, he had already realized why. That's right. The lower-ranking police in the staff of the Governor General's office are locals. They might very well pity the resistance or might be clandestine believers of See God. As they were talking, they turned a corner and saw an extremely large red building in front of them. The inside was brightly lit and music could be heard from within. People and carriages streamed in and out the door. It didn't exude any vibes that it was late at night. We actually ended up walking here. After a second of hesitation, a smile appeared on Danitz's face, a smile that all men understood. Red Theater. Klein, who was rich in theoretical knowledge, suddenly came to a realization. Danitz laughed mischievously. This is one of the most famous places in the entire Sonia Sea. There are mysterious and flirtatious Balam girls, passionate Fainapotter girls, open and alluring Intis maidens, tall and graceful Fasak ladies, conservative and quiet Loan women, gentle and docile natives. This fellow knows a lot, he comes often. Klein swept a glance at Blazing and said nothing. For some reason, Danitz felt as though he had been seen through, and he immediately laughed awkwardly. This is what pirates talk about when bragging. I've only been here a few times. I didn't have much money in the past. I could only find some average ones, and it's mainly in the area of the Fog Sea. Afterward, I joined the Golden Dream. No wonder, although Vice Admiral Iceberg's men receive quite good employment perks and often get to share in the treasure, it's still quite difficult to save up a few houses in Byam. Compared to the typical pirate, this guy at least knows temperance and saves his money, Klein thought in enlightenment. Danitz didn't wish to continue on the topic as he changed the topic. There are a lot of street girls in Byam, especially there. He pointed into the distance and said, there was once a pirate who did an experiment. He randomly knocked on a family's door, produced some money, and requested to do it with the mistress once. In the end, 3 to 4 families out of the 10 agreed. Tisk, if it's someone like you, who has the standard Loan look, almost no one will refuse you. They might secretly hide their daughters to prevent you from discovering her. Heh. Loan's navy would commit many murders and rapes here every year. They aren't any better than the pirates, but they would only be sent back to the country, and pay some small fines. Klein listened quietly, and he suddenly thought back to the evening when the believers of the sea god were praying around the pool. He thought back to their feverish and numb faces. Backland, within the Odora family's villa. Emlyn White, who had taken the initiative to expose certain problems about himself, nervously followed Cosme underground. He once again arrived in the grey stone hall where the black iron coffin was kept. Esteemed Lord Nibs, why have you summoned me? Although Emlyn had rehearsed this scene in his mind dozens of times, he still couldn't completely remove the tension and apprehension in his heart. In this state, he suddenly understood a problem. From the viewpoint of theater studies, the role he was acting as should hide his worries and fears. There's no need for any special concealment, I did well. Emlyn was suddenly much calmer. A deep, aged voice sounded from the coffin that was covered with symbols and magic labels. To reward you, for the ancestor, you risked your life to pray to the fool. Although you didn't receive a response, you bore an enormous risk. This is an act that needs to be rewarded. Here is an acceptance draft for £7,000, a reward for you. I didn't give it to you in a timely fashion due to the great smog of Backland, but it's never too late. At the same time, you must always be aware of yourself and not relax. If anything abnormal happens, immediately inform Cosme. He really gave me money. Emlyn almost forgot to close his mouth. Chapter 540, Suppression. Even when Emlyn White left the Odora family's underground region, he still found things surreal. He couldn't believe that he could so easily be rewarded with £7,000. The acceptance draft was light and weightless in his hand, but he felt the absurdity of reality. The hanged man's method was really effective. Instead of exposing me and punishing me, Lord Nibs gave me a generous reward. And this was done solely to feign ignorance while encouraging me to make attempts so that he can observe in secret. Are the thoughts of the sanguine that complicated as well? Emlyn sighed, his mind feeling adrift. Quickly, he stopped his thoughts from wandering and turned his attention back to the reward of £7,000. With this, I can buy that baron's remains from the hanged man and concoct it into a potion. I'll soon become a baron, sanguine baron, Lord Emlyn White. Emlyn's eyes lit up as his footsteps turned significantly brisk. Within the sanguine, if one wasn't bestowed the corresponding ritual by the elders, they would remain stuck at the same level they were at during birth. It was almost impossible to rely on time to advance. Unless one was extremely lucky, having an ancestor of the family that was nearing the end of their lifespan such that they had no choice but to bestow their powers to a descendant through a ritual, most of Emlyn's sanguine peers would remain stuck in the concept of adulthood. There might not be any chance of them obtaining an aristocratic title. For decades, Emlyn's father and mother had lived for years, but they had yet to become barons up this very day. They couldn't even see any hope of becoming one. As Emlyn walked out the door, he couldn't help but glance at the nearby Cosmiodora. This elderly sanguine who has been active in the Russell era has only been a baron up to this day, and I am about to reach this rank as well. One day, I will become a sanguine marquis like Lord Nibs. No, a duke, or even a prince. Only by doing so will I be able to shoulder the responsibility of being the sanguine's messiah. Yes, the baron's remains is only about £4,000, I'll have a lot of money left. I can even buy a few more dolls and give them some new clothes. Emlyn unconsciously straightened his back and began to walk more and more proudly. Derek lit some candles and prepared for the sacrificial ritual. The lightning frequency alternated several times before he finally found an opportunity. He was very sure that the chief wasn't be able to keep an eye on him at this moment, because he had left the City of Silver with the little boy, Jack, who had recovered somewhat, and a group of explorers, in search for the so-called route that led from the coast to the destroyed city. It didn't take long for Derek to set up everything and say Mr. Fool's honorific name in a reverent, low voice. He very skillfully and methodically sacrificed the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch needed by Miss Magician, and the Beander ingredients designated by Mr. Hanged Man, to the ruler above the gray fog. There were many cracks on the City of Silver's solid city walls, but they were filled to the brim with black hard soil. Strands of dense weeds grew on them, swaying in the wind like human hair. All of a sudden, all of them stood up as if they wanted to capture something, but they turned limp. Without any strength left in them. Early morning, at the Cathedral of Waves. Alger Wilson, who had come to collect the bounty, heard an important piece of news from the diocese bishop, Chogo. Leticia Delara of the Moses Ascetic Order had disguised herself as an archaeologist and entered the depths of the jungle on Samim Island. It was unknown what she did that inflicted grievous injuries to sea god Calvetua, who had been in hiding for years, pushing it to the verge of collapse. As a result, it was frantically searching for an opportunity to survive. Rumor has it that this evil spirit which calls itself Sea God had been discovered by two powerful cardinals of the military a long time ago. After it was defeated by them through the use of a sealed artifact, it could only barely escape and hide. This situation has persisted for more than 100 years. Without any intrinsic changes, why would it suddenly collapse and be unable to maintain its existence? Alger frowned slightly, wondering what the difference was. A situation deliberately created by the Moses Ascetic Order. But why didn't they do so in the past 100 years? To complement one of their other plans. Between speculation and doubt, Alger suddenly became aware of an important factor. The biggest and most fundamental difference between the last 100 years and now was that the world had come to buy him. Mr. Fool's adorer had come to the Rorstad archipelago. Does his appearance anywhere indicate that something big is about to happen or is brewing? Previously, it was the Great Smog of Backland, and there was the abnormality in Bansi Harbor. Now, there's the dying struggle of sea god Calvetua and the unknown plot of the Moses Ascetic Order. No, to be precise, wherever a major problem is brewing or about to happen, Mr. Fool's adorers will be there. They accept Mr. Fool's arrangements and pursue the activities of those secret organizations, the evil gods, and angels. As soon as his train of thought changed, Alger was suddenly enlightened, feeling as though he had grasped the truth. It's not that things happen wherever the world is, but that the world and the other adorers will appear when something is about to happen. What good does this bring to Mr. Fool? Is it a plot solely to destroy the enemy's schemes, or does it help him lift his seal and release more power? Alger held back his doubts and decided to seize the opportunity to submit some intel from before. He clenched his right hand into a fist and pressed it against his left breast. He said with a look of hesitation, "Your Excellency, while pursuing the remnant forces of steel, I heard a piece of intel." "What is it?" Chogo had originally planned to send this bishop-ranked captain out into the sea to search for traces of the resistance, but he was forcibly interrupted by him. For a moment, he felt irritated. Alger recalled, and said, "Someone mentioned Bansi Harbor in a conversation. They mentioned that an abnormality had happened there, but the descendants of the Medici family were well hidden and didn't end up being discovered." Bansi Harbor, abnormality. Chogo took a step forward and pressed, "What else did they say?" "Other than mentioning that there was a fallen bishop of the church, nothing else." "Your Excellency, is the Medici family a dark family of the fourth epoch?" Alger asked deliberately. Chogo's expression sank. "That's not something you should know. I'll report it to His Eminence Codman at once." Codman was a Church of Storms cardinal, the Archbishop of Rorstad Sea, a high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers, and the true ruler of the Beander world in the archipelago, Jan Codman. Chogo thought for a moment before asking, who was the person who mentioned this? "What does he look like?" Alger was long prepared. "I don't know them, and they never showed up again. I remember that the person mentioning Bansi Harbor and the Medici family was an ordinary-looking, young man with a thin face, a broad forehead, black eyes, and black hair. He wore a monocle. He seemed to notice that I was eavesdropping, but he didn't show any anger. Instead, he smiled at me." Alger had been describing blasphemer Aemon. He wanted the cardinals to believe that the exposure of the secret regarding the Medici family and Bansi Harbor was the result of a struggle between the kings of angels. This is really a suitable person to use as a reason. He wouldn't appear to defend himself, and even if he did, no one would believe it, and clearly, any divination regarding him would have zero results. If Beander means are used to confirm my information source, there will be strong signs of interference from Mr. Fool, and they won't be able to get an accurate answer. From the looks of it, this is equivalent to what Aemon did, Alger thought with considerable relief. Chogo nodded lightly. "Find these people and trace the whereabouts of the resistance." "Yes, Your Excellency," Alger answered with a look of piety and struck his right fist on his left breast. Dark clouds covered the sky as the rain fell down in torrents, creating white fog in the process. In the port of Byam, the blue water rose slowly but firmly, and the freighters and liners rocked like leaves fluttering in midair. The rain continued to fall, and the sea level gradually approached the dike. The city was flooded with water in many places, and the environment was greatly suppressed. One by one, the fanatical and numb locals, in their taraba shirts and tattered jackets, came to the edge of the cliff or the dike before jumping into the sea. Their flesh and skin rapidly lost moisture as they fell, and they were already desiccated corpses by the time they fell into the sea. A group of people were rioting as they hugged a Navy sailor who was walking out of a base. They angrily bit him to death with their teeth, reducing him to a mangled, bloody mess and caused chaos on the streets. The dike collapsed, and the rising seawater poured into Byam City. When Klein jolted awake, his mind was filled with the scene from his dream. For a seer, this was a very clear revelation. Sea god Calvetua has failed to find a way to survive and has completely given up, resulting in it going completely mad. It wanted to create a storm, stir up a tsunami, and drown the Rorstad archipelago so that countless can join it in death. At the same time, its devotees are starting to do extreme acts. I've already informed the Church of Storms. They'll likely be able to stop it. No, even if I didn't inform them. They'll definitely be able to sense a problem with the appearance of such a situation. They would then make the necessary response. Klein rolled to his feet, wore his clothes, and walked out of his bedroom. He saw a blazing Danitz standing by the window, looking out. He saw the clouds hanging low as rain poured down, as though it was endless. A sign has appeared. Klein walked over to Danitz, who was also looking out at the repressive weather. He could faintly hear the abnormal sound of the tide. In the midst of silence, the sound of explosive thunder suddenly rang out in the air. The leaden-colored clouds quickly split apart, and the falling rain lost its source. In the direction of the docks, everything returned to normal. The morning sun shone down from high up in the sky, bathing Byam in holy light. Danitz hissed and said to himself, Jan Codman changed the weather. Jan Kottman, the Church of Storms cardinal and high-ranking deacon of the mandated Punishers. He suppressed Calvetua's powers. Klein retracted his gaze while in thought. Danitz heaved a sigh of relief. I was rather worried just now. Heh, afraid that the sea god who's on the brink of a breakdown would create a disaster. But there's Jan Kottman. Seeing that Gehrman Sparrow was silent, he continued adding, at sea, even the king of the 5 seas and queen mystic won't be his equal. Captain said he's a sequence 3 demigod. The potion's name is, it's, Sea King. Chapter 541. Visitor. Sea King. Upon hearing the name to Jan Kottman's sequence, the first thing Klein thought of was the complete honorific name of the Lord of Storms. The King of the Skies, the Emperor of the Seas, the Lord of Calamity, the God of Storms. Sequence 3 is Sea King. Sequence 0 contains the elements of Sea Emperor, so it does match well. I wonder what Sequence 0 of the storm pathway is called. Klein looked out the window again and saw that, although the weather was still gloomy, the morning sun was up. The sound of the tide had retreated, and the rain had stopped. He pulled back his thoughts and analyzed the situation from the information that Danitz had revealed. The potion name is Sea King, which means that the corresponding Sequence 3 demigods, saints, have to act as a Sea King. And all acting has one premise, which is that one possesses all the powers needed. As a Sea King, he would definitely be a powerful ruler of the seas that he controls even if there's a distance limitation. He would be able to walk freely on the seabed, cause tsunamis as he wishes, raise the sea level, and control marine life, fighting in their home ground. They're absolutely capable of suppressing all demigods of the same level. The King of the 5 Seas and Queen Mystic are roughly at this level as well. It's just that there are differences in strength because of the different degrees of digestion and their grasp on their powers. But no matter what, as long as they're at sea, Sea Kings are nearly unbeatable. With the abilities displayed by the Sea King, coupled with the oceanic environment, if one hasn't seen the eternal blazing sun, true creator, and other true gods, it's not incomprehensible that people would worship him, believe in him, and pray to him. Many of the deities who received primitive worship might be at this level. They might not even be angels. Yes, don't look directly at God, refers to a true deity. Previously, sea god Calvetua didn't give me such a feeling, nor did Amon's avatar. Of course, I can't be sure if the actual body of a king of angels has some kind of attribute that also doesn't allow one to look directly at them. One is a sea god who's on the verge of collapse and at most, a sequence 3, while the other is a sea king who is in good condition and is able to use sealed artifacts at any time. The outcome is obvious. Jan Kottman would definitely be able to suppress Calvetua's madness to prevent the sea from drowning by him. He would prevent the entire Blue Mountain Island and its many cities from turning into a lost sea ruin. Just wait a few more days. Calvetua's madness will completely dissipate, which will end up resolving the matter. This is the simplest and most effective way to deal with the situation, and it wouldn't bring about any panic at all. Most people here wouldn't even detect anything amiss. However, there are also some problems. Firstly, there shouldn't be any other accidents. It's a mystery what that archaeologist, Leticia, did in Samim Island. She had single-handedly orchestrated the death of the sea god. Perhaps the forces backing her, either the Moses Ascetic Order or the Element Dawn, might take the opportunity to seek something. This is the greatest dormant danger. Yes, there should also be a high-sequence Beander in the Governor General's office and the military. This is a colony base the kingdom has in the Sonia. See, things won't turn out too bad. Then, there are the fanatical believers who will most likely become sacrifices as Calvetua becomes madder and closer to its death. They are like stalks during the harvest, falling down in bunches. However, for the Church of Storms, this isn't too bad of a development. The most pious of the heretics would die with their deity, which would save them the trouble of screening and handling them. If they aren't too pious, they wouldn't be affected too much, and it's possible to reform them. The only drawback is that the Rorstad archipelago would be lacking in manpower for a long period of time. Although such a problem is troublesome, as long as they grit their teeth, things can be resolved. Thus, the Church of Storms, Sea King Jan Kottman is more likely to sit back and do nothing. Phew, I wonder how many people will die in the native enclaves and slums because of this. Klein's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a uniform set of footsteps and a roar high in the sky. Instinctively, he looked up and saw airships painted in dark blue, with several cannon muzzles and machine guns sticking out, fly past him as they headed in different directions. On the main street, soldiers in red coats, white pants, and black leather boots were lined up in neat rows. They were carrying rifles and dragging cannons as contingents of them moved past. The tense and solemn atmosphere suddenly spread. This is a colony, Klein inexplicably felt mixed feelings as he sighed to himself. I wonder how long it will take the church to get rid of that sea serpent and find the place where it's hidden. That place is definitely a treasure trove with countless precious items. Danitz, whose main job was a treasure hunter, suddenly spoke, appearing both expectant and full of regret. His attitude had changed extremely quickly. He had already reduced the sea god to a sea serpent, using it as a pronoun. The church won't do anything other than keeping the matter suppressed. They'll see Calvetua perish just from waiting for a few days. Of course, members of the Church of Storms might not have that kind of patience, especially when I've heard that Jan Kotman's main job is being a high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers. It's just that with the archipelago isolated overseas, he also works part-time as a cardinal to unify his authority. Perhaps his style of doing things is more like that of a mandated punisher, the place where Calvetua is hiding. That ruin is almost integrated into the spirit world. Finding it wouldn't be so easy, otherwise, it wouldn't have led such an abject existence until today. At this thought, Klein suddenly had an idea. Finding the ruin where Calvetua is hiding would be very difficult to find from the real world. Since it has already perished, it's not something that can be found in a year or so, unless more accurate information is obtained. But if the search was done from the spirit world, the spirit world would make it even harder to pinpoint its location, but it doesn't completely lack options. Snake of Mercury Will Osepton had once done so with the help of his folded crane. I still have no idea how to do that exactly, but that's not important. I can ask Mr. Azek. Death's domain controls part of the authority of the spirit world. The underworld, or should I say, hell, was created by Phoenix ancestor Gregrace in the spirit world. A thought flashed through Klein's mind. He took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle, put it to his mouth, and blew into it. He believed that even if he returned to the bedroom or entered the washroom, the messenger's massive body would be discovered by Danitz, who similarly had a non-trivial spiritual perception, so he didn't avoid him. Danitz was imagining the treasures of Sea God Calvetua when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He felt something inwardly, and he quickly activated his spirit vision before looking to the side. There, he saw white bones spewing out from the floor and flying upwards, forming a giant skeleton with an illusory head that pierced through the ceiling. The skeleton slightly lowered its head, its two pitch-black flames at its eyes were visible even through the ceiling. The oppressive feeling brought by its massive body made Danitz jump to the side. His body was half bent, and he conjured a scarlet flame in the palm of his right hand. What kind of monster is this? Danitz looked at Gehrman Sparrow in surprise, only to see him holding a copper whistle and lifting his head as he looked at the skeletal monster. Klein looked up at the huge messenger as the huge messenger looked down at him. Both parties seemed frozen in place. Tisk, I was too anxious. I summoned the messenger before I even wrote the letter. Should I make it stay here or let it return first and let it come back later? I'm Gehrman Sparrow now. Yes, Gehrman Sparrow. Klein didn't say anything. He indifferently withdrew his gaze, took his time to find a pen and paper, and he began to write the letter. He gave a general description of the matter regarding Sea God Calvetua, but he concealed the fact that he had nearly been possessed and how he had to borrow the gray fog to dissipate the curse. He mixed in information about Calvetua's ruins, where it hid, when describing the dream he just had. Perhaps, a solution can be produced using the spirit world, but I lack the corresponding knowledge and hope to receive your guidance. Klein folded the paper and turned to see that the messenger's hand had clenched at some point in time. He pretended not to notice anything and threw the letter up. The messenger paused for a second, then it opened its hand and caught the letter. Its body suddenly disintegrated, and its bones crumbled down, drilling into the floor. What was that? Danitz finally uttered a sound. Klein glanced at him and replied calmly, Messenger. Messenger. Danitz was stunned for a moment before understanding what he meant. Such a huge and terrifying monster is actually a messenger used for delivering letters. Indeed, there's a powerful secret organization behind Gehrman Sparrow. If I had such a messenger, everyone on the ship would envy me. It would be really cool. Danitz thought of how he would brag and flaunt his messenger when he returned to the ship. Putting away Azek's copper whistle, Klein got a chair and sat down, prepared to eat breakfast in a while. After a while, he heard knocking at the door. Danitz warily went over, and with the help of the peephole, he noticed that the person at the door was a middle-aged man with a boat-shaped hat. Elend, how did you find this place? Danitz asked as he opened the door. The visitor was the captain of the White Agate, just Elend. With wrinkles at the corner of his eyes, Elend looked into the room and chuckled. When you were checking into this hotel, you used Gehrman Sparrow's name for the registration. It's easy with a look. That's because this identity is quite proper and innocent. Besides, in the eyes of the Church of Storms, I belong to the military. Klein slowly stood up and said to Elend, what happened? Elend pointed outside and said, Byam met with an accident, but it's not a big problem. The military has joined forces with the church, and they're currently conducting a search and arrest operation throughout the city. They're searching for a few powerful beyonders who are archaeologists in name. In order to find the target as soon as possible, the military has used all their resources, but it's still not enough for such a large city. Heh, they believe that although you're of unknown origin, you're very friendly to us. They hope you can help with the search and prevent any accidents from happening. The corresponding remuneration will be available after the matter. This is all thanks to you for exaggerating my degree of friendliness, that is to say, after the Church of the Goddess and the Church of Steam and Machinery, I can once again receive money from the military. For a moment, Klein felt mixed feelings. Seeing that he didn't answer immediately, Elend added, although there won't be any major problems, the earlier we find the target, the earlier we can control the corresponding disaster. And perhaps that might save a few more people. Klein fell silent for a moment before gently nodding. Chapter 542, Byam under curfew. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow put on his coat and hat and pick up his cane, Danitz recalled that he had apparently been forgotten. He coughed once, and under the gaze of two pairs of eyes, he said, do I need to follow? It's best not to, who knows what would happen. Before this, we had only stopped at Bansi Harbor, but we ended up encountering a rather strange situation. Last night, I brought Gehrman Sparrow to visit the Resistance's liaison and ended up being involved with the Sea God's curse. Today, if I were to follow this madman to search for Leticia and the other archaeologists, then who knows what would happen. Danitz looked down and glanced down at his left arm, which was still tied with a splint. In a matter of days, he felt that he had encountered more events than he had in months or even half a year. You can stay here, but someone will be here for the sweep later. Elend laughed. Someone will sweep this area, and then the great pirate Blazing would be caught and turned into gold pounds. Danitz frowned and laughed dryly. Aside from the reward, there aren't many opportunities to earn money from the military. I'm very willing to give it a try. The only problem is that you'll have to wait a few minutes. I'll don a disguise, Mr. Captain. I don't want to put you on the spot by causing unnecessary misunderstandings. If I don't disguise myself, for a great pirate like myself to engage in operations with the military and the church, it will only result in me being captured immediately. Danitz imagined himself being pressed down, having a knee crushing his back, struggling like a catfish. After thinking for a few seconds, Elend took out an iron black mask from his inside pocket and tossed it over. Just put it on. I will explain the rest. Yes, there's no need to waste time on useless disguises, Klein evaluated inwardly. Without a word, he turned the handle and walked out of the room. Elend followed close behind, and Danitz hurried to catch up with them as he grabbed his coat and put on the iron mask. When they reached the street where there was a lot of flooding but no pedestrians on the streets, Klein pressed down on his hat and asked, how do we start? In regions, my Beyonder job has some special characteristics. As long as I see the person in the flesh, in a photo, or a sketch, then I'll be able to firmly remember the target's appearance and obtain an additional sense on an extraordinary level. Yes, I can also detect any abnormalities and grasp indistinct traces. When put together, it allows me to do investigative sweeps in a rather effective manner. Sequence 8 Sheriff of the Arbiter Pathway, Klein nodded thoughtfully and asked as they walked, do you have their belongings? The poster Danitz had posted last night had a portrait of Leticia attached to it. Klein had used ritualistic magic to pray to himself and produce it. No, Elend shook his head, we have yet to learn of their previous whereabouts. The only things that we can confirm is that they didn't return from Samim Island until around 3 p.m. yesterday. And after 2 p.m., no passenger ships left the docks. And that due to the weather this morning, only entry is permitted. In other words, Leticia and company haven't left by boat yet. Klein understood what Elend meant. Danitz suddenly let out a sneer. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe they left Byam yesterday afternoon and went to the other cities on the island. Blue Mountain Island was the largest island in the Rorstad archipelago. It was very large in size and had dense forests and rich mineral resources. Therefore, there were many cities on the island, and they were all built around fertile land with astonishing mineral resource reserves. For this wealth, the Loan Kingdom first bribed the indigenous princes, then forced them to use force, and finally set up the Governor-General's office. In a more efficient manner, it opened wide roads leading to cities and completed several important railways. This was in the form of establishing a corresponding railway company to sell shares and raise funds on the Backland Stock Exchange. Of course, these large projects were accompanied by the deaths of many local people, sinister construction workplaces, excessive work, almost slave-like treatment, and a fairly modest salary, which allowed bodies to be buried one after another under the roadbed and railroad ties. To this day, a large number of locals still loathe the railway, believing that it had swallowed a large amount of human life and brought about countless suffering. It was the symbol of an evil god and devil. Ellen turned his head to glance at Danitz and said, "If they leave by land, then there's nothing to worry about." "Why?" Danitz asked, puzzled. "It's very simple. The roads that lead through the forest are controlled by the resistance, and the majority of the resistance are believers of the sea god. Hence, how would Leticia and the others, who were responsible for Calvetua's breakdown, dare to pass through these regions at night? If they dared to, then it can only mean one thing. They didn't realize the severity of the consequences of what they had done in the sea god ruins on Samim Island. This also negates the conjecture that either the Moses ascetic order or Element Dawn has other motives." Klein controlled the urge to shake his head, and he followed Ellen into another street. Without explaining anything, Ellen took out a notice and handed it to Gehrman Sparrow. "The main target is this woman. I drew this woman." Klein glanced at it before tossing it to Danitz. At this moment, they heard the intense sound of fighting coming from the side room. "She has been found?" Danitz asked the question Klein wanted to ask. "Probably not." Ellen shook his head. "According to the orders, the first thing to do when discovering the target is to release red fireworks. Once it appears, everyone will close in on that location. If one encounters other wanted criminals who they cannot handle alone, they are to release orange fireworks. Surrounding teams would rush over to reinforce them. If they're ordinary pirates or criminals, we are to handle them ourselves. Let's wait. Perhaps, it's because the fireworks couldn't be released in time." While he was talking, the glass on the third story of the house facing the street shattered with a crack. A bear-like brawny man jumped down. His speed was extremely fast as he ran into the distance like a cheetah. At this moment, an enormous shadow enveloped him, and Gatling sounds came from the sky above. The brawny man's body was almost torn apart by the machine gun fire as he fell to the ground without putting up any resistance. Blood flowed out and dyed the ground red. If the residents weren't forbidden to leave their homes, then they would have screamed, at some point. In time, the airship had floated over, but it didn't stop and had turned toward another direction. Goltat. Danitz recognized the victim. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow turn his head over, he forced a smile and said, "This is the leader of a pirate crew. He's from Fasak, with a bounty of 950 pounds. Fasak? So they really are savages." He actually ran on a curfewed street, completely unaware to be on guard of attacks from above. "That's right. Some pirates spent the entire night in a drunken stupor. They have no idea that even airships have been dispatched. If he had planned his escape route, then he might have been able to dodge the machine gun fire." Klein looked away and watched the monster in dark blue paint fly over the roof. When Danitz saw the pirate's outcome, he was grateful that he had followed Gehrman out. Seeing that the alert over here had been lifted, Ellen didn't linger any longer and led Klein and Danitz to the area that he was in charge of. After walking quickly for 5 or 6 minutes, they saw a barricade at the intersection in front of them. Guns were mounted and cannons were set up. Loan soldiers in red uniforms stood guard over the area in silence. On the other side of the barricade, 20 to 30 corpses lay scattered on the ground, forming a vanguard formation. Their clothes were tattered and their faces gaunt, clearly indicating that they were natives. A little further away, several young native children were hiding in the corner. They were quietly looking at them in fear. Their eyes were dark and their faces were dirty. Klein and company fell silent for a few seconds before circling around the area. Furs lifted the ceramic cup from the table and felt the heat. She roused herself and quietly waited for any changes. The temperature of the hot water dropped rapidly, and a thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of the liquid. White frost appeared on the rim of the cup. "I'm a trickmaster now." Furs closed her eyes in delight. She didn't waste any time after receiving the Spirit Eater's stomach pouch, immediately concocting the potion and completing the advancement. She obtained quite a number of spells with lower potency. Among them, Furs's favorites were Fog, Wind, Flash, Freezing, Electric Shock, and Tumble, which made people slip. only at this point did she feel that she was a complete meander. She was no longer someone who could only pass through walls or rely solely on ritualistic magic. At almost noon, Elend, with the help of Klein and Danitz, had completed most of the investigation. "Let's eat some bread and drink some water before continuing." He took off his boat-shaped hat and spoke with parched lips. Klein was about to nod when he saw an orange firework fly into the air not far away. Without hesitation, Elend put on his hat and ran in that direction. "I'll go and support them. Orange means other wanted criminals that cannot be dealt with. Who could it be?" Danitz said to himself with interest. He switched to a gait of raising his legs high as he proceeded forward, hoping that the battle would be over before he arrived. Then, he saw German Sparrow follow behind just Elend, leaving him alone by himself. Glancing at the dark blue monster flying in his direction, Danitz let out a hollow laugh and quickened his pace. 2 minutes later, they arrived at their destination and saw a house with a lawn facing the street. 3 or 4 military personnel were lying on the ground. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling as if they had been thrown into a frozen lake. The more Klein walked in that direction, the colder it felt. It was as if he had arrived in the polar regions. Soon, he discovered that the ditches outside the house were filled with thick snow. Just then, a burst of female laughter came from inside the house at varying pitches, alternating between craziness and strangeness. "Ha ha ha, du ha ha ha, du ha ha ha." Danitz couldn't help but stop and touch his neck, which was covered in goosebumps, with his right hand. With a clanging sound, the window opened and a charred body flew out. It landed hard on the ground, as if it were caught in an inferno. With just a glance, Klein was able to recognize through his spiritual intuition that this was one of the 3 male adventurers who had followed Leticia. Chapter 543, The Reality That Exceeds Expectations. The target appears to have been found. Klein looked away and made a rough judgment. As there were no portraits, the dead adventurer's face was burned black, which meant that Elend clearly didn't recognize this as one of their targets. After observing the situation and listening to the creepy laughter for a few seconds, he pointed to the 3 or 4 military personnel lying outside the house. "Drag them back first, then wait for the other teams to arrive before launching our attack." Or, he hesitated for a moment, then he raised his head to look at the approaching dark blue airship. Without another word, and without instructing Klein and Danitz, Elend ran to the unconscious military personnel whose faces were purple. Tap. 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 The closer he got, the weaker his steps became. In the end, his body became stiff and every step he took became extremely difficult. Elend, who had been the bosun of the Imperial Navy, was experienced. He decisively stopped moving forward and turned around slowly, walking back 1 step at a time. The more he walked, the smoother it became. However, he was still shaking uncontrollably. His eyebrows and temples were covered in a thin layer of frost. A quick freezing effect that defies common sense. An extreme cold reminiscent of a disaster. With Elend's attempt, Klein was able to grasp the danger level of this area, and he could only sigh inwardly. Unfortunately, the sun brooch isn't able to produce actual heat. It's only a stimulation of one's mind. Although it can make a body generate clear effects, it will only allow a person to withstand this cold for 3 to 4 seconds at most. Looking at Elend's chattering teeth and how he was unable to open his mouth despite wanting to say something, Klein's gaze swept over Danitz. He threw his cane and said in a low voice, "Fire! Fire!" Danitz was stunned at first, but he quickly understood German Sparrow. He had also witnessed the entire process of Elend's failure. A scarlet fireball that couldn't be considered bright formed on Danitz's right palm, and he threw it towards the flanks of the military personnel. The fireball traveled for nearly 20 meters and then landed on the ground without creating an explosive sound. Instead, it quietly rose into the air. The scarlet pillar of fire emitted sizzling sounds as it continuously shrank and quickly dimmed. Suddenly, it expanded, as if it was in a desperate struggle before it perished. Klein, wearing a black tweed coat, jumped out and landed right next to the military personnel. He bent down and reached out with both hands and grabbed the man's clothes. Then, he pushed his feet against the ground, exerted strength at his waist, and threw the man out. The military personnel immediately flew into the air, smoothly flying out before landing 10 meters away from the area, escaping the region with the coldest chill. After doing this, Klein snapped his fingers and lit a match in his pocket before the chill seeped into his body. The scarlet streams of flames gushed out like water, instantly enveloping him. By the time everything faded, Klein had disappeared from his location. Flames leapt out, flickering and extinguishing from time to time. With the help of Danitz's fireballs and his own matches, Klein constantly phased around in the extremely cold area, easily throwing out several military personnel. After 2 to 3 attempts, he carried the last member of the military back to his original position. Elend had clearly recovered as he gave a thumbs up. I'm very glad and honored to have made the decision to ask for your help today. Captain, I like your tactful praises. Also, remember to raise the remuneration. Klein nodded politely, half-turned, and looked at the open windows of the house. He heard the laughter grow stranger. Danitz pursed his lips to the side and silently cursed Elend. Did you not see the contribution I made? Although my fireball has become something akin to a prop for a magic show, it still made actual contributions. This guy's nickname is just Elend, but he's not just at all. As he muttered, a shadow loomed over the area, and the airship had arrived in the air opposite them. Evacuate the people in the surrounding houses. An officer shouted from the airship. After Elend and 2 other teams cleared several nearby buildings, the airship lowered its altitude and adjusted its cannon muzzles. The cannons fired continuously, bombarding the house, which was still filled with creepy laughter. Hearing the explosions and seeing the flashes of flames, Klein sighed as he held his cane. This is the firepower bombardment he advocated. He had once proposed it in Tingen City but was unable to put it into practice. And today, however, the overseas colonists were producing the real scene before him. Elend and the others stood guard in different positions under the deafening sound of the cannons, so as to prevent the people or perhaps monsters inside from breaking out. Soon the house collapsed, and smoke rose from the piles of masonry. All the snow and ice was gone. Suddenly, a thick bolt of lightning flashed, openly striking the airship. Klein frowned. He saw that the airship was completely still and heard a steam boiler produce a jarring sound. The dark blue monster in the sky lost some control. Significant amounts of smoke began to billow out as it began descending to the side. Seems like they're being shielded by ammunition and being protected by an outer layer of air. I thought it would cause an explosion, blasting the airship to pieces. Klein turned his full attention back to the collapsed house. When he initially felt the extreme coldness and saw the male adventurer's charred body, he thought he had met another demoness, one who grasped the witch potion formula. Having dealt with demonesses several times, he knew that beyonders of this pathway could control ice and black flames from Sequence 7. But that flash of lightning had made him reject this judgment. He believed that Leticia was indeed a member of the Moses Ascetic Order or Element Dawn, a real woman. The moment Klein arrived at this conclusion, the pile of bricks and wood were immediately lifted away. The bright red and charred figure crawled out, with its elbows used to prop it up from the ground. She was a female and Leticia's original appearance could barely be recognized. This made Elend and the others shocked to discover that they had already found their target. However, compared to before, Leticia's current state was both terrifying and miserable. Her body was covered in black spots. The artillery shells had torn open red holes that lined her body. White fascia that seemed to have a life of its own was squirming inside her body. The top of her head had split open, and her brain came oozing out, sticking to the surface like the palms of children overlapping each other. Her gray eyes were out of focus, one of them blazing with fire, the other flashing with lightning. 2 heads that were screaming in pain were embedded at her abdomen below her chest. They were the other 2 male adventurers. Not only has she lost control, but she also appears to be corrupted. She was already severely injured from the previous bombardment, and her aura had dropped to an extreme level. Klein didn't take action and instead watched as the Beyonders from the military began to attack. Psychic piercing, whip of pain, purifying bullets, and small caliber gunfire were launched. With this series of attacks, Rampager Leticia, who only had enough time to crack the ground and spread the crack outwards, completely broke down and became a dismembered corpse. Her torso fell to the ground, and the heads of the 2 male adventurers rolled out. Klein's eyes slightly narrowed. He discovered that there was a yellowish-brown book hidden within the flesh and blood of Leticia's abdomen. On the surface of the book, there was a line of words written in Elven, Book of Calamity. Why do these books and notebooks always find themselves in the stomachs of people? It's the same as the Antigonus family's notebook last time, Klein lampooned. Then he suspected that the Book of Calamity was the item that the fake archaeologist, Leticia, had taken from the ruins of the sea god. At this moment, some military personnel grabbed the 2 male adventurers, heads who still seemed capable of speaking, and hurriedly asked, "What did you do in the ruin of the sea god?" "Sea god's ruins," one of the male adventurers answered with pain and confusion, "We haven't been there." He tried to move his eyes, to check the situation below his neck. "The sea god ruin in Samim Island," the military personnel reminded him. "No, we didn't." The male adventurer wanted to shake his head, but he couldn't do so. We went to an ancient elven ruin. Leticia found a book there. She liked it very much. She quickly began to study it, then she went mad. She's crazy. As the male adventurer shouted out, whatever was left of his mind completely dissipated. It's not a lost temple of the sea god but a ruin of the ancient elves. This is different from what I imagined. Klein was about to listen carefully when Ellen came over and politely asked him and Danitz to distance themselves from the interrogation. Turning into another street, Klein slowed down and thought about the whole thing. Why would Letitia's act of taking the Book of Calamity out of the ancient elven ruins cause sea god Calvetua to be no longer capable of maintaining its existence, slowly bringing it to the point of breakdown? What's the connection between the two? Elves, sea god, according to Little Sun, the ancient god, Elf King Siniathrum, wielded the present authorities of the Lord of Storms. That is to say, the elves no doubt possess Sequence 3 Sea King, or an even higher Sequence 2. Could it be that it was by chance that this sea serpent, Calvetua, discovered a ruin of the elves at the bottom of the sea, directly devoured the Beander characteristics left behind by a certain high elf, and was lucky enough to survive the two possibilities of death and losing control? As such, it succeeded in acquiring the rank of a demigod and gradually gained the faith of the Rorstad Archipelago's natives. Klein slowly came to a realization, and he had to thank Mr. Hanged Man for this. Initially, Little Sun didn't reveal the corresponding authorities of the 8 ancient gods, but later, under the guidance of the Hanged Man, he explained some things, including the Elf King Siniathrum general situation. As for devouring Beander characteristics or the corresponding ingredients to advance, it wasn't something that didn't happen. Before the potion system was fully constructed, the human ancestors had made similar attempts to obtain Beander powers. However, only a very small group of extremely fortunate people had managed to survive. To become Beanders without becoming monsters, lunatics, or dying on the spot, with their flesh and blood falling apart. Such an attempt had a 1 in 1,000 chance of success, or even a 1 in 10,000 chance. After the potion system was established, no one was willing to take such a great risk. If that's the case, then Calvetua was indeed very lucky back then. Of course, there's also the factor of its strong physique. However, its intelligence didn't seem to increase much, only being capable of deceiving its believers. It didn't actually find any traces of the elven ruins on Samim Island, and how it's closely related to the one it's hiding in. After Leticia and company took the Book of Calamity, that ruin collapsed, causing Calvetua's hiding spot to experience abnormalities, resulting in the barely surviving Calvetua to be unable to hold out any longer. This can explain how Leticia and company managed to easily succeed. There aren't any members of the Resistance or the Sea God's followers defending the area. Only when something happened did Calvetua discover the problem and realize the connection between the two ruins. With what he just gathered, Klein tried to explain what he had been wondering about the whole time. This included why the dying sea god Calvetua didn't allow its followers to become carriers. It would have reduced most of the accidents and made things easier. With the brutality Calvetua displayed, it was only right that it made such a choice. The answer Klein arrived at was that the body Calvetua wanted to corrupt and possess had to have a certain amount of elven blood, and that was the only way to survive the transfer of Beander characteristics up to a certain level. However, when Klein touched it, due to the gray fog and his uniqueness, it allowed Calvetua to instantly find a better target. Chapter 544, Expert. Klein had just sorted out his thoughts when Ellen caught up with the two and said with a smile, "We've found the target, the investigation is over. I'll bring you back to the hotel first, and I'll bring the remuneration in 2 days. Also, it's best if you don't go out today." Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's character by only nodding slightly without giving any verbal response. On the way back to the Wind of Azure Inn, Danitz clearly had some doubts or wistful thoughts on his mind, but due to the presence of Ellen, who was part of the military, he could only change the subject and discuss with great interest about which pirates would end up being caught in the city's thorough sweep today. To him, they weren't friends as long as those guys didn't belong to the Golden Dream. They weren't worth sympathizing with. After entering the hotel room and watching Ellen leave, he closed the door and said while clicking his tongue, "The Book of Calamity, Ancient Elven Ruins, this really is an interesting matter, but how did the elves end up like devils? Just by casually taking their book, a casual flip through it had caused that woman to go insane and lose control. What kind of image do you have of elves? Living in the mountains and seas, specializing in cooking, creatures who enjoy nature. Hey, according to Little Sun, the 8 ancient gods before the cataclysm were all very tyrannical, very cruel, and very evil. Among them was the elf king Siniathrum, and the elves who believed in him, and viewed him as their king couldn't have been any better. One can make a comparison with the members of the Aurora Order. The Beander races left behind by the Dark Epic basically can't be associated with the good alignment that normal people have in mind, Klein replied in his mind. Of course, he didn't rule out the possibility that after the ancient gods' fall, the dragons, giants, elves, sanguine, and other living creatures would gradually extricate themselves from the negative effects and become more normal. However, this was only limited to the middle and lower levels, and it didn't include the demigod powerhouses. And the high elf that left behind the Book of Calamity was clearly the latter. With a thought, Klein suddenly realized something. Danitz understands Elvish. He recognized the title of the ancient goatskin book as the Book of Calamity. Vice Admiral Iceberg has actually taught her crew to such an extent. Not only does it include ancient Fasak, but she has also taught them Elvish, which can stir up the powers of nature. Perhaps Jotun and ancient Hermes are all part of the curriculum on the Golden Dream. They really are a bunch of pirates with knowledge and dreams. However, ma'am Captain, aren't you being a little overboard on certain subjects? Danitz is lacking in so many other aspects. That's right. The most important thing for a pirate whose main job is to be a treasure hunter has to be mastering the ancient languages. Klein ignored Danitz's comments and looked out the window. The sky remained gloomy, as if a heavy rain would fall at any time. It made one involuntarily feel suppressed. Klein nodded slightly, feeling slightly relaxed as he thought, Leticia has been found. Being aware of the ancient elven ruin on Samim Island, the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military will likely use its connection to the place where Calvetua is hiding, to find the sea god that is becoming progressively crazier. Or they might use the ruin to speed up its collapse. That way, apart from the most fervent and pious sea god believers dying, the rest basically won't suffer any harm. Klein had originally thought of using the spirit world to locate sea god Calvetua's hiding spot after it died before the official Beyonders did. He could then infiltrate it, taking the treasure with him. But even before the plan had begun, the appearance of the Book of Calamity pushed his plan to the verge of failure. Phew, it's fine. It only existed in my imagination, and it never belonged to me. It's fine if I don't get it. I don't even know what I'll get. Letting this matter get resolved this way is for the best. Klein withdrew his gaze from the weather, his mood calm and relaxed. He just inevitably felt a slight sense of loss. That day, he and Danitz followed Ellen's advice and didn't head out again. They only remained in the inn. In Byam City, there would be the sound of gunfire and explosions from time to time. This continued until the sky turned dark. The next morning, Klein got up on time and found that there were layers of clouds in the sky and the sky remained dark. This meant that the confrontation between the Church of Storms Cardinal, high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, Jan Kotman, and sea god Calvetua was still ongoing. Klein felt pain in his stomach and prepared to head to the washroom with the newspapers. However, he gave up on that idea when he saw Danitz leisurely reading a newspaper while lying in a reclining chair, munching on a piece of white bread in his mouth. Reading the newspaper while on a toilet doesn't match Gehrman Sparrow's persona. Although it would be boring, I mustn't slack off on acting. Sigh, I've once again found a difference in the behavior between my true self and my disguised identity. Klein summed it up in silence and went into the washroom. He took off his pants and sat down on the toilet, staring almost in a daze at the pale white wall in front of him, as if he could read words from it. At this moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly tapped his molars and activated his spirit vision. Two thick, long white bones appeared in front of him. They were the messenger's legs. The messenger stood there, its head passing through the ceiling, but its black flames in its eye sockets could still be seen. It lowered its head slightly and looked down at Klein, who was sitting on the toilet. Klein looked up, stunned for 2 seconds, his mind filled with a baffling thought. Should I act like a woman, hurriedly covering my nether regions, or should I just be open and fearless? Before he could make up his mind, the messenger dropped the letter, disintegrated into a pile of bones, and disappeared into the floor. It took a moment for Klein to react before he caught Mr. Azek's reply. This messenger is being more and more impolite. Can't you see that I'm using the toilet? Don't you know to knock on the door or to squeeze it through the crack under the door? Klein cursed in anger and amusement. After giving it some more thought, he felt that it would be putting the messenger in a tough spot to pass the letter through the crack in the door. The 4-meter-tall giant had to lie down in order to reach that position. Just thinking about it is rather funny. Well, the next time I write a letter, I'll add a paragraph so that Mr. Azek can educate the messenger so that he will be more polite. Klein unfurled the letter and read Azek's reply. According to the knowledge I've recalled, I can provide you with two methods. The first requires certain prerequisites. If a unique item belonging to you or someone else is located where sea god Calvetua is, you can use divination to easily locate its position. The other prerequisite is that you can enter the spirit world. I have plenty of methods for this. I'll list the most common three. The second method is to use a secret deed ritual and pray to Red Light Moria. He represents authority and will. At a certain level, he grasps the relevant knowledge of the creatures in the spirit world and the locations in the spirit world. So Red Light of the Seven Pure Lights is named Moria. The principle of a secret deed ritual is to adjust one's state, release one's mind and body, and align oneself with the target of the prayer bit by bit. Finally, an overlapping will occur, allowing one to acquire the corresponding knowledge. In this kind of alignment, an overlapping is relative. While acquiring knowledge, my secrets will also be open to the target of the prayer. I can't trust Red Light, I have too many secrets. Klein's first reaction was to rule out the second approach. As for the first solution, there was also the chance of failure. Klein didn't have any unique items located where sea god Calvetua hid itself. Either I use the help of the resistance and send something to Calvetua, or I'll have to find the original owner of an item sacrificed to sea god from its believer. Furthermore, it has to be unique. Send something to Calvetua. As he thought, Klein suddenly had an idea. He braced himself and considered it over and over again, thinking that there was a certain probability of success. After finishing his deed in the washroom, Klein washed his hands, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He planned on attempting divination and received a revelation that there was danger, but it was manageable as long as it was handled properly. With all of this done, he returned to the living room and walked towards the reclining chair. Danitz immediately sat up and said with a dry laugh, "Is there something? Do you know the words to the prayer relating to the sea god?" Klein asked with an unperturbed tone. Danitz spread out his hands and suddenly hissed. "Dogshit." He softly cursed his injured arm and switched to smiling. "Yes, I've seen a few members of the resistance hold rituals. The details are, adorer of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua." By the way, the 2 instances that it was effective were recited in Elvish. Adorer of the sea and spirit world. Its bearing is very low. It's not the same as my honorific name, that's true. I created it by copying it from the 7 true gods. Klein nodded gently and said, "Do you know where there are empty warehouses and abandoned houses?" "Of course, every great pirate knows a few," Danitz replied without hesitation. Klein turned around and walked towards the coat rack. "Take me there." To do what? Although Danitz was puzzled, he didn't dare ask. In the dock area, in a dirty and dilapidated warehouse, Danitz watched Gehrman Sparrow take out 3 candles and several metal bottles. Unable to hold back his curiosity any longer, he asked, "What are you planning on doing?" Klein didn't look back and replied very calmly, "Sacrifice." "To whom?" Danitz pressed with interest. Klein set up the altar, took out an iron cigar case and calmly said, "Calvetua." His plan was to give something directly to sea god Calvetua. As long as Calvetua accepted it, he could use divination and other methods to find its hiding place. As for whether or not Calvetua would accept it, he had certainly considered it, believing that it was a definite possibility. As Calvetua was currently on the verge of death, it was in a state of extreme madness, with little sense of reason. It acted on instinct alone, and it might have a strong desire for the aura of the gray fog. Therefore, Klein was prepared to sacrifice an iron cigar case that was often placed above the gray fog. He wanted to see if Calvetua would accept it or not, and if he didn't, he wouldn't suffer any losses. He could then pretend as though nothing had happened. Sacrifice to sea god Calvetua. At that moment, Danitz found his brain lacking. He couldn't comprehend what was on Gehrman Sparrow's mind. "Are you crazy? How could it accept your sacrifice? Even if it's accepted, what would be the point? It's dying, and it's very dangerous," Danitz blurted out. Immediately, he added inwardly, "No, Gehrman Sparrow isn't crazy, because he has always been crazy." Klein glanced at him and simply said, "In this domain, I'm an expert. When it comes to sacrificial rituals, I'm an expert." Klein wasn't modest about this. Chapter 545, The Enraged Calvetua. Danitz felt choked, unable to say a word. He quickly stepped aside and watched as Gehrman Sparrow lit the candles, burned some powder, and dripped some extract. Taking in the smell that pervaded the air, he couldn't help but raise his voice. Why, you're using the wrong materials, right? He remembered that the resistance didn't use things like full moon essence oil, slumber flower, or chamomile when sacrificing to the sea god. It's not like you're praying to the Evernight goddess. Klein turned his head to look at him, then he returned his gaze to the altar. As a professional who often offered and received sacrifices, he was very aware that the burning of extracts, essential oils, and herbal powder mainly had two uses. One was to help the ritual's host to better adjust his spirituality and enter the proper state, and the other was to please the corresponding deity, to please the target of the sacrificial object, and to increase the probability of a response. In this aspect, every deity had certain characteristics and preferences. This sacrifice, on the other hand, mainly relied on Calvetua's abnormal state of mind. It had gone completely crazy, and it thirsted for the gray fog's aura. Neither of the two could be missing, and everything else wasn't important. As long as the aforementioned two conditions were satisfied, pleasing Calvetua or not didn't affect the ritual. It neither increased the success rate nor would it increase the possibility of failure. It could be completely handled in a perfunctory manner. If Calvetua still retains its reason, and even if I were to strictly follow the requirements of its ritual, do you think it would respond to me? Klein silently lampooned and took half a step back, ready to start the most important part of the ritual. He thought for a moment, then without turning his head, he said directly, "Stay further away." Me. Instead of getting angry, Demonesses was overjoyed. He quickly nodded. All right, okay. He rushed to the door of the warehouse, planning to escape the moment something went wrong. Klein half closed his eyes, cogitating about the countless spherical lights that overlapped each other, and he quickly entered the proper state. He chanted softly in Elvish, adorer of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, the great Calvetua. Your devoted servant prays for your attention. I pray for you to take this offering. As he said the awkward sentences one after another, the sound of wind rose within the wall of spirituality, as if it was going to overturn everything. Klein's clothes fluttered in the wind as he took out another small metal bottle that he had prepared beforehand. He poured about 5 milliliters of the remaining 1,000-faced hunter's blood into the air. This was a material filled with spirituality. The strong wind sucked the drops of blood, howling as it drilled into the candle flame that symbolized sea god Calvetua. Without a sound, the candle flame burgeoned to form an illusory door. On the surface, there were symbols and magic labels. From the inside, the faint sound of crashing sea waves could be heard. Suddenly, all signs of movement vanished. There was only the sound of breathing that reverberated through the illusory door, as though there was something hiding behind it, something massive that was suppressing its hunger with great difficulty. Huff. 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 The sound of the loud, heavy breathing became clearer and clearer, to the point that even despite being situated at the door of the warehouse, Demonesses still felt his scalp tingle. The illusory door suddenly opened, and something that visibly resembled a hurricane poured out. Amidst the sharp wailing sounds, Demonesses felt the invisible wall of spirituality shatter. He discovered that he had been thrown into the air like a small boat in a storm. He slammed into the door, producing a dull thud. He fell outside the warehouse, his back scuffed from several wooden splinters. The scarlet fireball that he had instinctively condensed in his hand instantly dimmed and was quickly extinguished in the hurricane, like a candle that was about to burn out. While he was flying in midair, he saw what looked to be a bloody, gaping mouth appear behind the illusory door. It revealed milky white sharp teeth, which was slightly curved and longer than a human arm, as it madly smashed against the illusory door in a bid to enter the real world. Its beast-like howls first echoed inside the warehouse, causing Demonesses to bleed from his ears and nose. Klein also flew up into the sky as a result of the hurricane, and his line of sight was immediately occupied by a bloody, forked, and massive forked tongue that burst forth with sparking lightning. His body was scorched black as it stiffened in the air. The forked tongue pierced through his body as it was reduced to ashes. Klein's figure appeared on the other side. His hat had fallen off, and his clothes were messy. He looked rather wretched. Fortunately, he knew that a situation would occur, and he knew that there was going to be danger. He had constantly been on high alert, and he didn't let down his guard as he used paper figurine substitutes just in time. At this moment, Calvetua, who was situated behind the unperturbed, illusory door, finally realized that its violent blows had no effect and stopped. It took a deep breath and caused the blue seawater to gush in from all directions. The water then collapsed into a whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. It was so powerful that it could swallow a cargo ship. The iron cigar case on the altar flew into the vortex. The tiny cauldron containing some herbal ashes flew up and into the whirlpool. Many objects within the warehouse, along with the soil, were thrown into the whirlpool. Klein also flew up as he found it difficult to resist being thrown into the whirlpool. He tried to snap his fingers to ignite flames and leap out of the whirlpool's reach, but the suction force in the hurricane spoiled his plans. His figure suddenly became thinner, turning into a paper figurine. As the paper figurine fell into the whirlpool, Klein, who had emerged from another position, once again soared into the air, unable to extricate himself from the terrifying suction force. At this critical moment, he no longer hesitated. He made the black glove he wore on his left palm turn pale as it was tinged with a slightly dark green color. He activated Creeping Hunger, and he directly used Steel Mavity's soul. Klein's body suddenly grew heavy as he pushed forward with his left palm. An ice wall, that wasn't too thick, solidified in front of him, helping him temporarily isolate Sea God's whirlpool. Taking advantage of this, Klein landed, his feet heavily landing on the ground as he sank deep into the ground. The ice wall lasted only a second before it was shredded to pieces by the boundless suction force, and the remnants flew into the huge sea serpent's throat. Relying on the strength of a zombie, Klein used both of his feet to hold himself in place and no longer flew up again. However, he was still unable to stop himself from sliding towards the illusory door where Calvetua's gaping mouth was. He drew 2 deep ravines on the ground in the process. Outside the warehouse, Demonesses wasn't affected by the suction force of the whirlpool. Instead, he tried condensing a fireball to throw to the side, allowing Gehrman Sparrow to jump out of his predicament and escape. Unfortunately, the flames were extinguished again and again by the hurricane. As Klein drew closer to the illusory door, he could smell the stench of blood and decay. Right in front of him were milky white fangs that emitted a chilly air. His thoughts raced, and he quickly came up with a solution. The solution was simple, it was to throw out the all-black eye that originated from Nimblewright Master Rosago. Since you want to make a whirlpool in the sea in a bid to devour everything, I will make you consume another bottle of a Beander potion without any supplementary ingredients, as well as the mental corruption of the true creator. If that's the case, I don't believe that you, who's already on the verge of collapse, will be able to hold on. Klein gritted his teeth and reached into his pocket. Perhaps it had sensed his malicious intent, or perhaps it had lost its patience, but at this moment, Calvetua suddenly raised its head and let out a long howl, causing the seawater whirlpool in his throat to collapse and disintegrate into countless water droplets which sprayed out of the illusory door. Torrential rain fell in the warehouse, and a dazzling silver ball of intertwined lightning condensed in Calvetua's throat once again. With a boom, it spat out that lightning ball. Amidst the torrential rain, the silver ball of lightning transformed into streaks of stunning lightning bolts that quickly expanded outwards. It destroyed the frugal altar and occupied the entire warehouse. Sizzle. Klein's figure kept phasing in and out of existence. Amidst the sea of lightning, his body would char and turn into scraps of paper. Outside the warehouse, Demonesses also suffered its effects. All his hair stood up as his body convulsed. After continuously using paper figurine substitutes and approaching his limit, Klein finally managed to withstand it until the lightning subsided. As for the illusory door, it was affected by the complete destruction of the ritual and quickly closed. Sea God Calvetua's hisses of indignation were isolated by the door. After a moment, the illusory door completely disappeared. The surroundings were in a wretched mess. Only a candle was left on the altar, weakly swaying its flame. Bang! Demonesses leaned forward against the warehouse's wall, barely standing at the doorway. He tried to speak, but he couldn't stop convulsing. He could only express his grievance with his eyes. Gehrman Sparrow is really a madman. I can still remember the horror I experienced in Bansi Harbor, and I still have nightmares about it. Previously, when he was picking out items offered by the resistance, he attracted the curse of the sea god. I was so frightened that I almost ran away while on our journey back. This time, he even did some sacrificial ritual and nearly summoned Calvetua over. It was really extremely dangerous just now. Why does he love to take risks so much and enjoy causing major trouble? Time after time, he searches for thrills while on the brink of death. Is this a manifestation of his craziness, or is there another reason? Sea God Calvetua is still very strong. Even though it's on the brink of death, and there's the door of sacrifice in between us, it was still able to release a portion of its strength that could easily finish me off, as expected of a demigod that can fight against a sea king. Klein pulled his feet out of the ground and saw that his boots were in tatters. At the same time, he found that, regardless of it being due to luck or an inevitability, Calvetua had accepted his sacrifice, in all sense of the word. This was because the huge sea serpent had swallowed the iron cigar case which had been tainted with the gray fog's aura and many other things while producing the whirlpool. In other words, I can try to locate its hiding place in the spirit world, but I'll have to wait for its death so that it can't interfere and resist my divination. This search would require me to enter the spirit world, and I can't keep using the gray fog forever. Klein quietly let out a breath. He felt the glove on his left hand become filled with an indescribable madness and hunger. It seemed like it was going to devour the wearer if it wasn't fed. There are no sinners around. Klein turned his head to look at Danitz, who was standing by the door. Danitz's mind suddenly tightened. He felt as if he was being targeted by a monster and was about to become food for the other party. The hunger he felt at a spiritual level had made him tremble slightly. He yearned to immediately turn around and flee. Then he heard Gehrman Sparrow's indifferent voice. "Close the door from the outside." "All right." Resisting the residual pain from the electric shock, Danitz moved the door which had been sent flying open, barely closing the hold. Klein seized the moment to carry out a sacrificial ritual. He prayed to himself and responded to himself by throwing creeping hunger, that was about to lose control, above the fog. The mystical item that had frightened Danitz, so much so that he didn't dare to resist, immediately became docile, gentle, and tame. Chapter 546, Spirit World. Upon returning to the real world, Klein extinguished the candles, put away the remaining items, and carefully checked the situation in the warehouse. Luckily for him, the whirlpool of seawater created by Calvetua had completely wiped the area clean, leaving only the subsequent sprays of rain, the blackened patches from the lightning strikes, and sparse piles of ash, as well as the ravines produced by Klein's 2 feet. The traces are easy to deal with. I can get Danitz to use his fireball to wash the place later. Disguising it as an internal strife between pirates, Klein nodded indiscernibly and pulled out one of the few remaining paper figurines. He shook his forearm and flicked his wrist. The paper figurine flew out and burned on its own before turning into black ash. After doing all of this, Klein walked towards the door, frowning as he walked. The soles of his boots were gone, and the rest of his clothes were tattered and torn, wet, or charred. This was unavoidable under those circumstances, as it wasn't something a paper figurine could withstand. The tearing was a result of the potent suction from the whirlpool, the moist sensation came from Calvetua's torrential rain, and the charred black marks were a result of being struck by bolts of lightning in the interval when Klein was using his paper figurine substitutes. Even now, despite having calmed down, his right forearm still spasmed a few times due to the electric shock. "It cost me £8.6 solely. I have to get a new set of clothes. I had divined danger and had made preparations, but I didn't expect Calvetua to be more powerful and crazier than I had expected. I hope that I'll gain something later." Klein silently shook his head. He restrained his expression and endured the pain before coming to the door and knocking 3 times. Danitz, who was constantly uneasy, hesitated for 2 seconds before he opened the door. Discovering that Gehrman Sparrow had returned to his cold and reserved state, with him no longer emitting a hunger and madness that struck terror to his spirituality, Danitz let out a sigh of relief. He took a glance inside and asked, "Is it over?" "No." Klein curled the corners of his lips and revealed a gentle smile. "Not yet." Danitz jumped in fright. What else needs to be done?" Klein maintained his smile that concealed madness. "A clean-up is still necessary. That's basic courtesy." "A clean-up?" Danitz was stunned. Raising his right hand, he pointed at himself and said, "Me." The corners of Klein's mouth widened. "Or shall I do the honors? Then I would be eaten by creeping hunger." Danitz let out a hollow laugh. "How should I clean this place?" "Use a fireball," Klein answered simply. As a part-time pirate, it didn't take much effort for Danitz to understand Gehrman Sparrow's intentions. He walked past him and headed for the interior of the warehouse. During this process, he had a few questions in his mind, which were quite puzzling. Captain said that creeping hunger needs to devour a living person every day, but Gehrman Sparrow can only satisfy it after a battle. He usually doesn't bother with it. Besides, in that battle just now, Gehrman Sparrow had used Steel Mavity's ice powers. He didn't feed it after. Strange, what secret lies behind this? A seal of a certain level? Or, can it be that the organization behind him is capable of sealing creeping hunger? As Danitz cleaned the warehouse, Klein stood outside, looking up at the overhanging dark clouds, looking forward to what would happen next. "I've already sent the iron cigar case that's tainted with the gray fog's aura over. So all I need to do is wait for Calvetua, a fake, sea god, to collapse and die. I hope the Beyonders of the Church of Storms and the Kingdom's military won't have the time to find it in time, or leave behind some items of certain value that they think little of. Klein slowly took in a deep breath, listening to the dull bombardment sounds coming from behind him. In a hotel, Alger stood at the window, staring out at the overcast sky. I received the Sanguine's anesthetic gas not long after the last tarot gathering. I was prepared to go out to sea to gather ingredients, but a week has passed, and I'm still stuck in Byam. The corners of his mouth twitched as he shook his head. First, there was the incident of the world-hunting steel Mavati. It earned him quite a sizable amount of money, and then he had to wait for the reward. After that, when the reward was obtained, he encountered the breakdown of that sea serpent, Calvetua, and was ordered to search for the adventurers and archaeologists, Leticia and company. I heard that during the investigation yesterday morning, Leticia and the others were found. The mandated punishers and the military seemed to have obtained some important clues, and quite a number of them went to Samim Island. Hey, this is something that I'll never have dibs on. Alger retracted his gaze, pulled up his short robe that didn't reach his knees, and muttered to himself. Let it end as soon as possible. Once Calvetua was completely dead and the tsunami was no longer a latent risk, he could leave the harbor. After leaving the City of Generosity, Byam, he could work at advancing to Sequence 6 Wind Blessed. As his mind whirred, Alger's heart skipped a beat and he turned around to look out the window. He saw the clouds high in the sky quickly dissipate, with the crimson moon quietly hanging in the sky. Klein slept until midnight, when he was suddenly jolted awake. He had vaguely sensed something. He rolled out of bed, went to the window, and pulled back the curtains. Crimson moonlight shone in, covering everything like frost. It was cold and dreamy. Klein looked out and saw that the clouds which hung low had disappeared. The bright crimson moon was high in the sky amidst the sparse stars. This means that the confrontation between the sea god and sea king has ended. Klein pondered for 2 seconds, retracted his gaze, closed the curtain, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the gray fog. He sat at the end of the long, mottled table, took out a gold coin, and began to recite a divination statement in a low voice. Calvetua is completely dead. After he repeated this 7 times, he flicked the gold coin and watched it leap upwards and tumble down. The gold coin landed in Klein's palm, and the king's head faced up. It meant that sea god Calvetua was completely dead. As expected, the ancient elven ruins on Samim Island and the hiding place which Calvetua used to maintain its existence are closely connected. The mandated punishers and the military have just received the Book of Calamity, and since they only learned about the ruins for a little more than a day before, Calvetua couldn't hold out much longer. I thought it could forcibly survive for 2 or 3 more days. Klein sighed and tried to divine whether the official Beyonders had already entered Calvetua's hiding place. Unfortunately, due to the lack of information, his divination failed, and he was unable to obtain any revelations. After thinking for a while, Klein changed his angle, undid his spirit pendulum, and began to divine if it was dangerous for him to search and explore Calvetua's hiding place. As this involved himself, he quickly received a conclusion. The topaz pendant was rotating counterclockwise at a not-so-fast frequency and low amplitude. It's dangerous, but it's acceptable. The danger is even less than the sacrificial ritual. Klein nodded gently, returned to the real world, and began his preparations for his operation. He locked the bedroom door first, then he arranged the ritual to summon himself. Once again entering above the gray fog, Klein picked up the Dark Emperor card and placed it inside his spirit body. All of a sudden, he turned corporeal as if he was of flesh and blood. The surrounding black fog stuck to the surface of his body and formed a majestic aura. It was as if he was entirely clad in physical armor, but on his head was a gorgeous pitch-black crown. Looking at the human-skinned glove on the table, Klein hesitated to put it on. Above the gray fog, creeping hunger was almost in a sealed state. It didn't dare to make any unusual movements, but once it left the area, the uncontrollable hunger would cause harm to its wielder, whether they were alive or in spirit body form. Amidst Klein's considerations was whether the Dark Emperor's high level could suppress the creeping hunger inside his spirit body and keep it normal. I'll give it a try. If it doesn't work, I'll end the summon and return here. This will hardly require any time, and there's no danger. Klein picked up creeping hunger and put it on over the iron black armor gauntlet. He didn't hesitate any longer and stepped into the door of summoning. With the help of the expanding candle flame, he arrived in the real world. Without being careless, Klein's first reaction was to check the state of creeping hunger. He found it calm and submissive, subservient to the high level of the Dark Emperor. Not bad. With a sigh of relief, Klein placed the mystical items, such as Azek's copper whistle, the biological poison bottle, and the sun brooch, into his body one by one. Finally he picked up his black hardwood cane and prepared to use it to search for his lost iron cigarette case that had been tainted with the gray fog's aura. Of course, in order to find the place where Calvetua was hiding, one had to first enter the spirit world and pinpoint the location from within. Otherwise, it would only fail. As for how to enter the spirit world, Klein didn't consider the 3 methods provided by Mr. Azek. As a spirit body with intelligence and the ability to think, how was he not able to find the spirit world and enter it? He calmed down a little and recalled the scene of countless spherical light. His body and mind quickly became tranquil. His thoughts gradually became empty as his consciousness gradually extended and expanded. He soon discovered that he was surrounded by indescribable illusory, transparent things. All the colors became bright, distinct, but overlapping, and the gray fog had grown so faint that it seemed to cover everything in an ethereal manner. In the depths, high up in the sky, there were 7 rays of lustrous brilliances that shone with different colors. They seemed to possess life, and they contained immense knowledge. This was the spirit world. It completely overlapped with reality and was omnipresent. If I happen to encounter the mandated punishers or military personnel, I will immediately end the summoning and return above the gray fog. Klein took a step forward. After easily entering the spirit world, he felt his body become illusory. The black cloak behind him fluttered up slightly, and the hardwood cane in his hand stood upright. He said in a low, dignified voice, "The location of my unique iron cigar case." While chanting, Klein felt tense for a baffling reason. In the saturated and distinct colors of his surroundings, pairs of indifferent and eerie eyes glanced over. After repeating it 7 times, Klein released his grip and waited for the revelation. The black hardwood cane floating forward at an adequate speed which was neither too fast or slow. Klein followed it, flying through the real, the illusory, the strange, and mysterious spirit world. Here, if he lost his bearings, it was very easy to end up completely lost and never be able to leave again. Of course, there wasn't a problem for Klein. If he really got lost, he could end the summoning and return directly to the space above the gray fog. Klein chased after the black cane, which was sometimes thrown and sometimes dropped, shuttling back and forth between distinct and overlapping colors. He passed by half-hidden spirit world creatures that couldn't be accurately described, and it was hard to know how far he had traveled. Suddenly, he saw an eye. It was round, with clear blacks and whites. The eye looked at him without blinking. There was no head, nor was there a corresponding body. Chapter 547, Priest. The huge eye, which had its blacks and whites clear, appeared translucent. It floated quietly behind saturated, overlapping colors. Klein couldn't tell if it was hostile or friendly. At this moment, Klein remembered a passage from the sites in the spirit world. The ancestor of the Abraham family had said, "Try not to cross eyes with any creatures of the spirit world for more than 3 seconds unless they have already expressed interest in communicating with you. This is considered provocative behavior. Also, do not let yourself appear terrified and nervous. For some predators, this will increase their desire to attack." As the words flowed through his mind, Klein retracted his gaze and continued to chase after the flying hardwood cane in front of him, at a rather adequate speed. The sight of the full black armor set and black crown he donned, matched with a cloak of the same color, entered the round eye. But the figure quickly passed by, disappearing far away. It didn't stir up the slightest change. In essence, the spirit world is a very dangerous place. If one isn't careful, one can encounter a terrifying existence at the demigod level. As Klein continued to make his way through, he realized that this place was truly chaotic. Although the 7 lustrous brilliances that could be used to mark his location remained high above, covering the sky, they could still be seen from time to time beneath his feet, to his left and right, and from the front and back. If not for his black cane, Klein wouldn't have been able to determine his bearings. Suddenly, through the faint fog of the void, he saw, on his left, based on a normal human being's concept of left, a floating castle. It was entirely black in color. Its spire towered, and it was covered with vines, extremely reminiscent of a Gothic style. At the top of the castle stood a translucent woman who was almost as tall as the castle. She was wearing a complex, gorgeous, dark, and gloomy black dress. She didn't have a head, and there was a neat cut by her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 blonde heads with red eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that these brilliant-looking heads were exactly the same. When Klein, who was disguised as the Dark Emperor, passed by, The 4 heads the woman carried blinked. Klein didn't respond as he flew forward as though he hadn't seen her. The woman slowly turned her body, letting the heads in her hand watch him depart. What kind of monsters are these? As the thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the black cane plummet rapidly. He hurriedly chased after it, once again experiencing the feeling of a free fall. About 8 seconds later, a faintly discernible collapsed building appeared in front of him. Outside of the building floated a spirit world creature which resembled a giant jellyfish. It extended transparent, sticky tentacles, and pulled the surrounding area into its own territory. At the end of each tentacle grew a white skull with deep eye sockets. It kept shaking as it floated about with light but slow movements. The black cane passed through the strange creature of the spirit world and hovered in front of the almost illusory collapsed building. Found it. Klein was delighted at first before he solemnly glanced at the giant jellyfish that was waving its skull. He made preparations for battle, but he didn't attack immediately. Instead, he tried to emit the profound dignity that came with the high level of the Dark Emperor card. His eyes indifferently stared at the eye sockets that were deeply recessed. After 3 seconds of frozen silence, Klein said Ancient Hermes in a low voice, "Leave." The tentacles supporting the skulls twitched twice. Then, the giant jellyfish slowly floated up, disappearing into the depths of the spirit world. This Dark Emperor card is still very useful. I was already considering throwing Mr. Azek's copper whistle. The descendants of death should still have some standing in the spirit world. Klein breathed a sigh of relief and descended, grabbing the black hardwood cane. Then, he fell into the collapsed building ruin, with a sense of anticipation. For him, even if the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military had found this place ahead of him and had taken away the most valuable items, he would still be satisfied as long as there were still some remaining. Even if there's nothing else, it'll be sufficient for me to explore in elven ruins and see what information they left behind. When Klein passed through an ethereal barrier that resembled a curtain, he felt the air around him suddenly become thick and heavy. A shimmering wave of light appeared around him, coming from the deep blue water that filled the area. At the bottom of the sea was an ancient, dark ruin. All the buildings had either collapsed or half collapsed. A huge pillar, carved with strange patterns and symbols, extended out from the middle. It appeared to be heading straight up to the top, as if it had supported the place in the past, but now it was broken and was leaning on the top of a nearby building. Klein recognized this place, as well as the pillar. It was the hiding place of sea god Calvetua, a hidden place where reality blended with the spirit world. At this very moment, an unwilling, pained, angry, and crazed scream echoed in the air. It didn't weaken in the slightest. That scream was precisely the same howl of hatred that Calvetua had let out before its death. "It's really dead." Holding the black cane, Klein landed on the greenish-gray stone road in front of the ancient ruins. On both sides of the road stood pillars that were neither thick nor tall, and on them were also strange patterns that were different from the symbols and magic labels from before. At the bottom of each stone pillar, there was a figure sitting beside it. Some of them wore ancient robes, while some wore brown jackets that were fashionable nowadays. As soon as they sensed someone approaching, they raised their swords, axes, and other weapons, stiffly but quickly. They turned to where Klein was, revealing their weathered, grayish-black faces and their shriveled bodies which were devoid of any flesh or blood. Their eyes, feverish and numb, were fixed on Klein, who was wearing a black crown and black armor. Calvetua's devotees, however, this also means that the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military haven't found this place yet. Klein sighed and injected his spirituality into the sun brooch. He muttered a word in ancient Hermes, "Holy." He activated the sun brooch's holy oath, and through the corresponding word in ancient Hermes, he temporarily added a holy attribute to the damage he dealt with his attacks. Klein flicked his wrist and threw his cane. He bent his body slightly and charged towards the first sea god guard, who came rushing over. While running at high speed, Klein suddenly turned left and dodged the enemy's axe. He then swung his arm backwards and used his cane to draw a clear grayish-white crack on the enemy's body. Pure golden flames silently rose from within the crack, wrapping around the sea god guard and burning it until it was on the verge of collapse. Klein exerted strength into his feet and stomped past the enemy. Behind him, the completely desiccated sea god guard finally collapsed, turning into ashes within the golden flames. Tap. 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 Klein bent his back, quickly moving forward, sometimes to the side, and sometimes diagonally as he passed by each of the sea god guards. At the same time, he brandished his cane, whipping, stabbing, cleaving, and slashing, leaving different marks on the guards that resembled desiccated corpses. Tap. 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 Klein passed through the road and arrived in front of the half-collapsed ruins. Behind his gently fluttering black cloak, the sea god guards bloomed into golden torches, lighting up the greenish-gray stone slate and the patterned pillars. Amidst the chaos, the guards fell down, one after the other, and no longer moved. Klein went up the steps and entered the building where the half-collapsed pillars were. The first thing that entered his vision was an unimaginably huge blue sea serpent. The scales all over its body were slippery, and they were covered with patterns that were similar to the symbols inside the ruins. Its gaping jaws bit into a pillar, its curved milky white fangs sinking in. Its body below its head height was slumped across the ground. Its coiled body occupied about a third of the expansive hall, like a small, blue hill. However, its surface was covered in wounds with mangled blood and flesh. Even its bones could be seen. A mysterious cyan light had already gathered over its body as it crept slowly towards one of its fangs that was longer than a human arm. This caused the slightly curved sharp bones to slowly straighten up. Its dying cry reverberated in the air, causing Klein's corporeal spirit body to show signs of instability. At this moment, an old man wearing a clergyman's cap was lying beside Calvetua's body. His hair was gray, and his body was like a gray rock. He stuck his face tightly to the serpent's body, making incomprehensible sounds from his throat. His actions were an unknown. Around the gigantic serpent's corpse were desiccated corpses. They were similar to the sea god guards outside, but they were even more bizarre. Their stomachs bulged to the point of rupturing. In addition, their mouths were stained with dark red blood and had strips of bluish meat hanging from them. The blue dots of light also leaked out from their bodies, rushing towards the white fang that was gradually straightening up. Before Klein could figure out what such a scene signified, the old man in the clergyman's cap, who was lying on top of Calvetua, stood up in a staggered manner and turned around. His eyes were flashing with a blue light, his mouth was covered in blood-red meat which he was using all his strength to bite into. In the place where his face had been stuck to, the snake's body was mangled. It was missing a lot of flesh and blood, and even its bones were almost visible. He was eating up the corpse of sea god Calvetua. This, Klein frowned, roughly understanding what was happening. After Calvetua's death, the priest and guards in the hall lost control and began to frantically devour its flesh and blood. At this point in time, the Beander characteristics had yet to appear completely. Calvetua's body still contained a large part of it, and many guards had problems with a potion overdose or conflicting pathway characteristics. They broke down on the spot and died completely. However, there were always people who were lucky enough to survive the sudden death, or there were those who lost control of themselves and became disgusting monsters, or those who directly skipped a few sequences and became a powerhouse, or those who became lunatics with distorted demonic powers due to the mixture of pathway characteristics. Regardless of which one it was extremely dangerous. Klein looked down from the surviving priest's face to see his belly bulging like a pregnant woman's. A strong burgeoning and contraction appeared there, resembling a huge heart. Chapter 548, Trick to Dealing with Large Creatures. In the ruins that was filled with seawater and was half fused with the spirit world, Klein stood at the door of the central hall, wearing full-body black armor. Inside was the gigantic blue serpent's body that was being mutilated for food and the old priest with his bulging stomach. The latter's skin was a grayish-black, as though it had become desiccated from prolonged exposure to the wind. His eyes flickered with an azure-blue glow as he stared intently at the guest, who wore a black crown, as though he was considering where he should start his meal from. Without any hesitation, Klein reached into his body with his right hand and took out a brown translucent bottle. Then, he stretched out his left palm and quickly unscrewed the lid before casually flinging the biological poison bottle to a corner of the hall. In this environment, which was half submerged under the sea, other than fire of light which could consume the undead and evil, no other flames could exist. Thus, it also limited two important powers of Klein's magician sequence. Therefore, he could only push his other advantages to the limit right from the very beginning. At the same time as when he threw out the biological poison bottle, Klein's left glove quickly became resplendent, as if he was reflecting the light of the noon sun around his body. The undulating seawater was stained with a golden color as it spread outwards, layer after layer. This was the priest of light's power from the creeping hunger, light of purification. The old priest who had eaten part of sea god Calvetua's body was certainly not civilized and polite enough to just watch Klein prepare for battle in a chivalrous manner. The blue light in his eyes suddenly bloomed, and his bloated belly once again swelled. Howl. An ethereal, yet mournful sound came from his body, instantly covering the entire ruins. This voice was like the song of a nightingale, beautiful and also melodious at the same time. It was also cold and bone-piercing, one that penetrated right to the soul. Klein was frozen in place. Similarly, all his thoughts seemed like they had been blasted by extremely cold waves and instantly froze. The old priest's body swelled up in an instant, as if he was a resurrected Calvetua or a giant that had walked out of a mythical legend. One after another, blue slippery tentacles, all surrounded by silver lightning, emerged from under his ripped robe. They shot out and danced in the air, striking the stunned Klein. With a burst of silver light, Klein was sent flying before falling heavily at the doorway. The black armor on his body dimmed instantly and cracked, and he had subconsciously thrown the cane in his hand far away. His mind remained abnormally calm. In a situation where he was almost frozen, he didn't even have the thought of using paper figurine substitutes and had ended up taking on the blow head-on. If it weren't for the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle which were simultaneously reinforcing his spirit body, with him essentially being a sequence 6, he would have been seriously injured and even killed instantly. The tentacles surged over again and struck down. Klein, who was jolted awake by the electricity, agilely somersaulted away, barely dodging the attack. He glanced at the man's body. He turned around immediately and ran out the door without any hesitation. It was a determined and decisive action. As Klein ran and flew as though he was pathetically fleeing for his life, the old priest's silver lightning-enshrouded blue tentacles were chasing him from behind in a bid to pull him back into the hall, but Klein would nimbly change direction, dodging with his agile movements and timely somersaults. Seeing that things weren't going as he wished, the old priest's belly expanded once again, and his cold voice resounded in the ruins. But this time, Klein was prepared. Although his body remained stiff and bogged down, it was soaked by the seawater before turning into a pile of soggy paper. At last, the old priest moved. With heavy but swift steps, he attempted to catch up to his enemy. The colossal figure rushed to the door, and the colossal figure slammed onto the collapsed roof and wall with a bang. The door here was originally large enough for a creature like Calvetua to pass through, but the collapse of the ruins and the madness of this sea god before its death had caused the place to collapse. The collapsed rubble left the door with an opening that was 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. As for the old priest whose mind was clearly abnormal, he had slammed right into it, causing him to be stuck. Klein, who had been waiting for this opportunity, stopped and turned around. He half closed his eyes, straightened his back, and spread open his arms. A beam of golden light descended from the sky, pounding the old priest's body directly. Patches of his robe that hung over his body had ignited, and his grayish-black skin and flesh fell to the ground in chunks, melting and evaporating under the pure radiance. It was only then that Klein made out what the oddity in the old priest's belly was. The swelling was intense, especially in several areas, forming the complete outline of 2 eyes and a mouth. It was as if there was someone hiding inside the old priest's stomach, putting their face there in an attempt to escape. The old priest exerted strength with his legs which were covered by the black serpent skin, causing him to be thrown backwards from the collapsed door. Rocks were sent flying and the seawater surged. He finally broke away from the pillar of light, but most of his body was covered in hideous wounds caused by the collapse of his flesh. Even his face was filled with signs of melting. Tap, tap, tap. The old priest's blue tentacles flailed in the air, bringing with them silver lightning as they lashed at Klein from all directions. The face at his abdomen would occasionally make a sound that made the spirit body quieten down. Klein engaged in either running, somersaulting, circling, or calmly twirling around with his opponent. He would go in the opposite direction when his opponent headed in one, just like a wild dance between 2 people. During this process, he relied on paper figurine substitutes to withstand the ethereal, yet cold shrieking again and again. Occasionally, he would let out a roar and use a wraith's shriek to agitate the old priest, forcefully interrupting the face in his abdomen from producing any sounds. Time passed, second by second, and the crazy, old priest who had been keeping his hands down, suddenly raised them and pressed them against his stomach. He pulled with his arm, forcefully tearing the silhouette of the mouth into a gash. Blue pus gushed out of it as a dense array of sharp teeth grew out. With another roar, the seawater around him gushed towards the mouth, forming the terrifying whirlpool that Calvetua had previously created. Klein, who was dressed as the Dark Emperor, was sucked in, and the lightning tentacles around him were retracted, about to embrace him. Klein didn't panic, and the glove on his left palm quickly transformed, looking as if it was made of pure gold. While floating in midair, he stared at the face on the old priest's abdomen and the seawater whirlpool below him. His eyes suddenly flashed with 2 bolts of lightning, interrogators psychic piercing. The old priest suddenly froze as the face in his abdomen wrinkled, and the terrifying suction force from the whirlpool instantly collapsed. In the waves that were rushing backwards, Klein lowered his body and swam through the weak spots like a fish, dodging the random flailing of the blue tentacles. He rushed to the old priest's side amidst the constantly flashing silver lightning, and at some point in time, the color of his gloves had changed to a pale green. The muscles on Klein's back bulged as he threw out 2 punches, striking the old priest's thigh in the vicinity of his knee. Flesh and blood splattered from the cold-emitting punches. His right leg was covered in a thin layer of frost, and the surrounding seawater was completely frozen. This was a zombie's control over ice. As the old priest cried out in pain, he retracted his whip-like tentacles, illuminating the entire ruin with silvery light. At that moment, Klein wasn't greedy and stopped just in time. He continuously somersaulted backwards, avoiding the crazy attack that scorched the stone slabs on the ground. He stood up, and while the old priest was still frozen in place, the glove on his left palm once again glowed with the color of the sun. Klein straightened up and took a pose of praising the sun. A thick, bright, and holy pillar of light descended once more, enveloping the old priest in it. Klein saw the grayish-black flesh of his enemy quickly disintegrate. The skin of the face on his enemy's abdomen melted, revealing the situation inside. Inside the old priest's abdomen, the heart, stomach, intestines, and other organs were mashed together, forming the face of a sea serpent. Calvetua actually still has a little of its soul left. The will of a demigod is truly beyond my imagination. Klein somersaulted again, dodging the blue tentacle that thrust at him like a spear. Wrapped with lightning, the tentacles, which had been melted away by the pillar of holy light, stabbed into the ground, twitching, twisting, and squirming. The bright and clear light quickly disappeared, and the sinister serpent's face on the old priest's abdomen stubbornly opened its mouth once again. At that moment, the old priest himself had bent his waist and let out a fit of violent coughs. The effort on the serpent's face came to an abrupt halt. The biological poison bottle had finally shown its effects. Klein didn't miss the opportunity. He stood up straight again and spread his arms out as though he was hugging the sun. A pillar of light with many golden flames illuminated the area. The old priest's figure first bent before shrinking, as if evaporating into thin air. The serpent face at his abdomen let out a shrill cry before completely vanishing. By the time the light dissipated, the old priest had returned to his original size. His bones had almost melted, with pieces of grayish-black flesh still hanging from his body. His aura quickly dimmed as his spirit rapidly disintegrated. Klein rushed over and, relying on his state as a wraith, began to channel his spirit. He wanted to confirm if the old priest was guilty of heinous crimes. He felt that he needed to maintain his bottom line, which was something he wished for in a precaution against corruption and madness. All of a sudden, he saw images of the old priest presiding over the living sacrificial rituals. Without hesitation, Klein reached out with his left hand to let the long-starved glove taste a delicacy. Flesh, blood, spirituality, and bone quickly surged into the gaping mouth of his palm, along with specks of blue light that came with some darkness. During the spirit channeling, Klein confirmed that the old priest was previously a soul assurer. His potion formula and Beander ingredients all came from the Church of the God of Combat from the Fasak Empire. And by the time he became a sea god guard, he had already lost his mind and could only obey orders. After the death of Calvetua, he had followed his instincts and eaten the flesh and blood of the deity he believed in, and in the end, the conflicting characteristics turned him into a monster. Just as creeping hunger was satiated, all the Beander characteristics on the ground suddenly stirred, turning into a hurricane and sweeping into the hall before plunging into the white fang that was no longer curved. When Klein looked over, he saw that Calvetua's remnant corpse had completely collapsed into something that resembled mud. As for the serpent fang which had absorbed all the Beander characteristics of the area, it had become a short scepter, quietly embedded in a half-collapsed pillar. On the tip of the white scepter, there were many tiny blue gems embedded there. Some of them dyed in black and others with the light of dawn. Seeing that creeping hunger was satiated, Klein rushed into the hall, cautiously approaching the scepter. Before he really came into contact with the scepter, he heard layers of illusory prayers ringing in his ears, and he saw illusions. He saw worshippers prostrating and praying, as well as members of the resistance crying over the shattered statues of their god. Chapter 549, High Elf. As the layered sounds of the illusory pleas rang in his ears, Klein felt as though he possessed a corporeal body. The deepest part of his head throbbed with pain, so much so that he yearned to slam his head into the wall to alleviate the pain with more pain. The scenes of different people praying to him made him feel an uncontrollable and abnormally terrifying sense of dizziness. It was as if he was walking the edge of a deep abyss and could fall down at any moment. it was only because he had his spirit body reinforced with the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle, as well as being accustomed to being prayed to, which had prevented him from losing control straight away like other non-demigod beyonders. They would have already collapsed to the ground in pain, turning into a monster or erupting into a mess of flesh and blood. All of the Beyonder characteristics in this area have combined together to form a sealed artifact with the help of the Serpent Fang. Moreover, the degree of danger and negative effects have far surpassed that of a Grade 2 sealed artifact. Klein didn't rashly move forward but instead took a few steps back and left the area where the praying voices were concentrated, to ease the pain and dizziness that would have caused his spirit body to collapse. He stood next to Calvetua's mashed body which resembled slush, and he stared at the white scepter that was embedded in the half-collapsed pillar. He considered how he could take it away. At the same time, he naturally chose a name for the sealed artifact, Sea God Scepter. Yes, from the feelings and reaction just now, I can barely get close to it and pull it out, but I can only last a few seconds. There's no way for me to hold it or use it, however, it doesn't matter. Once I have it in my hand, I'll terminate the summoning ritual and return above the gray fog. There, I can effectively block the thousands of prayers and any of the still unknown negative effects. It will allow me to study it with ease. Klein quickly came up with an idea. In his wraith state, he could instinctively communicate with the spirit world to receive a revelation without the need to toss a coin. His spiritual intuition told him that doing so wouldn't be too dangerous. After making up his mind, Klein began to clean up the mess and take the opportunity to see what he could find in the ancient elven ruins. He first headed to the corner and picked up the translucent biological poison bottle, screwed the lid back on, and stuffed it into his body. Then, he turned around to find an iron cigar case that was half hidden beneath the slushy remains of Calvetua. This, I thought it had been swallowed by Calvetua and corroded into dregs. Klein clicked his tongue in wonder and quickly walked over. Because he had been left feeling numb from the discharged electric currents from the seawater, he raised his right hand, allowing the iron cigar case to float slowly in the air before landing in his palm. Klein glanced around and saw that the surface of the iron cigar case was covered with corrosion marks. However, it was still barely usable. As for the other items that were sucked away by the seawater whirlpool back then, there were no signs of them. The aura of the gray fog made Calvetua uncomfortable, so it vomited it out right away. Or has this iron cigar case undergone some sort of mutation that makes it not prone to corrosion, allowing it to survive until Calvetua died? Amidst his puzzlement, Klein placed the cigar case into his body, planning to study it after he left. Under such circumstances, he was in a race against time. He couldn't afford even the slightest delay, because Klein didn't know when the Church of Storms and the kingdom's military would find this place. He walked around the half-collapsed pillar from a distance and entered the rear of the hall which had almost completely collapsed. There should have been many murals here, but with the destruction of the walls, they had all disappeared. Klein flew all the way to the end before seeing about a third of an exquisite throne being buried by stones and pillars. On the left side of the throne, there was half of a mural that depicted a confrontation between two figures. Looking down on the enemy from above was a man treading waves with dark clouds above him. He seemed to have storms draped over him as he had relatively softer features. His contours had an oriental trait from Klein's past life. He held a spear formed of pure lightning in his hand against an ocean that had drowned everything. Beneath the man was a man wearing a simple white robe. His face was blurry, and it was difficult to discern his age. It was only barely possible to tell that he was a man. There was a halo behind the head of the white-robed man. It quietly emitted a bright light like the sun. Beneath his feet was an illusionary circle with 12 segments. Each segment had symbols representing different times. Behind him was a shadow that was like a curtain, and within the shadows, it appeared as though there was an eye peeking out from it. Relying on his solid foundation in mysticism and rich knowledge from many sources, Klein quickly made an interpretation. Waves, storms, dark clouds, lightning, this should be the ancient god, elf king Saniathrum. Indeed, he's just like the legends, with the rather soft facial features of an elf. This ancient lord of storms doesn't give off any irascible vibes, and his looks are surprisingly good. Hey, this is a mural in an elven ruin, so it's normal for them to beautify their own deity. The sun-like halo and the 12 circular segments that symbolizes time, isn't this the father of Aemon and Adam, the creator who's known in the outside world as the ancient sun god and is revered in the city of Silver as the omnipotent and omniscient god? There's a shadow curtain behind him, and behind it hides an eye. Yes, one of the images of the true creator is the eye behind the shadow curtain's one. As expected, This is the creator who took back the ancient god's authorities with 8 king of angels following him. Is this mural a depiction of elf king Siniathrum's battle against the creator? Klein retracted his gaze and began searching for something of value. Following his spiritual intuition, he came to the throne, reached into the base of the collapsed stones and pillars, and pulled out an object. It was a flattened golden wine cup. Its surface was engraved with intricate patterns, and its wine leg was already bent. At the bottom was a row of elven words, Calamity, Kahinam. The original owner of this ruin is a high elf named Kahinam. Did he, or should I say, he, have the title of Calamity? It matches the Book of Calamity that Leticia and company found. Both ruins should belong to the high elf, Kahinam, and there should be some kind of miraculous connection between them. Unfortunately, this golden wine cup is just a simple wine cup. It carries a bit of spirituality simply because it's inscribed with the true name of the high elf. If Kahinam hadn't fallen, just a real name would imbue the wine cup with extraordinary powers. What a pity. Klein initially judged that Kahinam was completely dead because sea god Calvetua had inherited his powers. However, Klein couldn't be too sure, because despite it being hundreds or thousands of years later, the Book of Calamity still had the quality of driving Leticia, a Beander whose sequence wasn't too low, to lose control. Furthermore, it doesn't seem like it's something sea god Calvetua was capable of. Could the high elf, Kahinam, have the ability to split his Beander characteristics? Calvetua only inherited a portion. Most of the remaining Beander characteristics is the source of the Book of Calamity's unique quality. Kahinam is dead, but he hasn't completely perished. Of course, Calvetua, who swallowed Kahinam's Beander characteristic, was just a beast without intelligence. No one knows what happened at that time. Perhaps some of the characteristics were lost and formed a sealed artifact. After Calvetua's defeat, it fell into the hands of the Church of Storms. Yes, I'll ask Little Sun via the world at the Tarot Gathering next week. He should know who Kahinam is. Actually, there's no need to ask, he'll be offering 2 pages of ancient god legends. Perhaps there might be a detailed description of high elves next time. After thinking it through, Klein stuffed the wine cup into his body. After all, this was made of gold, and even if the high elf, Kahinam, wasn't dead and had some sort of connection with the wine cup, the gray fog could still block him out. After a thorough check, and seeing that there was nothing of note, Klein quickly flew back outside and picked up the black hardwood cane before wiping out any traces of the battle. Then, he took out a paper figurine. With a casual shake, he threw it into the seawater, causing it to quickly turn soggy before reducing to dust. The earlier parts can be interfered with, but I won't have the time or opportunity for the rest. Luckily, I am now disguised as Dark Emperor. As for the remains of Calvetua, his flesh no longer have any value, and his bones are too heavy. It might affect my ability to wield the sea god scepter. With the help of cogitation, Klein stabilized his state and quickly flew towards the white bone staff on the half-collapsed pillar. Again, the sounds of illusory pleas filled his ears. Either pious, crying, fanatic, or numbed worshippers filled his vision, and the throbbing and dizziness became more and more intense. Relying on his rich experience and the spirit-body reinforcement from using the Dark Emperor card and Azek's copper whistle, Klein barely managed to hold on until he finally arrived beside the sea god scepter. He extended his right hand, and he grasped the middle section of the white bone scepter. As soon as the two made contact, the scene before Klein's eyes became clear, and the buzzing sound beside his ears instantly became real. He saw the bald, wheelchair-bound rebel, Kalit, collapsed on the ground, struggling to reach the shattered figurine of Calvetua, chanting its honorific name over and over, his eyes filled with despair. He saw Edmonton, with his blue sea serpent tattoo, prostrating himself in front of another Calvetua figurine which was strangely bleeding, constantly knocking his head against the ground, creating a bloody mess. In the slums, he saw believers hiding in their homes, weeping and praying numbly. Klein's black armor couldn't support his body anymore as it quickly collapsed. At the same time, his solidified muscles tightened as he exerted strength with his hands. Amidst the layers of resonating prayers and numerous clear scenes, he suddenly pulled out the short white bone staff that symbolized the sea god's authority. The seawater in the ruin surged violently, either churning or transforming into a whirlpool. Klein calmly held onto the sea god's scepter with his pitch-black crown before immediately vanishing. He directly returned above the gray fog. When the familiar towering palace entered his sight, the sounds of praying and the hallucinatory scenes in front of him had already disappeared. Sitting on the high back chair belonging to the fool, Klein lifted his right hand and examined the sea god scepter inlaid with blue gems and stained with some darkness in the light of dawn. Countless points of light floated around the sealed artifact. Each point of light seemed to correspond to a praying believer. This caused the milky white body of the scepter to glow with psychedelic and holy streams of light. At this moment, Klein felt like this scepter was the true body of the sea god. Chapter 550. The negative effects of the sealed artifact. After some wrestling with the sea god scepter, Klein gained a preliminary understanding of its powers. It could create tsunamis, create hurricanes, produce torrential rain, and bring forth lightning. It could allow a person to fly in the sky and roam the seabed with almost no restrictions. It was nearly indestructible and could be used to smash an enemy's head in. It allowed the wielder to never get lost without the existence of any other powerful factors. It would provide an unimaginable level of balance, drive many sea creatures to do one's bidding, respond to prayers from believers, and also allow the wielder to obtain the same kind of strength as a sea monster. It was equivalent to making the wielder the ruler of an entire expanse of the sea. To Klein, this was already considered at the level of a deity. Even on Earth, he could resist an aircraft carrier formation. Although he was sequence 6 with plenty of pragmatic Beyonder powers, making him a genuine powerhouse, a legendary figure, in the eyes of ordinary people, he was still weak in essence. He was still closer to man rather than God. If the situation was right, a revolver would be able to finish him off. Of course, his resurrection and act of climbing out of a coffin was a whole other matter. As for the powers of the sea god scepter, they had all surpassed the level of man. In the folklore and in the hearts of the common man, he possessed the powers of deities and devils. No wonder Beyonders are called demigods from sequence 4. They truly are more like God than man. Klein silently sighed with emotion, and then he made a self-deprecating comment. If I use the sea god scepter under normal circumstances, I can already be a high-ranking deacon of the Nighthawks, becoming one of the 20-odd people with the most power in the church. If Ince Zangwil didn't have 008 and was at sea, I could immediately seek revenge on him. There might even be a small chance of success, but can I use the sea god scepter normally? No. Klein had already discovered that the negative effects of the sea god scepter were staggering. In the Church of Evernight, it could easily obtain the evaluation of a grade 1 sealed artifact, and countless researchers would have to die to figure out the best sealing and usage methods. The sea god scepter had a total of 3 negative effects. First, it made the wielder irritable, making them prone to anger and turning rash as a result. Second, it periodically froze all thoughts of biological creatures in a certain range before draining their blood, including the wielders. As for how huge the range was and what the exact period was, Klein, who wasn't a professional researcher, couldn't give a precise description. He could only give a rough estimate that the range was from 600 meters to 1 kilometer and the period was 20 minutes to 35 minutes. Third, it would gather and display the prayers of worshippers, both audio and visual. This very easily caused a non-demigod wielder, who had a lacking spirit, to break down and lose control. The first negative effect is still alright. If I were to only use it for a short period of time, the anger and irritation would still be acceptable. To put it simply, I'll just end things rashly with such a powerful sealed artifact. For the third, there's actually a way to avoid it. The sea god's response to its believers must have a distance limitation. That is to say that beyond the Rorstad archipelago and the nearby sea regions, there would be no signal, so one wouldn't be influenced by it. Yes, if it's constantly placed above the gray fog, I believe this can break the distance limitation. The prayers, voices and scenes would be screened, turning into points of light. It wouldn't affect me in any way. I can then choose whether to reply, who to reply to, and how to reply. And when replying, I can use the powers of the sea god scepter. The biggest problem is the second one. I myself am fine. As Dark Emperor, I'm considered a wraith. I wouldn't have blood, so there's no need to be afraid of being sucked dry. However, the surrounding creatures will be in trouble. After all, it doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Besides, the frequency is quite unpredictable. It's impossible for me to first discuss with the enemy when I encounter danger about changing our time and place. Klein carefully thought about certain scenarios of him using the sea god scepter, but it all depended on the environment and accurate judgment, so it wasn't very feasible. Phew, could its fate be to stay above the gray fog? When people like aim and attempt to creep up, I'll give them a bashing. No, a bolt of lightning. Yes, there's another usage method. When people like Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man seek my help, I'm no longer limited to using paper angels. I can provide rain and produce some wind. Of course, This can be done like the purifying powers of the sun brooch, using the paper angel as a vessel. On some serious thought, I can fully appear like a true demigod above the gray fog, with the help of the sea god scepter. Klein's mood gradually became better, as he had discovered that the sea god scepter wasn't completely unusable at the moment. It opened up many more options and avenues for him. He withdrew his attention and once again looked at the white bone scepter with the blue gems embedded at the top. He pondered over another question, and that was whether or not he should respond to the prayers of the followers of the sea god. Calvetua is already dead. There's no need to give those people another target of their faith. But, even if the living priests and high-ranking members of the resistance notice the abnormality and no longer receive any responses, they still wouldn't accept the worst outcome for a long period of time. People will often hold out hope and are accustomed to comforting themselves and hypnotizing themselves. This is especially the case when they're in a perilous situation with no hope to be seen. Just like the City of Silver, after 2,000 years, they're still consecrating the Creator, believing that they had been abandoned and that they would receive a response one day. That is to say that the fervent believers of the sea god will not stop their live sacrifices just because they didn't receive a response, being unconvinced that Calvetua has already perished. Instead, they will become worse, hoping to gain the favor of their god. Without years of promotions and setbacks, it will be difficult for them to realize the truth. Without the support of a native deity like Calvetua, the resistance would probably fall entirely into Faceax or Intis's camp. At that time, they would most likely be driven to do inhuman things, such as attacking places where civilians gather, or to make children who still retain their innocence act as meat shields. I need to give them some guidance. I need to tell them what the correct way of practicing their faith is, but I should only help them without burdening myself. I'm not responsible for saving their fates. Klein gently rapped the edge of the long, mottled table and suddenly chuckled. Wasn't I supposed to act? Sea god Calvetua is quite a good target. I wonder if I'll get any feedback with the gray fog's interference. Heh, I have to give it a try to figure it out. Klein quickly made his decision, feeling strangely refreshed. He deliberated for a moment. First, he conjured a necessary scene, then he held onto the sea god scepter, spreading out his spirituality before touching one of the points of light. In a hidden cave in the forest of Blue Mountain Island, the bald rebel, Kalit, fell from his wheelchair, his eyes filled with despair and confusion as he crawled towards the shattered figurine of Calvetua in front of him. He vaguely sensed something, but he was unwilling to believe it. This meant that all of his persistence, all of his sacrifices, and all of his pain would become meaningless. No, he screamed silently as he constantly muttered the honorific name of sea god Calvetua in an attempt to get a response from the deity. With his elbows on the ground, his fingers reached into the soil as he moved towards the front of the shattered figurine 1 inch at a time. He picked up the head of the sea serpent that was carved out of stone, and he found that its eyes had collapsed inwardly to become a strange black hole, and its fangs were falling off one after another. Kalit seemed to freeze, the light in his eyes seemingly vanishing. It was at this moment that he suddenly saw a blurry figure. Behind the figure was a dark blue tsunami surging into the sky and streaks of silver lightning that branched out like tree branches. Amidst his shock, Kalit instinctively lowered his head, an unimaginable sense of joy surging inside him. He saw that the figure's feet were surrounded by waves, and there were hurricanes swirling around him. The figure was majestic and holy, high and almighty. Then, he heard a calm and magnificent voice. I have returned. As his voice echoed in the air, Kalit teared up for some inexplicable reason. 10 minutes after Klein left the bottom of the sea ruin which was half merged with the spirit world, the seawater that filled this place suddenly churned and flowed backward. In just 20 to 30 seconds, the inside of the elven ruin was so dry that it resembled dry land. A fresh hurricane blew in, bringing in breathable gas. One figure after another descended from the hurricane, and leading them was a tall and brawny middle-aged man. He appeared to be in his 40s with a face with firm and deep lines. His accentuated muscles filled with loose storm priest robes. He was none other than the Church of Storm's cardinal, Archbishop of the Rorstad Sea, high-ranking Deacon of the Mandated Punishers, Sea King Jan Kotman. He had a pair of deep blue eyes, and his hair of the same color was twice as thick as a normal person's. They were like small worms or tentacles. Behind Jan Kotman were a number of mandated punishers and military personnel. They examined their surroundings expectantly and cautiously, not letting their guard down because of the demigod's protection up ahead. At this moment, they heard a snort, and they were immediately swept up by a hurricane, arriving at the doorway of the ruin in one fell swoop. They saw a huge sea serpent reduced to a sludge of flesh and blood, with its bone exposed. Other than that, there was nothing else. Who is it? Jan Codman suppressed his anger and growled. As he shouted these words, a sea wave crashed down from above. The sea wave reverberated in the half-collapsed hall, quickly calming to form a windless lake. The surface of the lake reflected the scene from before, an indiscernible figure pulling up a short white staff inlaid with blue gems, causing the sea to churn and the ruins to quake. Jan Codman took a deep breath and turned his back to the crowd. Find him. At that moment, Klein had selected a dozen or so believers to respond to, each of whom was relatively important, mainly by giving out a new covenant. I have returned. When the past is pardoned, I will redeem you. First commandment. Thou shalt not sacrifice unto me living human sacrifices. Chapter 551, The 10 Commandments. Second commandment. Thou shalt not use my name in vain. Third commandment. Thou shalt have no other gods before me. Fourth commandment. Honor thy father, thy mother, and thy children as you love me. Fifth commandment. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Sixth commandment. Thou shalt not kill the innocent. Seventh commandment. Thou shalt not bear false witness, frame, or violate contracts. Eighth commandment. Serve me with your heart, not with your offerings. Ninth commandment. Those who have committed lesser wrongdoings, first atone for your sins before seeking forgiveness. 10th commandment. Honor my name by helping your compatriots and companions. One commandment after another echoed in the ears of the bald rebel, Khaled, causing him to completely prostrate himself. He held his head close to the ground, uncontrollably trembling slightly with reverence, fear, and excitement. As a mid-sequence Beander, a rebel who had once been educated in the Fasak Empire, he had sufficient insight to understand that the worship of the sea god was based more on fear of powerful forces, fear of the fearsome natural risks that mankind faced, and many rituals that retained primitive bloodshed, a backward faith that reveled in inhumane and uncivilized practices, something that would be eliminated sooner or later. However, the faith he had developed since he was young had made him afraid to go against the divine revelation. He could only bury the idea of modifying the ritual process deep in his heart and avoid the parts which conflicted with his own wishes as much as possible. Now, the sea god's sudden change left him extremely delighted. It was as if he could see the so-called primitive totem that outsiders claimed it to be, evolving into a true god. Blessed are we, blessed are the rebels, blessed are the true believers. In his blurred vision, Khaled raised his head, spread his hands sincerely, and placed them against his mouth. I will abide by your teachings as if I am praising your name. The blurry figure in front of him disappeared, the magnificent voice by his ears vanished, and the scene in the cave returned to its original state. However, Khaled knew that everything was no longer the same. He moved his elbows several times and quickly crawled back to his wheelchair. He once again sat on it and turned to the other side of the cave. Khaled quickly met with Edmonton. This member of the resistance with a blue sea serpent tattoo was standing in front of the deity figurine that was bleeding abnormally. His forehead was a mix of scarlet red and black, dirty and gruesome. However, Edmonton's expression was joyful, excited, and satisfied. He looked at Khaled and blurted out, "Did you receive the revelation?" "Yes, it's the aura of God, just like before." Khaled nodded in excitement. Not only has God rebuilt the earth, but he has also rebuilt his covenant. Edmonton let out a sigh of relief. I was even suspecting that I was hallucinating before. It seems like as long as an outsider touches the holy sword, God will be able to walk the land again. There's no need for it to be completely lifted. Khaled chimed, indeed, the reason why the deity figurine shattered and bled is because God has changed his image. We must build a new one. Just like the scenes we saw earlier. God also showed his sacred emblem. Above the symbol of the waves, there was a scepter in the shape of lightning, surrounded by strong winds, Edmonton said as he recalled. Khaled immediately patted the armrest of his wheelchair. Let's find the high priest right now. He should have also received the revelation. We will usher in a new world. Above the gray fog, Klein put down the sea god's scepter and rubbed his temples in exhaustion. He had noticed a problem earlier. The sea god's scepter could respond to ritualistic magic, which meant that it could provide a certain amount of strength to help the worshipper complete the ritual and achieve their goals. However, it could only be concentrated within his domain and could not exceed the limit. Whatever could be done was relatively limited. For example, the Evernight goddess could use a method of influencing fate to let her believers naturally obtain the money they needed and pay their debt. As for the sea god scepter, it could at most produce fake money on the altar, and after a while, it would become ineffective and return to its true form. This is the difference between a false god and a true god. Besides, apart from the gray fog, as long as it fulfills the procedure in prayer, the sea god scepter is capable of automatically responding to ritualistic magic, unless it will use up more than half of its power in one go. This might be why the steps to ritualistic magic are extremely important. Above the gray fog, prayers will be screened, reduced to points of light. The sea god scepter is unable to automatically respond, hence, requiring me to manually handle them. This makes it relatively troublesome. It's impossible for me to stay here all day. Of course, there's also a benefit to it, as long as the prayer doesn't have any mistakes, and it is accurately pointed towards the sea god scepter. Regardless of how perfunctory the ritual is, they will be able to receive a response. The only criteria is that I'm in a good mood. I'll think of a solution when I'm free. I'll make it so that even if the sea god scepter is above the gray fog, it will be an automated answering machine, produce a paper angel. That's useless, as it doesn't have any soul injected into it. Make a mechanical and rigid puppet to handle the repeated and trivial ritualistic magic. I wonder if a Nimblewright master has powers related to this. At the very least, Rosago only showed traits of controlling a person like a puppet. As Klein's thoughts slowly settled, his eyes moved to the iron cigar case. After some research, he discovered that this cigarette case that had a severely corroded exterior had undergone some abnormal changes. It was firmer, tougher, and more resistant to corrosion. However, it was still within a comprehensible and acceptable range of normal humans. It isn't equipped with any special properties, however, if it were placed here for a few years, decades, or even longer where it holds beyonder characteristics and mystical items, perhaps it could really evolve into a sealing case, whose effects would gradually fade one day. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched, and he turned his head to look at the junk pile in the corner. They were covered by the gray fog, almost blending in with the surroundings. Heh. Klein laughed dryly and looked away. He fiddled with the crushed golden wine cup again, confirming that there was nothing wrong with it. After doing all this, he entered the real world and summoned himself once more to bring the sun brooch and other items back to his room in the inn. At this very moment, the clouds in the sky had disappeared, and the moon was scattering its crimson tranquility. The entire city of generosity, Byam, remained asleep in its dreams. 9 a.m., Cathedral of Waves. Alger was summoned, and by using the excuse of a confession, he once again met the diocese bishop, Chogo. Look for this person. Chogo handed over the portrait in his hand. Another mission, what's going on recently? Alger muttered in his mind as he unfolded the piece of paper. When he saw the contents of the portrait, he almost couldn't control his laughter. It was impossible to tell if the figure in the portrait was male or female, or what they looked like. How was he supposed to find them? In a split second, he thought of something and didn't try to hide his change in mood. Instead, he deliberately blurted out, "Who is this?" The portrait depicted an unusually blurry and mysterious person, with no characteristics that could be used to aid in a search. There was no such mission yesterday, a sudden demand to pursue this person this morning. What happened last night? Calvetua perished completely. With that happening, the church and the military would definitely search for its remains, Samim Island as the clue. This person took away the most important item ahead of them. Who is this person? Alger's heart skipped a beat, and he almost didn't dare meet Chogo's eyes. Chogo nodded. A dirty, despicable thief. He may be from Intis or Fasak, and he may belong to the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Someone from Intis or Fasak, or someone from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun or the Church of the God of Combat. Why would there be such a guess and conclusion? His Eminence Jan Codman only received little information at the scene and was unable to pinpoint the target. In this case, it's indeed possible to presume that this person is from either Intis or Fasak, as the main supporters of the resistance in Calvetua are from those two countries. There is reason to believe that they may have already known where Calvetua was hiding. It fits my theory from before. Of course, it could also be something else. Alger controlled his emotions and asked, "What did he do?" You don't need to know. Just pay attention to any abnormalities from people from Intis or Fasak in Byam. Yes, also include the locals who have become beyonders. Also, find the people who previously posted the notice on the front door of the cathedral. They might know something, and they could quickly give you further information, George ordered in a deep voice. This is indeed a direction. This is tantamount to telling me that this person has something to do with the notice and the perishing of Calvetua. I wonder whose hands Calvetua's Beander characteristic landed in. Who? Right, the world is in Byam. Something happened to Calvetua not long after he came here. Could this be Mr. Fool's purpose? Would this help him in the process of removing the seal and regaining his strength? Alger's pupils contracted as he recalled his conjecture from a while ago. When he woke up, Klein, who had reaped a bountiful harvest last night, was uplifted and in a good mood. He decided to treat himself today and make sure that his 3 meals would be sumptuous and delicious. As he pushed open the door and walked into the living room, he saw that Danitz was out of bed, untying the bandage and splint around his arm. He recovered that quickly. Klein was stunned for a moment. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow look over, Danitz chuckled and said, "My ability at recovering isn't too bad. My sequence 9 is called Hunter. I received a clear improvement in various aspects of my body, allowing me to surpass ordinary humans. When it comes to combat, I experienced a great enhancement. Besides, I'm already at sequence 7. Sequence 9 Hunter. I've killed 1, and I know the corresponding sequence 6 a name as Conspiracist." Klein suddenly recalled the first enemy he encountered back when he first arrived in Backland. It had sucked him into a maelstrom that he was almost unable to extricate himself from. Sequence 8, Provoker. Klein asked in passing. He had long since guessed Danitz's Beander pathway from his adeptness at using fire. It was the Red Priest pathway which Russell had called a true man. Sequence 7 was called the Pyromaniac, also known in ancient times as Fire Mage. Danitz froze for a second, thinking that Gehrman Sparrow was doubting him. He subconsciously raised his voice. "Do you think I'm not good at provoking? No, I'm an expert in this field." Chapter 552. Pomp. Danitz threw the splint and bandages into the trash, flexed his left arm, and said, "Typically, a pirate's provocation is an insult, but I'm different. I do targeted insults. This requires one to grasp a lot of information and rumors, and also understand the provocation target. Only by doing this will you be able to make him lose his mind and cause his brain to be burnt out with a single sentence." He paused for a second and said, "Just like with steel. You can curse him, calling him dogshit, or you could curse his parents and captain, but that will be useless. However, if you do an action and throw in a line with that, he will definitely turn into a bull who only sees red." With that, Danitz put his hands on his hips, held his crotch, and shouted in a low, scornful voice, "Bitch. I really want to hit him. He lives up to being a provoker. Indeed, Steel Mavati has such tendencies and hobbies." Tisk. Klein loosened his subconsciously clenched fists. "This is what you call professional provocation." Danitz spread out his hands in conclusion. "If I meet a beast, a monster, or someone who cannot be communicated with since they had lost control, I can proactively emit a feeling that they hate. This is a Beander power. People with such Beander powers would either be great at receiving beatings, or they would be great at escaping. Clearly, you belong to the latter." Klein cursed inwardly. Without having to worry about his injured left arm, Danitz was in a good mood as he continued, "Actually, I'm very good at setting up traps. It's a pity that you didn't agree with my plan when hunting Steel Mavati." Klein resisted the twitching of his mouth as he calmly replied, "You still have a chance." "What chance?" Danitz asked out of curiosity. "A chance to set up traps for Beyonders such as Steel. One by one, I'll introduce you to them." Klein smiled. Danitz was momentarily at a loss for words. He knew very well that traps were often ineffective against a man who wasn't afraid of guns, projectiles, fire, or water. Danitz let out a hollow chuckle and turned to look out the window. "The weather has cleared up. Does that mean that the serpent, Calvetua, is dead?" Klein answered tersely without hiding. "The truth." Danitz exhaled, hesitated, then said, "Regardless, after this city-wide sweep, few pirates will dare come to Byam for some time. This will definitely include Admiral of Blood. Your plan of hunting him with Captain might have to come to an end. The Sonia Sea is so big, so it's very difficult to find a fleet that intentionally hides their whereabouts. Moreover, they can head for the Fog Sea, Berserk Sea, North Sea, and Polar Sea. If it was that easy to kill a pirate admiral at sea, the church and the military would have done it a long time ago. Let me return to the Golden Dream as soon as possible." Danitz lampooned under his breath. "Don't worry, I have a way, and this will be your job." Klein asked without batting an eyelid, "What's your captain's opinion?" He had already spent 12 pounds to obtain a radio receiver through furs, but he had been too busy with matters regarding the sea god to bother with it. Hence, he hadn't taken it out from the junk pile above the gray fog to bring to the real world. Meanwhile, Klein had received the money from Miss Justice and Mr. Hanged Man, raising his fortune to £7,085 and 5 gold coins. A wealth at this level was enough to buy a rather large and productive manor anywhere. If it wasn't for my revenge and my hope of finding a way back to Earth, I could have already retired, Klein thought in satisfaction. Captain's opinion. Danitz forced a smile and said, although Captain and the others should have entered within a 500 nautical mile radius, in theory, allowing the attempt of a soulfall ritual, you should know that the sea routes aren't entirely safe. Pirates have to be careful not to get caught by the military or the church. For this, they often need to take detours. I believe we should wait another day before doing the soulfall ritual so as to prevent any wastage of energy and materials. Okay. Klein didn't give any affirmative answers and had turned towards the washroom. He planned on heading out again today to search for a chance to act as another person. Seeing Gehrman Sparrow's back, Danitz exhaled. I must first contact Captain in private and persuade her to let me return to the Golden Dream before I can use the soulfall ritual in front of you. Gehrman Sparrow is someone who likes to head out. I have plenty of opportunities in space. Heh, don't tell me that he enjoys shopping. Danitz thought, curling his lips. After leaving the Cathedral of Waves, Alger Wilson went straight for the Ralph Trading Company in Reflection and found the owner, who was reading a newspaper. He was well aware that this middle-aged man, in formal attire, a bow tie, and glasses, was a veteran pirate. He supported the resistance in secret and reverently worshipped sea god Calvetua. What is it, our captain of a ghost ship? Ralph put down the newspaper, crossed his right foot over his left, and smiled leisurely. He was an illegitimate child. His father was an adventurer of Loan and Fasak blood, and his mother was a native. He had made his fortune by becoming a pirate, then being a merchant that did business with both pirates and the officials. He established a vast network of connections that provided him with help at the Governor General's office, the city council, and the police station. Upon hearing Ralph's question, Alger almost frowned, because the man's attitude and tone were rather abnormal. This abnormality was a state that wasn't in accordance with Alger's expectations. In his opinion, after the fall of sea god Calvetua, he was certain that there would definitely be bad omens in the Rorstad archipelago. The pious believers would definitely sense that something was amiss, either feeling apprehensive or downcast, so how could they still be so relaxed and natural? Alger didn't directly mention Calvetua. Instead, he chuckled and asked, do you know where Cavaro has been recently? Cavaro was the pirate captain who possessed the Beander characteristic of the Sanguine Baron. It was said that he was once a sailor aboard the Dark Emperor, and that he was part of the periphery forces of the King of the Five Seas, Nast. Who knows, but he's surely not in Byam, otherwise, he would have been caught in the raids in the past 2 days. Ralph shrugged his shoulders. I heard that his boat went south. Alger actually had an appointment with Cavaro on this matter, and he was only using it as a way to start the conversation. Of course, he was well aware that to avoid the tsunami in the waters of the Rorstad archipelago, Cavaro had definitely gone far away and would take some time before he returned to Byam. However, Alger wasn't too anxious, as he already knew that Mr. Moon had been given an acceptance draft. If he withdrew the sum before its maturity, he would receive a discounted value and lose a large amount of interest. He deliberately nodded his head and said, got it, thank you for telling me. At this point, Alger pretended to be unaware of what happened as he asked, I heard that many sea god figurines in many places shattered by themselves. He hadn't witnessed any instances of this himself, but he could make a reasonable deduction based on the church's archives. In many of the colonial islands and countries of the southern continent, more than 1 or 2 false gods like Calvetua had been finished off by the 7 churches. What happened after their deaths had already long been recorded in the archives. Ralph calmly nodded. Yes, there was such a thing. But that's not bad news. His expression turned fervent, because God has appeared over the land once again in a new image. God has reappeared over the land once again with a new image. Alger's eyes remained fixed on him, and he felt that this was both reasonable but also unexpected. Judging from the Church of Storms' reaction, he was certain that Calvetua was already dead. Then which sea god was responding to the believers now? Connecting it with his previous judgment, he quickly came up with a bold idea. Is it an embodiment of Mr. Fool? He used sea god Calvetua's perishing to create a new identity. He can release his powers through the seal to directly affect an identity in the real world. Is this the real reason for the world to come to Byam? Hiss, Mr. Fool really does things with pomp. Alger secretly swallowed his saliva and suppressed his excitement. In the Wind of Azure Inn, Klein, who had yet to leave, saw the stack of cash Captain Elland handed him. Here is your reward for a total of £100. He didn't mention how much Gehrman Sparrow and Danitz each received, but he gave a total amount. As for how exactly they would split the reward, that was something he left to them. The military is really generous, Klein silently mused as he received the thick stack of cash, instinctively taking out 2 5-pound notes and tossing them to Danitz. He lowered his wrist and finally drew another 2 10-pound notes in an expressionless manner. Gehrman Sparrow is still rather just, far more just than just Elend. Danitz put away the reward in pleasant surprise. His wallet that had slimmed down quite significantly over the past couple of days had finally been replenished. Glancing at Gehrman Sparrow in his new clothes, Elend asked, after some deliberation, with his boat-shaped hat in hand, news from the Church of Storms has revealed that the person who posted the notices on the cathedral's door, informing them of the problem between Leticia and sea god Calvetua, was Blazing Danitz. What do you think about that? He stared straight into Danitz's eyes and waited for an answer. Ha ha. Danitz gave a hollow chuckle. I don't know him. Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, while fulfilling a dead adventurer's wish, I came across Leticia and her companions at the inn. Snakes invaded our place in the middle of the night, but they easily resolved it. After returning to Byam, I went to purchase some items from the resistance and discovered that they had taken out their holy sword. Furthermore, there were 2 mid-sequence beyonders guarding that small base. I felt a crazy will invade my body just by making contact with that holy sword for a moment, and I had nearly lost control on the spot. They were still after Leticia. What Klein said was the truth. It wasn't the entire truth, but it was enough to infer the contents of the announcement. Even if the kingdom's military and the Church of Storms were to investigate further, they would only be able to unearth the fact that Gehrman Sparrow could change his appearance. After listening carefully, Ellen sighed and smiled. If there are such things in the future, you don't have to post notices in the middle of the night. You can come find me directly. This will allow you to reap even greater rewards. He stood up, put on his hat, and said to Danitz, I heard that the bounty for Blazing is going to rise again. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.